This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Oversleep. Early Summer. East Lake University. D Campus. Girls' Dormitory. D Building 606. There is a test in class today. Hurry up. A deep female voice urged. I know it right away. Oh. Xiao Mo is still asleep. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Let's go. You hurry up. We're going to be late. Another bold voice seemed to be close to his ear. And at the same time, there was a sound of slapping on the edge of the bed. Mo Xiao, who was still asleep, turned over and replied dazedly, yeah. After hearing her answer while awake, the other party seemed relieved. Then, there was the sound of a door closing with a bang. The world was quiet. The person who had been forcing himself to open his eyelids because of the noise just now relaxed and fell asleep again. This sleep lasted for more than 3 hours. Oh no! Mo Xiao raised his left hand and looked at the time displayed on the bracelet, 11:07. Oh no! Oh no! It seems that the cold-faced devil Jiang Qing's analog electronics test this morning. She put her hands in her messy hair and saw that there were 11 missed calls on her phone. One of them was from her roommate in bed number 1, Tanya. The other 2 were from her roommate in bed number 2, Li Pingping. Another one came from her classmate, Xu Wenze, who was also her teammate in the project test. The last 7 came from her childhood sweetheart, Jiang Shi, who had the misfortune of being in the same class from elementary school to junior high school to high school, and then to college. After unlocking the screen, there was a series of beep-beep private message notification sounds, and she casually clicked to read from the beginning. 7:55 Tanya, the test is about to start. Why don't you come quickly? Do you want to fail the usual score? 8:02 Tanya, Sir Jiang started to call the roll. You have one last chance left, full marks in the final test. 7:59 Li Pingping, is Xiao Mo up? Hurry up. Jiang is coming in. Look at that cold face. It seems that the anger value is also full today. 8:03 Li Pingping, oh my god. Master Chu spoke up for you, saying that your group's board was broken and you went to buy a board. But something happened and you were stuck on the road. I didn't expect that the usually gentle and polite academic master would lie without blushing. If I didn't live in the same dormitory with you, I would have believed it. 8:04 Li Pingping, oh my god. Jiang Shi, who usually quarrels with you, is also helping you to deceive. Wow. 2 masters are acting together? They acted like they had rehearsed it. And I laughed to death. 8:05 Li Pingping, oh my god. Jiang actually believed it. The words of the masters really have extraordinary weight. 8 o'clock Xu Wenze, Xiao Mo. Did you oversleep? 8:01 Xu Wenze, Teacher Jiang has come in. It's okay. Teacher Jiang is very easy to talk to. I'll help you deal with it first. We just need to make the final product beautiful. Don't worry when you wake up. 7:58 Jiang Shi, Mo Xiao. Your bad habit of stepping on the spot has finally failed today. Ha! When I came here just now, I found that Lao Jiang had already gone up the stairs. 8:01 Jiang Shi, ha. You are finished. Lao Jiang is going to call the roll. How about it? Bring me breakfast for a month, and I will help you fool it. I am still very effective in talking to Lao Jiang. 8:03 Jiang Shi, oh. I didn't realize that Xu Wenze, who is usually honest, would actually help you lie. 8:04 Jiang Shi, this guy doesn't even know how to lie. It's better to say less than more. If you continue, you'll be exposed. Oh, forget it. I'll just help you out. Mo Xiao put on his clothes and flipped through a few posts. He was relieved when he saw that someone had helped him fool around. He put down his phone and climbed down the escalator. The conditions of their East Lake University female dormitory are pretty good. It's a 4-person room with a bed and a desk, a private bathroom, 24-hour hot water, air conditioning, lights that don't turn off at night, and an outdoor balcony. However, there were few girls in their class. When it was their turn to rank, there were only 3 people left. So, although their room 606 was a 4-person room, only 3 people had lived in it in the past 2 years. Mo Xiao went to the washstand on the balcony and started washing up. It's already past 11 o'clock anyway, she thought. It's going to be lunchtime after school in a while, so I won't go. I'll go straight to the second canteen later. The second canteen was near their building D. Go down from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. Swipe the card to exit the building access control. Walk along the main road. And you can see it within 100 meters. It's only a 5-minute walk. After washing her face, she looked at her collagen-filled face in the mirror, smiled and made a yeah gesture. Another day of surviving a disaster. Actually, I didn't go out to play games yesterday, but I went to bed late because of my part-time job preparing for classes. So I couldn't get up this morning. Mo Zhao's family is very ordinary, and she usually earns her tuition and living expenses by herself. So she has to take buses and subways and walk a long way a few days a week to cross the city of Donghu and go to a villa on the outskirts of the city to tutor. The girl in the mirror has natural curly hair that reaches her neck. She is beautiful and energetic, but the dark circles under her eyes make her look a little tired. She washed, dressed, put on her backpack, and was about to go out when she subconsciously glanced at her phone. She thought about sending a message to her roommates first, telling them that she was going to the cafeteria first and would meet there later. This time, she suddenly realized what the incongruity that had been there since just now was. Quiet. All the major groups were very quiet. Since she woke up for so long, there was not even a vibration notification sound. In today's era of information explosion, this is obviously not normal. After all, even if only 10,086 sent you a text message, the phone would still vibrate. Until this moment, when she looked carefully, Mo Xiao realized that her phone was disconnected from the network and had no signal. She restarted her phone. She withdrew her hand from the door handle, put down her bag first, and prepared to find a place with a good signal to try again. When she put down the water bottle in the side bag of her backpack, it accidentally hit the door panel with a loud bang, making a loud noise. Mo Xiao didn't take it seriously and was about to turn around to continue looking for a place with good signal. Suddenly, there was a bang 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 sound, and right in front of her, there was a violent knock on the door. This sudden and inexplicable situation scared Mo Xiao. Who is it? She frowned. Is it polite? How can you knock on the door like this? However, after hearing her reprimand, the noise outside the door increased instead of decreasing. The person outside knocked on the door, as if he was going to demolish the house. There was even dust falling from the top of the door frame. Chapter 2. No signal. Strange campus. Mo Xiao was really shocked this time. This posture can easily make people have some bad associations, such as madmen, perverted murderers, etc. Her hand that was originally ready to open the door froze in place. Silence lasted for a while. The guy outside the door seemed to think it was meaningless to knock on the door so frantically, and gradually quieted down. Mo Xiao listened to the door for a while, but didn't hear any sound. It's all because of the good sound insulation of this damn room. She sighed and hesitated whether to open the door to take a look. After all, the door of the dormitory is an old-fashioned wooden door, and there is no peephole, so she can't observe through the peephole. After restarting the phone, she moved around the room and finally confirmed that there was no signal at all. She had already gone through all the messages in her phone. At first, they were all about her oversleeping and being late. Later, after Chu Wenjie and Jiang, she helped to fool her. Everyone probably started the test, so no one sent her private messages anymore. It was just strange that it was around 9 o'clock. It should be the time when everyone was taking the test seriously. The class group suddenly became lively. 3022 Information Security Class 1. Luda, what's going on? Why did the great devil Jiang suddenly go out? At Jiang Cici. Take a picture of the test paper. We are all relying on you. What kind of perverted questions did the great devil Jiang ask? Is it a human test? Jiang Shi, no. I don't know what happened today. The signal is not good. The picture can't be uploaded. You guys just wish you good luck. Zhang Yuming, I sat behind Brother Shi. I took the picture. Oh, I can't upload it either. Zhang Jie, Brother Shi. Please pass the papers around. I'm going to cry. Guichuchu, I want to see it too. Kak. Luda, there's no other way. Students sitting by the window. Look where the big devil Jiang is gone. I'm going to use the offline drifting technique to go to Brother Shi's place to take pictures and then come back. Is it too late? Xiaopeng, damn! I'm sitting by the window. Guess what I saw? Just now. A student on the opposite 5th floor corridor threw their teacher to the ground and licked him non-stop. Li Pingping, WTF, is this true? Take a picture and let me see. Tanya, Xiaopeng. You should go to work at the Fukua Literary College. Can you use some serious words? What does crazy licking mean? Ping ping. You believe it too. It's probably a conflict between teachers and students. They got into a fight. Zhao Peng, Lao Jian went over, took a look, and then walked back quickly. Xiao Peng, damn! Have you noticed that the internet speed is getting slower and slower? The sentence I just said was uploaded successfully now. This is the last cached record in the class group. After that, there is no more information. Mo Xiao saw this and flipped back to the missed call record. Just after the time of Zhao Peng's last message, there were a few missed calls. But soon, there were no more missed calls. Obviously, there was no signal at all. Mo Xiao finally realized that it was not just her. Other students should also be in a state of no signal. She came to the balcony and looked down. It was empty. Their room 606 was the outermost room on the 6th floor. There was a large protruding building facade on the left side of the balcony, which just blocked the view to the left. And the right side was blocked by the protruding bathroom wall. So you could only see a small part of the area directly in front of you. The view is not good. It's past 11. And there's no one here. Mo Xiao looked at the time on her bracelet again. Their building is next to the second canteen. At this time of day, even from the small area below their balcony, there would be many students passing by in groups, rushing to the canteen to eat. But today, there was no one. Another big weirdness. Mo Xiao rubbed her face, thinking that she just overslept. Why is the school so weird everywhere? The phone couldn't get through. And there was no one on the road. She decided to go down and take a look for herself. Just as she was about to turn around and go back to the room from the balcony, she suddenly heard a scream from below. A girl fell to the ground with half of her body covered in blood. Behind her, there was a large group of people. You? Don't come over here. Ah! Help! Help me! Mo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, and she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. The large group of people following closely behind the girl fell on her one after another, opened their bloody mouths and bit her. The screams pierced the sky. Mo Xiao covered her mouth and blinked hard, wondering if she was still in a dream and had not yet woken up. What? What's going on? The drama club is rehearsing a drama? She muttered to herself, and suddenly found that there were shadows swaying on the balconies outside several rooms on several floors of the male dormitory building opposite. Obviously, they heard the noise and came out to watch the excitement. But compared to Mo Xiao's shock, it seemed that the people on the opposite side had seen such a scene for the first time. So they seemed to be more accustomed. Mo Xiao looked at them one by one, and did not find a familiar face among those people. Yes, although the boys' dormitory of her class was also in that building. But except for her, all the classmates in the class should be in class on the 6th floor of the comprehensive building. The comprehensive building is not too far from here, but it is definitely not very close. Donghu University is the best university in Donghu City. It has been established for many years and covers a large area. As a comprehensive key university, it is divided into 4 campuses. District D is the newest campus, and it is the largest among the 4 campuses of A, B, C, and D. So as a site scouting expert, Mo Xiao bought a cheap second-hand bicycle left by a senior, which is more convenient for daily travel. Now the bicycle should be parked in the awning on the side of the first floor. She looked at the figure of a girl who stood up staggeringly after being bitten and left stiffly with a group of people. She pursed her lips and decided to go out to see what was going on. Could it be that the doomsday in the novel really came into reality? Such an outrageous plot. How could she, a materialistic New Age college student, easily believe it? Mo Xiao has never been the type to wait passively. Besides, she was hungry. And because she never ate snacks, there was nothing in her drawer. If she scared herself because of unfounded speculation and didn't even dare to go out for meals, if Jiangxi knew, she would laugh at her for half a year. Mo Xiao put on her school bag and tightened the rope. After thinking for a while, she held the stainless steel water cup in her palm. Although she had decided to act, the series of strange movements just now had more or less affected her mind. So she was particularly cautious at this moment. She approached the door silently and opened it carefully. The door opened inwards, and she slowly opened a gap as thick as a finger. Looking through this gap, there was nothing unusual within a range of about 30 degrees. She gradually widened the gap until she could stick her head out. At this moment, it seemed that the wind from outside blew into the corridor through the window. and the pungent smell of blood hit her face. There were footsteps. The light and shadow in front of her were blocked. Mo Xiao raised his head and met a pair of scarlet eyes. Chapter 3. It's not a dream. I'm not sick. It was an indescribable face. The eyeballs were bloodshot, and the pupil shrank into a point, which was particularly scary. The face was bitten and pitted, and bloody, especially the mouth. It looked like a lot of fresh blood and flesh were eaten raw, and meat strands could be vaguely seen between the teeth. Relying on the other party's blurred facial features and Mo Xiao's amazing memory, she could vaguely distinguish that this seemed to be a freshman who lived in the middle room 603. The reason why Mo Xiao remembered this junior from a different department was because one night before, she knocked on the door of their dormitory and asked Mo Xiao to help catch cockroaches in their dormitory. If I remember correctly, her name is Lin Furu. In just a moment, when Mo Xiao paid attention to her, the other party seemed to have noticed Mo Xiao as well. A hoarse and unpleasant sound came out of her throat, and she opened her mouth wide and rushed towards Mo Xiao. What the hell? Mo Xiao couldn't help but cursed. Luckily, she just stuck her head out, and now she pulled back and closed the door. Very smoothly. Bang! The sound of the door closing and the sound of the other party hitting the door panel resounded throughout the corridor at the same time. Then, there was the same crazy continuous knocking sound, or collision sound, as before. Mo Xiao looked at the old wooden door and took a few steps back. Looking around, he picked up a chair with steel legs, held it in front of him, held his breath, and stared at the door. After a while, the noise outside the door stopped again. Mo Xiao let out a sigh of relief and slowly put down the chair. It's not a dream. She covered her forehead with one hand. I don't have a fever. I'm not sick. What I saw is real. Are there really zombies? Where are my parents? She took out her cell phone and tried to dial again, but it was obviously in vain. I don't know what happened to my classmates. Mo Xiao muttered to herself for a while, and suddenly heard a scream in the corridor. She suddenly came to her senses. She hurried to the door and opened a crack like before. I saw a girl running out of the dormitory opposite 603. 610. At some point, it seemed that she wanted to take advantage of the gap when Lin Fura was still wandering around the door of dormitory 606 on the far right. She ran down the stairs on the far left. But when she ran to the far left, she noticed that the door of dormitory 612, which was on the same side as her and facing the stairs on the far left, was also open, because the doors of the dormitories all opened inward. It was difficult to notice it easily if you just opened a crack in the door and looked out. The door of 612 was wide open, and on the balcony opposite the door, there were two zombies stuck on the railing, as if they wanted to rush out at any time. Just as the girl who ran out of 610 passed the door of 612, the two zombies turned back and roared. After struggling back, one of them escaped from the fate of being stuck by the railing and ran towards the girl who ran out of 610. The girl was so scared that she couldn't hold back for a moment and screamed instinctively. This time, Lin Furu, who was still wandering around Mo Xiao, was also attracted. Mo Xiao, who opened the door, even heard something roaring upstairs downstairs. She was horrified. Could it be that the corridors of this entire building are already full of these people who are highly suspected of being zombies and can bite people? The girl who had already run to the far left was unfortunately attacked from both sides and front and back, and fell into the bite of two zombies. It changed in less than 5 minutes. Just like the girl downstairs just now. It seems to be contagious. I just don't know if it was infected by scratches or bites. After the change, they stopped eating her. It seems that they will not eat their own kind. They are very sensitive to sound and light. Just now, Lin Fura found me immediately when a gust of wind blew by. Maybe they are also sensitive to the smell of creatures. If they don't have a target, they will wander around aimlessly. Two zombies came up from downstairs. It's terrible. This time, there are 5 zombies wandering in the corridor on the 6th floor. Judging from the movement of banging on the door, they seem to have become much stronger. The biggest increase should be the bite force. The joints are not as flexible as before. The movement speed seems to vary between individuals. It should be related to the differences in their original flesh. Mo Xiao retreated back into the dormitory, muttering in a low voice. She could actually understand why the girl in dormitory 610 tried to run out just now. because she just saw that the other party's door seemed to have gone through several major twists and turns before. It was already damaged a lot. The old-fashioned wooden door was not very strong, and there was even a hole at the bottom. If the zombies smashed the door again, it would be difficult to survive. No one dared to stay in such an insecure environment for a long time. Mo Xiao has been a child with super adaptability since she was a child. She herself did not notice that after experiencing the initial disbelief. She has now quickly adapted and even analyzed the problem rationally. I only attracted one zombie before, but now there are 5. If they smash the door at the same time, my door won't last long. Mo Xiao sighed, and her stomach growled at an inopportune time. Hungry. She didn't have any food in her drawer because she was poor. Tanya never eats snacks to keep in shape. Li Pingping, on the other hand, will die if she doesn't eat snacks. She should always have snacks in her drawer. Mo Xiao opened the drawer under Li Pingping's desk, and half of it was full. Pingping, you are such a good person, she exclaimed, seeing that there was still a pack of instant noodles inside. Mo Xiao suddenly remembered something. She ran to the bathroom on the balcony and began to quietly collect water, using all the water storage tools she could use. Not only was there no signal on the phone, but even the sound of police cars, fire trucks and ambulances was not heard in such a big incident. It was hard to say when the water and electricity would be cut off. People could survive for a few more days without food, but without water, they would die within 2 to 7 days. Generally speaking, 72 hours was the limit. Mo Xiao came to the balcony again. Suddenly, he saw a room on the 5th floor of the E building of the male dormitory opposite. On the balcony, there was a white bed sheet hanging. On the bed sheet, 3 internationally used letters for help were written in red, SOS. And upstairs from the dormitory on the 5th floor, a boy was slumped beside the railing on the balcony. He was facing the glass door leading from the balcony to the dormitory. Opposite the door, from Mo Xiao's perspective, he could vaguely see 3 zombies banging on the glass door. The glass was already covered with many cracks. The next moment, there was a crashing sound, and the glass was shattered. The 3 zombies pounced on the former roommate, who was sitting on the balcony. A trace of despair rose in the man's eyes. He stood on the railing, looked down, shouted, and jumped down. Bang! A loud sound. Blood splattered all over the ground. The 3 zombies followed him, and fell to the ground with bangs and twisted limbs. This is... Mo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. She saw another shocking scene. Chapter 4 Observation Patterns. The 3 zombies, whose limbs had been broken, seemed to feel no pain. They stood up again after a slight struggle, even though their former roommate was already a dead body. He seemed to have a special attraction to them. They all pounced on him and ate his flesh, until the time limit of contamination calculated by Mo Xiao passed. They seemed to finally lose interest and began to wander aimlessly, searching for new prey. Even if they were dead, they were still attracted to them. And even if they were dead, they could be infected. He stood up again. Although the injuries they had suffered did not seem to heal and did affect their mobility, they were indeed able to ignore the pain and move. This amazing scene attracted many people from the building opposite to watch from the balcony. It seems that there are still many people alive, but they are all hiding. I wonder how the students who are in the comprehensive building are doing. Mo Xiao simply sat on the balcony and ate snacks. Combining the group chat information, she roughly guessed that the student who was biting the teacher mentioned by Xiao Peng was probably a zombie. And it must be the earliest wave. The comprehensive building is in the shape of a US character. Since Xiao Peng was talking about the 5th floor opposite, it should be through the corridors connecting the left and right sides to reach it. And this morning's class is on the 6th floor. So the students in her class should not face the most chaotic and dangerous situation in the first wave. But even so, in a crowded and hard-to-avoid place, like a teaching building, once this highly contagious zombie breaks out in the crowd, the consequences can be imagined. At least it is much more dangerous than staying alone in the dormitory and sleeping in. Maybe some of her familiar classmates have already died. Thinking of this, Mo Xiao felt sad, but also a little relieved. If she hadn't overslept in the dormitory, she might not have been lucky enough to survive when the first batch of the most dangerous and confused riots broke out. And when this happened in their school, the police medical system didn't arrive in time. This means that it may not only be their school, but many places in Donghu City have fallen. What about my hometown? Where are my parents and relatives? Mo Xiao's eyes were slightly wet when he thought of this. I don't understand why everything was fine before going to bed last night. But the world changed after I woke up. Sister Ya, I told you to eat more. I don't know if you can run away when the zombies come. Mo Xiao wiped the corner of his eyes and took a bite of corn sausage. Tanya is the second child in their dormitory. She is 1 year older than Mo Xiao. She has a beautiful face and medium height. But she is very thin and has a calm temperament. She is too thin and lacks exercise. So her sports performance is very poor. Among her roommates, Mo Xiao is the first to worry about her. Ping is the most likely to make a fuss and has a loud voice. You must hold it back. These guys are very sensitive to sound. Mo Xiao muttered and drank another sip of water. Although Li Ping is the boss in the dormitory, she looks small because of her personality. However, she is very tall and never restrains herself from eating and drinking. She is considered strong among girls. Mo Xiao is still very confident in her running. Chushin is not strong either. And he is not sociable in the boys' team. I hope he can be safe. Mo Xiao sighed again. Chu Wenze is a teammate of hers in the same project team. The two have more contact, so they are more familiar with each other. Although Chu Wenze has good academic performance, his sports performance is indeed average. Moreover, he doesn't talk much, has a cold personality, and doesn't have a very good relationship with his classmates. This is why everyone in the group only tries to fleece Jiangxi, who is also a top student in the same grade, because Chu Wenze never speaks much in the group. Of course, Donghu University is a nationally renowned key university, and the personal qualities of Mo Xiao and her classmates are pretty good, at least on the surface. Everyone has a decent relationship. They call Chu Wenze God of Chu and never make things difficult for him. Jiangxi. Mo Xiao looked at the empty packaging bag in his hand. Jiangxi is good in everything except his moral character. He has been a scourge for thousands of years, so he should still be alive. Thinking of Jiangxi, whom he had known for many years, he naturally thought of his parents in his hometown. Mo Xiao's family was poor, and her parents were laid-off workers. Later, they started to set up a night market to support Mo Xiao's schooling. At that time in the morning, they should have just bought food and brought it home to process. Of course, after a busy night, they should have taken a break. Maybe they were sleeping with the door closed like themselves. As long as they didn't open the door rashly, they should be safe like themselves. Thinking of this, Mo Xiao shook her head, took a deep breath, and cheered up again. She filled her stomach, stood up again, and squatted on the balcony to observe. This time, she not only observed the downstairs, but also the survivors in the opposite building E. With her superior location on the 6th floor, as long as the curtains were not drawn on the opposite side, she could overlook the movements of many boys' dormitories. Mo Xiao had excellent eyesight. He soon discovered new movements in the building opposite. Two men suddenly ran into a room on the 2nd floor, one after the other. The dormitory seemed to have been empty, and the door was open. The two men closed the door after entering. Not long after, there seemed to be a dispute. One of them retreated to the balcony with a knife, and seemed to be very afraid, but his steps were very steady. The man opposite, after his limbs were strangely twisted, gradually began to turn into a zombie. It seems that the process of the two people escaping to this empty dormitory was not smooth. One of them seemed to have a bite on his arm, but the rest of his body was clean. And it seems that it was because of the bite that he was infected. The other boy who retreated to the balcony with a knife had quite a few wounds on his body, but they were basically scratches or other scrapes, not bites. The boy who was bitten had completely turned into a zombie, and he roared and pounced on the boy with the knife. The boy dodged to the side. The zombie crashed directly into the railing. The boy took the opportunity and dared to get close to him and ride on his back, holding a knife and stabbing at the back of his head. When people are in desperate situations, they will burst out with unimaginable strength and madness. The knife fell. The boy seemed to be bloodthirsty and never stopped. Mo Xiao lay on the railing, staring with wide eyes, not blinking. Strange. The zombie is not moving? Dead? She narrowed her eyes. Zombies will die? Does it mean that if you get hurt in the back of the head, you will die? No. Just after the first few stabs, he was still struggling and moving. It seems that it was the 5th time, and he suddenly stopped moving. The location of the stab at that time. Could the fatal injury be the brain stem? She was still guessing. The boy on the 2nd floor opposite seemed to have woken up and came to his senses. He did not throw the zombie down, but tied it to his balcony with blood dripping. After doing all this, he looked up and glanced around, and made a sneer. Mo Xiao realized that there seemed to be many living people in his building who were spying, and he was warning. At present, it seems that only bites can be transmitted. Maybe the virus is transmitted through saliva and blood. It may lose its activity in a very short time when exposed to the air. The fatal wound may be somewhere in the back of the head. I think it is the brain stem. Mo Xiao thought of the boy with a knife. This was the first time she saw someone fight zombies head-on, proving that they are not invincible. I also need to get a weapon in case of emergency. Chapter 5 Radio. I remember there seemed to be a fruit knife in our dormitory. It was of good quality and quite sharp. Mo Xiao began to search. Soon, she found what she wanted on the empty desk cabinet of bed number 3. Mo Xiao held the knife in her right hand and tried to wave it in the air a few times, imitating the action of the boy she had just seen. But soon, she gave up. It was difficult to accurately pierce the brain stem. Not to mention that her height was only above average among the girls. So it was not easy to pierce the brain stems of some tall female zombies. Not to mention piercing the brain stems of most male zombies. Moreover, the human skull is very hard to deal with such a fatal part. Perhaps hitting it with a blow would be more effective than using a knife. Although Mo Xiao gave up the knife, she did not throw it away. Instead, she tied it to her left arm and hid it in her sleeve. She also picked and chose in the dormitory, hoping to find a heavy weapon like a baseball bat. The result was obviously not satisfactory. There were 3 people in their dormitory. Sister Yu was devoted to study and diet. Pink Thing was devoted to study, snacks and gossip. And Mo Xiao was devoted to study and making money. No one liked those fitness equipment. In the end, out of desperation, Mo Xiao chose a metal clothes drying pole as a weapon. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Since she couldn't find any striking weapons, she could only rely on long weapons for self-defense. To be honest, her idol since childhood was Sun Wukong, and he was quite good at swinging a stick. Mo Xiao laughed at the thought of this, and spun the stick casually, which was also a way to have fun in misery. She lived alone in dormitory 606 for 3 days. In the past 3 days, more and more zombies could be seen downstairs. She opened the door several times to observe the situation, and found that there were 2 more zombies in the corridor. One of them was a girl in dormitory 611 who seemed to be out of food and tried to escape, but was caught. There was another one who appeared out of nowhere at some point. At this point, the number of zombies wandering in the corridor on the 6th floor suddenly increased to 7. If we continue to waste time, we will be surrounded. There are more and more zombies. I will definitely be trapped here and my snacks are almost finished. Mo Xiao has not been idle these days. He made protective covers for his important parts and wrapped them with tape. Fortunately, the weather is not too hot now. The clothes and shoes are easy to exercise and relatively quiet when rubbed. The tools, food and water in the bag are ready at any time. As long as they are on my back, I can go at any time. I am afraid of missing any chance to escape. The boy with a knife on the 2nd floor opposite left yesterday. He was very skilled. He was able to jump directly from the railing on the 2nd floor to the 1st floor without any damage, and almost no sound. Unfortunately, I am on the 6th floor and can't do it. I have to go back to Chuyong City to find my parents. I can't wait any longer. Mo Xiao clenched her fists. Although her parents have been working for many years, and their physical fitness is not bad. They are old after all, and they are not good at thinking. They may not be like me. Through careful observation over the past few days, I have already obtained a lot of information about these zombies. Mo Xiao is really afraid that while I am waiting to die here, my parents will come to Donghu City to find me and encounter more dangers. The door of her dormitory is not solid, and the food reserves in the room are not enough. The 6th floor is like an isolated island. Although it helped her avoid the initial zombie outbreak, it will continue in the long run, with many dormitories on each floor and more wandering zombies. Waiting is very easy to get trapped to death. It is very dangerous. However, the house at home is different. With 2 elevators and 4 households, and a small population, especially since my parents are doing night market business. They have abundant food reserves. The door is also solid and reliable. If nothing unexpected happens, at least it will not be a problem to survive for a month. If they lose the chance to survive because of her own reasons. Mo Xiao felt distressed when she thought of this possibility. She prepared everything, put on her backpack, and mustered up her courage. This time, she was really ready to face the terrifying zombies outside. At this moment, her eyes suddenly swept to a black object placed on the inner layer of her bookshelf. They were two small radios. And it's not just an ordinary radio. This is what her classmates soldered themselves during their freshman metalworking internship, although they said they made it themselves. In fact, the shell, circuit board, diode, and other materials and parts had to be purchased at school. The teacher even provided everyone with the circuit diagram, and everyone just had to make it according to the circuit diagram. The biggest difficulty in the process was that it was easy to connect the wrong circuit. By the end of the course, everyone in their class had a finished product. Emo Zhao's hands-on ability was not weak, and she made it very quickly. After finishing the first one, she had nothing to do, so she simply bought another set of materials and made the second one. In fact, mobile phones also have similar functions, but she has never downloaded the app, so she can't use it now. The cell phone has no signal, and the radio won't have any either. Emo Zhao hesitated, but he still pulled out a radio, set up the antenna, and tuned the frequency. The radio soon emitted a hoarse noise. She slowly turned the FM button, and it was basically a snowflake-like noise. Ah! As expected, she was about to give up. But she didn't give up and tuned it one last time. Suddenly, she caught a trace of human voice in the noise. Emo Zhao blinked in surprise, and quickly tuned back. Only a discontinuous voice came from the radio, which was difficult to distinguish. Storm impact. Signal. Virus. Emergency shelter. Shelter. Bullhead. Then, there was a lot of noise. No matter how carefully Emo Zhao listened, and how patiently she waited, she could not find any human voice. Nyoto? Could it be Nutuling? She said with wide eyes. Nutuling is located in the suburbs of Donghu City, just south and north of Donghu University. At two extremes. Even ordinary Donghu natives may not be able to associate that place with Emo Zhao's reaction as quickly. The reason why she guessed it so quickly was that the villa where she tutored every week was in Nutuling. Emo Zhao was very familiar with this route. In order to save money on taxes, she often walked a long distance. Nutuling was clearly a sparsely populated area of wealthy villas, but she didn't expect it to become an emergency shelter. She didn't know if it was true or not. She put away the radio. Whether it was true or not, she had to go back to Chuyang City, and would definitely pass by Nutuling. Emo Zhao held a toilet roll against the door, and listened for a while. After confirming that it was quiet outside, she slowly opened the door. During these 3 days, she also observed that the vision of these zombies would be greatly reduced at night, and it was estimated that they were not much better than blind people. So Emo Zhao chose the night of the 3rd day to break out. She didn't turn on the lights. The corridor was also dark. There were stairs on both sides of each floor. Emo Zhao's side was closer to the right staircase, so of course she went down from the closer side. And the stairs on the right are just opposite the entrance to the first floor. In this case, we must first lead all the zombies to the stairs on the left. There are voice-activated sensor lights in the stairs. Emo Zhao leaned against the wall, her heart in her throat, and moved forward silently in the darkness. 7 zombies. At this moment, she was in the corridor with 7 zombies. If she was not careful, she would end up like the 2 girls in front. Chapter 6: Escape from the Dormitory. Emo Zhao didn't walk in the dark for long. After all, the probability of running into zombies was too high. She only closed the distance a little, then slowly stood up and took out a heavy metal cup lid. She took a deep breath. Like a shot put, she threw it hard to the leftmost corridor with all her strength. The sound of clang clang echoed throughout the corridor. The voice-activated light on the left lit up as expected. The 7 zombies in the corridor rioted instantly and rushed after the light. At the dark right staircase, Emo Zhao looked at the group of zombies who were facing away from her and rushing to the left, and breathed a sigh of relief, while breaking out in a cold sweat. Just now, there was a zombie 1 meter in front of her right. She almost ran into it head-on. She took advantage of this gap and hurried down the stairs. When she went down from the 6th floor to the 5th floor, Emo Zhao took a careful look. She found that the zombies on the 5th floor were also attracted to the left. After all, there was residual light spilling over. If she continued to go down to the 4th floor with this east wind, the 4th floor might face the risk of running into zombies in the dark again. The best way now is to throw it once on each floor. Before Mo Xiao came out, he had already thought of the plan and prepared sufficient props, and followed the same method. He went down all the way to the access control at the entrance of the first floor without any obstacles. She took out her campus card and was about to swipe it to go out. But suddenly she realized that this would not work, and she broke out in a cold sweat again. There was a screen hanging above the access control on the first floor. Every time a person swiped the card, the screen would light up and that person's head would appear. Although the screen light was dim, it might attract zombies again. The risk was too great. Mo Xiao put away her campus card. The access control was not too high, so she planned to flip over it directly. But it was a bit difficult to land silently. Fortunately, it was broad daylight when the accident happened, and the dormitory ante did not lock the glass door on the outside of the building. When Mo Xiao was about to flip over, she suddenly felt a shudder on her neck. There was something behind her. It's rushing towards her. It must be a zombie without a doubt. No. Aren't all the zombies on the first floor attracted to the left? How come there are still some? Mo Xiao suddenly widened her eyes. The dormitory ant. It must be the dormitory ant. She just hid in the guard room on the far left and didn't have time to come out, so she didn't find it in time. Mo Xiao could even feel the blood from the zombie's mouth dripping on her neck. It's too close. She couldn't dodge it at all. Mo Xiao took the opportunity to poke the clothesline behind her. It's a pity that it was too dark around her, and as she has always lived in peacetime and has not received special training, she really lacks a bit of accuracy. The poke hit nothing. Mo Xiao's eyes were wet. Although she had practiced it many times in her mind, she still encountered many problems in actual operation. In the final analysis, her physical strength could not keep up with this world that suddenly became cruel and cold. Was she going to die here for the first time, without even leaving the dormitory building? At this moment, a sound of wind suddenly passed by her ears. Mo Xiao could sense that something hit the dormitory ante, who was about to bite her neck. Hearing this movement, the dormitory ante behind her must have fallen backwards to the ground. Mo Xiao, what are you doing? A low voice sounded in her ears. Very familiar. Mo Xiao raised his head suddenly, wrapped his arm around her upper body, and pulled her out with force, whispering, "Come here." The other person has been exercising for many years, and his arms are very strong, which relieved most of her difficulties. Following this force, Mo Xiao successfully climbed over the access control barrier in one go. It was just that the dormitory ante's fall just now made the other person roar in anger. The lights in the corridor here suddenly lit up. Not good. Run! The man who just saved her had reacted first, pulling her hand and running straight out. He was tall and long-legged, and his body was agile. It seemed that he had planned the route when he came here, and was very familiar with the road conditions that had changed in the past 3 days. How could Mo Xiao keep up with him, especially with a bulging backpack on her back? Although the other party was running, she seemed to have been paying attention to her situation secretly, and soon noticed it. He kept running, and pulled her backpack with one hand and put it on his back. After reducing the burden, the other party slowed down a little. Mo Xiao finally caught up with the other party's pace. While running, she vaguely felt a short scream behind her, as if someone was following them closely. Mo Xiao looked back. Sure enough, she saw a girl running out of Building D in a panic with a bag on her back. She was chasing after her. Judging from the time she came out, she should have taken advantage of Mo Xiao's opportunity to clear the way when Mo Xiao went downstairs before, and just happened to pick up the leak from behind, because everything was done in the dark, and the other party had deliberately hidden before. Mo Xiao did not notice it. But now, I don't know if it's because there are no shoes that are convenient for exercise, or because I think leather is not easy to be bitten. The girl behind him actually wore a pair of high leather boots. Although the soles were not high, she ran as hard as she could, and it seemed particularly crisp in the originally silent night. This movement attracted more zombies than Mo Xiao expected. Do you know him? The boy next to him frowned and asked. Mo Xiao shook his head silently. He should have heard the movement and followed me quietly. The boy was silent and silently clenched the baseball bat. He originally planned to take advantage of the zombies' night blindness and adopt the strategy of not alerting the other party in large numbers, and sneak back with Mo Xiao. But if he continued like this, he was afraid that he would have to fight. Wait! My bicycle! When he went around the back of the building, Mo Xiao suddenly broke free from the boy's palm and took out a key from his pocket. He ran to the bushes next to him to unlock an orange bicycle. It's faster to ride a bicycle, Mo Xiao explained. The tall boy next to him also stopped. The university campus is too big, and it is really difficult to use only 2 legs. He squinted his eyes and stood guard beside Mo Xiao. But he was looking at her with his peripheral vision, seeing that she was obviously very nervous. But she still pursed her lips tightly to prevent herself from showing her fear, and tried her best to keep her hands steady to unlock quickly. The boy couldn't help laughing. You were so scared just now. But now you are calm. Mo Xiao. Do you feel safe when you see me coming? Mo Xiao unlocked the bike, pushed it out, and got on it. She stared at him and said, Get on the bike. The boy raised his eyebrows slightly, pulled her from the main seat to the back seat with a strange expression, and got on it himself. You are a bean sprout. And you still want to carry me? I'm afraid you will get a leg cramp and kill me halfway. Mo Xiao felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Jiangxi was a guy who never spit out ivory. Since he just saved her life, he endured it. Who knew that just when they got on the bike, the girl who followed them closely also arrived, and brought several zombies with her. Chapter 7 Meeting with the Survivors. Coincidentally, she also had a bicycle parked here. Seeing what Mo Xiao and the others did, she followed suit and stopped. With shaking hands, she unlocked the bicycle and got on, and followed closely behind the 2 again. Fortunately, after she stopped running, the girl's pedaling was much quieter. But because she came later and her shaking hands delayed her unlocking the bicycle, the zombies got too close to her and kept chasing her. Several times, they almost brushed against her. The girl seemed to be a little overwhelmed, and kept calling out in a low voice, Help me! Help! The voice rose and fell with the severity of the situation, which attracted more zombies. Mo Xiao frowned, put one hand around Jiangxi's waist and back, half turned from the back seat, and poked back with a clothesline to help her push away the zombies. Seeing Mo Xiao's help, Jiangxi also braked suddenly and whispered to the girl behind her, Shut up. Follow me quietly. At the same time, he picked up the baseball bat and rushed back a few steps, knocking away the zombies blocking the way behind him with a few bangs. With the help of Jiangxi and Mo Xiao, the girl behind him finally rushed out on her bike. Entering the safe area, she finally adapted. Her hands were much more stable, and she bit her lip and didn't make any more sounds. When Jiangxi turned around again in a flash, because of the zombies chasing her, Mo Xiao had already moved forward on his bike. Jiangxi ran a dozen meters and caught a ride while running. He put one hand around Mo Xiao's waist and whispered in her ear, Take the short road to the gymnasium. There were few people and zombies on the short road. This was the route he took when he came. Mo Xiao nodded silently. She and Jiangxi had known each other since they played in the mud. After so many years, they had a tacit understanding. Not to mention other things. Bicycles were indeed much faster, although they inevitably attracted a few wandering zombies. But because the vision was greatly reduced at night, the opponent lost the target after a certain distance. They walked together all the way and got off the car when they arrived in front of a white building. This is an indoor gymnasium. The windows of the white building were blocked. The boy knocked on the door in a rhythm of 3 long and 1 short, and the door opened quickly. The 2 went in. The door closed quickly again. At this time, the lights in the room lit up. Mo Xiao could see clearly that there were many people standing in the venue, and there were many familiar faces. It's Xiao Mo. Oh my god! Brother, she actually brought her back from the dormitory. Brother, she is awesome! Xiao Peng exclaimed. Xiao Mo. A tall girl rushed over and hugged Mo Xiao and cried loudly. I thought I would never see you again. Ping ping. Don't cry. I'm fine now. After 3 days, Mo Xiao finally saw her roommate in person. Her eyes were slightly red, and she touched her head. Okay. Stop crying. Let Xiao Mo have a good rest. She must have been worried and didn't get a good night's sleep these days. Tongya came over and patted her 2 roommates on the shoulders with tears in her eyes. Who is this classmate? Someone asked in the crowd. Mo Xiao looked over and found that it was teacher Jiang Qing. When the accident happened that day, everyone was taking his analog electronics experiment class. Jiang Qing was in his 50s, tall and thin, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, with heavy nasolabial folds. He was a well-known cold-faced devil in the campus forum of Donghu University, and he had killed countless students. When Mo Xiao saw him, he instinctively stood a little more upright. Unexpectedly, The other party smiled slightly and whispered, "It's good to be safe." Mo Xiao was stunned. Did the big devil change his nature? She glanced at Li Pingping, who spread his hands to her and whispered, "Although Jiang was a little strict with us in the exam, he is still a very good and fair person." Jiang Qing looked at the girl, who came in behind Jiang Shi and Mo Xiao. The two in front were students in his class, and they were both good at studying, so he naturally knew them. It was the last one. Following Jiang Qing's gaze, everyone looked over. The girl had long black hair that reached her waist, a slender figure, and even thin eyebrows and eyes. She had a very classical charm, but she was carrying a huge mountaineering bag, which looked very full. Seeing everyone looking at her, she bowed her head a little awkwardly. "Hello everyone. My name is Gao Yu, a freshman in the School of Arts." Mo Xiao explained, "I just happened to meet her on the way here. Thanks to the help of seniors, I was able to get here. I have lost contact with my roommates and classmates. I hope everyone can take me in." Gao Yu shook her head and bowed deeply with gratitude. "Hey, junior sister. You are too polite. We are all alumni. And besides, we are not the only ones in the gymnasium. Everyone can use it." When Luda saw the beauty, his eyes lit up, and he patted his chest and showed what he thought was the kindest smile. Don't mention it, because he is chubby, has 2 dimples, and loves to laugh. He is often teased by his classmates as a smiling Buddha. He was chosen as the class monitor by Mo Xiao and his friends. As soon as he spoke, he really gave people a very friendly feeling. Gao Yu smiled gratefully. Mo Xiao unconsciously clenched the backpack straps with both hands. She had noticed that there were more than 30 students in her class, but only 12 or 13 of them were left here. Don't think too much. Jiang Shi's voice came from her ears. After he returned to the gymnasium, his tense body relaxed a lot. Only the baseball bat on his right hand was tightly clenched in his palm. He was leaning against the wall behind him, his long legs slightly bent, one hand on his knee, and his voice was a little lazy. His soft black hair was a little messy, and the light behind him left a light shadow on half of his face. It seemed that he had not slept well for a long time and looked very tired. Mo Xiao was about to speak when she heard a few clicks. The lights in several other shadowy places in the gymnasium lit up one after another. Soon, the entire gymnasium was as bright as day, and its appearance was fully revealed. Mo Xiao widened her eyes and noticed it. There were not only her classmates in this gymnasium, but also many other students and teachers in other shadowy corners. Judging from the distance, there must be no less than 100 people. "Hey, you guys from the School of Finance. Have you finished chatting? Do you want to let us sleep?" Someone's dissatisfied voice came from afar. These 3 came in from outside. Who knows if they were bidden? How can you sleep? "Hey, you guys from the School of Finance. Are you going to be quarantined? There are so many people here. Don't hurt everyone," someone shouted. "What's wrong? What happened?" Some people were just woken up and looked confused. That great man from the School of Planning, Jiang Shi. Didn't he always want to go out? Just now, he seemed to have really gone out and brought back 2 surviving classmates. Someone explained in a low voice. "Fuck. How could he do such a dangerous thing?" But those 2 people were carrying bags. So did they bring back a lot of food? Speaking of food, someone's stomach started to growl. Then, the discussion disappeared instantly, and the venue suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 8 Food Dispute. Mo Xiao watched a group of people walking towards them with weapons in hand. His face was slightly gloomy. He held the clothesline tightly and was about to step forward. Then he saw Jiang Shi carrying a baseball bat and leading Luda and others to stand in the front. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What? You want to exercise your body late at night? There are always some particularly famous guys in every school, either because of their grades, their looks, or their wealth." Jiang Shi's student life from childhood to adulthood has been speeding on the track of life winners with countless halos. Even after entering the small society of university, his reputation in East Lake University is not small. Most of the people on the opposite side knew him. Seeing him leading the crowd to block the front, and glancing at the red or black bloodstains on the baseball bat on his shoulder, everyone couldn't help but pause. Don't get me wrong. The leading man on the opposite side smiled. We are all alumni of the same school. In this difficult time, we should help each other. How do you want to help each other? Jiang Shi asked with a sarcastic smile on his lips and raised his eyebrows. Mo Xiao keenly noticed that the man on the opposite side had his eyes on her. She pursed her lips, knowing that the last food brought in this backpack would probably not be kept. When the lights came on just now, Mo Xiao quickly counted them. It was found that there were about 150 people in the entire gymnasium, and they were seated according to the school division. Because of the class that day, the nearby comprehensive building was basically occupied by students from their School of Computer Science and the School of Software Engineering opposite. Therefore, the only ones who managed to escape into this gymnasium were a few students from other schools, like Gaoyu. Most of the people here were students from the School of Computer Science and the School of Software Engineering. However, there were only more than 50 people on the School of Computer Science side, and there were nearly 100 people on the opposite side. If they really had to fight internally for some food, their School of Computer Science would not be able to get the upper hand. This small gymnasium had no food reserves, which showed how short of food everyone had been in for 3 days. Maybe they, including Jiangxi and others, had been hungry for 3 consecutive days. In this state of starvation, the other side still has an absolute overwhelming advantage in numbers. Once they are really pushed to the limit, Mo Xiao does not think that the other side will give up some illegal and violent behaviors because of the deterrence of Jiangxi and others. After all, she has seen many similar cases in the past 3 days while hiding on the balcony outside the dormitory. Once humans lose the constraints of order, they have the wisdom and instinct to adapt to the law of the jungle the fastest. Do you want food? Mo Xiao pushed away the classmates who were blocking her, walked to the front, and asked calmly, "Look at this classmate. This cooperative attitude is very good." The leader of the opposite side laughed. "Hello, junior sister. My name is Qiujia. Let's chat." In fact, the School of Software and their School of Computer Science have a lot in common. Mo Xiao has also heard the name Qiujia from the seniors in the club. It is said that he has won several awards in previous competitions. He is a typical future social elite. "My name is Mo Xiao." Mo Xiao looked up and stared at Qiujia seriously. "I understand that you want food. I can give it to you. But there are conditions, and it is impossible to give you all. After all, our classmates here have been hungry for a long time. I believe you can understand it. Senior? Don't be shameless." An impatient person in the crowd on the opposite side saw Mo Xiao's attitude and couldn't help but step forward with his weapon. Qiujia stretched out his arm to stop him. Staring at Mo Xiao closely, he said in a deep voice, "There are many people here. If you only give a part, how can we share it?" Mo Xiao couldn't help laughing. "There are more than 150 people here. Do you think that we have enough food with just these 2 backpacks?" Qiujia's face darkened. Mo Xiao continued to laugh. "Since we are cooperating with each other, in order to ensure that everyone can have food, we should naturally go out together to find more food." As she spoke, she took out a few bags of snacks from her backpack. The entire backpack suddenly became much shriveled. "We should first distribute some of the food to those who are willing to go out to find food tomorrow, so that we can bring back more food." She divided it according to the proportion and raised her eyebrows and asked, "What do you think?" Everyone fell into silence for a moment. It was safe to hide in this small gymnasium, and there was even water in the bathroom. And outside, there were zombies everywhere. All of them were survivors who faced the first wave of terrifying zombie outbreaks. Familiar friends and teachers turned into monsters in front of their eyes, and they simply didn't want to recall the bloody and chaotic scene. Most people just wanted to stay safe and wait for national rescue. "I agree." In the silence, Jiangxi laughed loudly, put his arm around Mo Xiao's shoulder and patted him. "I'll go tomorrow." "I'll go too." Mo Xiao slapped his hand down and said with his arms folded, "What are you going to do?" Jiangxi frowned. "I have conserved my energy well these days. If I am not allowed to go, will they go after being hungry for a few days?" Mo Xiao spread her hands. "I still have to go back to Chuyang City to visit my parents. I don't even dare to leave this door. How can I go back to Chuyang?" Jiangxi was silent when he heard her say that she was going back to Chuyang to visit her parents. He and Mo Xiao's hometowns are both in Chuyang City, and the community they live in is in the same area and the same developer, creating a complete system called Shuiyuan Mansion. It's just that Jiangxi's side belongs to the villa area, while Mo Xiao's side is an ordinary residential area. Even if it is an ordinary residential area, the unit price of Shuiyuan Mansion is very high. The reason why Mo Xiao's family can have a house there is due to the compensation for the demolition of his father's old employee housing. This real estate house is the most valuable thing in Mo Xiao's family. In fact, her family's daily living standard is incompatible with other residents in Shuiyuan Mansion. Seeing him silent, Mo Xiao moved her mouth, wanting to comfort him. But she didn't know where to start. She has always had a bad relationship with her family, so it's not easy for her to interfere in other people's family affairs. She turned to Qiujia opposite. If senior doesn't agree, just pretend I didn't say anything. This is a psychological game. Wait a minute. Seeing that she seemed to want to take back the snacks, Qiujia hurriedly dissuaded her. After a while, he made up his mind and said, "Okay, let's do it." Then everyone began to distribute food and weapons in an orderly manner. Gao Yu bit her lip tightly, and had to watch everyone separate the food she had carried out with great difficulty. Tears almost fell. "Sorry, but we can't keep it," Mo Xiao said apologetically. Gao Yu lowered her head, covered her face, and didn't speak, because she volunteered to go out to search for food tomorrow. Mo Xiao also got a baseball bat. Holding this thing in your hand, you feel much safer than a clothesline. Rest at night, and wake up during the day. No one will go out. At most, they will lie by the window and observe the situation outside. Regarding the situation and rules of the zombies, Mo Xiao and teacher Jiang and others sat together and exchanged information. In general, it was similar to what she had summarized before. It was just that they didn't seem to know the information about the emergency shelter she heard on the radio. "What did you say? There is an emergency shelter in Nutuling?" Jiang Qing asked in shock. Chapter 9. This is not a place to stay for long. "Yes, teacher." Mo Xiao took out a radio she brought with her. "I heard it here." According to everyone's description, she learned that the signal cutoff on that day was almost simultaneous with the outbreak of the zombie tide. So everyone was at a loss about communicating with the outside world. It was not clear what happened specifically. Jiang Qing hurriedly took the radio and couldn't wait to debug it. But everyone held their breath and waited for a long time. And there was only rustling noise coming from the radio. I only heard it that time. Mo Xiao touched his head awkwardly. The signal has been bad these days. A trace of disappointment flashed across everyone's faces. Jiang Qing put down the radio inside. Seeing the students' disappointment, he calmly analyzed with a stern face. The radio mentioned the storm. I guess the problem of missing signals is probably related to the solar storm. Mo Xiao put away the radio, nodded and smiled. Teacher Jiang is right. I guess so too. I believe the country and the soldiers will not give up on us. What about the zombies? Is it also the influence of the solar storm? Zhao Peng couldn't help but interjected, because he was sitting by the window at the time. He was the first person in the class group that day to discover the accident on the 5th floor opposite. Zhao Peng is not tall, thin like a monkey, and his mind is also as jumpy as a monkey. As soon as he said this, the people sitting in a circle fell silent again. Everything they had experienced in the past 3 days was like a dream, making everyone feel unreal, as if a horror movie had been reflected in reality. Familiar teachers and friends suddenly started biting each other like uncivilized wild beasts, completely losing their reason and humanity. This was the most frightening thing. Li Pingping patted her cheeks with both hands and joked. Could it be that the solar storm caused a leak in some biological laboratory, thus causing this disaster? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw everyone staring at her. "You? Don't look at me like that." Li Pingping smiled dryly. "I was just joking. It is also possible that this storm brought some unknown virus from the universe, causing the first batch of unlucky people with weak resistance to be infected first. It was purely a natural disaster." Mo Xiao blinked. In fact, she felt that what Li Pingping said made sense, although her roommate often had wild ideas. But according to everyone's description, the signal breakdown and virus infection occurred almost at the same time, and to paralyze so many police, medical, and rescue systems at the same time. It must be a global disaster. If this is the case, this stadium can no longer be stayed. Jiang Shi tapped his fingertips on his knees slowly. There have been several major solar storms in history, and it is possible that the power and internet will be cut off for weeks or months. If the gymnasium is out of water, so many of us will not be able to hold on. After this, many people looked embarrassed. If the gymnasium cannot provide them with shelter, what should they do? At this moment, Chu Wenjia, who had been sitting in the edge area, suddenly looked up, looked at Mo Xiao and asked softly, "Xiao Mo, are you going to the Nutuling emergency shelter?" He wore light-colored metal thin-framed glasses, had handsome features, and a cold temperament. Because he rarely spoke, he seemed very unsociable. Seeing him suddenly speak at this moment, a long-haired girl named Guichuchu in the class screamed, "That place is so far away. But it has to cross the entire Donghu city. It's too dangerous." "Yeah," another girl Zhangjia also echoed. "And it's hard to say whether the so-called shelter exists or not. After all." "Hey Zhangjia. What do you mean?" Li Pingping couldn't listen anymore and said angrily. "Do you want to say that our Xiaoimo lied?" "I didn't say that." "Why are you so fierce?" Zhangjia's eyes flickered, and she pouted. "I just want everyone to be cautious. After all, it's a matter of life and death." Guichuchu hugged Zhangjia's arm and whispered to persuade her, "Okay. Stop arguing. Xiaojia is also thinking about all of us." Tongya patted Li Pingping's shoulder, whose face was flushed with anger, and glanced at Guichuchu and Zhangjia indifferently. "Since it is for everyone's consideration, why didn't you volunteer to participate in the hunting operation tonight?" Mo Xiao blinked and smiled to smooth things over. "Sister Yu reminded me that I haven't formally asked for everyone's opinions yet. If anyone wants to participate tonight, it's still time to sign up now. Direct participants can get more food." She focused her hopeful eyes on Zhangjia and Guichuchu. The two people opposite coughed lightly and avoided her sight without making a sound. Mo Xiao raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his lips, turned his head to look at Chu Wenzhe, and nodded. "I want to go south to Chuyang City to go home to see my parents. Nutaling is the only way, and I will definitely go there." Chu Wenzhe nodded and smiled. "This is not a place to stay for long. I also plan to go to the emergency shelter to check the situation. Let's go together, so that someone can take care of us on the way." Mo Xiao smiled gratefully, although other students think Chu Wenzhe is cold and unkind. Perhaps because they are teammates in the same project team. She has more contact with him. After getting familiar with him, she feels that Chu Wenzhe is actually very approachable. "Pa!" Mo Xiao felt pain in her shoulder, and then it seemed as if she was hit by something, and she couldn't help but lean to the other side. This is a heavy move, and you don't need to see who it is. Looking back, sure enough, She pushed her away with a slap, and sat cross-legged in the middle of them, hugged Chu Wenze's shoulders, and laughed like brothers. "Brother, why don't you ask that bean sprout to take care of me? What use can she be? I'm also from Chuyang City, and I just happened to be going back, so we just happened to be on the way." Chu Wenze's smile faded, and he pushed away his arm on his shoulder. "I don't know you well." She was so shameless. He didn't care at all and hugged him again, raised his sword eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Look at how polite you are. Brother, we are all classmates, and I just know you well." Chu Wenze struggled hard secretly. However, although She didn't seem strong on the surface, he actually had a lot of strength from years of fitness exercises. He struggled several times, but couldn't get rid of the other's arm. If he continued to make trouble, it would be a bit embarrassing. This is not Chu Wenze's style to attract attention. He simply kept silent, and didn't waste his energy and words with this boy who was like a son wherever he went. Jiang Qing was somewhat relieved to see that her two proud students had such a harmonious relationship. "It's a good thing that you have this courage. But the road is long, so we have to plan for the long term." Mo Xiao rubbed her shoulders and sat up again. She glared at Jiangxi, and saw that the other party raised his eyebrows provocatively at her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. While rubbing her shoulders, she touched the back of her neck, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang Qing. "Teacher, you said before that being scratched by a zombie will also be infected? Is it true?" Chapter 10. You are just a useless person. Seeing Mo Zhao's anxious look, Jiang Qing frowned. It may not be very accurate, but the nails of those alienated children will turn black and grow longer, which is observable with the naked eye. And those who were scratched before, without exception, showed symptoms of infection within a certain period of time. After saying that, seeing Mo Zhao's frown and not speaking, he showed a trace of worry on his face. "What's wrong? Classmate Mo Xiao? Are you injured?" As soon as these words came out, a small exclamation sounded in the crowd. Many people unconsciously moved a little further away from her. Mo Xiao was still touching the back of his neck, and fell into deep thought without answering. She had suddenly stood up and came behind her, pulling away her hand that was covering the back of her neck, turning up her collar, and then turning over from the back of her neck to the front of her neck, and then rolling up her sleeves. It was not until he almost turned out the fruit knife hidden in Imo Zhao's left arm that Imo Zhao suddenly woke up and hurriedly withdrew his hand. "What are you doing?" "I'm not injured." Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief almost inaudibly. Then he angrily flicked her head with a finger. "Why didn't you say you weren't injured earlier?" Imo Zhao covered her forehead and glared at him. "I was just wondering if there is a person who is not infected after being scratched." Jiangxi's eyes flashed, and he leaned down and squinted and asked, "Have you seen it?" Even Jiang Qing couldn't help but stand up excitedly and walk to Imo Zhao's side. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Imo Zhao hesitated and said, "When I was trapped in the dormitory before, I observed that there was a classmate on the second floor of the male dormitory opposite who fought with a zombie and finally killed the zombie. He had a zombie scratch on his body, but he did not turn into a zombie." "Are you sure?" Jiang Qing was shocked. According to the conclusion they came to, once a person is scratched or bitten by a zombie, he will inevitably be infected with the virus and assimilated, depending on the severity and location of the bite or scratch. The time of zombie transformation varies. The assimilation time of a bite is about 5 to 10 minutes, and the scratch usually takes more than 10 minutes. The longest time they saw was 30 minutes before it was completely transformed into a zombie. Could it be that when you saw him, he had not yet reached the limit of zombie transformation? Has it been more than half an hour? Luda asked excitedly, his fat face trembling. Obviously, everyone was very concerned about this issue. After all, everyone knew what it meant that he did not turn into a zombie after being scratched. He left as usual in the evening of the next day, and the interval should be at least 10 hours. Imo Zhao recalled the boy on the second floor who killed a zombie with a knife, and he didn't look like a zombie who had lost his mind at all. "Wow," Zhao Peng said excitedly. "Is this guy the child of destiny in the movie? Did you see who he is?" "I don't know him." Imo Zhao spread his hands. Although this news somewhat encouraged the students, everyone had all kinds of beautiful guesses. But there was one thing Imo Zhao didn't say. She remembered the boy's provocative and cold eyes. He didn't look like a kind savior. "Hey, the people from the School of Planning," Xiojia suddenly sent a representative to inform. "Those who are going out to hunt tonight, come to the meeting." Imo Zhao and others looked at each other and began to count the number of people, because it was the first time to go out. The main purpose was to explore the situation, and the current situation was not suitable for large-scale deployment. Although the zombies' vision was greatly reduced at night, they, a group of ordinary people, were not much better. Although the zombies' vision is blocked, they are still sensitive to smell, light and sound. Once someone panics and an accident occurs, it is possible that everyone will be implicated. After voluntary registration and screening, Imo Zhao and her team finally decided to send 6 people out, in addition to Jiangxi and Imo Zhao, who have experience in wandering late at night. There are also the strong Luda, the flexible Zhao Peng, the teacher Jiang Qing, and the quite calm Chu Wenze. Considering that although it is a gymnasium, there are not many powerful weapons distributed to each person, so no more people were added. However, the Software Academy sent out 12 people. Imo Zhao frowned. "There are too many of you. It's easy to alert the enemy. I suggest you act in batches and in small quantities." Xiojia was tying his wristband. Hearing Imo Zhao's words, he sneered, "We have so many mouths waiting to eat. If we don't send more people, will we all starve?" As he said that, he took a bite of a chocolate bar to replenish his energy. There were only 2 older female teachers in the School of Software who were still alive, and they were wearing high-heeled leather shoes, which was obviously not suitable for this kind of action. So the chief commander of the School of Software became Qiujie, an elite young man who was about to become an excellent senior graduate. Imo Zhao tightened his shoelaces and said, "Even if more people can carry more food at a time, if we can't bring it back, isn't everything in vain? I say, who has the final say in your School of Planning? Why do you always let a woman who knows nothing come out to talk nonsense to me?" Xiojia couldn't help interrupting. "Teacher Jiang or that Jiangxi? Come on. Someone who can talk. We're having a meeting." Jiang Qing frowned when she heard this. Although Qiujie was from the School of Software, he had also taken his class. At that time, Jiang Qing judged this student by his grades and thought that this student was a rare talent. But now that he has had more actual contact with him, he found that he was so arrogant that he would not listen to advice. He was about to reprimand him with a stern face. Suddenly, Jiangxi came forward and hooked Imo Zhao's shoulder. looking at Chiojia and raising his eyebrows, and jokingly said, "Our school of planning is not like your school of software, which is a feudal and retro one-man show. What Mo Xiao said is what Teacher Jiang and I mean. If you don't agree to reduce the number of people, then we will not go with you. This is not a game where you can have a chance to start over. It is about the safety of our lives." Jiangshi's amber pupils were cold as ice, and his words were much more impolite than Mo Xiao's. "You brought so many people. Such a big target. And you are just an idiot. Do you think you can defeat the zombies? You was called an idiot." Chiojia's face instantly became very ugly. He threw away the chocolate packaging, pulled out a baseball bat, pointed at Jiangshi and said angrily, "Don't think that everyone has to respect you just because your family donated a building to the school. Don't give you face? Without your father, you are just an idiot." "Oh." Jiangshi suddenly patted his knees and laughed, and said nonchalantly, "How come in the last competition, our senior who is an outstanding graduate lost to me? An idiot? Isn't he even worse than an idiot?" Mo Zhao's heart tightened, fearing that the two sides would fight at this time. The difference between people is that some children are born at the finish line of life's winners, and never know what it means to give in. There is no doubt that Jiangshi and Chiojia belong to this category. "Alright." Mo Xiao stood between the two and sighed. "We'll discuss this number later. Let's talk about where to hunt first." Chapter 11 Disagreement. Several people from Chiojia's side also pulled him to persuade him. I don't know what they said. He quickly suppressed his anger and sat back in his original position. Mo Xiao glanced at Jiangshi. He shrugged indifferently, put his hands in his jacket pockets, and sat down. He looked like he didn't take the other person seriously at all. "The small gymnasium is closer to the second canteen. I suggest going to the second canteen." Chiojia spoke first. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangshi couldn't help but sneer. Mo Xiao hit him hard in the ribs with his elbow, and he covered his mouth and lowered his head. Chiojia clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He continued to pretend to be calm and said, "The second canteen is divided into one underground floor and two above-ground floors. The upper two floors are cooked food, and the lower floor is a supermarket. If there is a chance, we can also successfully bring back many daily necessities. For example," Chiojia looked at Mo Xiao deliberately and smiled slightly, "menstrual products that are essential for girls." After saying this, the crowd burst into applause. As expected of Brother Jia, he really considers everything. I didn't realize it myself. Brother Jia is still the one who has a big picture view. Chiojia smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was just an ordinary plan, and everyone didn't need to be so exaggerated. Paper talk. At this moment, a low cold sneer came into the ears in an unharmonious way. Chiojia's smugness faded, and a few traces of anger crept up. "Tell me what you think." Mo Xiao put the hood behind Jiangshi on his head, while pressing one hand on his head. She looked at Chiojia and smiled euphemistically. "Senior's plan is good, but it may be difficult to implement." She considered. "When I came here last night, I passed by the second cafeteria and found that the floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides were broken, and many zombies poured in. And the entrance to the supermarket on the first floor is a little further inside. And there is only that one road. Once it is blocked by zombies, we have no way to escape." Mo Xiao smiled. "So we think that the risk is too great, and the second cafeteria may not be the best choice." Seeing that the girl opposite was very polite, Chiojia did not rush to deny it, but asked back, "Except for the second canteen, there are no large food storage points near our small gymnasium. Tell me, can you think of a better place than the second canteen?" This question has been discussed by Mo Xiao and her colleagues in the School of Computer Science. In the end, they came to the meeting with the people in the School of Software Engineering after reaching a consensus. So she spoke directly on behalf of everyone. "We think it's better to go to the pedestrian street near the dormitory building A." Ha ha. Many people on Chiojia's side laughed out loud. "Junior sister, we really don't mean to pick on you." Chiojia shrugged. "Do you know how far the pedestrian street over there in building A is from here? It takes at most 5 minutes to get to the second canteen from here. It will probably take at least 10 minutes to get to the pedestrian street. Are you kidding us? I think the School of Computer Science is deliberately looking for trouble." Some people in the School of Software Engineering were already dissatisfied and expressed their opposition to this proposal. "Calm down." Jiangqing snorted coldly and spoke. When he frowned, his nasolabial folds were very deep, and perhaps it was because he was particularly well known in the school, and had accumulated prestige for a long time. When he spoke, many people naturally shut up. Listen to what Mo Xiao has to say first, Jiang Qing said. Mo Xiao smiled gratefully at the teacher. He continued, although the pedestrian street is a little far away, it is divided into 3 floors. Each floor has 4 staircase exits, and it is very spacious and easy to escape. Based on the time of day, the flow of people there is far less than that of the second canteen, so it is relatively safer. And there are many choices of big and small roads to the pedestrian street, so you won't end up in a dead end because of panic. Most importantly, there is a big supermarket on the first floor of the pedestrian street, and there is also a bicycle store next to the supermarket. When we come back, we can carry more food by bicycle, which can also save a lot of time and increase the chance of safety. After this analysis, she has her reasons. However, many people from the School of Software are still hesitant. Junior, your suggestion is indeed good, but it takes at least 10 minutes to walk there, which is too dangerous. Xiaojia frowned. Yes, so I suggest that we go in batches. Mo Xiao said seriously, let's go with a few people first and bring back a lot of food and bicycles. As long as this is successful, it will be much more convenient to use bicycles next night. Considering so many people and so many mouths, Mo Xiao thinks this is the best solution. The only thing is that the first few people need to take a little risk. I still think it's better to go to the second canteen. Someone from the Software Institute whispered, the second canteen is so close. We can see it as soon as we get out of the door. As long as we don't go down to the basement, we can just grab the things and run. It shouldn't be a big problem. I agree. It takes more than 10 minutes to get to the pedestrian street in normal times. Now we have to hide here and there, and I'm afraid we'll have to spend more than half an hour on the road. There are too many variables. I think the risk is very high. I also vote for the second canteen. The zombies outside are not as stiff and slow as those in The Walking Dead. They run very fast. On the way to the second canteen, if we encounter danger, we can quickly run back to the small gymnasium. You're right. If there is an accident on the way to the pedestrian street, it will be a disaster. Mo Xiao's eyes swept across the group of people opposite. They were the lucky ones who successfully escaped the first wave of zombie outbreak. Most people had not left the gymnasium in the past few days, and their clothes were still clean. Compared with the invisible risk of going to the pedestrian street, they obviously preferred the visible second canteen. But the second canteen is not large, and the flow of people is large. Zombies will be infected as long as they are scratched. Do you all think you are a master of dodging? Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. Why don't you say that the road to the pedestrian street is still so far? The road to the pedestrian street is far, but there are many routes, and the road is very wide. Our campus is large, and the overall density of people on the road is not high. It was nighttime again, so if you try to avoid them, you have a high chance of being safe. Jiangxi and I have already tried it ourselves last night. TSK. In the end, you chose a way that you feel comfortable with. Don't be too selfish. Junior sister. Both sides struggled and quarreled. Xiaojia saw that everyone's emotions had almost dispersed. Looking at Mo Xiao, he smiled and said, since everyone agrees with my plan to go to the second cafeteria, the minority obeys the majority. So let's do it this way. Mo Xiao laughed out of anger. Anyway, I won't go to the second cafeteria, she said coldly. I also came into close contact with zombies when I left the dormitory building, and I don't think I have such a strong ability to dodge. As he said that, he picked up the baseball bat and walked towards the gathering area of the School of Accounting. I will go to the pedestrian street by myself. Wait for me. Jiangxi finally raised his head, put his hat back, and followed. Seeing that everyone in the School of Accounting left one after another, someone from the School of Software frowned and said, Brother Jia, look at this. These guys in the School of Accounting are used to enjoying the benefits of being the leader of the school. They have taken so many benefits from our school in the past. Now when they hear that they have to listen to our command, they immediately show their true colors and leave. It's really ridiculous. Don't worry about them. We are in large numbers, and we can do our own things. As a result, by the evening, the two sides could not agree on the same opinion. In the end, both sides planned to act separately according to their own plans. Chapter 12 Class Monitor. Have you eaten shit? Mo Xiao's team is still the 6-man team that was set before. The campus at night is not completely dark. There are still many places with light. Maybe it was because the incident happened suddenly that day, and the lights in some classrooms were not turned off, thanks to the overflowing light. So at night, many zombies will be attracted to those glowing places. On the road, a large and spacious area is naturally cleared. Follow me closely. Try to use the cover of tree trunks and grass to sneak. Pay attention to your feet. And don't make any noise. Jiangxi took the lead. And under the moonlight, his extremely light eyes looked particularly sharp. Mo Xiao followed closely behind him, carrying an empty bag and holding a baseball bat tightly at all times. Behind Mo Xiao was Chu Wenjie, who looked so calm that it didn't seem like he was out for the first time. It was hard to imagine a person like him screaming. Behind Chu Wenjie was Lu De. He was tall and fat, a little nervous, and couldn't help but grab the back of Chu Wenjie's clothes, almost strangling his neck. When Chu Wenjie looked over, Lu De smiled awkwardly and let go of his hand. I'm sorry, Master Chu. Lu De felt a little scared. Chu Wenjie was usually not sociable, had good grades, and wore glasses, which was similar to the image of a classic perverted killer in film and television dramas. Lu De was actually a little afraid of him. This time, Chu Wenjie rarely spoke 2 words. Follow closely. Oh. Lu De followed flattered. Zhao Peng behind him was much lighter, and his mouth kept talking like setting off firecrackers. But there was no sound. It seemed that moving his mouth like this could relieve his nervousness. Zhao Peng kept looking left and right, shrinking behind Lu De like a bird. The teacher Jiang Qing was the last. As a teacher, he had a heavy sense of responsibility and originally planned to lead the way. After all, this job was the most dangerous, and the teacher was still there. So how could he let the students rush to the front? But he was persuaded by Mo Xiao and others. Finally, he had to settle for the second best and chose the rear guard position. It must be said that Jiangxi's reliability in opening the way is still very high. He narrowly avoided a single wandering zombie several times by getting stuck in a blind spot. In such a dark environment, it is difficult for ordinary people to easily find it. Mo Xiao followed behind him, thinking that he had also come to the dormitory building to find her alone through the darkness before. She pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Thank you." Jiangxi looked back at her with a confused look on his face. Mo Xiao, do you have anything to ask of me again? No. Get out. When the 6-member team of the School of Accounting was moving steadily, the 12-member team from the Software Institute has arrived at the second canteen. There are floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides of the first floor, so the view is particularly good when dining. But now the glass is shattered all over the floor. Everyone is lying in the bushes outside the stairs of the second canteen. From this position, it is pitch black inside. It is impossible to see how many zombies there are inside the canteen. Brother Jie, what should we do? Should we just rush in? Brother Jie, I used to work part-time in the second canteen. The reserved food is usually stored in the warehouse. A boy shook a keychain in his hand. I have the key. Just then, a figure in front of him turned back in the dark. Brother Jie, I have inquired about it. There are not so many zombies in the lobby on the first floor. I counted them. There are only 5 or 6 in total. The guys from the School of Accounting are simply exaggerating. There are so many of us. 2 people can beat 1. And after that we can go to the warehouse to get food at leisure. Well done. Someone couldn't help laughing. When we carry the food back to the gymnasium, the people from the Institute of Accounting will probably still be trembling in the dark on the road. Fuck. The Institute of Accounting is so vicious. Deliberately saying more to scare us. Qiu Jia sneered. The world has changed. And it is understandable that some people can't wait to be the boss. Let's go. And we will settle accounts with them after we go back. At the same time, Mo Xiao and others who were heading to the pedestrian street were in trouble on the way. The shortcut they chose was very remote, and they even had to climb over a wall in the middle. According to the plan, they should have been able to pass unimpeded. Going here can save a lot of time. Unexpectedly, I found 2 zombies here. 1 male and 1 female. They just blocked this intersection. The 2 zombies turned back and forth here like ghosts. Why did this guy and girl come to this corner? Lu De smiled. And his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat meat, curved up. Is it something inside? Zhao Peng immediately understood, and also smiled and poked Lu De. Guess who is eating who? Lu De said seriously. This story teaches us that being single keeps you safe. Look at the neck. I bet it's a woman eating a man. Zhao Peng moved forward a little more. These 2 people are usually not serious. Now that they were joking, the tension was relieved. But don't forget that there was Teacher Jiang following behind. He pulled the two guys' heads back with a cold face. Be alert. Mo Xiao gently patted Jiangxi's shoulder in front of him, pointed at his bracelet, and turned it to alarm mode. You want to use the bracelet alarm to lure them away? Jiangxi put down the baseball bat he had just raised. Mo Xiao nodded. The bracelet alarm is very quiet and won't cause too much noise. It's just enough to lure them away. At least it's much quieter than hitting them directly with a baseball bat, she added. Jiangxi agreed. The few people slowly retreated and hid behind a protruding wall. Mo Xiao threw the bracelet out. And soon, the alarm rang. Two zombies wandering in the path came out one after another and ran towards the sound. When passing this wall, Luda couldn't hold it back and farted. The male zombie paused slightly and raised his head towards the wall. The skin on his face was like torn paper, with large pieces hanging down, revealing the scarlet flesh inside. His mouth and the entire triangle area of his nose were bitten to pieces. This pause was a bit long. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, especially Luda. He actually had more to fart. But Zhao Peng, who was frightened and about to cry, pressed his portable utility knife against his anus. And the threat was very obvious. Luda also knew that he had caused trouble. But people have 3 urgent needs, and he didn't do it on purpose. So his whole body was tense and his face was flushed. The female zombie had gone far away, and the bracelet alarm was still ringing softly. In order to avoid attracting more zombies, Mo Xiao didn't adjust it for long. The alarm will stop soon. Fortunately, the male zombie's face was severely bitten, and it seemed that his sense of smell was not very good. After a long pause, he was still attracted by the bracelet alarm outside. Huh? Seeing the two zombies leave one after another, Luda trembled all over and farted a few times. Fuck. Squad leader. Did you eat shit? Xiaopeng pinched his nose with one hand. His face turned blue, and he couldn't help but use his knee to push his thick fat buttocks. Mo Xiao fled away from here, followed Jiangxi to climb over the wall, and was a little glad that he didn't line up behind Luda. Chapter 13. Knock your head off. Climb over this wall. The distance that Mo Xiao and others had to travel to the pedestrian street was reduced by half. Jiang Qing said with emotion, when it comes to taking shortcuts, you students are still the best. We have to thank Brother Shi for this. He was the first to find it. When the school was closed before, we got takeout from here. Luda laughed and revealed everything. Zhao Peng hurriedly glanced at Jiang Qi's back and saw that he was still cautiously exploring the way and had no intention of pursuing the matter. He also smiled and agreed. If you want to say that Brother Shi could find this shortcut, you have to thank Xiao Mo. Mo Xiao looked back in confusion. Thank me? Why? You don't know yet? Zhao Peng rolled his eyes. Aren't you a tutor? One time you didn't come back very late, and the school was closed that day. So Brother Shi found this place. Mo Xiao opened her eyes wide. When Zhao Peng said this, she suddenly remembered. One time she came back late and caught the last subway. She had to walk back alone in the dark, and she was a little scared. Who knew that she would meet Jiangxi, who was drunk halfway? It was obvious that he had just finished hanging out with a bunch of bad friends. After all, they were classmates. Seeing him walking staggeringly and almost bumping into a tree, Mo Xiao had to reluctantly help him back to school. Wasn't he drinking and partying outside that day? Mo Xiao asked suspiciously. Poochie, did Brother Shi tell you that? Zhao Peng had a face full of laughter. He didn't go out until after 11 that night, and he came back in less than 30 minutes. Who did you drink with so quickly? Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows, looked at the back of Jiangxi, who was still concentrating on alert in front of him, and curled his lips. He took a step forward and whispered again, thank you, brother. Jiangxi looked back with a puzzled look. Mo Xiao, what do you need my help with today? Just tell me. Don't play dumb. It's scary. Mo Xiao's face immediately fell. Watch the road? Do you need to tell me that? Jiangxi raised his eyebrows, waved the baseball bat in his hand, and said in high spirits, God, Jiang is here. You just lie down behind him. Jiangxi's self-confidence is as thick as his face. However, he is quite reliable when doing serious things. Under his guidance, the journey was safe. The journey was even smoother than expected. Soon, they came to the pedestrian street near Building A. Building A is the dormitory for foreign students, with a quiet environment. It is basically single and double rooms. which is quieter than ordinary student dormitories. Moreover, at the time of the incident, most students gathered in the teaching building for classes, so the density of zombies here is obviously much lower. There are 6 entrances and exits on the first floor of the pedestrian street. Entering from the entrance on the left is the closest to the supermarket and bicycle store. However, when Mo Xiao and his friends reached the door, they found that the supermarket door was locked. The bicycle shop was wide open, and there was a zombie wandering inside. Mo Xiao recognized the zombie. He was the original owner of the bicycle shop, and Mo Xiao had bought an air pump from him. The old acquaintance appeared in front of him again in a terrifying zombie appearance, which was still a big shock. They hid in the entrance corridor. What should we do now? The supermarket door is locked. It must be the boss who closed it. How about we knock on the door? Lu De asked worriedly. Zhao Peng looked around restlessly, very nervous. Let's go quickly. There are so many bicycles lying there. We can each take one and ride away quickly. It's too dangerous to stay here for too long. The flesh on Luda's face wrinkled. But we haven't gotten food from the supermarket yet? How about breaking the glass door of the supermarket? No! Jiang Qing interrupted solemnly. Breaking the door will make too much noise, and will attract zombies from other places. And since the supermarket is locked, it proves that there are still people alive inside. Mo Xiao whispered. If we break the door, won't they lose their last barrier of protection? Everyone fell silent. Neither wanted to abandon morality nor return empty-handed. The problem is that the longer you stay here, the more dangerous it is. Wait a minute. Mo Xiao looked at the zombies wandering in the bicycle shop, blinked and said, I remember there is a small warehouse behind this car dealership, which is used to store some goods. Because the boss often stays overnight here, he has stored a lot of fast food. You know all this? Xiao Mo. Luda couldn't help but poked her with an elbow in surprise. Keep your voice down. Jiang Shi hit Luda's head. Mo Xiao touched his head and smiled awkwardly. I used to repair cars here, and the boss mentioned it when we were chatting. Then what are we waiting for? Like before, we will lead the owner of this car shop away first, and then we will rush in and close the door together. Lu De is already rubbing his hands and eager to try. Mo Xiao showed an embarrassed smile on his face and pointed to the zombie's waist. The key is on him. Everyone was startled and looked carefully. With the dim moonlight outside the window, they could barely catch a glimpse of the key chain hanging on his waist. They could also hear a slight metal collision. Fuck. Are we going to steal the keys from him? How can we do this? If we are scratched by a zombie, we will be poisoned. Zhao Peng rubbed his hands and pretended to be optimistic. Let's ride a few bicycles back first and come back tomorrow. Maybe the supermarket owner will open the door. Several people looked at him speechlessly. Zhao Peng smiled, touched his nose and said nothing. However, while Jiang Shi was on guard, he found that there seemed to be zombies wandering over at the end of the pedestrian street. He whispered, no time to think. Go into the bike shop first and close the door. Ah! Brother Shi. There's a zombie in there. Are we going to lock ourselves up with the zombie? Zhao Peng's exclamation hadn't finished yet. Mo Xiao and the others had already followed Jiang Shi closely, and the 5 of them moved very quickly. In just a few seconds, they all entered the bike shop. Zhao Peng had no choice but to crawl in. This bike shop is not big, and it has a rolling door. The first thing everyone did when they entered was to pull the door down. Luckily, of the 6 people who came, except Mo Xiao and Zhao Peng, the other 4 were very tall. The 4 of them pulled together very quickly, but the zombie inside was also startled at the same time. He grinned, as if he could see his stomach, and his lips and teeth were bloody. He rushed towards the people who were still pulling the door. Zhao Peng had just rolled in and hadn't realized what was happening. Only Mo Xiao was on guard. She looked at the familiar yet strange face rushing towards her, turned her back to the crowd, gritted her teeth and raised the baseball bat high. Swing forward heavily. Boom! The zombie was knocked to the side and happened to be tripped by a bicycle, overturning a row of bicycles and making a loud noise. Mo Xiao was startled, thinking about not making too much noise, and looked back worriedly. She found that the rolling door had been pulled down. She just breathed a sigh of relief. A gust of cold wind whistled past her ears. Jiang Shi had already hit the zombie, who stood up and rushed again with a stick. Mo Xiao, if you lose your focus next time, I will knock your dog head off before the zombie bites you. He glared at her angrily. Mo Xiao added another blow with a guilty conscience. Chapter 14 Classmates. Try to survive. 6 people came prepared to deal with a zombie. It was like closing the door and beating a dog. No matter how hard the skull was, it couldn't withstand this kind of blow. Soon, the zombie collapsed on the ground motionless. Dead? Dead? It was the first time for Zhao Peng to kill a zombie. Looking at the bloody back of the head on the ground, fear surged in his heart. His legs softened, and he sat on the ground. Chu Wenzi still had no expression on his face in the face of this scene, and there was no emotional fluctuation. He squatted down at the first time and took the key away. This psychological quality made Lu De and Zhao Peng envious. The car shop was not big, and the small door at the back was also clear at a glance. Chu Wenzi took the key, but did not rush to open the door. Instead, he looked at Mo Xiao and confirmed, "Xiao Mo? It's right there." Mo Xiao nodded. Chu Wenzi took the key and walked to the door. When he was about to open it, suddenly, he slightly turned sideways and pulled a distance away, and then prepared to open the door. Mo Xiao nodded to him, staring at the door, and quietly raised the baseball bat. Voila! As soon as the door opened, something seemed to flash inside. Lu De shivered with fear, shouted loudly, and was about to smash it with the bat. Wait a minute. Mo Xiao hurriedly held his arm. It's a child. What? Lu De hurriedly put down the baseball bat. Sure enough, I saw a little girl in a red polka dot skirt squatting at the door. She looked about 5 or 6 years old. She stared at the man lying on the ground with her big black and white eyes. Dad? Dad? She called softly. But the man looked miserable at the moment. The back of his head was almost sunken, and blood and flesh were all over the ground. Anyone knew that he was definitely not alive. The little girl pouted and ran to the man and squatted down. She carefully pulled his sleeve. With tears in her eyes, Dad, wake up. The light of the bicycle shop was so white that it fell on the glaring red, and the contrast was even more vivid. Several people watched in silence. Mo Xiao subconsciously blocked the baseball bat and faced the little girl's gaze, feeling a little helpless. Why did you hit my dad? The little girl raised her head and finally cried out. Another silence. Teacher Jiang Qing, who was already over 50 years old and always stubborn, even had a slight tremor in her hands. Mo Xiao avoided her sight. His peripheral vision swept to the small warehouse behind him. The little girl came out from inside. The owner of the car shop must have known that he had a problem, so he deliberately locked her in. But the owner did not dare to lock the roller shutter door outside, hoping that his daughter could be rescued one day. That's why Mo Xiao and the others took advantage of the situation. Poor parents. But all this, as well as this world that suddenly became cruel and cold. Even adults like Mo Xiao were still confused. How could they explain it clearly to a child who was only 5 or 6 years old? In her eyes, they were the bad guys who killed her father. And the baseball bat in her hand, which was still dripping with blood, was the murder weapon that was obvious at a glance. Facing the childish crying, questioning and accusation of a little child, the 6 adults present were speechless. Even Lu De and Zhao Peng couldn't help crying together. For the first time in 3 days, Mo Xiao felt an unspeakable sadness. Finally, Jiang Qing, who was a teacher and had children, stepped forward, squatted in front of the little girl, and explained to her in a soft voice. Mo Xiao listened and found that Jiang Qing, who was always regarded as an antique by everyone, actually made up an absurd reason. That is, the man lying on the ground was not her father, but a monster. This world suddenly has many monsters that have transformed into our closest people. We must defeat them to find our real relatives. The story outline is just like a cartoon for children, which is more mysterious than Ultramen fighting monsters. But maybe Jiang Qing's tone was too kind. The little girl resisted and struggled at the beginning, but in the end, she actually believed it. She was crying so hard that she was still thinking about her relatives in her dreams. But she chose to believe such a bizarre story in the end. Jiang Qing patted the little girl's back and picked her up. When she looked back, her face returned to its usual coldness. Count the food, and we'll take Duo Duo back with us. Duo Duo was the little girl's name. It was also a coincidence that her father had the same surname as Jiang Qing, so the little girl was also called Jiang Duo Duo. He picked a bicycle with better performance and tied the sleeping Jiang Duo Duo to sit in front of him. This undoubtedly increased his burden of escape. Teacher Jiang, let me carry her. I have good physical strength and skills. Jiang, she said worriedly. Jiang Qing waved her hand. She'd lost her father. I am a father now, so I should take responsibility. From today on, I am her father. Teacher Jiang. Luda wiped his tears. Let me carry you. I am strong. Classmates. Jiang Qing looked serious, but his eyes became much softer. I'm sorry. As a teacher, I failed to protect you. But as a father, please allow me to protect my children. Maybe there will be many dangerous things in this world in the future. No matter what happens in the future, you must remember to try to live. He looked at Xiao Peng, who was crying, and laughed. You don't have to blame yourself for what happened today. With the teacher leading the team, how can you guys be responsible? Luckily, 2 boxes of instant noodles, a box of self-heating hot pot, and some ham sausage, chocolate snacks, and desserts were found in the small warehouse. The former may be prepared by the store owner for himself. The latter may be prepared for his daughter. After these were separated and stored, the backpacks of 5 students were just full. Ready. I'll open the door. Jiangxi turned off the light, lay on the ground, and pulled up the rolling door little by little. The movement just now attracted some zombies wandering outside the door. Fortunately, they now have bicycles, and they can ride out at full speed, which will be faster than the running speed of the zombies, taking advantage of the cover of night. As long as they get rid of them, they can return safely. Why is the zombies' vision so bad at night? Mo Xiao thought it might be related to their red eyes. It was hard to come here, but it was much lighter and faster to go out because of the bicycle. There was no accident this time. In less than 10 minutes, they returned to the small gymnasium. Xiao Mo, you are finally back. Mo Xiao was hugged by Li Pingping as soon as she entered the door. She raised her hand and touched Li Pingping's face, and felt tears on her hand. At this time, the gymnasium door closed and the lights turned on again. She noticed that the atmosphere in the room was very strange. Many people were crying. On the other hand, many familiar friends in the school of planning showed a relieved expression when they saw her and others coming back. What's wrong? Mo Xiao frowned and wiped Li Pingping's tears with her fingers. What happened? Chapter 15. Students from the 2 colleges fought. Li Pingping wanted to say something but stopped. Mo Xiao had already glanced at the people from the School of Software at the first time. She was shocked and narrowed her eyes. Only 2 people from Qiu Jia's team of 12 came back alive? No wonder the atmosphere in the small gymnasium was so low. The casualties on the other side were so heavy this time. Mo Xiao couldn't feel the joy of his plan being confirmed at all. I know. No need to say more. Mo Xiao patted Li Pingping's head, walked to the gathering place of the School of Accounting, and took off his backpack. Everyone from the School of Accounting gathered around. The atmosphere of panic and fear just now was much lessened because Mo Xiao and others returned with a full load. Teacher Jiang, why did you bring a child back? Shushi fell asleep. Oh, sorry. Everyone keep your voice down. Everyone focused their attention on the backpacks of Mo Xiao and the other 5 people again, especially Zhao Peng and Luda, who shook the zippers proudly, looking like heroes, and poured out a bunch of food. 5 full backpacks of food. Enough for so many people in the School of Accounting. Everyone smiled. Mo Xiao took a few more for Gao Yu. The food you brought before was confiscated. This is your compensation. Thank you, senior sister. Gao Yu raised her head, grabbed her hand, and smiled gratefully. Mo Xiao nodded and pulled his hand out. Although she seemed to be a peacemaker in her previous cooperation with Qiu Jia and others, Mo Xiao was actually very clear about making friends. If she liked someone, she liked him. If she didn't like someone, she wouldn't be impatient to flatter him. Perhaps it was because she had been doing business with her parents since she was a child, and had lived through hard times, and had seen a lot of the fireworks and warmth of the market. Her parents didn't give her a rich environment to grow up in, but they taught her to be an upright, resolute and courageous person. Obviously, from the very beginning, Gao Yu secretly hid behind her, but didn't remind her, but wanted to use her to escape from the dormitory building. Mo Xiao didn't have a good impression of the other party, although the other party did not do anything out of the ordinary later. But Mo Xiao always kept a distance from people like her. Gao Yu noticed Mo Xiao's business-like aloofness, and tactfully did not say anything more. What are you doing? Jiang, she grabbed Mo Xiao's hand that was filled with more food. Mo Xiao pouted at the people from the Soft Academy who were looking at this side eagerly. They didn't get any food back, and they have been hungry for a long time. They should eat something. But Jiang, she did not let go. His eyebrows were slightly drooping. And he looked at Mo Xiao and said coldly, Mo Xiao, you are not a savior. And they are all adults with hands and feet. Mo Xiao was silent for a moment. The students from the Soft Academy, who were looking at this side eagerly, were already disappointed. Senior Chiu, didn't you boast that you would bring back more food than the other party? We gave you all the food yesterday. But we didn't eat a single bite. In the end, you and Fan Mingming returned empty-handed. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Someone from the Software Institute suddenly said something sour. Xiujia looked very unhappy since he came back, sitting alone. And Fan Mingming sat in a deeper corner with his knees hugged, his head down and motionless. The pressure on both of them was very low. When this person spoke, everyone's tired, hungry, angry and panicked emotions seemed to have found a place to vent. Yes, Xiujia. Everyone also trusted you to be the commander. But things went so wrong. And you want to shrink and pretend nothing happened? Everyone. Don't be like this. So many people died? I don't think Senior Chiu and the others wanted to. Haha. If he wasn't so arrogant, how many people would have died? Yes. Look at the people from the School of Accounting across the street. Aren't they all alive and kicking? They even brought back so much food. If they had listened to the School of Accounting earlier, they wouldn't be like this now. You and I were talking one after another. The voices of condemnation were getting louder and louder. Xiujia stood up suddenly, looked back at everyone's faces and sneered. Are you holding me responsible now? Why don't you go out? Are you hungry? Then go out and beg for food. Xiujia. What do you mean by that? Don't forget that you ate all the food yesterday. Did you eat it for free? Isn't it normal for people who eat to do some work? Who knew you were so useless? You might as well listen to the School of Accounting. Xiujia took a deep breath and kicked a basketball hard. He said angrily, don't forget. None of you stood up to oppose our software department's plan yesterday. Didn't you praise me for being thoughtful yesterday? Xiujia pointed at a girl and sneered. And you? Didn't you also mock the group of people from the accounting department yesterday? He laughed loudly and kicked the rebounded basketball hard again, making a huge noise in the gymnasium. There were already zombies outside the door attracted by the noise, banging on the door and roaring. Are you just jealous of the food in the accounting department? Xiujia raised a sarcastic smile at the corner of his lips. Go and rob. If you don't dare to go out, you will dare to rob inside. Right? You want to save face but suffer in life. Aren't you waiting for me to say the word rob? What are you talking about? Someone subconsciously retorted. But Xiujia's eyes swept over, and many people began to flicker. They have been hungry for nearly 4 days. Although they are not short of water, it is very unbearable to not eat for a long time. As soon as the word rob came out, it was like opening Pandora's box. After struggling in their hearts, many people looked at the Institute of Accounting and slowly stood up. People have the herd effect and are best at hiding themselves in the group. As long as 1, 2, or 3 people stand up to do something, it is easy for the 4th, 5th, and countless others to appear. There are nearly 100 people in the School of Software, and most of them stood up with bad eyes. They gathered and walked towards the School of Computer Science. With such a big commotion, the students in the School of Computer Science naturally noticed it. Some of them stopped eating and stuffed the food behind their backs, trying to hide it. Some simply patted their chests and swallowed it in one gulp without chewing. Anyway, as long as it is eaten, it is theirs. Others looked at the crowd of people who came with bad intentions, stood up angrily, and even clenched their weapons. Hey! What do you want to do? Classmates, don't be impulsive. We are all alumni. So let's talk it out. We are all alumni. They are enjoying a good life over there, while we are starving here. It doesn't make sense. Right, teacher? The food here is earned by our students in the School of Computer Science. You are useless in the School of Software Engineering. Can you blame others? Who the hell are you calling useless? Before Mo Xiao even had time to put down the food, the conflict between the two sides had already escalated in a series of words. Soon the scene was in chaos. The cries and shouts were deafening. Those who were still rational and didn't want to participate in the battle were forced to participate in the fight in the chaos of grabbing or being robbed. The whole small gymnasium was in chaos because of humans themselves. Chapter 16 Xiao Mo. Look at that person. Be careful. Jiangxi pulled Mo Xiao to the edge and avoided a basketball that was thrown at him. The situation was completely out of control now, although people kept crying and shouting. Stop fighting. But all these voices were covered by the noise of fighting. Even some people who had been neutral took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters, secretly picking up the food that fell on the ground and hiding it. Emo Xiao looked at the plastic bag in her hand. It contained a bunch of chocolates that she was just going to give over. At this time, holding such a large pile of food so blatantly was simply attracting fire. Many people who were starving had already noticed her, and Jiangxi with red eyes. She used her sleeves to cover her mouth and quickly grabbed a handful. Then she threw the plastic bag far away. Countless chocolates were scattered all over the ground like flowers from heaven. The students who were quite respectable a few days ago now swarmed over like wolves coming down the mountain to hunt. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Jiang Qing shouted loudly in the chaotic crowd. The two surviving female teachers of the School of Software also ran to persuade them. But the teacher's dignity. In such a hot-headed moment. Who cares? Several teachers and some neutral pacifists shouted until their voices were hoarse. But it was no use. Until the visible food had been snatched away. The fighting gradually became quieter. The two large camps gradually split. Several large and small groups were formed. They were no longer divided by college, but by class or familiar friends. Emo Zhao's class also gathered separately. Even among the same college, there were many crazy and militant elements, which made everyone start to distrust each other. After the riot just now, several students were bleeding on the ground, struggling and groaning on the ground, unable to get up. Various sports equipment and facilities were scattered all over the ground. Jiang Qing put Jiang Duo with Emo Xiao and his classmates in Sinan 1 class, asking them to take care of her temporarily. He went to help the injured students. Li Pingping and others couldn't bear to see this and wanted to help. But Tanya stopped her. Tanya's long hair was already greasy, and she tied it into a low ponytail. Her clothes were torn in several places, making her look a bit sloppy. She was the shortest and thinnest girl in Emo Zhao's dormitory. But she was also the girl with the strongest and calmest personality. Therefore, Li Pingping always had an inexplicable sense of conviction in her. As soon as Tanya stopped her, she stopped moving immediately. What's wrong? Sister Ya? Emo Xiao knew that Tanya was not someone who would easily make a fuss. So he walked over and asked, Xiao Emo, look at that person. Tanya pointed to a boy in the opposite corner who was hugging his knees, lowering his head and not moving. That is. Emo Xiao narrowed his eyes. Fan Mingming? He went out with Qiu Jia and the others to find food in the second canteen. And he was the only one who survived. However, perhaps the shock he just received was too great. He has been staying motionless since he came back. When everyone was fighting and scrambling for food, he did not raise his head. Do you think his condition is a little bit wrong? He has been covering his right ankle, Tanya asked. Emo Xiao looked at Tanya's suspicious eyes, and suddenly realized, and asked hurriedly, didn't they take off their clothes to check their injuries when they came back? Tanya shook her head. The atmosphere at that time. They almost fought among themselves. And it was not easy for us from the School of Planning to intervene. Emo Zhao's expression tightened, gripping the baseball bat tightly. She was about to walk towards Fan Mingming. She suspected that Fan Mingming was scratched by a zombie during the previous hunting operation, but concealed it and did not report it. If he was bitten by a zombie, after such a long time, he should have turned into a zombie. But if it was just a scratch, the incubation period would be different depending on the size and location of the wound. Fan Mingming and his friends have been back for at least half an hour. If he is really infected, this originally safe little gymnasium will undoubtedly become dangerous. Ah! What are you doing? A girl's scream suddenly sounded. Fuck. Fan Mingming. What are you doing? Let her go. Shit. You still bite me? Ah. Don't push him towards me. Fuck. Why are you pushing him towards me? Damn. Before Emo Xiao could step over, something happened over there. All the students stand back to back in a circle. Don't run around. Jiangxi led everyone back and raised the baseball bat. The incident happened suddenly. Just a short moment. Several people were bitten without any preparation. There were a lot of people over there. A zombie was suddenly released, and everyone was caught off guard and in a mess. Everyone wanted to get away from that place as soon as possible. Squeezed together, and even a stampede occurred. At this time, the two people who were bitten first also quickly got angry. This zombie virus is transmitted most quickly through bites, especially after biting the neck, through the aorta, The bitten person will be transformed into a zombie at a very fast speed. Quick! Everyone go over there and turn your back to the wall. Jiangqing had no choice but to give up rescuing her classmates. Instead, she ran over immediately, picked up Jiang Duoduo, and followed the students of Exile in Class 1 to stand guard with their backs to the wall. After the first wave of helplessness, everyone learned to pick up weapons and fight. After all, there were many people, and the source of danger was quickly resolved. However, after killing several obviously zombie-like ones, it became uncertain whether there were still people infected in the riot just now. Everyone looked at each other. Their eyes flickered, and they were very wary of the people around them. Obviously, there were several disturbances. The trust between the people once again dropped to the lowest point. Whoever is injured, stand up. Go out consciously. Someone shouted loudly. Yes, don't be too selfish. Because of you, everyone is in danger. Everyone echoed. Then, in the silence of everyone, many students began to report each other. I saw Li Gu's arm was wounded. Bullshit! I was accidentally scratched by the steel bar next to me. You are the one. Your knee is bleeding. My knee was injured in the fight just now. Not by the zombies. Who saw it? You said it was in the fight. So it was in the fight? What if you are lying? It just so happened that there was a group fight just before. So everyone in the crowd had more or less injuries. For a while, more and more people reported it. Everyone knew that it was just a short commotion just now, and it was impossible for so many people to come. But no one was willing to take this risk. The students in Exile in Class 1 were far away just now, so they were lucky not to participate in this wave of mutual questioning. Alas, as the class monitor, Luda sighed at this time, looking at the only 12 people left in his class, and said, "Everyone, we must all be fine." Chapter 17 in life. There are things you should do, and things you shouldn't do. Don't give up hope. Don't give up your perseverance as a civilized and kind person. Luda stretched out a hand with the back of his hand facing up. He looked at everyone with red eyes, and a bit of pleading. Everyone had a complicated expression. After several waves of turmoil, everyone became more and more aware that the world now is completely different from before. It's not just that there is a virus outside that can turn people into man-eating monsters. Even for the people inside them, a certain standard called order and bottom line has collapsed again and again. With the internet disconnected, they were trapped in the school and knew nothing about the outside world. What if we can't wait for rescue? Is the world really going to end? Will human civilization continue to exist in the end of the world? If we can't even fill our stomachs? If we have to watch our relatives and friends die tragically in front of us? What else can humans hold on to? Almost at the same time, this doubt emerged in everyone's mind. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the trembling back of Luda's hand, and their eyes became red one after another. Everyone knew that the squad leader's so-called good did not just refer to being alive. Mo Xiao pursed his lips and wiped his eyes. With a slight smile, he put his hand on the back of his hand and encouraged, "Okay. I believe that as long as we don't give up first, the country will not abandon us." Jiangxi secretly glanced at her and smiled softly, without arguing. Instead, he put his hand on her and patted her gently. "I will live well, so that I can go back to see my parents." Li Pingping put her hand on her with tears. In life, there are things you should do, and things you shouldn't do. Tongya sneered and put her hand on the back of Li Pingping's hand. Zhao Peng was scratching his head and struggling for a while. Seeing Tongya's move, he didn't hesitate for a moment, and he smiled and put his hand on hers. Next, Zhang Yuming, Zhang Jie, Gui Chuchu and others also put their hands on each other. Even Gao Yu, a freshman girl from the art academy, who was mixed in their class. He also put his hand on the top. In the end, only Chu Wenzhe was still standing against the wall, without moving. Although he has always been a marginal person in the class, who doesn't fit in. But I didn't expect that at this time when cohesion is needed. He still behaved like this. Lu De winked at him and hinted repeatedly. But Chu Wenzhe still didn't move. Instead, he looked up at him and analyzed calmly. The more firmly you say something uncertain, the more likely it is a lie. After that, he no longer paid attention to everyone, but sat against the wall and closed his eyes to rest, leaving Lu De awkwardly looking at each other with everyone. He hurriedly smiled and said, in short, keep going." Everyone pressed their folded hands down and then spread them apart. Jiangxi laughed so hard that he covered his stomach. and teased Mo Xiao. It's amazing that you can get along with him. Ha ha ha. He was really curious. In his opinion, Mo Xiao was a warm-hearted, simple-minded fool since he was a child. When they were in the 3rd grade of elementary school, their class had a big cleaning. The girls were all doing some work such as cleaning windows and blackboards or sweeping the floor. Only Mo Xiao, a boy in the class, said that the water supply on the 3rd floor was cut off, and asked her to go to the 1st floor to fetch 2 buckets of water for them. In fact, the head teacher had already prepared water in the utility room of the class. The boy teased Mo Xiao because he liked her a little. Jiangxi knew about it at the time, but because he had just had a fight with Mo Xiao in the community playground not long ago, which made him lose face in front of the children in the community, he was still angry. He deliberately didn't say it out loud, wanting to make fun of Mo Xiao, who knew that the girl, who was only 8 years old at the time, actually obediently took a big bucket in each hand. Like a strong man, she ran to the bottom of the 3rd floor and brought up 2 full buckets of water. The thin iron pull ring made the girl's tender palms red, but she didn't complain. The male classmates who were watching the excitement were stunned. The boy who teased her blushed, but felt embarrassed. He took the bucket and thanked her repeatedly. Mo Xiao, who was kept in the dark, turned around to comfort him, saying that it was just a small favor. For some reason, this scene made the young Jiangxi feel very uncomfortable. In the end, he blocked the boy in the alley and beat him up. Recalling the past, and thinking of Chu Wen's cold personality, how could Mo Xiao get along with him? Jiangxi couldn't help but sneer again. Mo Xiao poked him with an elbow with a stinky face. I'm a very upright person. Okay? Oh! Jiangxi's face immediately turned cold. I'm afraid of your brain. Don't let it be sold by others, and count money for others. What's wrong with my brain? Mo Xiao hated him the most when he despised his IQ. She has always been an excellent student since she was a child. But because she had many chores, she did not have such a good learning environment and conditions. So every time she was in the same class with Jiangxi, she always ranked 2nd. This has been a headache for Mo Xiao for many years. Originally, he thought that he would be fine after going to junior high school, but he did not expect that they would be in the same class in junior high school. He thought that he would be fine after going to junior high school and high school, but they were divided into classes according to grades in high school, and they were in the same school and class again. The worst thing is that Jiangxi, who was supposed to study abroad according to his family's arrangement, actually stayed in China to go to college, and he was in the same class with him. Mo Xiao has been holding this breath for more than 10 years. This is also the main reason why she has been arguing with Jiangxi for so many years. It would be fine if she didn't mention this matter. Once she mentioned it, Mo Xiao's anger would rise. She couldn't help but raise her leg and kick Jiangxi away from her. Sit farther away. Stay alert. The commotion in the area of the soft courtyard has gradually subsided. After all, one person is implicated, and there are too many people with injuries. They can't drive everyone out. Everyone has to sit separately, guarding against people close to them like thieves. And their expressions are always tense. Some people can't stand this atmosphere. They feel isolated and helpless, and have no relatives. She was already hugging her knees and sobbing. Just then, there was a sudden ups and downs of cell phone vibration in the venue. Everyone looked up suddenly, confused at first, then overjoyed. There's a signal? College students bring cell phones, data cables, power banks to class, and even for students in the School of Computer Science and the School of Software Engineering, it is normal to bring computers. So if the power is not cut off, everyone's cell phones are basically not short of power. Everyone took out their cell phones tremblingly and swiped the screen. One after another, text messages from the outside world came, like angel pigeons. Even if they haven't read the content clearly, the students who have been in a closed and desperate environment for several days have been moved to tears. Mo shouted the same. He took out his cell phone and unlocked it with his fingerprint. He didn't read the push news. Instead, he immediately found his mother's phone number and dialed it. Chapter 18 Parents Talking. She held her breath. She seemed to be able to hear the violent beating of her own heart. She felt that every second of the missed call was an unprecedented torture. Hello. Xiao Xiao. It's our Xiao Xiao. A hoarse and familiar female voice came into her ears through the receiver of the mobile phone. The tone was trembling, and the eagerness and surprise were beyond words. Mo Xiao's eyes suddenly became wet. She lowered her head and said softly, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. "Mom, it's me. Are you and my dad okay?" But she only heard the mothers crying on the other end of the phone that could no longer be suppressed. A woman in her 40s or 50s who had experienced wind, frost, snow and rain cried like a child who had been lost and found. "Xiao Xiao. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. My child is fine. Why are you crying? Let me listen to the phone." A male voice with a heavy nasal tone came from the receiver. "What are you grabbing? What's wrong with crying? Aren't you crying anymore? Okay. I won't grab it." Speaker. Press speaker. Hearing the argument on the other side, Mo Xiao laughed. Her mother Zhang Mei and father Mo Yuanping usually quarreled after just 3 words. Many relatives, friends and neighbors thought that they would not last long. Who would have thought that the two of them would support each other all the way from the poor and supportive, and still stay together today? Mo Xiao is their daughter, and she has a deep understanding of the relationship between the couple. They just had a small quarrel, but they never really got angry over the years. The warmth and coldness of people's hearts can be seen in the long run, thanks to the harmonious and loving family environment. Mo Xiao has always been a positive and sunny person with positive energy. Whenever she was wronged or encountered hardships outside, she just thought of her parents, who always believed in and supported her. Thinking of the warmth of home, strength began to flow from her heart. It seemed that no matter what difficult moment she encountered, she could get through it. Mo Xiao couldn't help but hold the phone tightly. She must go back alive. After a sound of clothes rubbing against each other, the ambient sound on the other side soon became clearer. The speakerphone should be on. Mo Yuanping couldn't help but babble, "Xiao Xiao. What's going on outside? Many people in our community are sick and biting people randomly. The Chuyang municipal government asked everyone to stay at home for quarantine. Your mother and I haven't gone out for several days. Fortunately, our family has sufficient food reserves. If we save some food, we can eat for a long time." And, before Mo Yuanping finished speaking, he was slapped by Zhang Mei. "Hey, why do you always say these nonsense?" Then Zhang Mei's anxious voice, "Xiao Xiao. I couldn't get through to you before. Is your school okay? Is there anyone who is sick? The news said that Donghu City couldn't contact the whole city because of something. And I don't understand those professional terms." The two of them talked back and forth, pouring out words one by one like pouring beans. Some were concerned, some were asking questions, and some were explaining the situation on their side. Mo Xiao thought about it, took out the Bluetooth headset and put it on. She sorted out the findings and conjectures about zombies in the memo in the past few days. She copied and sent it through the family group. Then, she told her parents to read it carefully. Then she asked about the situation in the community in detail. She learned that her parents had been obediently staying at home, had not gone out, and were not injured. "I heard that the internet in Chuyang City has not been disconnected these days, and the government's basic control capabilities are still there." Mo Xiao was slightly relieved and told them not to go out no matter what happened. She said she would definitely go back to find them. While talking to her parents, she switched her phone page to the news information channel and some real-time platforms. She found that the term #zombie topped the list. There were many other related terms. #end of the world survival tutorial. #global fall. #unprecedented solar storm caused electromagnetic paralysis in 168 cities. #distribution map of major emergency shelters across the country. #end of the world emergency radio frequency list. Mo Xiao glanced at it quickly. She was afraid that the signal would be interrupted again. So while there was a network and signal now, Mo Xiao did not indulge in the joy and communication of knowing that her parents were safe. Instead, she quickly saved a bunch of useful data, maps and knowledge. She said she must go back to find her parents. She had to be prepared for a protracted war. What if this disaster lasted for a long time? What if she didn't get rescued? What if she had to cross 2 dangerous cities alone? She had to consider the worst-case scenario. Any promise that didn't match her strength was empty talk. Children of poor families grow up early, and Mo Xiao knew it well. Therefore, she has been a practical person since she was a child. During this period, she took the time to look up and glanced. She found that the atmosphere in the gymnasium was no longer as depressing as before. Perhaps because of the sudden access to the internet. Everyone who was isolated from the world suddenly regained some dignity as civilized people. Everyone was urgently contacting their parents and relatives. or absorbing information and knowledge from the outside world through major online information platforms. The entire gymnasium was filled with crying sounds of varying degrees. However, some were crying with joy, while others were crying with grief. While waiting for the background to download, Mo Xiao continued to swipe the screen to follow the public opinion online while chatting with his parents. The internet said that this was a virus crisis caused by a solar storm. It was said that it carried an unknown virus in the universe. As a result, the weakest part of the resistance was infected and mutated first through air contact. Of course, because the characteristics of the infected group were extremely similar to the zombies in the American TV series The Walking Dead. Therefore, the internet gradually unified the name and called them zombies. However, zombies in reality move more quickly. Of course, the speed and pattern of virus transmission are also different from those in movies and TV shows. Obviously, the difficulty of survival is not of the same order of magnitude. Moreover, the population density in Dragon Country is much higher than those in Western countries. Everyone was actively analyzing and discussing. As they were talking, someone went off topic. Many people wailed, asking why no one had evolved superpowers or something like that, and whether they had all hidden secretly. This was obviously because they had read too many doomsday novels. In addition, many compatriots who had successfully moved into the emergency shelters arranged by the government sent out photos to encourage everyone. Mo Xiao paid special attention to those emergency shelters. I heard that the government and the military have been actively doing rescue work since the beginning of the disaster. There are many such emergency shelters in major cities across the country. Many compatriots who have already been in emergency shelters have sent some photos and text messages. Mo Xiao compared them one by one and found that there was only no information about the Nutaling emergency shelter in Donghu City that she had listened to before. But strangely, in the entry #National Major Emergency Shelters, there was a long list. Mo Xiao clearly saw the words Nutaling Emergency Shelter in Donghu City in it. Chapter 19 Two Hells inside and outside the gate. Is it because that place was also without signal before, so no one posted a message online? Thinking of this guess, Mo Xiao suddenly realized that the degree of signal pollution to the world caused by this solar storm was much deeper than he had imagined. Even the place where the military was stationed was like this. You know, the military's communication equipment is much stronger than ordinary civilian equipment. Donghu City is a well-known super first-tier city in the country. If there's a problem in Donghu City, the country must be the first to rescue it. Perhaps the signal can be restored this time, which is the result of the country's emergency repair. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that the news said that according to observations, the solar storm has not completely ended. And with Dragon Country's world-leading technology, it took 4 or 5 days to restore communications in Donghu City. This caused Mo Xiao to worry again. Dragon Country is very large and has the largest population in the world. If such a disaster occurs on a large scale across the country's rescue force may not be enough. This means that for most people, they have to grit their teeth and hold on for a while before they can wait for rescue. And the waiting time depends on luck. It can be long or short. This is a calculation based on the current situation. But if the disasters brought by nature are likely to continue to worsen, it will be even more difficult to say. This can be seen from the fact that some of the online accounts that were relatively active in the early stage have lost contact in the last 2 days. It is possible that the area where they are located has also lost the signal due to the impact of the subsequent solar storm. It is also possible that the person under the skin of the account has died. Although people continue to leave messages, call, care, and inquire under the account. But those accounts have no signs of going online again. Thinking of this, thinking of Chuyang City, which is relatively well off at present, Mo Xiao couldn't help but remind his parents of some things that might happen in the future, so that they can be mentally prepared in advance. Zhang Mei and Mo Yuanping are very dependent on their daughter. In their eyes, Mo Xiao has been a girl with her own ideas since she was a child. She has been more obedient and sensible than her peers since she was a child. She not only helps her parents take care of the business and work, even her academic performance is the best in the Mo family for generations. When she was admitted to Donghu University, Mo Yuanping was so excited that he took Zhang Mei back to his hometown with trillions of paper money, and spent 3 days to visit all the ancestral graves in several mountains. Not to mention how proud he was. So Mo Xiao's words have always been very important in the Mo family. She had just finished the last few sentences. The lights in the entire gymnasium suddenly flashed, and the whole venue fell into darkness. Ah! Who turned off the lights? What happened? Why is there a power outage? There were exclamations and curses one after another. But soon, the lights came back on. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, they realized that they were too happy too early, because the lights in the gymnasium began to flicker. And at the same time, everyone found that their mobile phone signals were intermittent. Even the surrounding metal frames were shaking slightly. Damn it. Mo Xiao realized that something was wrong and instantly turned off his phone and wrapped it with clothes. At the same time, he shouted to everyone, "Get out of the light." After all, everyone in the gymnasium was an engineering student studying at a prestigious university. They are all winners who defeated thousands of troops and crossed the single-plank bridge to Donghu University during the college entrance examination. Although some absurd behaviors occurred before due to personal character and acceptance. But everyone's knowledge inventory and basic IQ are still there, combined with the current situation. And then heard Mo Zhao's reminder. Many people reacted instantly and stayed away from dangerous areas such as light tubes and metal racks at the first time. There is no doubt that what is happening now must be affected by the solar storm. And judging from the situation, this round of solar storm is still very strong. Under normal conditions, solar storms may only destroy communication satellites and affect the communication of electronic equipment. But if the solar storm is very strong, it is possible to damage the hardware itself. It's just that the latter situation is very rare. But even the zombie apocalypse has come out. Who dares to say that this is not one of the very rare situations? Almost when the students of Senang Class 1 gathered again and huddled in the corner, there were only a few bangs. Several lights in the gymnasium exploded at the same time, and fragments fell to the ground. The gymnasium fell into darkness in an instant. At the same time, many metal products ignited the dazzling light of fireworks and collapsed, fell, and the screams of the crowd. What's going on? My phone, ah! My hand? Fuck. It's so hot. The darkness aroused human fear to the extreme. The scene fell into chaos again. At this moment, a shrill scream broke out in the crowd. All the people who were in panic because of the power outage and the internet suddenly became quiet. The blood-sucking and gnawing sounds were particularly terrifying in the dark, and the hearing was amplified. Everyone realized that someone in the group who was scratched before must have started to have an attack. If the lights were still on in the small gymnasium, everyone could still avoid and cooperate with each other. But now all the lighting systems were destroyed. Even most of the mobile phones were burned. There were only a few mobile phones that were lucky enough to escape the storm. They turned on the flashlight and emitted sparse spots of light. However, this brightness was not enough. Especially when the white light occasionally swept across the bloody zombies' faces. It aggravated people's panic. Screams, fleeing, and crying echoed throughout the gymnasium. Some were bitten by zombies. Some fell down by themselves. And some were trampled by their companions. Darkness and chaos will cover up all ugliness. This group of students, who have not really entered society. In an instant, they fell from the ladder of hope of great joy and fell straight into the state of despair of great sorrow. Quick! Open the door! Open the door! No! Can't open. There are zombies outside. Absolutely can't open. Ah, help! Who is biting me? Help! Help me! Whoa, help me! You! Don't come over here. I don't want to die. Don't come over here. Mo Xiao took a deep breath. Zipped up. Put on her hat. Held the baseball bat tightly. And crouched down quietly. Let go! She whispered to Jiang Shi on the left. Mo Xiao's left wrist was tightly grasped. Don't go! Jiang Shi's voice was very cold. It's too dark. You can't tell friend from foe. You can't kill them all. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that someone finally collapsed. Rushed to the gate of the gymnasium. And quietly opened the door. The screams and cries inside the door were so loud that many zombies had already gathered outside. When people are trapped in a confined space, they always instinctively want to run out. It seems that the door is the only obstacle blocking their survival. Little do they know that if they open the door and take a step out, the outside may not be heaven, but more likely hell. The zombie army that had been wandering outside the door now invaded. Almost in an instant. The person who secretly opened the door and wanted to run out was bitten to death. Then, they set their sights on the living group in the gymnasium. Chapter 20 Mo Xiao. The survival of the fittest. Oh no! Mo Xiao turned back in a hurry. Quick! Go to the bathroom. Jiangxi hit the front with a baseball bat, and the people from Senang Class 1 moved forward in the dark, sticking to the wall. If something was approaching, Mo Xiao might have identified it before attacking. But Jiangxi just hit them all indiscriminately. So much so that the gym was in chaos. These dozen people actually walked to the bathroom tremblingly, sticking to the wall. Obviously, not only their class thought of hiding in the bathroom, there were also some students who were originally located closer to the bathroom, and they had already suppressed their crying and huddled in the cubicle. Mo Xiao and others went to each room one by one. They found that the door of each cubicle was locked from the inside, and no matter how they negotiated, no one was willing to open the door to take in one more person. The students of Exile in Class 1 gathered together, and their faces were not very good. What should we do, Brother Shi? Luda asked with his fat trembling. There is no blocking door outside the bathroom. The reason why this place is still a temporary safe place now, because the bathroom is located at the back of the entire gymnasium. It is relatively secluded. At this moment, there are still many people crying and screaming in the gymnasium hall outside to attract attention. If we wait until the noise outside is stopped, the zombies will naturally wander here. By then, it will be like a turtle in a jar, with no escape. Jiangxi looked at the closed doors, his eyes flickering. He glanced at Mo Xiao, and rubbed his palms on the baseball bat repeatedly. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, his eyes turned cold and fierce, and he slowly raised the baseball bat and was about to smash it against one of the doors. Jiangxi. Mo Xiao grabbed his arm and shook his head slowly. Mo Xiao. Survival of the fittest. Jiangxi lowered his voice and said slowly. He originally had a pair of very beautiful peach blossom eyes, and he smiled when he looked at people. Moreover, his appearance, talent and family background were all outstanding, and he was always sunny and cheerful. So he was the most popular among children of the same age since he was a child. The teachers and students of Exile in Class 1 had never seen him look like this. His eyes narrowed, and his amber pupils glowed coldly under the moonlight. His smooth muscle lines stretched in the shadows, making him look like a wolf waiting to hunt on the grassland. The other students were frightened by his strange look and were a little confused for a while. Mo Xiao held his arm tightly and did not let go. Jiangxi. Wake up. What's the difference between your face now and your father's? Jiangxi trembled violently, looked at her in disbelief, and his eyes were slightly hurt. Then he took 2 steps back and shook off her hand. But he slowly put down the baseball bat. Mo Xiao blinked, tried to look at everyone calmly and said, We are not at the end of our rope yet. Look. She pointed diagonally upward. There is a rectangular glass there. It's just sealed. This thing is only used to let in light. It's just that the moonlight outside is dim and hazy now, and the glass is high and off, causing everyone to forget about it for a while. While it's noisy now, let's smash the glass and get out, Mo Xiao said quickly. As she said that, she was about to take action. So high, Guichuchu sobbed. I can't climb up. Don't worry. We will work together to get you up first. Mo Xiao looked around and finally locked his eyes on Jiangqing. Teacher, you can go out first. Okay, I'll go behind you. Jiangqing shook her head and refused. Teacher, it's also very dangerous to be the first to go out, Mo Xiao said sincerely. We need a reliable person to investigate the situation outside. This reason. Jiangqing glanced at Jiang Duoduo, who he was holding. The little girl had not cried or made a fuss since she woke up, and she was rarely obedient. Okay, I'll go out first to help you find the way. Jiangqing took a deep breath and agreed. Everyone came to the corner and acted quickly. Mo Xiao wrapped the baseball bat with clothes and minimized the noise when smashing the glass. Then Jiangqing stepped on Lu Da's shoulders and reached the window first. This is a long horizontal window, so he had to lie down to get there. Fortunately, Jiangqing was tall but thin. When he leaned over, his belly was still some distance from the edge of the window. There was a muffled sound from the outer wall of the toilet. It was the sound of Jiangqing falling to the ground. The glass window was 2 or 3 meters high. Guichuchu bit her lip when she heard it. Will teacher Jiang be injured? Everyone pay attention. It shouldn't be. Mo Xiao calmly comforted. There is a lawn behind this. The soil is very soft. And there is a small forest. Next to it is the White Lake. And behind the White Lake is the library and the main teaching building. As she spoke, She looked back frequently, paying attention to the movement at the door of the toilet. Although he said it calmly, it was actually just to avoid creating panic among his classmates. Mo Xiao was actually very anxious. No one knew when the zombies would sneak in here. By then, with so many people crowded in here, it was simply impossible to avoid it. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Qing's low voice called out from outside, "It's safe outside. Come over." Mo Xiao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tanya. "Sister Yu will go first. Tanya is thin and should be more relaxed. Next, Jiang Duo, Zhang Jie, Gao Yu, Li Pingping and several other boys passed by one after another. Mo Xiao frowned and looked at Guichuchu. "Chuchu, aren't you going up yet?" Guichuchu looked at the high window, her lips trembling, and she cried, I'm afraid of heights." Seeing her lingering in place, Mo Xiao also bit his lip. Now time is life, and it can't stand such a waste. She patted Lu Da's shoulder. "Squad leader, go first." Lu Da had always played the role of a person who asked for help, and he thought he would be the last one. Unexpectedly, it was his turn suddenly. He hurriedly supported the door of the nearest compartment and began to climb. Unfortunately, although he was strong, his weight made it difficult for him to do this kind of action. Mo Xiao frowned, half squatted helplessly, patted his shoulder and said, "Squad leader, step on my shoulder to go up." "Ah, this." Lu Da hesitated. He knew his own weight, although Mo Xiao had always been good at sports. She was a thin girl after all. He was really afraid that he would step on her and hurt her. Class monitor, hurry up. Mo Xiao took a deep breath and held it. Seeing that she had done this, Lu Da was not shy and stood up with gritted teeth. Almost when he was about to step on the second leg, Mo Xiao's endurance reached its limit. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lip tightly and wanted to stand up a little more to send Lu Da up. But she couldn't do it. Some things are the physical difference in reality. It is not something that can be done with will and wisdom alone. Just then, Jiang Shi came out from the shadows and let Lu Da's other leg step on his shoulder. This help made Mo Xiao feel much more relaxed. When Lu Da passed through the window, he struggled for a long time, and several red scratches were scraped on his belly before he barely passed. "It's your turn." Mo Xiao looked at Guichuchu. There were only 3 of them left. Chapter 21. Mo Xiao, come up quickly. Guichuchu curled her lips. In the moonlight, she looked pale. It seemed that she was really scared. Guichuchu was beautiful, and was the activity committee member of the class. She played the piano very well, and had been the host of several school activities. She was one of those people who got along well in her grade, and it was said that her family was also well off. And her family had raised her, as a young lady, since she was a child. She had been pampered since she was a child, and she had never experienced the battles of the past few days. She felt very wronged, and was scolded by Mo Xiao again. She had no choice but to climb up with trembling legs, stepping on Jiang Shi's shoulders. Brother Shi, I'm scared. Can you go slower?" She reached the window, tried several times, and finally sat on the windowsill, looking at the ground far below. She took several deep breaths, her legs trembling, but she still didn't have the courage to jump down. "Choo-choo, go down quickly," Mo Xiao urged anxiously, because the noise in the gym outside had become much smaller. In other words, the zombies could appear at the door of the bathroom at any time. Outside, separated by a wall, Teacher Jiang and others were also trying to comfort her. Even Lu Da spread his arms and lay on the ground, saying that he was a meat cushion for her. But Mo Xiao was no longer interested in what was behind him, because a series of running sounds that were getting closer and closer suddenly sounded in the corridor outside the bathroom. "Pa!" A bloody hand rested on the bathroom door. Mo Xiao's body tensed up instantly, and he raised the baseball bat high in the dark. "Ah! Help! Help me!" A girl's face gradually came into view under the dim moonlight. She staggered forward, and saw Mo Xiao and others, with a light of help in her eyes. She stretched out a hand that was bitten and covered with blood, as if she wanted to grab something. But in the end, she couldn't take a few steps, and seemed to have run out of strength. She fell to the ground with a plop. Mo Xiao's pupils shrank. After the girl fell to the ground, chaotic footsteps sounded again in the corridor. It was obvious that zombies were approaching. "Guichuchu, jump! She turned around anxiously, raised the baseball bat high, and poked Guichuchu with the end. But the small window was too high, and someone had to step on the toilet partition to climb up. Although Mo Xiao was not short among the girls, she could only touch her slightly falling him by jumping and poking. Yes. I'm sorry, Xiao Mo. I'm really too scared. Guichuchu closed her eyes and trembled, took a deep breath, and was still preparing herself to jump down. Clang. A low roar suddenly came from the bathroom door, and a zombie had arrived here. He was walking aimlessly. At this moment, he slowly raised his head while holding the door frame, and his scarlet eyes just met Mo Xiao. The zombie seemed to be activated by something, and rushed over with its mouth wide open. Cold sweat oozed from Mo Xiao's forehead, and she was concentrating on raising the baseball bat. At this moment, she had no time to care about Guichuchu above. Bang! Mo Xiao gritted her teeth and suppressed her temper. When the zombie was less than 1 meter away from her, she swung it hard. It hit the head. Bang bang bang. The zombie fell on the door panel of the compartment next to it, making a loud noise. Mo Xiao didn't care about anything to avoid making a loud noise at this moment. After observing for a few days, she also discovered the zombie's vitality is extremely tenacious. Just now, it was only hit on the side of the head, which was not a fatal injury to this guy, and she had to finish it off. Bang, 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 bang. Baseball bat, zombie head, ground, bathroom partition. They collided. Mo Xiao couldn't remember how many times he hit her. Blood splattered half of his body. The classmate hiding in the partition was too frightened and couldn't control himself and cried for mercy. Mo Xiao looked back and found Guichuchu still sitting on it trembling, moving out little by little. There was Jiangxi standing below. When he saw that Mo Xiao was safe, he immediately turned around and jumped up by the partition door. He was very flexible. Like a cat, he easily stepped on the top of the partition, stood up with a cold face, and pushed Guichuchu out heavily. Guichuchu, who still had her eyes closed, screamed and fell down. Jiangxi didn't pay attention to the outside, but half crouched on the partition and stretched out a hand. Mo Xiao, come up quickly. Mo Xiao put her hand on his palm and climbed up with her hands and feet. She didn't have as good skills as Jiangxi, but fortunately she exercised all year round and often hiked because of her tutoring. So her endurance and physical strength were excellent, although it was a bit difficult to climb. With the help of Jiangxi, she quickly stepped on the partition. You go up first. Mo Xiao pushed him. The window above was narrow and small. Because Jiangxi stepped up first, the partition with the best window position was occupied by him. So only one person could pass at a time, and there was no way for two people to squeeze. Jiangxi glanced at the zombie lying motionless on the ground. The back of his head had been smashed. There were no other zombies at the bathroom door for the time being. He turned over first. As long as he moved quickly, Mo Xiao should not be in danger in such a short time. Jiangxi supported the window frame with one hand without saying a word. With the strength of almost one hand, he lightly brought his whole body to the window and jumped down sideways. The whole process took only 2 or 3 seconds. As smooth as flowing water. Mo Xiao had already stood up and moved towards the inner partition when he started. The partition of the small cubicle is actually very narrow. In this peaceful era, it is not easy for the spoiled college students to stand up and stand firmly. But perhaps it is because desperate situations and crisis can best stimulate people's potential. Today, no one felt that this was a difficult task. Even if their legs kept shaking and took more time to climb, they still completed the action. To be fair, although Mo Xiao's speed was not as fast as Jiangxi's, it was definitely not slow compared to others. But when she was happily climbing up the windowsill with both hands, and was about to climb out with force, suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her right leg, as if something was pinching her tightly. She suddenly looked down and found that in front of the door of the compartment, a pale face was drooling and raised its head hard, trying to bite her. This girl was the one who fell to the ground at the beginning. Help! Help me! She tried her best to control her stiff and twitching face, but she still had some consciousness, and her scarlet eyes were full of tears. She stretched one arm to the highest point and tightly grabbed Mo Xiao's right ankle near the outer edge of the partition. Mo Xiao was shocked and kicked his feet hard to shake her off. But the girl was in the process of half-zombie transformation, and her strength was extremely strong. No matter how Mo Xiao kicked his feet, He couldn't break free from her grip. The girl's whole body was twitching. Like schizophrenia. She cried and begged Mo Xiao to save her and take her away. She also bared her teeth, kept twitching her neck, and raised her head to bite her. Mo Xiao's ankle was tightly clamped and couldn't break free. He was also worried that if he delayed too long, more zombies would come into the bathroom. He simply squatted down and put his other arm to the girl's face. Her eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and she turned her head uncontrollably. Her hands loosened her ankles, but at the same time, she grabbed Mo Xiao's arm. Chapter 22. Let's go to the bishop. Outside, the window separated by a wall. The grass under my feet was soft and still covered with dew. This was a forest with few people. Why hasn't Xiaomo come out yet? Someone asked anxiously. The sky was getting brighter. When it gets brighter, it won't be so easy to move. Guichuchu sobbed and lowered her head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. She has been apologizing since she came down. Li Pingping was very annoyed and grabbed Guichuchu's collar and said angrily, if Xiaomo gets into trouble because of you, I won't let you go. Yes. I'm sorry. If it were in the past, Guichuchu would never be the kind of person who would not fight back or talk back. He even often glared at Li Pingping and never gave in. But now, he seemed to know that he was in the wrong, and was crying so hard that he almost choked. Tongya held Li Pingping down, frowned and shook her head. Pingping, calm down. Jiangxi had been staring at the window above since he jumped down. He saw Mo Xiao's hands already on the window frame inside, but he suddenly pulled them back. His eyelids jumped and he whispered, Squad leader, come here. Take me up to see. Oh, okay. Lu De squatted down immediately after hearing that. Jiangxi was about to stand up by stepping on his shoulder, when he suddenly heard a stern shout from inside, get out of here. Then, there was the sound of a baseball hitting hard, and the sound of something falling to the ground. Almost the next moment, the two familiar hands climbed up the windowsill again. Mo Xiao almost used up the fastest speed and courage of his life. He rolled down without even looking. He didn't dare to care about the landing posture, just hoped not to be seriously injured. But when he landed, the cushion below was obviously softer than the grass. She escaped from the disaster, propped up her arms, and took advantage of the slightly bright fish belly white and eased. She found that she had hit Jiangxi's abdomen. He showed a look of severe injury, and waved to Mo Xiao to signal her to get up quickly. Hang. Sorry. Mo Xiao smiled awkwardly and stood up quickly. This time, she didn't stand steady because she stepped on another leg. It didn't look like Jiangxi's leg at all, because she was also familiar with the screams of the leg owner. It was the voice of the squad leader. Yes. Sorry. Mo Xiao jumped back again like a rabbit. Sure enough, there was a broad body stacked under Jiangxi. It was the squad leader, Lu De, who silently carried the weight of two people. He had a constipated expression on his face, wailing and struggling to get up, rubbing his butt that was almost broken into three. It's okay. It's okay. Lu De cried with a fat face. Xiaomo, next time you have something delicious, remember to share it with me first. For you, my tendon meat almost became a sandwich in a hamburger. Xiao Peng couldn't help but sneer. Are you sure it's tendon meat? You're the one who talks too much. Lu De kicked him. Not really. Xiao Peng teased. There's a world of difference between talking too much and talking too much. The two were about to quarrel again. Jiangxi coughed. Okay. It's almost dawn. We have to find a new place to hide. Go through this forest, cross the path in the lake, and you'll reach the library. Zhang Jie suggested. Let's go to the library. No. Zhang Yuming, who had always been inconspicuous in the crowd, suddenly spoke up. He looked average and had a medium build. Not as lively as Xiao Peng, nor as dull as Chu Wenze. The whole person gives people the impression of two words, ordinary. In the past, it was never his turn to make decisions in the class. Zhang Jie had a sarcastic smile on her lips, and said in a sarcastic tone, why not? The library is the closest. Zhang Yuming glanced at her, lowered his head, and hesitated whether to continue speaking. As a teacher, Jiang Qing had no impression of Zhang Yuming, a student with mediocre grades and other aspects. But after spending a few days with students, his personality has been polished and softened, knowing that these big kids are no worse than the old-timers who have entered society when they really do things. They are courageous and strategic, and no matter which one is underestimated. Jiang Qing smiled and said, Student Zhang. If you have any suggestions, just tell us directly. We are all listening. Zhang Yuming smiled gratefully, exhaled, and then touched his ear and said, Our campus library is the largest, best environment, and most abundant library among the 4 campuses. It is precisely because of this that there are many people in the library every day, regardless of winter or summer vacations. And many people stay until closing time at night. Zhang Yuming frowned and said, Judging from the time of that day, there should be quite a few students in the library. Zhang Jia snorted. Our library has more than 20 floors, and each floor has several partitions of spacious space. How can we not find a place to hide? Do you think you are the only one who understands the library? Zhang Jia looked at Jiang Qing and said, Teacher, I used to work part-time in the library. I know that the top few floors are filled with old books. Usually no one goes there, so it's very safe. Zhang Yuming moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something. After being glared at by Zhang Jia, he pursed his lips and stopped talking. Old Zhang is right. We can't go to the library. Jiang Shi put his arm on Zhang Yuming's shoulder. Although the library is large, it is an open space. And now the gymnasium has no water and electricity. And I don't know what the situation is in the library. He raised his eyebrows and moved his eyes to a burst water pipe in the distance. The water splashed up into the sky, attracting many zombies to gather together. Although the top floor of the library is safe, it is too high, and it is not easy to get supplies. Jiang Shi looked at Zhang Jia and asked with a smile, What do you think? Seeing Jiang Shi looking at him, he seemed to be seriously asking for his opinion. The beautiful amber eyes were crystal clear and beautiful in the dim light. Zhang Jia blushed slightly behind her ears and nodded. Brother Shi's analysis is reasonable. Zhang Yuming curled his lips and sighed silently. Teacher, let's go to the bishop. Mo Xiao took out a key from his backpack and whispered, Our club has an office in the bishop. We can go there to hide for a while. Since you were prepared, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhang Jia was a little angry. Mo Xiao sighed. It's on the first floor. But our office is very small. And the software department also has the key. So, everyone should be mentally prepared. There are more than 100 people in the whole gymnasium. So it is impossible that only the first class of their information security team escaped. This means that there may be a dispute between the two sides. Thinking of the disaster they just experienced in the gymnasium, everyone is still scared. Under the leadership of Mo Xiao, they hurried to the office before the sky was completely bright. Everyone entered the bishop's office 107. Who is it? Stop! Don't move! As soon as the door was opened, a group of people panicked and held chairs and various weapons to guard against them. Chapter 23. Take off your clothes, including the inner ones. It's us. We are one of our own. Luda raised his hands and greeted them with a smile. The people who were besieging them looked really timid. They probably didn't expect that someone would think the same as them and come here to get the key to 107. The club that Mo Xiao joined was a temporary club. It was formed temporarily to participate in the science and technology exhibition competition in the second half of Donghu University. There were people from their School of Computer Science and Technology and people from the School of Software Engineering. The office they applied for was also public. After all, it's not a good idea to tinker with things in the dormitory, and others need to sleep and rest. In a place like the library, people from the two colleges would be disliked for being noisy if they brought their notebooks to type some code. That's why there was such an office. There was only one key originally, but everyone's schedule was different. So those who needed it could make their own. But it couldn't be used by outsiders. Mo Xiao was often late because of tutoring. So for convenience, he paid for an extra key. The only people who could come here were students from the School of Computer Science and the School of Software. The reason why the other party was so nervous was certainly because of the shock in the gym just now. But to a greater extent, it was because there were too many people coming with Mo Xiao, counting the teacher Jiang Qing, and the child Jiang Duo he brought with him, plus Gao Yu, a junior from another college, plus the 12 people who survived from the original N1 class. Their team has 15 people, and the people who escaped from the opposite software school here are only 7 people, 4 men and 3 women. The leader is Chiojia. Students, don't be nervous. Jiang Qing took Jiang Duo and stood up. It's best for the teacher to come forward at this time. He is over 50 years old, very famous in the school, and still very respectable in academics. With him coming out to mediate, The tension between the people is no longer drawn. There are 2 computers and some tables in this office. The area is not large, but it is more than enough to fit 22 people, because the office was on the 1st floor, and there was no security net on the window. So they pulled the curtains, leaving only a small gap to let some light in from outside. After all, after last night's wave, the signal was disconnected again, and this time, even the electricity was out. There was not even a faucet in the bishop's office 107. So they had no idea whether the bishop's building had a water outage. With Jiang Qing's mediation, Xiao Jie and others compromised and laid down their weapons, but still kept a certain safe distance from Mo Xiao and his group. They looked quite alert. We can temporarily put aside our grievances and live in peace. Xiao Jie glanced at his companions and spoke for them, but everyone who comes in must first be checked. The students in San N1 class looked at each other. Okay. It makes sense. Let's check it. Jiang Qing agreed to it, because she was afraid of another dispute. After all, the tragedy in the gymnasium last night was caused by the inadequate investigation of the injuries of the personnel at the beginning. Jiang Qing took off her coat, rolled up her sleeves and trouser legs, and showed them to the other party one by one. Seeing that teacher Jiang was doing this, the others followed his example and did it one by one. The gap between the curtains was relatively small, and the brightness of the light coming in was not enough. There were only 7 people in the software department, so it was difficult to check everything at once. Chiojia said again, slowed down, one by one. Then, a boy behind him, who was very white and a little bit powdery, also added, "It's not enough to just take off the coat. Take off the inner clothes too." Yes. Yes. Girls are no exception. Seeing that although there are many people in the School of Accounting, they are easy to talk to, and they are very cooperative and obedient. The students in the School of Software also gradually became bolder. Jiang Qing was about to put on her coat when she froze. She looked at the girls behind her and showed an embarrassed expression. In their team of 15 people, there are a total of 8 girls, including Jiang Duo, who has not yet entered elementary school. As a male teacher, Jiang Qing cannot agree to such a request on behalf of so many girls for the time being. But he didn't expect it. The first person to make trouble in the School of Accounting was not a girl, but a boy named Tian Xiaoxiu. He was white and slightly fat, and like Chuwenza, he was not a very sociable person in the class, so he never showed much presence before. Of course, compared with Chuwenza's personal loneliness, Tian Xiaoxiu's unsociability has other reasons. Tian Xiaoxiu is a native of Donghu City, and his family is extremely wealthy. In the whole class, only Jiang Xi's family can be compared with his family. Although both are second-generation rich, Tian Xiaoxiu's personality is completely different from Jiang Xi's. Jiang Xi has a strong sense of fireworks, and he can have fun with anyone around him regardless of whether his friends are rich or poor. Tian Xiaoxiu has always been arrogant. It is said that his outfit from head to toe is enough for ordinary people to pay a down payment for a house in second- and third-tier cities. This class gap is deeply rooted in the heart of Tian Xiaoxiu, who is already 21 years old. Therefore, among all the students in Sinan Class 1, Tian Xiaoxiu only liked Jiang Xi. In addition, Guichuchu could talk to him. He was also quite friendly to those truly one-in-a-million talents, who had top grades in the whole grade and the whole school. Tian Xiaoxiu didn't care much about the rest. As time went by, the classmates naturally didn't like to go to him to make trouble. It can be seen from this that Tian Xiaoxiu's temper was naturally not very good. He sneered and looked at Chiojia and others with contempt. What a thing. You really think you are a piece of green onion. After saying that, he took off his school bag from his back. He dusted himself off and walked out of the team. He looked around the office, picked a seat against the wall, and prepared to sit down and rest. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw the people from the Soft Institute raising their weapons again. Chiojia led 2 boys to hold down his head and pressed him to the ground. Tian Xiaoxiu was slightly fat and did not exercise. Naturally, he had no power to resist. Tian Xiaoxiu. Right? What? Chiojia sneered and poked the back of Tian Xiaoxiu's head with the front end of a baseball bat. The world has changed. Just to eliminate class enemies like you. Understand? After that, 2 boys on his left and right sides began to forcibly strip Tian Xiaoxiu's clothes and pants. Student Chio. What are you doing? Why don't you let him go? Jiang Qing couldn't help but frown and shouted angrily. At the same time, Exile's classmates also raised their weapons. although the relationship with Tian Xiaoxiu is not harmonious. They are all classmates after all. At this time, they represent a team. Tian Xiaoxiu's personal humiliation. If we don't do something at this time, wouldn't it be tacit acceptance of the collective humiliation that follows? Teacher, we didn't start this trouble first. Xiaojia waved his hand and appeased the tense students behind him. He slowed down his tone and smiled again. You saw it last night. If the review is not strict, once an infected person sneaks in, it will lead to serious consequences. We are also thinking about everyone's life safety. Chapter 24. You got a broken skin here. We can talk it out if we want to. We're all classmates. How can we go to the point of killing each other? Jiang Qing has been holding back her anger since the farce last night. She looked at Xiaojia with a stern look. Student Xiao, don't go further and further down the wrong path. Xiaojia rolled his eyes and glanced at the number of people on the opposite side. He coughed lightly and smiled. We can let him go. But for this review issue, Teacher Jiang won't let us do nothing. Right? That's so irresponsible to everyone. We're your students too. We can take off our coats, roll up our sleeves and trouser legs to cooperate with your review. If there's anything suspicious, we can do additional verification. Jiang Qing calmed down and said, but you don't have to take off your clothes to the extent you said. As long as you can see that you are not injured. It's fine. Xiaojia hesitated for a moment. A girl with a high ponytail behind him pulled his sleeve and whispered, Xiaojia, just leave it at that. Don't make it too ugly. Okay. Let's do it. Xiaojia nodded. He signaled the boy next to him to let go of Tian Xiaoxiu. Tian Xiaoxiu got up from the ground and punched Xiaojia as soon as he was free. But the other party seemed to be prepared and dodged easily. Xiaojia laughed sarcastically. I've heard of your reputation for being petty. Today, I see that it's true. Your self-restraint is much worse than Jiang Xi's. His eyes swept over Tian Xiaoxiu's exposed white belly. And he said, if you want to survive in this world, you have to work harder to lose this fat. I'm curious. When you can't run anymore and hold your team back, will they abandon you? You? Tian Xiaoxiu couldn't help but twist his face and punch again. But he didn't exercise enough. So he punched in the air again. Tian Xiaoxiu. Jiang Qing shouted coldly, stopping him. Tian Xiaoxiu's chest was heaving, and he glared at Xiaojia and others angrily, then walked back to the team with his bag. When he passed Jiang Qi, he paused slightly, but he didn't say anything, nor did he look at him, but walked to the end of the team with his bag in his arms. 14 people followed Jiang Qing and began to line up for inspection. After all, the light source was limited. Mo Xiao, you are covered in blood. Are you injured? Tian Xiaoxiu looked at the girl at the end of the line, his eyes flickering slightly. Mo Xiao shrugged, it's not my blood. Because her family was the poorest. Tian Xiaoxiu would not even glance at her when he saw her, not to mention taking the initiative to talk to her. Mo Xiao did not feel flattered, but rather felt funny. Tian Xiaoxiu was kind to Jiang Qi on the surface, but he liked to compete with him secretly everywhere. That's why he was frustrated and ran to him. Mo Xiao was really strange. Why do others think that hitting him can hit Jiang Qi? It is true that they are familiar with each other, but it is only because they have known each other for too long. In fact, their relationship is not that good. From childhood to adulthood, at least half of the countless difficulties and hardships that Mo Xiao has experienced in his life were caused by Jiang Qi. For example, there was a foreign language speech competition in the 5th grade of elementary school, and each class selected one person. Mo Xiao saw the first prize, so he signed up and prepared for a long time. And the teacher agreed a long time ago. Originally, Jiang Qi was not interested in this thing at all, and he didn't lack this little prize money at all. But because Jiang Qi's father accidentally ran into Mo Xiao before, he asked her about what Jiang Qi did in school. After Mo Xiao answered truthfully, Jiang Qi hated Mo Xiao, so he went to the teacher's house and asked him to participate in the competition. The teacher couldn't resist Jiang Qi's sugar-coated bullets, so he temporarily added one more person. To be honest, Mo Xiao had transferred the opponent who participated in the competition, and she was determined to win the prize. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qi showed up halfway. With Jiang Qi's family background, he should have gone to a private school to receive bilingual or multilingual education since he was a child. But he insisted on staying in their school. However, rich people like them can easily get the best educational resources even if they stay at home. Mo Xiao, who has to go to his parents' night market stall to help every night before doing his homework under the streetlights, is naturally not as good as him. So naturally, Mo Xiao lost the foreign language speech. What was hateful was that she knew Jiang, she was targeting her. But she was not as good as him, so she could not blame him. Originally, Mo Xiao planned to use the bonus to buy a pair of comfortable shoes for her mother. She had worn that pair of shoes for many years, and the toe of the shoe was broken. She went to the vegetable market to find someone to repair it many times, but she was reluctant to replace it. Losing the bonus would not have made the 10-year-old Mo Xiao very sad. But the next day, when she heard that Jiang, she took the bonus yesterday and invited the whole class to go out for fun. Mo Xiao, who was just a primary school student at the time, couldn't help crying on the way home from school. She was not crying for herself, but felt the cruelty of the world again, and was inexplicably sad. Her mother worked diligently every day, but she was reluctant to buy a new pair of shoes even when they were worn out. Some people, however, could squander money and property that others dared not even think about overnight. A rich second generation like Tian Xiaoxiu, who already had no worries about food and clothing, could not help but feel frustrated when competing with Jiang Shi, not to mention Mo Xiao, who had grown up in this premature division of two classes and two worlds since she could remember. Thinking about the experience of the first half of her life, Mo Xiao could not help but sigh. Her life plan was to get into a prestigious university, find a good job and earn enough money to support her retirement. She is already a sophomore. Originally, through her unremitting efforts, all this is within reach. A better and better future and tomorrow are waving at her. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, the world was over. Is there a more ridiculous joke in the world than this? Mo Xiao was immersed in memories, and did not notice that Tian Xiaoxiu, who was in front of him, had finished checking. It's your turn, junior sister. Xiaojia looked at her blood and tooted his lips. Before, when they were in the small gymnasium, it was this girl who was mainly responsible for negotiating with him. So he was deeply impressed by her. To be fair, as a sophisticated egoist, Xiaojia admired talents like Mo Xiao. You were right about what happened before. Xiaojia sighed. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. After all, so many people died, and this was the biggest apology he could make. Mo Xiao didn't respond. Anyway, they were not on the same side. She first took off her coat and rolled up her sleeves to show everyone. Then she lifted up her left and right trouser legs. Her left foot was white and clean, but there was a circle of red marks on her right ankle. She was about to put it down when she suddenly heard a girl in Xiaojia's team shout, "Wait!" It was a girl with a perm. She pointed at Mo Xiao's right ankle. Your skin is broken here. Chapter 25. Do you really want to drag us all down? This sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Several students from the School of Soft Science raised their weapons and became alert almost immediately. Mo Xiao lifted up his trouser legs with a smile. But this is not a scratch from the zombie's nails. I was too anxious when I climbed through the window and was accidentally scratched by glass fragments. She was very frank. Mo Xiao had noticed the pain in her right ankle a long time ago. She knew that the girl in the bathroom just grabbed her ankle, and it was through her shoes, socks and pants. So, this part of her right ankle was not scratched by nails. This is easy to identify. If you don't believe it, you can come and confirm it yourself. Mo Xiao took off her shoes and socks, pulled up her trouser legs, and used the light coming through the gap in the curtains. Her feet swayed under everyone's eyes. Jiang Shi half squatted down, grabbed her ankle, frowned and carefully identified it. Then he slowly stood up. It's definitely not a scratch. Hearing him say that, Xiaojia and others looked at each other, half believing and half doubting. They also came over to identify it one by one. In the end, they all agreed that it was not a zombie scratch. Sorry, Junior. I didn't mean to target you. The girl with the ramen hair behind Xiaojia saw Mo Xiao squatting on the ground putting on her shoes and socks, and hurriedly half bent in front of her. She reached out a hand to help her. My name is Zhang Jiwei, a senior. The girl smiled apologetically. Actually, I paid a lot of attention to you in the gym before, so I noticed your difference at the first time. It's okay. Mo Xiao smiled, stepped into her shoes, jumped a little, and stepped firmly. Being careful and meticulous is a good thing. She stood up from her head down, and her natural curly hair at neck was lifted up, like a leaping elf. Zhang Jiwei smiled with relief. You have to be more careful in the future. Girls should not always stand out. Look! Your neck is scratched by glass. Isn't it? How dangerous! Mo Xiao was stunned. He stopped in place instantly. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Seeing that this sophomore girl stopped moving, Zhang Jiwei smiled awkwardly behind her in astonishment. I see others call you that. You don't mind? Do you? Xiao Mo. Your classmates are all going over there. Why don't you go over there? The next moment, she saw the girl turn her head stiffly, her face extremely pale. Zhang Jiwei was surprised. What's wrong with you? What did you say just now? Mo Xiao's lips trembled slightly, and she asked word by word. I told you not to always try to stand out. Next sentence. Your neck was also scratched by the glass. Wasn't it? Zhang Jiwei asked in confusion. Mo Xiao's body shook slightly, and she felt cold all over at this moment. And she almost couldn't stand steadily. She turned around and took a few steps towards the door, but stopped hastily when facing the door panel. One hand supported the wall. Her forehead rested on the back of her hand. Her hair fell in front of her again. She stretched out a trembling hand, turned her back to everyone, and slowly touched the right side of her neck. There were 3 very subtle bloodstains, as if they were scratched by hair. If Zhang Jiwei hadn't reminded her, she would never have noticed it, because the wound was too small and covered by hair. Mo Xiao suddenly remembered that she had escaped from the toilet window before. In order to free her ankle, she used her arm as bait to induce the half-zombie girl to loosen her foot. This strategy was naturally successful, and her arm was also saved. But when she retreated, the girl was furious and waved one hand as if to grab her and keep her. Mo Xiao leaned back at the same time to avoid the grab. Now thinking about it, maybe she didn't completely avoid it. Maybe it was at that time that the other party's nails, which were longer than expected, accidentally brushed her neck. Seeing Mo Xiao's reaction, from the initial confusion, Zhang Jiwei now has some guesses in her heart. Xiao Mo. You won't. Zhang Jiwei's mood is extremely complicated. Looking back at Qiujia and the others, at this moment, everyone almost understands what happened. She was really scratched by the zombie? Someone murmured this conclusion. Jiangxi, who had just found a place to put down his backpack, stood up suddenly. He walked quickly behind Mo Xiao, pulled her around, and whispered, "Let me see." He was slightly startled by this sight. Mo Xiao's eyes were abnormally red, and her usually big and round eyes were filled with tears. She exuded a helpless and desperate aura. Jiangxi knew her since the community kindergarten. In his eyes, she was always tough and unyielding, like a flower that always blooms in the sun. In all these years, Jiangxi had never seen Mo Xiao look so fragile. Mo Xiao was never an arbitrary person. Obviously, she must have been very sure of her situation, so she reacted like this. Jiangxi's heart suddenly tightened, and he took a deep breath. He whispered in a rare patient and gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Let me see." After saying that, he gently brushed aside the hair on her neck with his fingertips. 3 thin, flame-like arc-shaped red marks were printed on Mo Xiao's neck, different from the one on the ankle. These were obvious nail scratches. Not only Jiangxi saw it, but also the others who had been paying close attention to Mo Xiao noticed it. Mo Xiao turned around slowly. He scanned the faces of everyone and saw different expressions. There was grief, regret, struggle, fear, hostility. Li Pingping could no longer control her emotions. She hugged Tanya's arm and cried loudly, "I say, it's about time to kick her out." In silence, the boy who had a bit of powdery smell before couldn't help but speak out. His name is Gu Sheng. He was almost bitten by the zombie-like Fan Mingming in the small gymnasium before. That moment was a close call, and it almost became a shadow of his life. At the beginning, it was also him who suggested to Qiujia to strip completely for examination. "No! Don't!" Li Pingping hugged Tanya's arm, tears already covering her face. "Don't?" Gu Sheng sneered. "Then leave her here. And when she turns into a zombie, repeat the tragedy in the small gymnasium? This office doesn't have as wide a hiding space as the gymnasium." A boy named Su Tian from the Software Institute has quietly raised his weapon and walked slowly around. "What do you want to do?" Jiangxi's eyes were like sharp arrows, staring coldly at Su Tian, who was trying to get closer, holding the baseball bat tightly. "Do you dare to take another step closer?" "Jiangxi, don't think that everyone is afraid of you. We are also doing this for everyone's good." Su Tian shouted angrily. But he didn't dare to move forward. Instead, he turned his head and winked at Qiujia and the others. Qiujia's software team has 4 men and 3 women. The boys are Qiujia, Gu Sheng, Su Tian and Gao He, in addition to Li Beibei and Zhang Jiwei. There is also a sophomore named Zhao Na. Receiving Qiujia's eye hint, several boys raised their weapons and surrounded him. Li Beibei and Zhang Jiwei had complicated expressions and did not move for a while. Zhao Na stared at Mo Xiao with hatred, raised her weapon and gritted her teeth. Why don't you get out by yourself? Do you really want to drag all of us down? Her best friend had just died at the hands of Fan Mingming in the gymnasium. So she was gnashing her teeth at those guys who concealed their injuries. Chapter 26, Secret Ballot. Stay or expel. Mo Xiao's face changed slightly. She never meant to hurt anyone. But now there are zombies everywhere outside. And it is difficult for any living person to take the initiative to step out at this moment. Get out now! Zhao Na screamed out of control. Tanya, Li Pingping and others were angry. Luda stretched out his arms and blocked the middle. Zhao Peng pulled the 2 women on both sides of the fight to stop fighting. But in fact, he was secretly helping Tanya by pulling Zhao Na's hair. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Mo Xiao stood quietly and watched for a long time. Suddenly he smiled bitterly and said, "Stop fighting. I'm going out." The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Xiao Mo. Don't. Li Pingping cried even louder. Tanya also had tears in her eyes. And she looked at her and shook her head. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. And with red eyes, she persuaded Xiao Mo. Don't act on impulse. We can observe for a while. Yes. Xiao Mo. Zhao Peng said with fear and regret. Didn't you say before that it is possible that someone was scratched but not infected? Yes. Lu Da's eyes lit up. And he clapped his hands and said, Maybe it's true. It's been more than 30 minutes since you came over there. And you haven't turned into a zombie. Have you? As soon as he said this, Tanya, Li Pingping and others' eyes lit up, as if they had ignited some hope. They also used this argument to persuade. Generally, they turn into zombies within 30 minutes. But Xiao Mo didn't. Maybe she is immune. Xu Wenze, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. If this is a virus, it is possible that some people have antibodies. Gu Sheng sneered. Didn't Fan Mingming turn into a zombie after more than 30 minutes? These rules are summarized by our own observations. Tian Xiaoxiu suddenly interrupted. The virus may have different changes in individuals. Tian Xiaoxiu. What are you talking about? Li Pingping turned back and glared at him. Which side are you on? I'm just telling the truth. Tian Xiaoxiu sat down against the wall, took out a chocolate bar from his backpack and ate it slowly. Some people have a long incubation period, and some have a short incubation period. He looked up and glanced at Li Pingping, not caring about her anger, but no matter how long the incubation period is, from what we have observed so far, all of them have become zombies without exception. Who said that? Li Pingping shouted. Xiao Mo once saw a person who was not a zombie. You all heard it that day. The venue fell into silence again. Zhang Yuming suddenly spoke weakly, but in fact, we only heard her say it. And none of us has really seen it. Zhang Yuming. What do you mean? Are you saying Xiao Mo lied? Li Pingping looked at him in shock. I didn't mean that. Zhang Yuming lowered his head, not daring to look at her. I just think that Xiao Mo might have seen it wrong. You guys. Li Pingping's tears kept falling, and her fingers trembled with anger. Tanya supported her and smiled coldly at the few people. Don't forget. Just now in the bathroom. It was Xiao Mo's idea that allowed us all to escape successfully. Zhang Yuming lowered his head even lower. Qiujia looked at this scene with amusement, his eyes full of sarcasm. He had experienced this feeling before in the gym. It seems that things can go their way without the need for the Soft Academy to be the villain. Well, why don't we vote? At this moment, a gloomy female voice came out. Everyone looked at the voice and noticed that it was the girl with disheveled hair in the corner. She is also one of the 12 people who survived in Exile in Class 1. Her name is Chuing. Her bangs are so long that they cover her eyes and half of her face. And her messy and rough hair gives her a gloomy and weird temperament. She comes and goes every day like she is in a horror movie. She is also a marginal figure in the class. She is even more withdrawn than Xu Wenze and Tian Xiaoxiu. The first two may have their own reasons. But Chu Ying is simply not very hygienic, and has a very creepy temperament. So no one dares to get too close to her. Vote? Li Pingping wiped her tears and asked in a crying voice. Yes. Vote. Chewing raised her head and brushed her greasy long hair. Secret ballot? The fairest. Okay. Then vote. Without waiting for Chiojia and others to refute. Lu De agreed immediately. At the same time, he winked at Jiangxi and others. They have more people on their side. Compared with the 7 people in the software academy. Isn't it a one-sided crushing? Mo Zhao's wrist has been tightly grasped by Jiangxi. And she can't leave even if she wants to. He simply sat down against the door frame. Lu De and teacher Jiang had already pulled out a piece of paper from their bags. Cut it into 21 pieces. And handed it to everyone. I don't need it. Jiangxi sat on the ground against the wall and waved to Lu De. I voted with my real name to keep her. The vote was nothing more than 2 sides. One was to keep Mo Xiao. And the other was to expel Mo Xiao. Hearing Jiangxi say this, Lu De smiled awkwardly. Finally, everyone's votes were collected. Started to call out the numbers. 1 vote to stay. Lu De counted Jiangxi's real name vote first. Wrote a horizontal line on the wall. 1 vote to stay. 1 vote to stay. 1 vote to expel. 1 ticket is expelled. 1 ticket is expelled. 1 ticket is expelled. Then, 8 tickets were expelled in a row. Lu De's face changed when he called the number. And his hand that grabbed the ticket trembled slightly. Jiangxi's face darkened. Mo Xiao was unaware of it. She lowered her head. Her eyelashes drooped. And she looked at the small piece of land in front of her. Fascinated. I don't know what she was thinking. Lu De took out another ticket. His face lit up. And he hurriedly shouted, Leave 1 ticket. Leave another ticket. Leave another ticket. Then, the situation changed again. And 6 tickets were kept in a row. In this way, including Jiangxi's, there were a total of 10 tickets left. And there are only 8 votes for expulsion. Chiojia and others looked unfriendly again. 1 vote for expulsion. Lu De turned to the third to last vote, pursed his lips, and quickly touched the next one. It was still a vote for expulsion. In this way, the 2 sides were tied at 10 to 10. There was only 1 last crucial vote left. Tanya's face turned pale, and Li Pingping clenched her fingers. Everyone stared at Lu De as he unfolded the ballot. His face turned pale, and he looked at everyone tremblingly. The last vote. Expulsion. Chiojia laughed and stood up, clapping slightly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. He really didn't expect it. Even if Mo Xiao was not included. The other side had 14 people. And there were only 7 people on his side. However, the final number of votes was 10-11. How could it not be sarcastic? What's going on? Li Pingping stood up, pushed away the people who stopped her, and ran to Lu De's side. Chapter 27. I'll go by myself. Pick up all the votes and read them one by one. What's going on? There are so many of us? Why? With tears in her eyes, she glared at the crowd below angrily. Who voted to expel Xiao Mo? Stand up. Zhang Yuming? Tian Xiuxiu? Tanya stared at them coldly. Zhang Yuming lowered his head again, while Tian Xiuxiu ate his food expressionlessly. Zhang Jie? Tanya pinched her chin tightly. You also voted to expel Xiao Mo? Zhang Jie almost burst into tears in pain, and struggled hard, but didn't say anything. Guichuchu beside her couldn't bear it, so she helped her pull Tanya's hand away. What are you doing? Tanya. I said it was a secret ballot. Why are you still asking these questions? Is it useful? Tanya stared at Guichuchu and asked word by word. Guichuchu, you didn't vote to expel Xiao Mo, did you? I. Guichuchu's eyes wandered, not looking at her, and whispered, Can you stop making trouble? Is it fun to pursue these things now? Tanya laughed angrily, suddenly raised her hand heavily, and slapped Guichuchu. The crisp and loud slap sounded throughout the room. Everyone was shocked. Even Guichuchu was stunned for a moment, covering her hot cheeks and glaring at Tanya. You bitch. You dare to hit me? I'm hitting you. Tanya slapped her again. Don't you think about who was dawdling and wasting time, which caused Xiao Mo to get injured. As soon as these words came out, Guichuchu's anger was extinguished in an instant. Her hair was scattered and she sobbed. I didn't mean it. What can we do now? She is already injured and will soon become a zombie. Do we have to stay in the same space with a zombie? Can you sleep peacefully? Tanya grabbed her hair and dragged her towards the voting table. Go and change my vote now. Hey! What are you doing? You think we don't exist, right? Gu Shun couldn't help but say, if you are not satisfied with the voting results, you force people to change their votes. How can this be fair and just? Teacher, you have to take care of this. Ah, teacher, look at her. She is really going to be a zombie. Zhao Na suddenly screamed in the midst of the argument. The whole place was silent. Looking up, I saw the wall near the door. The 3 bloodstains on Mo Zhao's neck seemed to come alive like flames. And along the 3 scratches, several thin blood vessels gradually spread out. Towards the clavicle, behind the ear, toward the cheek. The burning red contrasted with the fair skin, which was particularly obvious. This look. There is no way it can be that nothing is wrong. Mo Zhao's panting was obviously heavier, and his eyes were much redder than usual, as if he had cried a lot after rubbing several times. Okay. Stop arguing. Mo Zhao, who obviously realized that she was not in the right state, smiled weakly and stood up by holding the door. I will go by myself. Feeling the pull on her left wrist, she looked at Jiangxi, who had a gloomy expression, and smiled faintly again. If I stay here, everyone will be in danger. After that, she gently patted the back of his hand. Jiangxi lowered his eyes and slowly let go of his hand. Xiao Mo. Li Pingping bit the back of her hand tightly and lay on Tanya's shoulder. She couldn't bear to see Mo Xiao go out alone. The door was slowly opened and Mo Xiao walked out. Just when it was about to close naturally, suddenly, a hand grabbed the door frame. Jiangxi, what are you doing? Close the door. Someone whispered angrily. Guichuchu's eyes widened, and through her tearful eyes, she saw Jiangxi also grab a baseball bat and a backpack, and followed Mo Xiao out. Brother Shi, Zhang Jie, who had been secretly paying attention to the movements over there, couldn't help but exclaimed, Brother Shi, don't go out. Guichuchu lost her voice. I'll change the ticket. I'll change the ticket. Please, don't leave. Bang. The door closed again. In room 107 of the bishop, everyone looked at each other. Some sobbed, some sneered, and more. There was silence. Are Sister Mo Xiao and Brother Jiang Shi also possessed by monsters? Jiang Duo asked crisply with her eyes wide open. Jiang Qing was heartbroken. Half squatted down, and helped Jiang Duo wipe away tears. If it weren't for the fact that the child still needed him as a teacher, he should have left with Mo Xiao. At this moment, facing Jiang Duo was expressionless question. Jiang Qing, who was well educated, couldn't say anything. Who was possessed by the monster? Ping Ping, don't cry. Brother, she is going out with you. Xiao Mo will be fine. Tanya patted Li Pingping's back to comfort her. Jiangxi's actual age is actually considered young in the class, but because he has a high reputation in everyone's heart, so no matter how old he is, everyone calls him Brother Shi. And even Tanya's personality is no exception. Li Pingping hugged her knees and murmured in a low voice, Sister Ye, I feel really useless. Brother Shi can go out with Xiao Mo, but as a roommate, I don't dare. Don't say that, Tanya whispered. People should learn to do what they can at any time. Xiao Mo and the others will try their best to survive. And so should we. Aren't your parents still waiting for you in Kyoto? Li Pingping is from Kyoto. It is a big city that is no less than Donghu City, and it is the capital of Dragon Country. The strategic position is far from comparable to Donghu City. When there was a signal before, Li Pingping communicated with his parents. The situation in Kyoto is well maintained under the focus of the army. The surviving citizens are also being escorted by the military and are being transferred to the Yanshan emergency shelter on the outskirts of Kyoto in an orderly manner. Therefore, Li Pingping's parents should not be in danger of their lives in the short term. This is really a lucky thing. Perhaps thinking of her parents, Li Pingping never had the courage to take that step. In fact, Tong Ya's situation is similar. Her parents are even luckier. Tong Ya's hometown is in Yuanan City, a core city in the west. It is surrounded by mountains. Many armed forces of Longhua are in deep mountains and old forests. So at the beginning of the mutation, Tong Ya's parents were fortunately transferred to the Vulture emergency shelter near Yuanan City. Compared with Li Pingping's parents waiting to be transferred, Tong Ya's parents can almost be said to be 100% safe. Pingping, if I face such a situation one day, I don't want you to die for me. Tong Ya patted her shoulder and whispered, no matter what time it is, no matter who you lose, you must try to live. Okay? Li Pingping covered her mouth, shook her head and nodded. In fact, there was another person in room 107 who was crying very sadly. That was Guichuchu. She sat on the ground in despair. Gao Yu held her backpack, sighed, and sat down beside her. Took out a tissue from the bag and handed it to her. Senior, wipe it. Guichuchu didn't take it. Gao Yu held the tissue in her palm, looked at the closed door, and her eyes flickered. Senior like Senior Jiangxi? Guichuchu hugged her legs and ignored her. Gao Yu sighed. What a deep affection. I wish someone could protect me like this. Don't talk nonsense. Guichuchu glared at her coldly. They are just fellow villagers, who have known each other for many years. Oh! Gao Yu blinked and smiled shyly. Sorry. I don't know their situation. Chapter 28, I want to go home. Although Mo Xiao walked out of room 107 of the bishop, but looking at the long corridor, she was confused for a moment. It was daytime now, and the zombie's vision was not affected at all. She didn't know where to go. Luckily, when they came, everyone cleaned up the zombies on this road together. So at this moment, at least the section of the first floor corridor is still safe. Mo Xiao stood there blankly for a while. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Jiangxi coming with his backpack on his shoulders. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. What are you doing here? I'm here to find you an office. Jiangxi put the bag on her and said, Wait for me. After that, he walked out carefully along the corridor. Bishop's classroom 107 is at the end of the corridor on the first floor. You need to walk to the middle to reach the entrance hall of the bishop. There are almost no zombies on this road. But Jiangxi still walked very carefully. After all, zombies can move on their own. What do you want to do? Mo Xiao followed him with the bag in his arms, frowning and said, I'm about to become a zombie. What difference does it make whether I stay in the office or not? Shut up. Jiangxi couldn't help but knock her head. You can stay or not. Wait until I get the key. What key? Mo Xiao saw him looking into the hall. She half crouched down curiously and looked along the corner of the wall from the bottom. I noticed when I came here before that the administrative teacher should have the key to 106. Jiangxi smiled and pointed at a female zombie wandering in the hall. Mo Xiao couldn't help laughing. You are a careful observer. No wonder you deliberately let her go when you came here just now. I thought you were sympathetic to women. But it turned out that you were planning to come back alone to get the key. But when Jiangxi heard her words, his eyebrows sank and he smiled coldly. Mo Xiao, you should have seen it now. It's always right to leave a way out for yourself in everything. Mo Xiao's mood, which had improved a little, was once again shrouded in a layer of gloom. To be honest, if someone else got hurt, our reaction would probably not be much different from theirs. She whispered. Jiangxi lowered his head and saw her depressed head swaying in front of him. He was so angry. He couldn't help but hit her again. Is that what I mean? Forget it. I can't reason with a fool like you. He rushed out after cursing. He took advantage of the opportunity when the zombie in front turned his back to this side and hit it hard with a stick. The zombie fell to the ground and roared. Jiangxi was flexible and strong. In the past few days, he had practiced hitting people on the back of the head and became more and more proficient. So after a few hits, the female zombie couldn't move. He touched her body and took out a bunch of keys. Seeing the zombies outside the glass door of the first floor lobby of the bishop, they saw the movement here and rushed up with shouts. He turned around and pulled Mo Xiao all the way back. He successfully opened the door of office 106 and escaped. Wow, awesome. Leaning against the door, Mo Xiao raised his thumb and smiled. Jiangxi's current skills are far different from those when he was a child. In the past, Mo Xiao always won in fights. Later, I don't know what evil he got, and he hired a private coach to teach free fighting. After that, Mo Xiao never fought with him again. That's right. Don't you see who I am? Jiangxi raised his eyebrows proudly and turned the key ring on his fingertips. Suddenly, Mo Xiao's face changed suddenly. Then he took a few steps to the side, far away from him. Jiangxi's eyebrows flashed a gloomy look, and he whispered, Mo Xiao, hold on. Don't come over. Mo Xiao retreated to the corner, with a sad look on his face. Jiangxi, go back to the next door. Don't stay with me. She raised her head. The red lines on her neck were still climbing up. Jiangxi threw the bag on the ground expressionlessly and sat down on the spot. I have to see whether you are dead or alive with my own eyes. When I go back and meet Aunt Zhang, She will ask me why you didn't go back. And I can have an explanation. Mo Xiao smiled. Although Jiangxi's words were not pleasant, she knew that he was not a bad person. Mo Xiao. Jiangxi suddenly stared at her closely, with a look of sadness that Mo Xiao had never seen before. Nothing can stop a child with a family from going home. Right? Mo Xiao felt a pain in her heart and fell to the ground. Mom and Dad. She bit her lips tightly and buried her head between her knees. And suddenly a strong sense of unwillingness rose in her heart. Mo Xiao suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from her left arm and held it tightly in her palm. She could feel that her body was burning like fire, as if her body's immune system was automatically resisting something. It was like a high fever. It made her head dizzy. Mo Xiao didn't dare to lose consciousness, for fear that once she lost the initiative, she would never wake up again. She thrust the fruit knife into her palm. The intense pain pulled at each other, constantly stimulating her and reminding her to stay awake. But her heartbeat accelerated, and something in her blood vessels seemed to be whistling towards her mind. It was shouting and rushing wildly to devour her. The vision in front of her gradually became as if covered with a layer of red film, and it was not clear in the dim room. How could this kind of pain be compared to the pain of being cut by a knife in the palm? Mo Xiao bit her lips tightly, raised the fruit knife, and thrust it into her thigh fiercely. Even this pain seemed to be gradually numb. She sobbed softly, tears streaming down her face, unwillingly raised the knife again and again, and thrust it into her body again and again. Blood was all over the floor. But with so much blood released, the heat in her body that was clamoring to devour her seemed to have calmed down a little. But it was not enough. Not enough. Mo Xiao had almost lost her mind. And the last thought left in her mind was pain. To make herself feel pain. To stimulate the brain to stay awake. She kept doing self-harm like crazy, until the hand that committed the crime was caught. Jiangxi's voice could be vaguely heard in her ears. Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao. She blinked, looked at the exposed back of the hand of the person who came, and suddenly she had the idea of biting it. But soon, she realized that her idea was very dangerous. She immediately turned her head away, broke free from the other person's hand, and stabbed herself again. Something that was originally scorching hot seemed to be gradually becoming cold and losing its vitality as its life gradually passed away. In nature, the confrontation between organisms is roughly like this. Once a certain situation of dominance cannot be achieved, if it is not a harmonious coexistence, it can only go to common destruction. Mo Xiao gritted his teeth weakly and laughed and panted crazily. Mo Xiao, don't do this. We can think of other ways. Jiangxi held her face and begged in a low voice. Mo Xiao seemed to be dazzled in a trance, and she actually saw tears rolling down Jiangxi's eyes. It seems that this person hasn't cried since he was in elementary school. Jiangxi, you know, I have always been sure of one thing since I was a child. She smiled. Her eyes turned cruel, and she stabbed herself hard, gritting her teeth and said, don't doubt whether you have talent, because you definitely don't. So, people like us, if you don't do your best, you will definitely lose. Mo Xiao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Jiangxi, go away. I don't want to die. Even if I become a zombie, I don't want to be beaten to death. Just lock me in here alone. I want to go home. Chapter 29 Delicate Balance. Reborn. Jiangxi looked at the girl who was almost covered in blood. She was obviously afraid, but she still shed tears while cruelly hurting herself to stimulate her brain to stay awake. He knew she was stubborn, but everything that happened today was still far beyond his imagination. Jiangxi's eyes were dim, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He suddenly turned around and rummaged through the cabinet in front of the table. Finally found a medical kit. Bring it to Mo Xiao. She hurt herself while Jiangxi bandaged her to stop the bleeding. In fact, I don't know if it was because of the virus. Jiangxi found that Mo Xiao's bleeding stopped very quickly, and the wound healed much faster than before. This is good news, but not good news. The former is because, due to the healing ability brought by this virus, Mo Xiao's body is much safer than he thought. The latter is because Jiangxi discovered before the zombies he hit, as long as they were not killed on the spot. After a period of observation, it was found that most of the injuries they suffered after they turned into zombies were also healed. This shows that Mo Xiao's body is likely to develop towards zombieization. Maybe soon, her sanity will completely collapse, and she will truly become a zombie. This is why he did not further stop her from self-harming. If Mo Xiao thinks this is the only counterweight that can stimulate her to stay sober and rational now. She bandaged her silently and quickly. A whole day and night passed. Mo Xiao's life and sanity were like walking on a tightrope, hanging at a strange critical point. One moment she had a high fever that seemed to destroy herself, and her injuries stopped bleeding and healed quickly. The next moment she was breathing weakly, bleeding non-stop, and her body was so cold that she seemed to die at any time. She said a lot of nonsense in a daze. The past years and people passed by like a movie. She responded patiently. This situation continued until dawn the next day, when the first ray of morning light came in through the window. She blinked and suddenly felt that her vision was extremely clear. The red veil that always crossed her eyes completely disappeared. Her mind seemed clearer than ever before. She frowned slightly, spread her fingers in the sun, and moved them. Mo Xiao found that she didn't know if it was the effect of the virus. Almost all the injuries below her neck were healed. Only the minor injury on her cheek above her neck could not be healed. She stood up. Jiangxi, who had been in a state of alert, immediately noticed this movement and opened his eyes instantly. Mo Xiao? I seem to be okay? Mo Xiao turned around, with a cautious light in his eyes after surviving a disaster. I'm not dreaming. Am I? Jiangxi's lips curled up, and she wanted to laugh immediately. But then she pressed them down again and coughed lightly. It seems that's right. He snorted and teased. Maybe the virus also dislikes your poor brain, so it gave up occupying the high ground. If it were in the past, Mo Xiao would have retorted. But today, she was overwhelmed by the great joy. She grabbed his arm and could only repeat one sentence in incredible excitement. I'm fine. I'm not infected. Then she burst into tears and said softly, I can go home. She suppressed the joy in his heart, observed carefully, and nodded. Maybe it's the dose of the infected virus. Or maybe it's other reasons. Your injuries have completely healed, but the area above the neck has not healed yet. He thought for a moment and said, perhaps a delicate balance has been achieved in your body, causing you to become an asymptomatic infected person. Or perhaps the virus in your body has been cleared out during the fight. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes. Is there a way to verify it? She raised his eyebrows, knowing that Mo Xiao was still afraid. If it was cleared out, that would be the best. But if it was just a delicate balance, it proved that her incubation period had not yet ended. It is very likely to break out at any time. She took the fruit knife from her hand, compared it to her fingers, and gently left a slight scar. The two waited for a while. This scar healed much faster than normal people. That zombie virus seems to have the function of promoting the body's self-healing. Your current speed is slower than that of zombies, but faster than that of ordinary people. Maybe there are some residues in the body, but not much. With you as the host, a new delicate balance has been formed. She put a band-aid on her fingertips. At the same time, he handed the knife handle back to her. Besides this, do you have any other strange feelings? Mo Xiao moved her body and walked back and forth in the room. She felt a sense of stretching and joy in the muscles and bones all over her body. She looked at her fist. She looked at the solid wood table in the room again, and as if possessed by a ghost, she punched it down. The expected pain in the bones did not come, but the solid wood tabletop sank into a pit. Jiangxi's pupils shrank slightly, and he walked closer to observe, and marveled. In the process of fighting against that strange virus, you can be said to have been reborn. Mo Xiao also looked at her fist in shock. Obviously, her strength of bones, muscles, skin and flesh has been greatly strengthened. Is this really not a dream? Mo Xiao couldn't help pinching her cheeks again to confirm. Hiss. She let out a low cry. It turned out that the strength in her hands was not controlled for a while, and her face was pinched red. Why is my face still so fragile? Mo Xiao asked in confusion. Seeing her silly look, she couldn't help laughing. If your brain was replaced by the virus, can you still stand and talk soberly now? In his opinion, the virus circulation in Mo Xiao's body obviously stopped below the neck. Mo Xiao spread his hands and stopped caring about these details. He took out the chocolate that he had hidden in the small gymnasium from his pocket and shared it with Jiangxi. Jiangxi looked at her with a strange expression and asked tentatively, do you still have an appetite now? Why not? Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes happily after her sugar was replenished. You haven't eaten for so long. Aren't you hungry? Ah, you don't mean to eat raw blood and flesh or something? Mo Xiao laughed. Watch too many movies? She teased. Finished the chocolate in a few bites. And drank some water. Actually, I don't know why, but I don't feel sick when I smell blood now. Mo Xiao pursed his lips and said, maybe it's because my brain's desire tells me to eat human food. But my stomach's desire doesn't reject raw meat and blood. Jiangxi's eyes became complicated for a moment. But then, Mo Xiao smiled optimistically. It seems that my gastrointestinal function has at least been strengthened. And I won't get upset so easily. She then found the medical kit and replenished some medical supplies in the bag. Then she tied the fruit knife to her arm again. With my current strength, I might be able to pierce the zombie's cerebellum with one knife. Mo Xiao boasted. Yes. 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 Seeing that she had just survived the disaster and ran out to show off to him. Jiangxi sighed helplessly and handed the baseball bat back to her. It's the same with your stick. The longer the better. If they get too close and get injured and infected with the virus again, the delicate balance may be broken again. In that case, they may not be as lucky as this time. The two were tired for a long time and didn't dare to really fall asleep. Now they finally feel relieved. They slept for a whole day. It was not until some time in the middle of the night that they were awakened by the movement next door. What's going on? Mo Xiao asked in surprise. Just now. A girl's scream came from next door. Chapter 30 Death of Zhao Na. Is there something wrong next door? Next door is room 107 of the bishop's office, where teacher Jiang and his colleagues are. Mo Xiao slowly stood up with a baseball bat. Go over and take a look. She heard the sound of chairs being dragged and things falling. Jiangxi also carried a backpack. Crouched down and came to the door. His eyes slightly cold. You don't hate them? Mo Xiao said in a deep voice. You have to force me to make a black and white distinction. Right? Jiangxi was silent. Perhaps because of the influence of his original family. He appears cheerful and sunny on the surface. But in fact, he is a more paranoid person in his bones. And Mo Xiao has received a lot of love and tolerance from his parents and family since he was a child. So even though she was in a difficult situation, she was a person who could truly look at problems with a neutral and peaceful perspective. Jiangxi. Do you still remember the words in Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil? People who fight monsters should be careful not to become monsters themselves. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Mo Xiao looked back and smiled lightly. Didn't you promise to live well? She stretched out a hand and looked into Jiangxi's eyes in the dark. Even if the world in the future is always as sinister, chaotic and barbaric as today, the light of our character lit by the fire of civilization will never go out. Jiangxi's pupils trembled. Looking at the hand, silently holding her, Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled again. Full of vigor and vitality. Let's go. Go back and take a look. The two came to the bishop's office 107 one after the other. Mo Xiao has the key to this room. Perhaps the other party thought that she would not have the IQ to take out the key to open the door after becoming a zombie. So the inside was not locked again. Mo Xiao opened the door and found that there was a huge bloody smell in the dim room. At a glance, it was found that the window glass was smashed by something. Everyone was terrified. And some people cried softly. A girl was lying on the ground, holding her neck tightly, and her hand stretched upwards, as if to grab something. She was like a fish that was extremely dehydrated after coming ashore. The blood hole in her neck was bubbling, and her whole body was twitching and struggling. But she just couldn't speak. That was Zhao Na, the sophomore girl from the School of Software. What's going on? Mo Xiao asked with a frown. Ah! You? What's wrong with you? How did you get in? Because the glass was broken. The evening breeze swung the curtains. The moonlight shone in. And Gu Sheng was the first to see Mo Xiao beside him. And he jumped in shock. One of the biggest reasons for his fear was that dozens of hours had passed. And this person hadn't turned into a zombie yet? Xiao Mo, Li Pingping, Tanya, and others were overjoyed and rushed over to see her. Fuck. Xiao Mo. Are you really immune? Look at this. The Chosen One. The Chosen One. A true heroine in a novel. Zhao Peng and Lu De laughed exaggeratedly. Mo Xiao smiled and shook her head. Explaining, I made a mistake. She looked at the stunned faces of the crowd and spread her hands. I was scratched by a wild cat before and had an allergic reaction. It was not a zombie scratch. I didn't know it at the time. She smiled awkwardly and touched the back of her head. I made a joke and scared everyone. I'm sorry. Li Pingping hugged her and cried, "You scared me to death." "I'm fine." Tanya was much more calm and smiled as she patted Mo Xiao on the shoulder. Jiang Qing held Jiang Duoduo's hand and watched from afar, feeling happy and relieved, but also a trace of regret and apology. "What happened?" Mo Xiao frowned and asked as he looked at the broken glass. Qiu Jia and others were moving tables to block the broken hole, as if they were facing a great enemy. "You know, this is on the first floor, and there might be wandering zombies outside. It's so dangerous to leave such a big hole open. Just now a guy broke the glass and jumped in, bit Xiao Na and drank her blood, and then jumped out of the window and ran away." Zhang Jiwei explained. "What guy?" "That's a zombie. It must be a zombie," Gu Xing whispered, very excited. Zhang Jiwei moved her mouth, but didn't say anything. But Qiujia responded, "Indeed, the bite force of humans is not that strong. However, that zombie doesn't seem to be as brainless as other zombies. He only attacked Zhao Na and left. Personal grudge?" Mo Xiao frowned. "Do you know Zhao Na?" Zhao Na, who was still breathing on the ground, obviously heard it and shook her head frantically. At the same time, she stretched out her hands and cried for help. Save me." Qiujia was unmoved and looked at the brothers around him and said, "Get ready and throw her out of the window." "Qiujia." Li Bebe pulled his sleeve. Qiujia stared at her and said, "What? Want to plead for her? She is not dead after being bitten by a zombie like this. She will change soon. If you don't abandon her, you will sacrifice yourself to feed her later?" Li Bebe pursed her lips and stopped talking. First it was Mo Xiao, and then Zhao Na. Both of them were girls. She and Zhang Jiwei felt a little sad, although the incident with Mo Xiao was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Na, who was struggling on the ground, heard Qiujia's words, and her sobbing became louder. She kept twisting her body, and her face was full of unwillingness. "Help! Haka, save me! Junior sister. Senior knows that you are the most reasonable." Qiujia squatted down, looked at her, and patted her face with pity. "Didn't you behave very well and be sensible in the previous incident with Mo Xiao? Now it's your turn. You should also take the initiative to give in for the safety of the collective life. Right? Everyone will remember your efforts." Zhao Na's eyes showed despair. She held on to the window tightly and looked at Mo Xiao for help. But the other party did not look at her. The next moment, Qiujia had already thrown Zhao Na out of the window together with Su Tiangao He and others. At the same time, they used the table to block the window. Qiujia breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Mo Xiao and Jiang Shi who had just come in. "Xiao Suimiai, you are so lucky." Qiujia smiled at her. Mo Xiao sat down against the wall and glanced at him lightly. "Don't worry. I can't die even if you die." Qiujia shrugged. In fact, he was just testing Mo Xiao's mental state. Seeing that she looked normal, there was nothing wrong with her tone, logic and emotions. Only then did he feel relieved. He began to say seriously, "Everyone come here. Let's have a meeting to discuss the problem of the zombie just now." He then looked at Jiang Qing, "Teacher Jiang. What do you think?" Jiang Qing nodded silently. The man just now was indeed strange. "Teacher Jiang, that was a zombie, not a human." Gu Sheng couldn't help but correct him. "Gu Sheng." Qiujia glanced at him coldly. "What we are going to discuss now is whether he is a zombie or a human." Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes. She found that Qiujia was worthy of being an elite reserve before the end of the world. Maybe he was quite panicked when he first faced the dangerous environment. But after settling down for a few days, he has quickly adapted and has become more calm and methodical in dealing with things. Obviously, she and Jiang Shi were away for this period of time. The person in charge here was not Teacher Jiang, nor the class monitor Luda, but Qiujia. If it was a person, he might have come to take revenge. So he specifically targeted Zhao Na, Tanya said. But just now, Mo Xiao pondered. Zhao Na denied it. "I don't think she lied. There is another situation." Jiang Shi, who was standing against the wall with his arms folded, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 31. Who will be the next one? The other party doesn't know Zhao Na. He just attacks indiscriminately. And Zhao Na is the first unlucky one. Jiang Shi spread his hands and smiled playfully. His tone was slow, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But when everyone heard him say this in such a nonchalant manner, their faces were not very good. Tian Xiaoxu couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Shi, What do you mean by the first one? You don't understand this? Jiangxi glanced at him, with the corners of his lips slightly raised, and joked with a bit of mischief. It means there may be a second. A third. Tian Shishu's face turned pale, looking at the pool of blood left by Xiao Na on the ground, and swallowed his saliva. You mean, he thinks we are food reserves? Xiujia said with an ugly face. There are such smart zombies? Then we are all finished? Mo Xiao suddenly asked. Did you see his face clearly? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. It is dark now. The power was also cut off at the bishop's place. For safety, they pulled the curtains and could not see clearly in the dark. When the zombie broke into the window just now, everyone was stunned for a while and did not react at all. Xiao Na was already thrown to the ground by him, and the other party was very fast, almost biting off Xiao Na's neck with just one bite. Who dared to approach in that situation? They were all scared and retreated in panic, hiding in the corner and not daring to come forward. Later, when he mustered up the courage to hit him, he didn't even stand up, but just took the baseball bat from Gu Sheng's hand with one hand. His strength was incredible. Gu Sheng almost died there with the bat. This blood-sucking scene was so terrifying that it lasted until he jumped out of the window and escaped. Then, is it really a zombie? Zhang Jiwei couldn't help asking. Xiujia's eyes turned and looked at Mo Xiao, suddenly thinking of a question. He asked, Schoolmate, what you told him before, that some people did not turn into zombies after being bitten. Is it true? Mo Xiao raised her eyebrows and stared at Xiujia seriously. She didn't expect the senior to be more perceptive. In fact, Mo Xiao also thought of this place. She suspected that the zombie that broke in and attacked Xiao Na indiscriminately was probably not a complete zombie, because the other party's behavior pattern obviously retained the rationality of being a human. Mo Xiao speculated based on her own personal experience whether the other party was similar to her. It was in a semi-infected state. However, this delicate balance in Mo Xiao's body did not pass through the brain, so her own personality still occupies an absolute and only dominant position. As a result, Mo Xiao could completely control herself from eating raw flesh and blood, and still retain an appetite for ordinary human food. The other party is likely to have a more perfect or thorough balance in this internal cycle. Although he has retained his rationality, he will be driven by the virus to some extent. It's like having a dual personality at the same time. Although he can think rationally, he will have a runaway period. That is, a period when his appetite is greater than his rationality. During the runaway period, it makes sense to say that he is a complete zombie, because that should be the peak period when the virus is active in his body. Mo Xiao followed Xiujia's words and explained briefly, and also talked about her own speculation. In fact, her judgment is not much different from Jiangxi's. She also believes that when the other party retains his rationality, he will not attack her and others casually. After all, there are fewer and fewer people in this school. Everyone knows the principle of not draining the pond to catch fish. Since the other party already knows their hiding place, they just need to take away a prey regularly like hunting. You mean, we are equivalent to being kept as captives? Tian Shishu's face was very ugly. Such a cognition made his proud self-esteem difficult to accept. Junior sister has a deep understanding of this strange virus. Xiujia looked at her with an inquiring look. As he said, he smiled kindly and handed Mo Xiao a bottle of water and a bag of snacks. It was our fault before. Junior sister has worked hard outside these 2 days. Drink some water. Mo Xiao's eyes flickered on the water bottle he was holding. The corners of his lips curled up. Xiujia wanted to test whether she had a normal appetite and whether she was also half infected. Mo Xiao glanced at him coldly and pushed the hand away. No. I'm afraid you will poison me. Anyway, they had already torn their faces apart before. Mo Xiao always distinguished between friends he could make and those he couldn't make. Xiujia smiled awkwardly and took it back. His face was slightly gloomy, and his expression was not good. He actually didn't care about whether he lost face or not. But Mo Xiao showed no desire for water when he was short of water and food. This made him have some bad guesses. He wondered if Mo Xiao was the same kind as the previous intruder. If that was the case, wouldn't the situation of himself and others be even more dangerous? Xiujia thought about this, and was thinking about finding another excuse to send Mo Xiao out. Then he saw Mo Xiao on the opposite side took out a piece of chocolate and a bottle of water from his backpack and slowly ate them. This scene made Xiujia relax a little, and his vigilance was greatly reduced. It seems that it is not because he can no longer eat human food, but because he really has a grudge against himself. This cognition is much more reassuring than the possibility that Mo Xiao is an intelligent zombie. Qiu Jie can more or less guess that the previous intruder should have chosen to eat human flesh when he was desperate. After all, they were all highly educated and ambitious young people. Given a choice, who would want to become a beast that eats raw meat and drinks blood? So, since the guy still has reason, it is very likely that he no longer has an appetite for human food. After being extremely hungry, he chose to attack his former kind out of desperation. Because of this guess, Qiu Jie was completely relieved when he saw that Mo Xiao still had such an appetite for human snacks. Mo Xiao, let's go! Seeing Mo Xiao sitting in the corner and finishing her food, Jiangxi suddenly came over, patted her head, and was about to walk out the door. Xiao Mo, brother Shi, many people exclaimed. Where are you going? Junior? Qiu Jie asked in surprise. It's so dangerous outside. This office is the most dangerous now. Right? Jiangxi looked at him sarcastically. The glass windows of this room were even broken, and it was on the first floor. It's okay at night, but once the zombies become active during the day, the risk factor will rise sharply. Right? Zhang Jiwei also advised. There are many zombies outside. Stay with everyone. At least there is strength in numbers. Puff. Jiangxi couldn't help laughing. Did I hear it right? Didn't you ask Mo Xiao to go out on his own before? Oh, I almost forgot. Jiangxi's amber eyes were shining with a playful cold light. The guy who shouted the most fiercely before was killed by a zombie in a place where there is strength in numbers. He swept his eyes over everyone one by one, and said slowly, who will be the next one? Chapter 32. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. This lazy tone was inexplicably like a curse. In this dark space filled with blood, many people felt a chill on the back of their necks. Especially Gu Sheng, who almost jumped up and down and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher, he is openly provoking you. And you don't care? Jiang Qing, who was cute, couldn't help but sigh again. Over the past few days, he has become accustomed to this group of students with strong opinions, and the style of Jiang Qing when there is something wrong with the teacher. He pushed his glasses and looked at Mo Xiao with a guilty sigh. Student Mo. It was the teacher's fault for not being able to prevent that situation before. Mo Xiao shook his head and smiled, not wanting to dwell on this matter anymore. You want to leave, but the teacher doesn't have the nerve to stop you. Jiang Qing shook her head and said earnestly, But before you find the next safe place to stay, I think it would be safer to stay in this room with everyone. Xiao Mo. We'll go with you. Li Pingping wiped away her tears and said firmly. Tongya clenched the steel bar in her hand and whispered, Where you go, we'll follow you. Brother Shi. We'll listen to you too. Lu De and Zhao Ping also spoke up. Jiangxi looked at them and smiled. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Mo Xiao and I plan to go to the Nutuling emergency shelter near Donghu City first. After the internet was disconnected, Mo Xiao had taken out the radio to listen again. After a few days of silence, she was lucky to receive the signal from the Nutuling emergency shelter again, although there was still a lot of interference. And the signal was even worse than before. But at least it proved that there were living survivors in the Nutuling emergency shelter, and on the map that Mo Xiao downloaded before, in the official emergency shelter table issued by the country, Nutuling was also on it. So, that place should be credible. Originally, the group of students who stayed in the school were somewhat confused and didn't know where to go. At this moment, hearing Jiangxi's words, their eyes suddenly lit up. We'll go too. The disaster in Donghu City is so severe this time, and we haven't seen any military rescue. We have to find a way ourselves. Yes, we can't just stay where we are and expect others to rescue us. They probably can't take care of themselves. It would be great if we could get the military's protection at the Nutuling emergency shelter. Everyone was talking at once. Jiangxi and Mo Xiao exchanged glances and stretched out their hands to press down. After everyone quieted down, he stood at the head of the conference table and smiled lazily. Before that, we have to successfully escape from the school gate. He tapped the table with a baseball bat. From now on, everyone who wants to go out will follow my command. Jiangxi's eyes swept slowly over the people present. Like a wolf king inspecting his wolf pack, it doesn't matter if you don't want to listen. He also turned another key chain on his fingertips. I have another safe room. Those who don't want to listen can stay. Those who want to listen can leave with me. Hearing that there is another room, many people looked happy. This place has been targeted, and the window glass of this room is broken. Even in the dark night, no one dared to sleep at ease. If they could change to an intact space, they would undoubtedly feel much more at ease. Brother Shi, we are willing to listen to you. Guichuchu sat below and stared at his face, whispering, "Oh." Jiangshi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then in future actions, I ask for a veto. If someone makes a mistake, I will not be stingy with the punishment. You have no objection? Guichuchu's face turned pale. She looked at her classmates beside her. Jiang Qing, who had been watching from a distance, finally understood what Jiangshi and Mo Xiao wanted to do. It seems that they have been setting a trap for themselves since they came back. They have a clear goal and have already prepared to go to the Nutaling emergency shelter. But they also deeply know that they will probably experience many dangers along the way. They are well aware of the power of the collective. They never thought of leaving the group from the beginning. But if they follow the same collective model as before, it seems that they don't want it either. After all, Mo Xiao was voted out before, which is a lesson for them. Although she seems to be indifferent on the surface, she knows the principle of learning from failure. This time when she came back, Jiangshi made trouble, seemingly to speak up for Mo Xiao. In fact, it is to make clear the dominant position of the group. All the living forces can only become a knife for him if they unite and twist into a hemp rope. Otherwise, it will be beneficial to the team to cut them out early. Looking at these two very smart students, Jiang Qing sighed silently that she was getting old. The intelligence, courage and bravery of the two 19-year-old young men were beyond his reach. Jiang Qing sighed and was relieved, and nodded first. Okay. I agree. From now on, you will be my captain. Jiangshi raised the corners of his lips, and nodded to Jiang Qing, who was flattering him. He put away the keychain, put on his backpack and pulled Mo Xiao out again, from here to the door. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you are willing to join our team, follow me consciously. Jiangshi has always been resolute and decisive in doing things. This time, he did not slow down his pace when pulling Mo Xiao out. He said 3 seconds, and it was 3 seconds. Until he opened the door and stood outside. There were sounds of people picking up their backpacks and packing up their things in a hurry. A few minutes later, when the team members following him arrived at classroom 106, which was just separated by a wall, he was still in shock. Who would have thought that it was right next door? Mo Xiao looked at the crowd that followed and squinted her eyes. There were quite a few people coming, including her and Jiangshi. There were actually 16 people in this team, which was beyond her expectation. This 16-member team named the Dawn Action Team by Jiangshi. The current members are Mo Xiao, Jiangshi, Xu Wenze, Tanya, Li Pingping, Lu De, Zhao Peng, Zhang Yuming, Guichuchu, Zhang Jie, Tian Xiaoxiu, Xu Ying. The above are the 12 students who survived from the original Exile in Class 1. Almost all of them are here. Even Zhang Yuming, Tian Xiaoxiu and others who had voted for Mo Xiao to be expelled followed silently after weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Qing and Jiang Duo also supported them from the beginning. The freshman from the School of Art named Gao Yu also followed in a low-key manner. What surprised Mo Xiao the most was that Zhang Jiwei, a senior who was originally in the team of the School of Software and had a strong observation ability, also chose to join them. This means that there are only 5 people left on Qiu Jie's side next door. I'm afraid he is gnashing his teeth in hatred at this moment. Seeing Mo Xiao looking over, Zhang Jiwei smiled awkwardly and explained, Beibei is Qiu Jie's girlfriend, and I am not. I just happened to meet them before. Chapter 33 I'm in the same group with you. Jiangshi didn't comment. He didn't care if the team members had any dissenting thoughts. Anyway, the ugly words have been said in advance, and everyone has tacitly agreed. So it's reasonable. If anyone dares to be ungrateful again, he has plenty of ways to deal with them. Mo Xiao plays the villain in his true colors, and he plays the villain effortlessly. Okay. Jiangshi took out a color pen and drew a school layout map on the wall in the moonlight. To reach Nutaling, you must first successfully break through the school. Jiangshi drew a road and marked it with a red key. But there are 3 roads at the school gate. There is no access control on the university campus. Whether it is the 3 avenues on campus or the main road outside the main gate of the school, the flow of people is not low. If we want to successfully break through this door, we have to do one thing first. Luda touched the back of his head and asked, "What is it?" "Get a school bus." Jiangxi shrugged. "Only by driving a bus like a school bus can we rush out." Xiao Peng slammed his fist and said, "Why didn't I think of it? But our school bus parking area is on the branch road west of the comprehensive building, which is a bit far from the bishop's side." Tanya nodded. "Besides, how to get the key to start the bus is also a problem. This requires everyone to work together." Mo Xiao smiled and took over the conversation. "There are so many of us. We can be divided into 4 groups. Look around there. To be honest, the key to our office was found on the zombie academic affairs teacher. Brother Shi, can you guarantee the safety of each of us?" Zhang Jie couldn't help but say, "We followed you because we trust you." Mo Xiao chuckled. And before Jiang Shi opened his mouth, he said coldly, "The meaning of the team is that everyone provides self-value and tries their best to ensure the survival rate. In today's world, no one can say that they dare to guarantee the safety of everyone." She narrowed her eyes, stared at Zhang Jie and said slowly, "The previous way of relying on only a few people to work must be changed. Understand?" Mo Xiao's impolite tone surprised everyone. Although she was not very friendly to strangers before, she was generally very polite. She would give people room when speaking and doing things, and she was never aggressive. But after experiencing the previous incident, everyone suddenly realized that she seemed to have changed a lot. It seems that she has become a little indifferent. But even so, everyone was nervous. But no one really jumped out to blame her. After all, they asked themselves, if it was them who were expelled, they would probably not be much better than her. Mo Xiao was able to stay with them calmly, which was considered very tolerant. Zhang Jie blushed and glared at Mo Xiao. "We listen to Brother Shi. Not you. Why do you make the rules?" To be honest, Jiang Shi has always been more appealing. The reason why so many people followed him was mostly because of Jiang Shi. After all, people with abilities are the most popular people in any environment. Mo Xiao did not rush to reply to Zhang Jie this time, but smiled and walked slowly towards her with a baseball bat. "You? What are you doing?" Zhang Jie stepped back and raised her head. "Do you still want to hit someone?" Mo Xiao stopped in front of her, tilted his head, and looked her up and down. Zhang Jie had always had a bad relationship with Mo Xiao, and everyone knew it. Of course, Mo Xiao knew it herself. But in fact, she was a bit inexplicable. After all, she was busy making money every day except studying, and everything took up a lot of her energy. It was difficult for Mo Xiao to have the time and energy to have a quarrel with others. It was this Zhang Jie who had always been targeting her intentionally or unintentionally for no reason from the beginning. Mo Xiao thought of this and looked at the fear in the girl's eyes on the ground. His eyes sank. Suddenly he swung the baseball bat and hit it hard. Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Don't be impulsive. Ah. Murder. Zhang Jie subconsciously closed her eyes and screamed. But soon, she realized that the movement around her had stopped. She slowly opened her eyes. She saw the baseball bat stopped 1 centimeter above the tip of her nose. The dark red color, with faint traces of dried white brain matter, exuded a foul stench. Zhang Jie widened her eyes, wanting to vomit. But she was so scared that she quickly held her breath. "Why?" Mo Xiao looked at her and smiled slowly. His eyes swept over everyone one by one intentionally or unintentionally, because I personally went out to lead everyone to find food, and because I was the last one to lead everyone out of the small gymnasium. If you, and you, she raised a sarcastic smile and pointed at Tian Xiaoxiu and others one by one. Finally, she put the baseball bat back on her shoulder. Or any of you can make a big enough contribution to the collective and the team. And of course your words have weight. Mo Xiao did not look at Zhang Jie, who was breathing heavily on the ground, but turned back to the corner and stood against the wall in the shadow. "Now, does anyone want to ask me why I make rules?" Everyone looked at each other. Even Li Pingping, who was familiar with Mo Xiao in the past, was frightened, and felt relieved and a little scared, seeing that no one spoke out to refute. She nodded to Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi shrugged nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened, and continued to arrange the plan. Under this blatant cover-up, it was even harder for everyone to say anything. Their plan was simple. There were 16 people in the Dawn team now. In addition to Jiang Duo, there were 15 adults, 3 people in a group, divided into 5 groups to go to find the key. As for the location, Jiangxi also relied on his excellent memory to provide several possible reference points. He and Mo Xiao were both resolute and decisive. It was midnight, the period when the zombies were the weakest. Speed was of the essence in war. Who knew if there would be any other risks if the apocalypse was delayed for another day? They planned to act immediately. Now? Guichuchu supported the frightened Zhang Jie, pursed her lips and whispered. Everyone was frightened next door just now, and didn't rest well. How about we start tomorrow? Mo Xiao glanced at her and said lightly, those who want to rest can stay and rest with Duo. Guichuchu was a little hurt by Mo Xiao's contemptuous tone. Under the influence of self-esteem, she bit her lip. She took her roommate Zhang Jie's arm and said, Zhang Jie and I are in the same group. We are still short of one person. Who wants to be in the same group with us? But there was silence in the room. Guichuchu's eyes suddenly turned red. For the first time in her life, she, who has always been excellent, realized that she seemed to be regarded as a burden by everyone. She gritted her teeth and asked again, trying to suppress the moisture in her eyes. But she couldn't help but look at Jiangxi. Zhang Jie also looked at the man in the main seat with hope. But Jiangxi seemed to be unaware of their request for help, and encouraged everyone to form teams freely with a smile. Alas! Someone in the crowd seemed to sigh. Zhang Yuming said silently, I'll be in the same group with you. Chapter 34 Third Teaching Building. Teacher Huang. Zhang Jie lowered her eyes coldly. Guichuchu looked at him gratefully. Zhang Yuming smiled bitterly, and shook his head. This group was finalized. Jiang Qing, Tian Xiaoxiu and Zhang Jiwei also formed a team. In addition, Lu De, Zhao Peng and Tong Ye seemed to be forming a team as well. Sister Ye. Li Pingping held her hand reluctantly. Pingping, it's better to be in the same group with brother Shi. You go, she whispered in her ear. Over there. Jiangxi was standing next to Mo Xiao with his arms folded, and it was unknown what he was saying. Mo Xiao, you really like to be in the same group with Chu Wenzai. He teased sourly. It's not enough to be in the same group with him for course design. This time you chose him first. If you don't know, you would think you have a crush on him. Mo Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't you know my current strength? Wouldn't it be better for each of us to lead a team? Jiangxi spread his hands and didn't comment, but his face was frighteningly dark. Chu Wenzai made a detour in front of him and whispered to Mo Xiao, Xiao Mo, come here. I have something to tell you. Okay. Seeing Mo Xiao walking past him, Jiangxi couldn't help but snort coldly again. Stupid. You will be deceived by men sooner or later. Senior. I can't. A soft female voice suddenly came to his ear. Jiangxi lowered his eyes, and saw a beautiful girl with long black hair standing shyly in front of him. It was Gao Yu, a freshman from the art academy. Seeing the boy in front of him lazily grabbing his hair, he looked a little impatient. Gao Yu hurriedly said, other teams are full. So Jiangxi was stunned. Other teams are full? Yes. Gao Yu smiled shyly. I originally wanted to join the group of senior sister Mo and senior brother Chu. But senior sister didn't seem to like me very much. I didn't know anyone well, so I had to come to you. The captain. Jiangxi squinted at her and nodded. Get ready. We're going. Okay. Thank you. Senior brother. Gao Yu bowed deeply in surprise. You are such a good person. And before, I was able to escape from the dormitory, thanks to senior brother's help, she said gratefully. Then, she secretly took out a small bag of chocolate from her bag, handed it to Jiangxi, and whispered, to express my gratitude, this is the food I have left. Please accept it. Senior. Jiangxi took a quick look and saw at least 6 large pieces of chocolate. This might not be a big deal before the zombie outbreak, but now, it is extremely precious. But Gao Yu, a girl who looks weak, can give such a precious thing as she wants? As if she trusts him wholeheartedly. Jiangxi's eyes rose with a playful smile, and he waved his hand. Keep it for yourself. Don't let others see it. In the other corner of the room, Mo Xiao sat down next to Chu Wenzai and whispered, are you serious? Teacher Huang really has the key? Chu Wenzai just told her that he knew a place where the school bus key was most likely, and that place was over at the third teaching building. As long as it was a teaching building, no matter which one it was undoubtedly the most dangerous place, because that must be the place with the most zombies in the whole school. Mo Xiao's class used to take the compilation class in the third teaching building, and Teacher Huang was the teacher who taught them compilation. However, The classroom for the compilation class was on the top floor. Climbing all the way up must be very dangerous. Not to mention that Teacher Huang might have turned into a zombie and would keep moving. Finding Teacher Huang accurately from a huge group of zombies is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Actually, I had prepared a project before and asked Mr. Huang to be our mentor. Chu Wenjie explained. I had planned to go to Donghu International for an internship with Mr. Huang after finishing the analog electronics class that day. Donghu International is an electronic software-related company in Donghu City. During the summer vacation of the second year of the School of Computer Science at Donghu University, students from the School of Computer Science will be organized to intern at the company. In fact, it is equivalent to an early extracurricular project, which is counted in the credits. But this is only for most ordinary students. For some academic gods and tyrants, they can choose other projects and mentors as long as the mentors agree, and there is a certificate issued by the school. Donghu International still provides an experimental environment. There were many teams going there that day, so the hospital specially chartered a school bus to take us there. The driver suddenly had something to do in the morning, so the hospital had to replace him. And the key temporarily fell into the hands of Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang sent me a message about this. Chu Wenjie looked calm and sighed softly. I remember which car it was. If we look for the key for this car, it may be more likely to succeed than the method Jiang she mentioned before. Mo Xiao was surprised and delighted. I couldn't help but clench my fist and hit his shoulder. You are worthy of being the god Chu. Why didn't you say it just now? Chu Wenjie smiled bitterly. You also know that the risk factor is too high. Chu Wenjie is a low-key person. A relatively cold and ruthless person. But he is also a person who does not want to take advantage of others. He is even more unwilling to let others bear blood debts because of his few words. After all, this proposal can easily lead to death. After saying that, he took a deep breath, looked at Mo Xiao calmly and said, Xiao Mo, I will pretend to form a team with you. When the time comes, you will still go to the designated location to search. And I will go to the third teaching building to see if Teacher Huang is still there. Among all the classmates in the class, he is most familiar with Mo Xiao because of the course team. So he is sure that in this case, if he leaves the team without reason, Mo Xiao will not report it. I'll go with you. Mo Xiao blinked. One more person means more strength. Chu Wenjie frowned slightly. Xiao Mo, don't look at me like this. I'm a boy after all, and I have more advantages than girls in a fight. This matter is settled. Mo Xiao waved her hand. Go to the three religions first to wait and see, and retreat immediately if it's too dangerous. She shrugged. I'm the leader of our team, and I don't want our team to lose members for no reason. The two sat in the corner and talked. A shadow suddenly covered the moonlight and appeared in front of them. Mo Xiao squinted and looked up. Surprised, chewing? The tall and thin girl like a ghost stroked her greasy long hair, silent for a while, and then said faintly, Are you still missing someone? Mo Xiao was stunned and wanted to agree. But then he thought about going to Sanji with Chu Wenjie, and that place was so dangerous. So he was about to refuse. Then he saw Chewing speaking again. Other groups are full. Only your group has a vacancy. She showed her slender dark eyes from under her bangs, looked at Mo Xiao, and said faintly, I heard everything you just said. Hear it? Mo Xiao was stunned. Just now Chu Ying was so far away from him and Chu Wenjie, and they spoke in a low voice. He could hear this? As if knowing the doubts in Mo Xiao's heart. Chu Ying squatted down and stared into her eyes, and said, My hearing has been far better than ordinary people since I was a child. Let me join. I can help you. Chapter 35. I have always been a person with a talent for humor. The moonlight is like a hook. The clear light sprinkled on the road, allowing people to vaguely distinguish shadows and roads. The school at night is very different from when Mo Xiao and her friends went out to search for food before. When they went out to search for food before, some teaching buildings still had lights on, with them to attract attention. The zombies at night are more concentrated. But at this moment, after the solar storm in the gymnasium in front, the whole school has almost completely entered a power outage, since it is pitch black and quiet everywhere. Instead, the zombies wander aimlessly again. So, Mo Xiao and her friend's trip this time is much more difficult than before. At least on the way to the three religions. They had to find a big tree or a shelter to stop and hide their bodies almost every few steps. They could only continue to set off after the zombies in front of them left. Fortunately, their school has been established for many years and has a long history. So the trees are particularly tall, and the greening is very good. There are many convenient places to hide their bodies. Moreover, Mo Xiao and Chu Wenze are both calm and careful people. Although Chu Ying came out with them for the first time, she was surprisingly light-footed. Perhaps it was the ghost gait she had practiced in her daily life, which made her walk silently. Mo Xiao was amazed. It took a lot of effort and time to stumble along the way. The three finally arrived at the bushes and flowers in front of the third teaching building. The third teaching building has no elevator and is an older building with 7 floors. Fortunately, the stairs on both sides of this teaching building are outside. So from the first floor to the top floor, the 7th floor, whether there are zombies on the stairs, and how many zombies there are, they can vaguely see from the direction of the bushes and flowers. Teacher Huang's class that day is in classroom 702. Chu Wenze whispered. It's closer from the left staircase. It may also be in classroom 709. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes, trying to see the black shadow on the stairs more clearly. Teacher Huang has the key to computer room 709, which is usually locked and empty. If she encounters danger, she may hide there. Mo Xiao whispered, if that's the case, it's closer to go up the stairs on the right. After listening, Chu Wenze looked back at Mo Xiao. I'll go up from the left first. If I don't come down in half an hour, you can make a decision. After saying that, he was about to leave. Mo Xiao held his wrist and shook his head. Aren't you going to die if you go up alone? The air pressure was a little low for a while. From the upper left or the upper right, a wrong step may cost you your life. And this life is not only your own, but also the 3 lives of the whole team. The two were unable to make a decision for a while and fell silent. Chu Ying, who had been squatting in the bushes behind them, suddenly said in a low voice to liven up the atmosphere, be optimistic. Maybe she will suddenly turn into a zombie and fall down from the building in front of us, so we don't have to climb to the top ourselves. No one responded for a long while. Chu Ying added in a low voice, okay. I admit that it was just a joke just now. Mo Xiao laughed and glanced at her. No. It was just an accident. I didn't expect you to joke. Everyone in the class didn't know Chu Ying very well. Some people even confused her name with Sadako's. After all, their styles were too similar. Of course. Chu Ying nodded seriously. I have always been a person with a talent for humor. In fact, my original ambition was to be a talk show host. Mo Xiao's eyes widened. I heard your heartbeat quicken. What's wrong? Do you admire me? Chu Ying suddenly smiled. Her impression of Mo Xiao improved a little. Although the classmates in the class didn't interact with her much, she knew that they must admire her very much. Because as long as she raised her head and met someone's eyes, the other person would quickly move away, which was a sign of awe. As long as she approached someone, the other person would immediately leave and give her a seat, which was a sign of respect. Chu Ying often didn't fit in with others because she was too outstanding. My grandmother said that a natural humor master like me shouldn't get involved with those who have no talent. So I gave up. She looked at Mo Xiao and felt that this girl really had a pair of beautiful eyes, black and white, and she looked at her without any panic or fear, although she could feel the respect she felt for her from her heartbeat. But she did not avoid her gaze and contact. Chu Ying felt that this guy was still a promising talent. She knew from the reactions of the people around her that her personality charm would double at night. So when others saw her walking at night, they either jumped with excitement or screamed uncontrollably. And Mo Xiao never trembled because of this. Really? Although you didn't show it deliberately. I have already felt your talent. She said so instead. It was just the heartbeat that exposed the other person's mood. Maybe he was still worried about how to go upstairs, and which way to go upstairs to find the key. Chu Ying sighed, patted her shoulder and said, Mo Xiao, don't be discouraged. You can be as good as me. Mo Xiao nodded with a smile, just about to get the topic back on track and make the final decision. Suddenly, Chu Ying's body trembled, and he looked up suddenly. Mo Xiao was about to look up, but a deafening sound of falling had already resounded in his ears. Bang! She squatted in the bushes and wiped her face blankly, with a trace of blood. It was splashed by the falling object in front. Looking at the corpse that was twitching and wriggling, and struggling to get up, Mo Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. A zombie really fell from the upstairs in front of him. Oh, maybe I'm not just joking. Chu Ying was obviously shocked and opened her mouth wide. Maybe she felt that she was familiar with Mo Xiao, and she was in the mood to show off her humor at this time, because of the huge falling sound just now. Many wandering zombies have been gradually attracted. Mo Xiao looked up and saw a figure flashing on the stairs. It looked like a living person. She gritted her teeth, felt the pressure from the shadows on all sides, and whispered, "Retreat." The three of them retreated slowly from behind the bushes. This retreat directly retreated to the bishop's classroom 106. Because Jiang Duo stayed behind, she could enter the door even without the key. The little girl stayed alone in the dark room, without crying or making a fuss, and even calmly distinguished whether it was her own voice, and opened the door for them. Mo Xiao touched her head, half squatted, and said, "We are back. Duo can go to bed." Jiang Duo shook her head. "Uncle said that we have to wait for every brother and sister to come back. Do you know the torch?" Jiang Duo nodded. It's not like she had never watched the Olympics. Mo Xiao smiled gently, opened his hand, and grabbed something from Jiang Duo's small palm. Then he blinked and said, "Now, sister has taken over the torch. Next, let sister pass the baton. Duo can rest first." "Okay then." The little girl pouted with an expression of "Do you think I'm a fool?" She obediently found the blanket in the corner and lay down. Soon her breathing became smooth. It seemed that she was really sleepy. Mo Xiao's eyes sank, and he turned around and said to Chuinja and Chuing, "You stay here and I'll go out and take a look." Chapter 36. He is Xiabumian. After saying this, he opened and closed the door and walked out without waiting for the two to respond. Chu Wenze frowned, stood up, and said to Chuing, "Stay here. I'll go out and take a look." After saying this, he left the room without waiting for Chuing to respond. Chuing opened his mouth and sighed faintly. People who are too outstanding are always the ones who are left alone. Then, he looked at the little girl who was sleeping peacefully in the corner. Chuing sat cross-legged like an old monk. Only someone as powerful as me can be trusted to stay alone to take care of the child. Outdoors, behind a huge tree, Mo Xiao squatted behind the bricks of the flower bed, looking at Chu Wenze, who was also squatting beside him. "Why did you follow me?" Chu Wenze narrowed his eyes and looked at the building opposite through the gaps between the leaves of the flower bed. "I seem to have seen a familiar face before, so I came to confirm it." Mo Xiao had originally been holding onto the edge of the flower bed with both hands, concentrating on observing the figure who had just entered the building. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you know him?" In fact, the building in front of her was the bishop she had just come out of. Mo Xiao came out of the bishop because she seemed to have seen a familiar face when the zombie fell in the third teaching building. So after coming back, the more she thought about it, the more strange it became. So she decided to come back and take a look. Unexpectedly, just as she arrived at the door of the bishop, then she saw a group of people running in the distance. Mo Xiao hid immediately. Who would have thought that Teacher Huang was among the group? She was still alive. However, the group of people made a lot of noise when running, but most of the zombies attracted were killed by the leading boy waving a stick. The opponent was extremely strong and his skills were not much worse than Jiangxi, so he solved the problem neatly along the way, which could be said to be extremely powerful. This time, Mo Xiao finally saw clearly that the boy was exactly the boy who escaped to the second floor when she looked down from the dormitory building. She had been impressed by that man before, and it was also from him that she saw for the first time that zombies could be killed. However, that person had left the dormitory area a few days earlier than her. I didn't expect to run into him here. He even ran into the comprehensive building with Teacher Huang, whom he was looking for. Looking at the direction, it was also the first floor. And Mo Xiao crouched down, carefully identifying the movements like a cheetah. They won't go to office 107. Right? Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes. Are Qiu Jie and others still there? How did the other party know? God Chu? Seeing Chu Wenze in a daze, Mo Xiao couldn't help asking, "Are you familiar with him?" Chu Wenze came back to his senses and nodded. "He is a junior from class 1 of the Department of Planning in our college. He is also a very good student. The project I told you about before is in the same group with him. It is rare for a freshman to be able to work on a project with Chu Wenze." Mo Xiao nodded. "So, he is also familiar with Teacher Huang. No wonder he protects them. They may have thought of escaping by borrowing the school bus." Mo Xiao touched her chin and thought, "When Jiangxi and the others come back, we will go to the next door to discuss it with them." After she finished speaking, she saw that Chu Wenze was distracted. She pushed his shoulder. "Is there anything wrong?" "No. I'm just a little surprised." Chu Wenze smiled bitterly, and explained to Mo Xiao one by one. It turned out that in his eyes, the junior named Xia Bumian was a gloomy boy. He also seemed to be weak and sickly, had been bullied in school, and was not sociable with his peers. If it weren't for the academic exchange, Chu Wenze would not have known him so well with his personality. After all, both of them were taciturn. He has changed a lot in the past few days. He became stronger and more courageous. Perhaps it was the extreme and dangerous environment that forced people to grow up. Chu Wenze sighed. Mo Xiao's eyes turned, and he didn't say anything. The two didn't stay outside for long and returned to the bishop's office 106. The first thing Chu Ying said when she saw them was, a lot of people suddenly came next door. In fact, the two offices seem to be adjacent to each other. But the sound insulation is very good. If someone didn't scream hysterically, even if the table and chairs are moved, it is difficult for the neighbor to hear. But Chu Ying can hear their voices clearly. It can be seen how good her hearing is. Mo Xiao nodded, sat down next to Chu Ying, and asked in detail what the neighbor said. It was the first time that someone sat so close to her. Chu Ying's heartbeat accelerated a little, and then she coughed lightly, turned her head and said, "You don't have to be so close to me to hear it." Pa. Mo Xiao was hit in the face by her greasy long hair. There were even 2 strands stuck to her face because of the oiliness. Mo Xiao silently pulled her down, and did not sit further away from her. Instead, he tossed her hair to the side, and pulled Chu Ying's arm back to his side. Alas, people who are too outstanding often cannot get rid of the entanglement of admirers. Chu Ying's lips curled slightly, and she helplessly let Mo Xiao pull her closer, rustling like a stealing mouse, whispering the conversation next door. Not long after, the other 4 groups came back one after another. Fortunately, although there was no harvest, everyone was safe tonight. Mo Xiao told Jiangxi about Teacher Huang's matter, and everyone agreed to send representatives to negotiate with Teacher Huang and her team next door. The sky gradually brightened. While we were still selecting people, there was a sudden movement next door. It was almost dawn, and the zombie activity was about to intensify. Why come out at this time? Mo Xiao frowned, and heard the sound of running in the corridor by the door. I'll go out and take a look, and be back soon, she whispered, quickly picked up the baseball bat, and chased out. This action was extremely fast. Like an agile rabbit. Li Pingping blinked. Wow. Xiao Mo's skills are hidden. Do you think everyone is like you? Who doesn't sleep in the middle of the night, and doesn't get up in the morning and walks a few steps, and then breathes heavily? Tanya slapped Li Pingping's head. Li Pingping rubbed his head and pouted. You have the nerve to say that to me, who almost failed the physical education course. Mo Xiao was unaware of the debate in the office about her skills. She followed the freshman named Xia Bumian, and came to the east side of the bishop. There was a row of connected low bungalows on the east side, which was a small warehouse. Many cotton quilts were locked inside. Xia Bumian was as light and swift as a mountain cat. At the same time, the stick fell like thunder, and with just one stick, the back of the head immediately exploded, killing many zombies who tried to get close. That speed. If Mo Xiao's body had not just been strengthened, her endurance and explosive power were extremely terrifying, so she could have barely caught up. In the past, even riding a bicycle might not have been able to keep up. She slowly lowered her eyes. Could the other party also be a half-infected person? Was he the one who attacked Zhao Na that night? If so, he was a dangerous person. Mo Xiao followed quietly while thinking, but was distracted for a moment. And when he looked up again, he suddenly found that he had lost him. At this moment, a sharp wind sound came from the side. Chapter 37. Classmates. Hurry! Get on the bus. Mo Xiao was startled. She raised her right wrist, clenched the baseball bat, and turned it slightly. Just as she was about to turn around and hit the wind hard, suddenly, a hot stream splashed on her body. She was stunned and turned around. It turned out that someone hit a zombie behind her with a stick. The man smiled coldly, walked past Mo Xiao, and picked up the baseball bat. Daytime is not like night. You dare to be distracted. Are you tired of living? The man was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, but his expression was very gloomy. Although he saved Mo Xiao, his tone, actions and expression were very cold. He looked like he didn't want to get involved with any unnecessary people and things. Xia Bumian? The man was about to leave with his stick, but when he heard Mo Xiao suddenly call out his name, he paused slightly. Looking back, He narrowed his eyes dangerously. Do you know me? Hello. My name is Imo Xiao. Thank you for saving me just now. She smiled slightly, thanked him, but did not get too close. Always maintain a reasonable distance from the other party to fight back. I am a classmate of Chu Wenjia. Imo Xiao smiled. He and you are in the same project team. You should know each other. Not familiar. Xia Bumian did not turn around. Why are you following me? As soon as Imo Xiao uttered the word I, the other party suddenly stopped and turned back to stare at her. You are also half infected. This is an obvious answer. After all, it is difficult for ordinary girls to keep up with this speed. Imo Xiao was slightly startled, thinking about how to answer. The other party turned around again without interest, continued to move forward, picked up a pot of oil from somewhere, and walked towards the warehouse. What do you want to do? Imo Xiao frowned. Do you want to burn the warehouse? Xia Bumian smashed the lock, poured the oil evenly on the cotton and said lightly, 36 stratagems. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. You came to me and mentioned Chu Wenjia again, just wanting to rush out with Teacher Huang and us on the school bus. But I have explored that road. There are too many zombies along the way. It is difficult to pass without making a big noise to disperse them. Imo Xiao suddenly realized. So you want to light a big fire here to attract the zombies? Xia Bumian seemed too lazy to say anything extra to her, and did not say anything. Imo Xiao smelled the strong smell of dust in the air, and almost sneezed. But then, she felt a chill. The dust here is so heavy. Maybe it's not just a fire, but also a violent explosion. The open flame and the roar of the explosion. Two-pronged approach. Only such a big movement can attract enough zombies. But once the fire is lit, it is difficult to control it. Not only the main teaching building closest to it will be affected, but other places in the school may also be in danger. Not to mention the survivors, who might be hiding in other parts of the school. The fire flashed. The moment Xia Buxian threw the lighter in, he began to retreat at a high speed. Imo Xiao cursed the national quintessence in his heart, and started to run out as if his life depended on it. Seeing her fleeing in a panic behind him, Xia Buxian curled his lips, and said sarcastically, Our people have already set off to the bus. If you want to survive, you must hurry back to inform your teammates. Imo Xiao was stunned. You agree? Xia Buxian said coldly. The bus has 45 seats in total. Imo Xiao also knew that she had taken a school bus before. If she squeezed in like a public bus, it would not be a problem for 50 or 60 people to get on. Xia Bumian's implication was that there was still room for so many of them, so it wouldn't be a big deal to take in a few more. Imo Xiao looked at the back of his head with a hoodie on, squinted her eyes, and suddenly asked slowly and casually, Why did you kill Zhao Na? What Zhao Na? Xia Bumian looked back at her with a puzzled look on her face. The zombie just now was called Zhao Na? Still playing dumb with me? Imo Xiao stared at him coldly. Go to Bishop 107. The girl you bit was called Zhao Na. Xia Bumian finally couldn't help but glanced at her with a look of a psychopath. Are you sick? When did I bite anyone in 107? Imo Xiao sneered. Your acting skills are pretty good. If it wasn't you, how did you know that there was someone in that office and could stay there temporarily? Xia Bumian frowned, took out a key from his pocket, and threw it to her. I've made a key for that place before when I was working on a project. He sneered. If you like that damn place, I'll give you the key. Don't bother me. At this moment, they had arrived at the main entrance of the bishop. But Xia Bumian had no intention of stopping, and continued to run forward while avoiding zombies. It was obvious that he was running towards the bus. Imo Xiao looked at his back, and the original sarcasm on his face disappeared, and his expression returned to normal in an instant. The warmth of the key in his palm was still there. After her repeated tests, Xia Bumian seemed to be rational, clear-headed, and organized, and he also personally helped Teacher Huang and so many people escape at risk. Moreover, she just pretended not to notice the zombie approaching from behind, and the zombie even took the initiative to save her. Her actions did not seem like those of a morally corrupt person. Could it be that the one who bit Zhao Na to death that day was not Xia Bumian, but someone else? Imo Xiao's chest sank slightly, and he turned and ran towards the 107th Dawn Squad. This school is so big, with such a large number of students. Since there are two semi-infected people like Xia Bumian and himself, maybe there will be other semi-infected people. The most important thing now is to catch the school bus. After her timely notification, everyone put on their backpacks, that had been prepared long ago and left the bishop's building together. Boom boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded from the east. The explosion was accompanied by surging flames, as if a giant beast was roaring, and the ground was shaking slightly. The heat wave rolled in from behind. Someone in the team couldn't help but scream, "Run!" There were already groups of zombies around that were attracted to gather here. Jiang Qing picked up Jiang Duo. Everyone speed up. Zombies, like locusts, surrounded them from all directions, although more of them went to the warehouse. But because Mo Xiao and his team were very close to that location, they were inevitably affected. So everyone had to maintain a formation with those with heavy weapons standing in the outer circle and those without standing in the inner circle, fighting and running at the same time. This is a life and death situation. Even the girls with weaker physiques bit their lips and kept silent, running desperately. However, the zombies were like an endless stream of ants, and it was hard not to feel despair. Just when Guichuchu and others could not hold on and were on the verge of collapse, suddenly, the sound of a vehicle engine came into their ears. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw a bus stopped at the fork in the road. Classmates, hurry! Get on the bus! Huang Ying, the compilation teacher, was standing at the door of the bus, waving anxiously at Mo Xiao and others. The Shuang team rekindled their hope. When they were about to run to the bus, they suddenly saw that the glass windows of many buildings and rooms around them were wide open. People saw vehicles running out one after another. Some were closer and faster, pushing them away, like crossing a single plank bridge, and blocked the door of the bus one after another. Chapter 38 School Bus Escape. Road of Hope. Fuck. Why are you pushing? I got here first. Let me get on first. What are you doing? Why are you blocking here? Go. My god. Zombies are coming. Oh my god. Why are there so many zombies? These days are really a big illusion. I have goosebumps. Hey. The guy from the School of Journalism. What the hell are you still taking pictures with your phone? Get on. When Mo Xiao arrived, the scene at the door of the bus was like this. She was so angry that she raised her legs and stood behind and kicked them one by one. Ouch. Who the hell kicked my butt? Fuck. My hip bone must be broken. My phone. Stop kicking it. I'll go by myself. Everyone has known the principle of the crow drinking water since elementary school. But when it comes to their turn to encounter a real thrilling situation in real life, they will still deal with it in a mess. Fortunately, Mo Xiao is very strong now, and he is merciless when kicking people. After this block in one ditch, the initial panic passed, and the rest became orderly. Soon, everyone squeezed into the car. The car door closed. The aisle was also full of people standing shoulder to shoulder. The car started. If there was a drone looking down from the sky at this moment, it would see a strange scene forming on the campus of District D of East Lake University. A fire explosion made a huge noise, almost attracting half of the zombies in the campus, who slowly crawled towards that place like ants returning to their nests. The other place was much quieter. It was a school bus, speeding on the lane where the zombies were shrinking in size. Behind its exhaust, there was a thin zombie tail. When the bus successfully drove out of the main gate of the D campus of Donghu University, the people in the car couldn't help but jump for joy. Finally, we have successfully left this hellhole. The main road outside was very spacious. It was much easier to drive than in the school. However, there were cars that had been in an accident on the roadside without anyone to control them. And there were many zombies wandering aimlessly on both sides of the road. It can be seen that the situation in the urban area of Donghu City is not optimistic. Fortunately, there were human-shaped guardrails and green belts to block them, so their bus was relatively smooth. Mo Xiao was standing relatively close to the front door. There was a glass guardrail on her side, which was the driver's seat. The driver was an unknown male classmate. His face was tense, and he was obviously a little nervous and excited. But his driving skills were not bad. There were many college students who had passed the driving test, but most of them had C1 licenses. To drive a bus with more than 20 seats, you need at least a A1 license. Mo Xiao asked herself that although she could drive a two-wheeled, three-wheeled or even four-wheeled vehicle, she could definitely not drive as smoothly and skillfully as this classmate. It can be seen that there are always talented people among the student group. Students, thank you for living well. Huang Ying is a female teacher in her 40s. Very thin, but her voice is calm and steady. Compared to Jiang Qing, She is obviously more kind and friendly. Everyone had just escaped death from the school, and they all looked at her expectantly, and many of them even had tears in their eyes. Huang Ying was standing next to Mo Xiao. When she started to speak, Mo Xiao stepped back a little to give her a space to speak. But the car was too crowded. When he stepped back, he suddenly stepped on someone's foot. Mo Xiao then noticed that it was Xie Buxian behind her. He stood by the door, and next to him was the partition wall of the car. This is a geographical location where you can go forward or backward without having to come into contact with the crowd too much. He is a very cautious person. Teacher, where are we going? A student asked excitedly and puzzledly. Huang Ying smiled slightly. When there was internet before, the teacher saw on the internet that there is an emergency shelter called Nitaling in the southern suburbs of Donghu City. Let's go there. Now the whole world is in a disaster, and the country is unable to rescue in time. We must rely on ourselves to unite and work together to escape. Ah, is it the list of official shelters listed on the internet? I saw it too. What? There are official shelters? That's great. The crowd burst into pleasant discussions again. Let's just drive all the way. It will only take a few hours to get to the suburbs. Classmates driving in front. Do you have enough gas? The boy driving laughed loudly. Don't worry. It's enough. Someone in the back car shouted, if you are tired and want to change drivers, call me. I also have an A1 driver's license. Who isn't a bookmaker? Someone joked. Because of the good news brought by Huang Ying, everyone felt that hope was just around the corner. Looking at the trees and tall buildings passing by quickly outside the window, even the city seemed to be in a mess, with zombies rampant. But because of the hope, everyone relaxed a lot, and the atmosphere in the car gradually became relaxed and lively, and some people even sang quietly. In fact, in the past few days, everyone has lost something. Relatives, teachers, lovers, friends. But at this moment, with the gradually cheerful songs and visible hope, the survivors from various departments gathered together, and all the suppressed pain in their hearts seemed to be alleviated at this moment. Humans are very resistant creatures. Even if you have experienced desperate difficulties and lost a lot, as long as you still have a breath of life, you can survive. One day in the future, you will definitely find the motivation and goal to continue to survive. Some people grinned when they heard it, and they were obviously laughing, but their tears could not stop flowing. No one interrupted this rare silence. By the way, do you feel a little hot? Suddenly, someone in the car asked quietly. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a little. Someone whispered in agreement. Can we turn on the air conditioner? Someone asked. It stinks. Just bear with it. It will be fine when we get to the shelter. Someone couldn't help but say. Turning on the air conditioner will consume more fuel. At this time, we can save as much as we can. It was early summer. The sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky. Normally, the temperature would not be that high in this season, but in the past few days, it seemed to be much hotter than in previous years. The car was crowded, and many people were almost standing close to each other. Not to mention that no one dared to open the window. The interior of the car was almost a closed space. Most of the survivors, including Mo Xiao, had not washed their hair, showered, or changed clothes for several days. The smell of blood, sweat, body odor, and even a faint smell of urine were mixed together. The smell in the car was really a bit sour and refreshing, like old phlegm and smelly feet. Mo Xiao didn't care much about these. It was just that there seemed to be some minor friction in the middle of the car. Someone pushed the person next to him and said impatiently, What are you doing? Stop sticking to me. Okay. Are you sick? Are you boneless? Fuck. Why is this person so hot? Chapter 39. Leave the space in front of the door for me. Mo Xiao was shocked when she heard the last word. She thought of the fever symptoms she had when she was half infected. Could it be that there are still injured passengers in the incubation period in this fully enclosed and crowded car? Stop. Mo Xiao rushed to the driver's seat and patted the glass anxiously. Stop. There is an infected person in the car. The middle section of the car was already noisy. The male student in the driver's seat had just attracted most of his attention, so he didn't hear Mo Xiao's last words clearly at the first time. But Huang Ying next to him heard it. She grabbed Mo Xiao's arm and asked anxiously, What did you say? There is an infected person in the car? In such a narrow and crowded moving vehicle. If someone turns into a zombie in the crowd, the consequences will be unimaginable. before humans are infected with the virus and turn into zombies. They will have a serious high fever. Mo Xiao grabbed Huang Ying's arm and said seriously, "Teacher Huang, let him stop the car. We must evacuate to a safe space." But here, Huang Ying looked out the window with embarrassment. Now they are driving in the middle of the city. At the speed of the bus, they can get rid of the accompanying zombies. But if they stop, it will not be safe outside. And where will the safe space come from? She did not shout and rashly say that someone was going to turn into a zombie, because she was worried that in this high-pressure environment, someone in the crowd would collapse and do something extreme. Huang Ying suddenly took out a data cable from her backpack and used it as a rope, wrapping it around her wrist. At the same time, she patted Mo Xiao's hand and said, "Don't make a fuss for now. Let's squeeze over and control the injured student." Mo Xiao glanced at the driver, who looked confused. He glanced at the zombies stumbling and chasing the school bus outside the window and nodded. However, just as Huang Ying pushed through the crowd and pulled Mo Xiao to the middle cabin, Xiaobu Mian, who had been leaning against the door with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He shouted loudly. Someone in the car was scratched by a zombie. Mo Xiao and Huang Ying stopped at the same time. Xiaobu Mian usually looks lonely and speaks in a low voice, but the loud shouting was surprisingly loud. Almost everyone in the car heard it clearly. There was a moment of silence, and then an uproar. Someone screamed, "Ah! It's him! The one with a fever just now! Ah! The one next to me too! Go away! Get out of the way! Don't stand next to me! Stop the car! Stop the car!" The car was already very crowded with so many people. Almost everyone stood close to each other. At this moment, everyone was madly squeezing towards the front and back of the car to avoid the two possible infected people. Mo Xiao and Huang Ying seemed to be blown away by the waves, and it was impossible for them to squeeze against the current. There were even people who cried and climbed up on the seats next to them, drilling over the heads of the crowd. Many people were trampled, hit, and fell. In this situation, a small area was left in the middle. Two boys were isolated in the middle. One of them looked at the people around him innocently. His eyes were full of help, and he stretched out his hand with sobs and said, I didn't. But soon, as he reached out, everyone found the bloody scar behind his elbow. Save me. Save me. The boy covered his elbow with one hand to deceive himself, and squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. The other boy who was isolated next to him seemed much quieter. He lowered his head, and his body twitched from time to time. A few seconds later, when he looked up again, his pupils shrank into pinholes, and his eyes were already scarlet. Ah! The girl closest to him was thrown to the ground first and bitten on the shoulder. Blood gushed out, and in the airtight and sticky space, the smell of blood greatly stimulated everyone's senses. The screams of fear broke out again. Stop the car! Stop the car! I want to get out! Ah! Help! He's a zombie! He's changed! Stop the car! Open the door! Open the car door! In panic, many people opened the windows, ready to jump out of the car at any time. But some windows can only be opened on one side. So many people even picked up fire hammers and started smashing the glass windows. The sound of glass breaking rang out. They were ready to jump out of the window, intending to wait until the crisis really hit them. It didn't mean that they would jump out directly while the vehicle was moving. After all, there was a group of zombies following behind the school bus. But many things are one thing to imagine, and another thing to happen in reality, until someone was accidentally squeezed out of the window because of the crowd running away. He fell to the side of the road. Then he was pounced on and eaten by the group of zombies that caught up. Everyone felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on their heads, and they calmed down instantly, and no one dared to get close to the window, because Mo Xiao and her team of the Dawn team got on the bus late. They were mainly concentrated in the front part of the car. In the panic, no one was injured for the time being. Teacher, what should we do? The male student who was driving the car was so nervous that his palms were sweaty, and he tilted his head to look at Huang Ying. Huang Ying kept shouting at the students to calm down, but it was basically useless in this situation. She had tears in her eyes, and her voice was hoarse with anxiety. Mo Xiao flipped his hand and stuffed the baseball bat into the storage space under the front of the car. At the same time, he jumped back and stepped lightly on the windshield of the front of the car. The baseball bat is too heavy, and takes up a lot of space. It is not convenient to carry it at this moment. Student, keep moving and open the back door. Imo stood up, put one hand on the storage space platform above the bus, and patted the glass door with the other hand and shouted to the driver. The male student who was driving nodded. The rear door slowly opened. Imo exerted force on her feet, and flexibly, like a mountain ape, swung from the storage partition on one side and jumped over the heads of the crowd. She forced her way through the crowd, knelt on one knee, and landed near the empty cabin in the middle. Everyone was constantly pushing forward or retreating, but she was the only one who went against the flow. This move shocked everyone, and her jumping skills just now exposed her powerful strength and precise muscle and limb control. At first glance, it was incredible, but in any case, this superhuman strong action ability still gave many people a reassurance. There was a brief silence in the carriage. Keep quiet. I'm going to throw these zombies out now. Leave the space in front of the door for me. She stood up slowly. Her eyes swept sharply towards the zombie that was biting people on the ground. She was about to go forward and pull it up. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind from the side. It turned out that the boy who asked for help at the beginning had also completely turned into a zombie. Of course, he was the one who pounced on the person closest to him at the beginning. Imo was prepared and dodged to the side, just as the zombie fell forward and was about to pounce on the others. She pulled his clothes by the back of his neck from behind. The tall man of more than 1.8 meters was pulled in front of her by this seemingly thin girl with incredible strength. Chapter 40. Classmate, please stop for a moment. I'm getting off the bus. The zombie was waving its arms while yelling, and was about to turn its head, opening its mouth with saliva dripping from it, and biting Imo again. She suddenly let go and grabbed his hair at the back of his head. She slammed it hard on the floor of the car. Bang! The car body made a loud noise. It seemed that the whole car was slightly shaking while moving. A faint dent could be seen on the metal floor. Imo pressed the zombie face down on the floor with his left hand, and at the same time, he wiped his sleeve with his right hand. A brand new and smooth knife appeared in his palm, at the position of the brain stem. With a puff, it was successfully inserted, killing him with one knife. Everyone opened their mouths, their pupils trembling as they watched the female classmate stand up as if no one was around. With one kick, like kicking a ball, the body of a man who must have weighed at least 100 kilograms was easily kicked up and flew out of the car door. Everyone looked at her with shock, fear and fear. Imo turned her wrist with regret. She used too much force, and the knife broke directly inside and could not be pulled out. Her skills were not enough after all, or baseball bats are more convenient to use. Imo, be careful. As soon as she stood up, two horse came from behind her, rushing towards her one after another. One was the boy who had the initial attack, and Imo had been on guard against him. There is another one. She frowned. Could it be the girl who was bitten by him at the beginning? This happened too quickly. If the space was large enough, she could dodge it. But in this narrow area, even turning twice was a problem. Not to mention dodging two zombies at close range at the same time. And it was not only to prevent being bitten, but also to prevent being scratched inadvertently. Imo could only turn around and grab the wrist of the male zombie with both hands at the same time. He raised his leg and kicked his lower limbs hard, kicking him to his knees. Imo raised his foot again and took advantage of this moment to twist his hands behind his back. He followed the same pattern and went around behind him, pressing his face to the ground. Bang! Another female zombie that rushed over was hit on the head by a baseball bat that flew from the crowd in front. She missed her kick and fell down the steps in front of the car door, but she held the steps tightly with both hands, and her lower body was dragged away, and she did not fall completely. Imo catch it. Jiang was held up by his legs by Lu De and Xiao Peng at some point, although he was still far from the front of the car. But Imo saw him at a glance. He also saw the second baseball bat he threw over. Jiang's shooting was accurate, and her technique of throwing baseball bats was not bad. It landed accurately within her comfort range. Imo smiled, caught it, and clenched it. The stick was vertical to the ground, like grinding flour, and hit the back of the male zombie's head hard. One stick after another. Blood and brain matter flowed out until he stopped struggling and died completely. At such a close distance, the scene was extremely disgusting. Many people couldn't help but retching. Mo Xiao kicked him out of the car door again. At the same time, he also threw out the female zombie crawling on the stairs, and the bodies of the classmates, who had not yet turned into zombies, and were bitten to death on the ground. The car door slowly closed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The smell in the car was more disgusting than before. But at this moment no one said anything about turning on the air conditioner for ventilation. Mo Xiao picked up his familiar baseball bat and walked towards the front of the car with half of his body stained with blood. Wherever he walked, everyone silently made way. They looked at her with admiration and fear. "Thank you for your help, Mo Xiao." Huang Ying held her hands and said gratefully with tears in her eyes. Mo Xiao shook her head and looked at Xia Bumian, who was still leaning against the car door, as if it had nothing to do with him. "What are you looking at me for?" Xia Bumian sneered. "That man was injured. I noticed it earlier than you did." Calculating the time, it was time for him to attack. You and Teacher Huang would not have had time to rush over at that time. So it would be better for me to shout directly. Mo Xiao lowered her eyes and looked away from him. But suddenly her body lost weight. It turned out that Xia Bumian grabbed her collar and pulled her towards him. Xia Bumian also leaned forward slightly and whispered in Mo Xiao's ear, "You are so prominent today." But it may not be a good thing. There is both teasing and sarcasm in her tone. Mo Xiao slapped his hand away, straightened his collar, and said lightly, "Someone has to do it. Otherwise wait for the whole car to be wiped out." She glanced at Xia Bumian coldly. "You didn't move. Aren't you just waiting for me to do this and attract everyone's attention?" Xia Bumian laughed and looked at her again as if he knew her again. "You know everything. But you still stood out. Do you think that if the whole car is wiped out, what good will you get?" This time, it was Mo Xiao who grabbed his collar, leaned over, and whispered in his ear, "We are in the same boat." After saying that, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. She even helped him to straighten his clothes. She was gentle and kind, completely different from the cold and murderous look just now. They looked like a couple in love. Because of what happened just now, Mo Xiao was the focus of everyone's attention. Therefore, because of her action, Xia Bumian also entered everyone's sight. It seems that this man is not simple to make this female killer, who just became famous in one battle, behave like this. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they were thinking about something. Xia Bumian had not expected Mo Xiao to do this. He was shocked and ashen. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He slapped the other person's hand away. Mo Xiao covered the back of his hand, as if in pain, and looked at him. He looked timid and about to cry. He looked as if he was very afraid of him. This look made the viewer think about it. Xia Bumian felt the increasingly unpredictable gazes of the crowd on him, and he was very angry in his heart. He simply sat on the ground next to the door, and tried to keep away from Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao lowered his eyes, and sneered silently. He wanted to use her to stay out of the matter. But there was no way. She turned around, and saw Lu De and others looking at her with gossipy eyes. She spread her hands and shrugged, and was about to discuss the matter of repairing the car window with everyone. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, "Ah! He's injured too. His body is so hot." "What? There's still someone injured in this car who hasn't been cleaned up yet." Everyone was terrified. But they had just experienced a disaster, and were much calmer than before. While the man hadn't completely turned into a zombie, everyone pushed him to the front of the car and came in front of Mo Xiao. After the previous wave, although they didn't say it clearly, everyone had some intention of following her lead. "I didn't. I just got a little scratched. And there was no blood. It's been a long time. I'm really not a zombie," the boy explained in panic. But the crowd was not willing to listen. Some people shouted to drive him off, and some were even radical, and took out weapons on the spot. "We should stab him to death before he turns into a zombie." The boy was so scared that he burst into tears and shouted, "I'm getting off! I'm getting off!" His crying was so real. The students let go of their hands. The boy sniffed and timidly came to the glass door of the driver's seat, knocking on the glass as if he was saying something. The driver didn't hear clearly and lowered the small glass window in the middle. The boy's voice reached his ears. "Classmate, please stop at the door of Tianfu building in front. I'm getting off." Tianfu building was just a few hundred meters ahead. A completely reasonable request. The driver sighed with pity. "Okay." However, just as he turned his head, everyone relaxed. The boy suddenly reached out through the glass window, quickly opened the door, and hid inside. Locking himself and the driver in the small space of the driver's seat. Chapter 41 Car Accident. Tianfu Building. What are you doing? The male student who had been driving steadily panicked. After all, the person who got in was an infected person, and the other party was tall and strong, looked older, and looked even more intimidating. Get out, the driver exclaimed. I will park in front of Tianfu Building. Really? Brother. I won't lie to you. Brother. The boy who got in grabbed the driver's hand and begged anxiously. Brother. Help me. Let me stay here. There are so many zombies outside. I will die if I get out of the car. The driver was held by one hand by him, so he had to drive with one hand. He was about to cry. After all, he didn't know when he would turn into a zombie. In this enclosed space, there was no escape. He would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Brother. It's not that I won't help you. It's you who is caught by the zombies. The boy driving the car began to slow down and move to the right, trembling, and said, Brother, Tianfu Building is coming soon. I'll park at the door for you. You get off the car and run in and find a room to hide. He tried to force a smile and said, Tianfu Building has so many floors, and it has everything you need for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It's also a good choice. Right? I don't. The boy who got in yelled. I want to go back. I want to go to the shelter with you. However, the speed of the car was indeed slowly decreasing. The boy panicked and shouted, What are you doing? Don't stop. Just drive out like this. Believe me, I've been holding on for a long time. I'll hold on a little longer. We'll be able to reach the shelter soon. Please. Please take me with you. The boy driving the car showed some reluctance in his eyes. But then he made up his mind and was ready to step on the brake and open the door at any time. Outside the glass door of the driver's seat, many classmates gathered and smashed the door, and it seemed that they might break in at any time. No, I won't get off the car. The boy who escaped shook his head and cried, looking at the words Tianfu Building getting closer and closer. He gritted his teeth, rushed forward, and started to fight with the driver for the steering wheel. What are you doing? Let go! The driver was panicked and accidentally honked the horn. The beeping sound resounded throughout the street, attracting more and more zombies to gather around. As the two fought for the steering wheel, the bus began to shake violently, like a drunk snake. Damn it! Mo Xiao finally grabbed the handrail at the door and stood firm. And then he heard a bang and the school bus stopped suddenly. Everyone in the car fell down due to inertia. The front of the car began to smoke. It turned out that it hit a big tree on the side of the road. The windshield at the front of the car shattered. Because of the glass fragments, the big guys standing at the front of the car were more or less injured. Mo Xiao was the first to react, wiping the blood from his forehead and regaining his vision with his blood-stained eyes. There were people everywhere. Unfortunately, they were no longer human, but zombies. They were all approaching here. However, the school bus, which was almost leaking air on all sides, could not possibly stop this group of zombies. No! Open the door quickly. We have to abandon the car and run away. Mo Xiao shouted. The driver struggled to get up, opened the door, and rolled to the ground. Everyone was in a panic, and they all helped each other to get up. There are so many zombies. What should we do? We are surrounded. Abandon the car? Where else can we go? Mo Xiao picked up the baseball bat and got out of the car right behind Xiaobu Mian, who was closest to the door. Go to Tianfu Building. Quick! Everyone come here. As soon as Mo Xiao gave the order, everyone seemed to find their backbone instantly and started running. The entrance and exit of Tianfu Building were glass doors. Xiaobu Mian was the first to arrive because he was closest to the door. But when everyone arrived at the door one after another, the despair became even deeper. Because the door was blocked, the lock inside was easy to break open. But there were rows of large furniture and appliances blocking the door. It was difficult for them to quickly reach and move away from the outside. Above Tianfu Building, at a certain window, a bearded man put down his binoculars and whistled, Hey! A group of students are coming. Watch out. Wait for the zombies to disperse. And go down to hunt. There are quite a lot of people who survived. Another man shook off the ash and said with a smile, Boss, their car is pretty good. It can be repaired and still be used. You can only see the car. A short and thin man with a hippie smile leaned on the window, his eyes lingering in the crowd below, licking his lips, and said, Boss, There are so many beautiful female students down there. What a pity. Where? Where? Let me take a look too. As soon as the short and thin man said this, a group of men immediately surrounded him from behind. I've been talking so much these days. Oh, that straight black girl is pretty. Soft and gentle. I like this type. I think the short-haired girl in the lead is pretty. She's a little dirty, but looking at her figure, she'll definitely look good after washing. Look at this school bus. They're students from the famous East Lake University. Top students. Boss, why don't you save a few of them? Everyone was talking, although they were getting more and more outrageous. The bearded man in the lead didn't speak, so no one dared to move. The bearded man watched quietly, unmoved. The group of people at the door were stopped and couldn't get into the building for a while. There were zombies nearby who had already made contact with them, although some people fought and killed a few. Some people were also injured, as more and more zombies came. Obviously, if they couldn't get in, they would be eaten by the group. The bearded man frowned and suddenly raised the telescope again. I saw the crowd that had gathered at the door of the building below was moving back and forth again. They started to run back to the car in unison. In the lead, a short-haired girl holding a baseball bat ran very fast, clearing the way for everyone and shouting for everyone to get back to the car. There are quite a lot of people with fighting ability in this team. The bearded man narrowed his eyes and thought so. Not only this girl was surprising, but also several boys, all of whom were agile and strong. And they were obviously martial artists. The place where the vehicle hit the tree was very close to the gate. It didn't take them long to run back. Mo Xiao sat directly in the driver's seat, started the engine, closed the door, shifted gears, and reversed. Everyone tried to move back. She narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Hold on." The bus was severely damaged. They returned again, almost risking a possible fire, explosion or scrapping at any time. If Mo Xiao had not just established a lot of prestige not long ago, it would be almost impossible for everyone to follow her without objection. Fortunately, the vehicle really backed up slowly, although there were constant strange sounds of jamming. It was better than being unable to move at all. Everyone thought that Mo Xiao wanted to drive this broken car that might not even run a few hundred meters to take them away. Who would have thought that after reversing, she would do a big drift, step on the accelerator, and slam into the gate of Tianfu building. Chapter 42 Jiang Family Past. Many people gritted their teeth, closed their eyes instinctively, and couldn't help screaming. The moment Mo Xiao hit it, she ducked down and shrank down. Fortunately, the bus had a high chassis, so her driver's seat was not under too much pressure from external objects. Half of the car body crashed in and got stuck. This bus, which was already in danger due to the car accident, was completely shut down and scrapped. The obstructions inside fell to the ground with a bang. What's wrong? What happened? Why did it stop? In the back half of the car, outside the windshield, there were already many zombies' hands slapping on it, like ghosts with bared fangs and claws. Everyone was scared. Some tried to climb in through the broken glass window of the rear half of the carriage. Everyone was so anxious that they used various backpacks and cloth to block it. Don't block it. Run! Mo Xiao stood up from the driver's seat and muttered as he looked at the scene in front of him. Tianfu building is divided into 7 floors above and 3 floors below. It is a huge trade market. Each floor is very spacious, with one story after another, large or small. Before Mo Xiao came in, he was quite puzzled as to why someone blocked the entrance door on the ground floor. After all, it was too spacious inside, and the flow of people was not small. Logically speaking, it is unlikely that the survivors inside could clear out all the zombies on the upper and lower 10 floors, making the entire Tianfu building a safe zone. After entering, she finally verified her guess. There were also groups of zombies inside. However, at the entrance, a narrow safe passage was enclosed by something like an iron net. Mo Xiao's car rushed in and hit the iron net. Fortunately, it was scrapped and turned off in time. Otherwise, it would have been knocked open. The startled zombies slapped the iron net with a roar, close to Mo Xiao in the driver's seat. The fishy smell was overwhelming. She held her breath silently. And Jiang, she had already pulled her down from the driver's seat. Hurry up. He also noticed the situation at the scene at the first time, and pulled Mo Xiao to lead the way. Xiaobu Mian, who had been at the forefront, fell behind in the middle of the team. Perhaps it was because Siebu Mian and Chu Wenze, like them, were all homebodies, so they were unfamiliar with this kind of place. Are you familiar with this place? Mo Xiao couldn't help asking when she saw Jiang Shi walking along the road with familiarity. My family has investments. Jiang Shi followed the iron net passage cautiously to the fire escape staircase and answered without looking back. My second sister was in charge of the business here. I have a lounge on the 7th floor. Let's go there for now. Mo Xiao raised her eyebrows. She knew that Jiang Shi's family was rich, but she only thought that his family was rich in Chuyang City. Unexpectedly, his family also had a hand in Tianfu Building, which was doing very well in Donghu City. As for Jiang Shi's second sister, Mo Xiao had seen her when she was a child. She was a taciturn woman. It is said that she did not go home for many years and had an average relationship with everyone in the family. Mo Xiao did not expect that Jiang Shi could have a special lounge in her workplace. In fact, Jiang Shi's father, the legendary richest man in Chuyang City, Jiang Yuan, had 4 children. Jiang Shi's eldest sister, Jiang Yu, died when she was 18 or 19 years old. Although Mo Xiao did not deliberately inquire about it, the gossipers in the same community always liked to discuss it, and she had heard about it. It is said that she fell in love with a scumbag who was engaged in art. Her family did not agree with them being together, and Jiang Yu's source of income was frozen after eloping. Then she was abandoned by the scumbag and returned home in disgrace. Disappointed and heartless, Jiang Shi's father Jiang Yun was extremely strict, and Jiang Yu committed suicide not long after. The second child Jiang Zhao was 3 years younger than Jiang Yu, and grew up under Jiang Yun's strict family education. He was afraid of his father since he was a child. In addition, Jiang Yun became more strict in educating his children because of the affair with his elder sister Jiang Yu during adolescence. As a result, Jiang Zhao became dull and indifferent. Although she was a capable woman in her career, she had no hobbies other than her career, and her life was cold. Now she is 34 years old and has never taken the initiative to fall in love. Jiang Yu arranged several marriages for her with people of equal status, and she accepted them all, but none of them lasted long. They divorced not long after getting married. Jiang Yun was furious and extremely disappointed with Jiang Zhao's lifeless character, so he never cared about her again. Sometimes, the family was too lazy to call her during festivals. As for the third child, Jiang Hao, he is 29 years old this year and is a playboy, because he is 5 years younger than Jiang Zhao. He may have been taught a lesson by the first 2 daughters. Chun Qi, the mistress of the Jiang family, resented Jiang Yun so much that she doted on her third son, Jiang Hao. As a result, who would have thought that Jiang Hao's character was out of the ordinary? But he completely became an unlearned young man. In Jiang Yun's words, he was a waste. His family was big and powerful, but he didn't have any good and capable children. So his relationship with Chen Qi became dangerous. Chen Qi was old and it was not easy for her to get pregnant. He had affairs with many women outside, and it was said that he had kept many women. It was a pity that Jiang Yun was not young anymore, and none of those women gave birth to children. Until 19 years ago, Chen Qi gritted her teeth and gave birth to Jiang Shi again. But at that time, she was already an elderly mother, and giving birth was dangerous, and she ended up with a hemorrhage. Jiang Yun asked the doctor to save the child. From then on, Jiang Shi's birthday became his mother's death anniversary. Jiang Yun had a son in his old age, and with the previous experience of Jiang Hao's useless third son, he naturally devoted himself to the education of Jiang Shi, even stricter than the 2 daughters before. Jiang Shi has learned many specialties and certificates since childhood. Jiang Yun's discipline on him is simply harsh. As for Jiang Shi's second sister and third brother, who are still alive, they have a deep estrangement from him because of the death of their mother Chen Qi, and they have looked down on him since childhood. As a result, the 3 sisters and brothers of the Jiang family basically play by themselves, not like relatives at all, and even worse than ordinary friends. Jiang Shi saw Mo Zhao's thoughtful eyes and understood what she was wondering. He slapped her on the head, raised his eyebrows and smiled. What are you thinking about? I also have shares. Since I was admitted to East Lake University, I have set up a lounge here. In fact, he initially thought that Mo Xiao would come to Tianfu Building to work part-time, so he secretly did this thing. Then he would pretend that he had found a high-level part-time job by himself, and show off, and put Mo Xiao first. She would definitely have a frustrated expression on her face. which was funny to think about. Who would have thought that the guy would actually go to the remote place in the southern suburbs to be a tutor? So much so that Jiangshi himself had not been to this place for a long time. Of course, he would never take the initiative to say such an embarrassing thing. The fire escape seems to have been cleaned. Mo Xiao called Chuing, who put her ear against the wall to listen, and said so. Chapter 43, the 4th and 7th floors. It seems that the survivors here are quite strong. Mo Xiao clenched the baseball bat and looked back. Almost everyone in the car was already here. Everyone looked at her nervously. Take light steps and be careful, she warned. Everyone nodded and began to follow her and Jiangshi upstairs slowly. When they reached the 2nd floor, Jiangshi came to the door of the fire escape and found that it was also blocked by some debris. It seems that the person blocking the door did not have the key here, so this method could only be used. After all, the fire escape can be opened with a light push if you walk from the corridor to the stairs. In order to stop the zombies, the survivors here should have done the same thing on every floor. I just don't know which floor they're on, and whether it is good or bad. There are a lot of zombies on the 2nd floor. 2. Chuing listened to the wall for a while, and said to Mo Xiao. Everyone continued to go up to the 3rd floor. It was the same situation as the 2nd floor. When they reached the 4th floor, there were not so many debris at the door of the fire escape. It's locked. Mo Xiao pulled inside, but couldn't pull it. It seems that the survivors are in a room on this floor. The 4th floor mainly sells some sports equipment, and there are also some light food stores. Jiangshi crossed his arms and thought, if they are on this floor, they are likely to hide in the store of Red Star Sports. Next to Red Star is the Yedong Light Food Store. You can find weapons to arm yourself at the place selling sports equipment, and get food at the light food store next door. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And Jiangshi recalled the layout of the mall in his mind. If he remembered correctly, the Red Star Sports Store had a 270-degree wide-angle glass window. Through the window, you can easily observe the movements in a large range on the street. If he chooses to stay on this floor, he will also choose this Red Star Sports Store. Mo Xiao nodded, pulled his sleeve and said, let's go up. It seems that he doesn't plan to stay on this floor for too long. Wang Ying saw it and stepped forward and whispered, Student Mo Xiao, since we are both survivors, why don't we meet up with him? Since they live here, they must have cleared a safe iron net passage outside the door like the 1st floor. According to her idea, each floor of this mall is so huge. The situation on the 7th floor may not be as good as that on the 4th floor. Maybe after they reach that floor with great effort, they will face the dilemma of being surrounded by zombies again. And the temporary passage that isolates the zombies is obviously made by the survivors with sports equipment. Although there are many such materials, there will never be too many. It is very likely that there are only the 1st and 4th floors. Teacher, do you think they will help us? Mo Xiao smiled and asked back. Wang Ying was stunned. She was born in a scholarly family with a high degree of education. In addition to studying, she has been doing academic work and teaching students all her life. Even when working in a school, she has the face of her elders to support her and has almost never experienced setbacks. People who have such a smooth life are not stupid, but they have not yet adapted to quickly thinking of people's hearts as bad. It took us quite a while to get to the 4th floor, from honking the horn, knocking on the door, and driving through the door. Mo Xiao said it more obscurely. Jiangshi sneered in a low voice. What she meant was that if the other party was a good person, he would have shown up long ago. From the current situation, it seems that the other party is not a good person in most cases. Wang Ying looked embarrassed and lowered her head. Mo Xiao glanced at Jiangshi, who shrugged nonchalantly and continued to lead the way upstairs. One thing she and Jiangshi did not say clearly was that in their team, they were surrounded by the zombie tide just now. Many people were injured. Before they solved the hidden danger of this group of injuries, the other side would not show up easily. Of course, this sentence cannot be said now. Otherwise, it might cause chaos again. Everyone came to the 7th floor smoothly. The door was blocked by various heavy objects like the other floors, and they just needed to move them away. Fortunately, although there were a lot of debris, they had dozens of people working together to clean it up quickly. The 7th floor is mainly a restaurant and a cinema. Jiangshi leaned against the door and whispered to everyone. Because of the flu during this period, the business of major cinemas is not good, so there shouldn't be many people. Everyone be careful and don't make any noise. At the turn of spring and summer, a disease spread across the country. Although the disease is not difficult to treat, it is highly contagious. Especially staying in a closed space, like a cinema, for a long time makes it easier to spread. Therefore, some time ago, places like cinemas were the focus of inspections. Even according to epidemic prevention regulations, they were banned for a period of time. It was not until the situation improved not long ago that the ban was lifted. But after all, it was not completely cured. So the business of the cinema during this period was still not as good as before. And that day was a working day. This means that there will not be many zombies on the 7th floor. This is undoubtedly good news for everyone. And they all smiled and nodded hurriedly. Jiangxi held the handrail tightly and gently pulled the door inward. The sidewalks on each floor of the building are arranged in an oval shape, with a skylight in the middle. So even if there is a power outage, the whole floor will not be too dark. Through the crack in the door, you can see some zombies wandering around irregularly on the oval sidewalk. 1, 2, 3. There are about 17 in the field of vision. Mo Xiao squatted a little higher than Jiangxi. But the zombies on the lower floor can come up through the escalators on both sides. After counting through the crack in the door, he whispered, "The escalator has stopped. As long as we try not to alarm the zombies on the lower floor, so many people should be able to rush over." The lounge that Jiangxi mentioned is actually not far from this passage. According to him, his location and view are also very good. It is the same layout as the Red Star Sports Store on the 4th floor. The most important thing is that they are close to the fire escape stairs, just 100 meters to the left, on the outer arc of the ellipse. I have another question. Mo Xiao has good eyesight and has seen the door from a distance. Your door is a password lock, and it seems that the battery has been exhausted. How can we get in? She frowned and asked. Jiangxi pushed her chin on top of her head back with disdain, and slowly stood up. I left a spare key slot, and the mechanical key is in my backpack. Take it. Mo Xiao raised his eyebrows. Although Jiangxi always looks careless and lazy, as a rigorous science and engineering man, he is obsessed with cleaning and storage, according to his usual habits. Mo Xiao opened the second layer of small zipper bag outside, and indeed touched the key accurately and quickly. Jiangxi smiled silently. He didn't say where the key was, but Mo Xiao found it immediately. It was not bad to have the feeling that the other person knew him very well. Chapter 44. The Lord will bless each of us. He moved the baseball bat in his hand to the most convenient position, opened the door first, and ran to the right at a very fast speed. The sound of running shoes was neither loud nor small, but a living prey suddenly appeared on the 7th floor, which had been silent for a long time. And the 17 zombies wandering around the periphery became excited. They roared and chased him. This guy a zombie chased Jiangxi, and seeing that it was about to pass in front of him and others, Mo Xiao secretly gritted his teeth and closed the door again. Chewing put her ear to the door and listened. 1, 2. After about 20 seconds, she looked at Mo Xiao and said, "They are all over. Okay. Let's go." Mo Xiao opened the door this time. On the right, Jiangxi was seen hanging a group of zombies by himself. His feet were like the wind. He ran very fast, and dodged very flexibly. He had already run to the arc on the right side of an elliptical runway-like corridor. Mo Xiao pursed his lips and led everyone to the arc on the left side, which was basically empty. A distance of 100 meters. Mo Xiao ran to the door of the lounge, and when he opened the door with the key, everyone had only run half the distance. She first flashed in with a baseball bat and took a look. It was a very spacious and bright living room with a simple and elegant decoration style. It was clear at a glance that no one else was hiding here. Then she stepped aside and let everyone in one by one. Jiangxi, hurry! Mo Xiao came back to the door. There were already many zombies chasing Jiangxi, and they just found that there was a large group of living humans here. So they turned around and chased them again. The group of zombies surrounded them from the left, and the noise attracted some zombies in the store and downstairs to run up the escalator. Jiangxi ran from the right, followed by a group of zombies. If he couldn't be faster, he might face the consequences of being attacked from both sides. Mo Xiao returned to the living room and dragged the sofa to the door. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at her in confusion. However, Luda and other classmates reacted quickly and helped her push the sofa. Surprisingly, Xiaobu Mian, who had always followed the crowd, also came to help. With their help, the sofa was quickly pushed out of the door by everyone. "Squad leader, you guys go back quickly. Mo Xiao said to Lu De and others. Only she and Xia Bumian were left behind the sofa, holding it upright. There were only 2 people, but they blocked a group of zombies running on the right. This brute force once again stunned many people who were quietly watching at the door. Jiangxi, who was running in circles on the left, had already come close by taking advantage of the time they bought. He grabbed Mo Xiao and ran to the door, and at the same time turned back and smiled at Xia Bumian. Thanks, brother. The young man was free and easy, with a sunny smile. Xia Bumian lowered his eyes gloomily. He quickly followed the 2 and entered the door without responding. After entering, he sat alone in the corner away from the crowd. Brother Shi, your small lounge is really big. Lu De patted Jiangxi's shoulder, his eyes wide open, looking around. At first, everyone heard what Jiangxi said and thought that they could just squeeze into a small space. Who would have thought that after actually entering, they found that the single living room was at least 100 square meters. This place is like a presidential suite, with a huge and luxurious wide-angle floor-to-ceiling window, and excellent lighting. And the bedroom and bathroom are all available. The 40 or 50 of them not only did not need to squeeze together, but they could even choose their own comfortable space and territory to rest. Suddenly returning to a safe place, everyone relaxed and thanked Jiangxi and Mo Xiao. Jiangxi always had a playful smile on his lips, and his eyes were not clear under the shade of his long eyelashes. He put one hand in his pocket, bit one leg diagonally, and stood lazily against the wall. He did not relax immediately after escaping death. Brother Shi, why don't you sit down? Lu De smiled and pressed his buttocks on the sandbag sofa, squinting comfortably. Brother Shi, don't be polite. Come, I'll give you half. It's half. But in fact, his plump buttocks account for 3/4. Zhao Ping smiled and kicked from behind, pushing Lu De out, and waved to Tongya. Sister Ye, you must be tired. Come and rest. Tongya ignored him, but looked thoughtfully at Mo Xiao, who walked to the center of the living room. Mo Xiao cleared her throat, and everyone looked at her with confusion. It seems that many people were injured on the road just now. A simple sentence. However, when this was said, many people's faces turned pale instantly. Many people stood up in panic. After experiencing this thrilling journey, they remembered this. If anyone is injured, please stand up consciously and go out. The injured guy in the car just now, is still here. This is not good. After all, everyone finally escaped here, and they haven't had an attack yet. That's because it's not time yet. Once they really turn into zombies, it will be too late. The controversial voice came out again. When they were in the car before, almost everyone agreed to let the injured boy get off. But at this moment, as the number of injured people increased, and there were also acquaintances and friends among them, the voices insisting on driving the injured out were not so unified. At this moment, a skinny girl with blonde hair and blue eyes shouted in fluent Yin Guoyu. Why should we let them leave? The Lord will bless each of us, and the Lord will not abandon his believers. This is a curse. As long as they serve the Lord wholeheartedly, I believe this curse can be lifted. This person is an international student, a Westerner. Her original name is Mary, and she is a devout and paranoid believer. She used to be a very famous guy on the school forum, often talking loudly and preaching regardless of the occasion. In this era, as long as you are high profile and eye-catching enough, the louder the voices against you, the more voices supporting you will be. She made a lot of money in Longwa with this wealth code. Therefore, she is also the most popular among the international students. As an alumnus of the same school, Mo Xiao naturally knows her name. The quality of international students in the top universities in Longwa is uneven, and it is often difficult to compare with students who have passed the college entrance examination in their own country. Before, Mary had been hiding in the crowd from the time she got on the bus until she got off the bus and arrived at the 7th floor, constantly clasping her hands together and muttering prayers. There was nothing out of the ordinary. I don't know why she was so excited at this moment. Student Mo Xiao, do you want to drive these poor lost lambs out? Mary pointed at Mo Xiao and asked loudly. Her hard work immediately won the recognition and support of those who were injured. Everyone's expressions changed, and they confronted Mo Xiao silently. Mo Xiao turned his head and smiled at her. Student Mary, you misunderstood. I didn't say I wanted to drive them out, because of the force that Mo Xiao had shown before. Her words became everyone's primary concern. Now, Hearing her say this, the injured boy in the car hurried forward a few steps, grabbed her arm, and asked happily and anxiously, "Are you serious? Are you really not going to chase us away?" Mo Xiao nodded and continued to smile. But, Chapter 45. Do you think Xiao Mo has changed a lot in the past 2 days? For the sake of everyone's safety, we may need to let you tie them up with ropes for a while. We will let them go after the safety period is over. What do you think? When this was said, all the uninjured people naturally agreed. Although the injured people were hesitant, they did not oppose as fiercely as before. But from everyone's reaction, it can still be seen, they were also not very reassured about Mo Xiao's proposal. After all, now, they still have the power to resist. But if they were really tied up with ropes by everyone, at that time, if everyone wanted to force them out, they would be like fish on the chopping board of others, and they would have no power to resist. Everyone looked at Mary, the only one who firmly spoke for them, hoping that she could say a few more words for them. Mo Xiao also smiled at her at the same time and asked first, since the Lord will not abandon any of his believers, he should naturally give them a chance to test them. Right? Her eyebrows sank slightly, and she continued to take a step forward, whispering in Mary's ear. Miss Mary jumped out at this time and wanted to have the right to speak. Isn't it a bit anxious? Mo Xiao smiled softly. His eyes were charming. Your Lord said that everyone should obey those in authority, because there is no authority except from God, and those who have authority are appointed by God. Now that I have the power, why don't you show any sincerity to the Lord? The tone was not strong, but the momentum was somewhat aggressive. Everyone couldn't even hear what Mo Xiao said to Mary, who had always been immersed in her own extreme world and seemed invulnerable. But her expression changed drastically in almost an instant. Originally, their obedience to Mo Xiao was only due to the overwhelming force she showed on the school bus. Or perhaps it was more because of the bloody blows from the sticks. Originally, it was shock and fear. Now she made Mary, nicknamed the Iron Saint, speechless with just a few words. No one realized that in this obedience, in addition to shock and fear had become the mainstream. "Yeah, sister, yeah." Li Pingping quietly pulled Tanya's clothes and whispered with a lonely look, "Do you feel that Xiao Mo has changed a lot in the past 2 days?" Originally, everyone was an ordinary classmate in the same school, especially Mo Xiao, who was an extremely hardworking person. He almost went out early in the morning and often came back in the dark. Therefore, Tanya and Li Pingping had to spend more time together, so they were also in a group for various course projects. However, because the three of them in the 606 dormitory had good tempers, they got along very well. Everyone talked about all kinds of topics in the dormitory at night, from entertainment celebrity gossip, to animation novels, film and television dramas, to the world political situation, to economic livelihood, love, employment and other issues. Such a lively, cheerful, and happy scene seemed to be gone forever. The girl who was from an ordinary family, but hardworking and kind seemed to be getting more and more unfamiliar. She could swing a hammer at the bloody and terrifying zombies without changing her expression. She learned to threaten people with a cold expression. She was even so strong that the crazy Iron Saint also changed her expression. Such a change that was getting farther and farther away from herself made Li Pingping feel a little scared and sad for no reason. Pingping, don't think too much. Tanya looked normal, patted her head and smiled. Xiao Mo has always been a tough person. It's not surprising. Li Pingping only saw Mo Xiao's gentle, respectful and frugal side. But Tanya saw more. She had always felt that Mo Xiao was a person who would succeed no matter what industry he was in. What kind of person has such qualities? She thought that it was the kind of person who could quickly adapt to the environment under any circumstances. In the previous world where classes were basically solidified, Mo Xiao could always work hard with passion and never give up, which was actually a test of people's state of mind. After all, not every young girl can be as focused and hardworking as she is 365 days a year. Everyone has times of frustration, decadence and even collapse. But Tanya had never seen this in Mo Xiao. Perhaps Mo Xiao noticed their whispering. She raised her eyebrows in confusion and cast a questioning look. Tanya shook her head at her and sat back on the sofa with Li Pingping in her hand. Mo Xiao smiled slightly, with a familiar and friendly look. Li Pingping, who always had shallow eye sockets, felt warm in her heart and almost shed tears. Mo Xiao turned his attention back to his side, because the male classmate who was injured and was about to be expelled from the car at the beginning, took a deep breath. He looked at Mo Xiao intently and said, "Swear that if we are willing to be tied up, you will never add insult to injury. To be able to ask this question, it is obvious that he is ready to agree to Mo Xiao's proposal. But I couldn't get over it. So I wanted to ask for a way out." Mo Xiao smiled. "If someone was willing to take the lead, it would be much easier. I promise." "Okay. Then you tie them up." With the first person's agreement, all the other injured people also took the initiative to stand up under the unanimous persuasion of everyone. In Jiangxi's room, there were ropes and some sheets left from his rock climbing. After everyone worked together, they just tied up all 12 injured people. Next, it was time to wait. Unfortunately, there are not so many miracles in the world. In less than half an hour, 7 students were completely transformed into zombies. Among the remaining 5, 4 persisted for 40 to 50 minutes, and followed their footsteps, and were cleared out by everyone. Only one person had not lost his mind after a whole day. This only person was the boy who was driven out by everyone in the car. His name was Wu Junqi. He was from the sports college, tall and strong, and his physique was stronger than that of ordinary people. Everyone was particularly surprised and curious that he could hold on for so long. They gathered around and whispered to discuss. "He, the one from the sports college, has not changed. Do you think he is really okay? It's too short to be sure. And he just looked like he was going to bite someone. But he controlled himself later. I think we need to observe it for a while." "Well, do you think he just happens to have antibodies to this virus?" Some people couldn't help but analyze in a low voice. Some people have special physiques since childhood. Even AIDS. There are cases of self-healing in the world. Yes. Yes. And tuberculosis. In the past, medical conditions were poor, and so many people died of tuberculosis. But there are still strong people who don't even know that they have had it and recovered. There are individual differences between people, especially Wu Junqi, who looks like a person with very good physical fitness. It seems reasonable that he can resist a certain virus to a certain extent. This discussion continued until the second half of the night. Wu Junqi, whose hands were tied to the heating pipe, suddenly opened his eyes in the dark. "I say, classmate Mo Xiao, should I let me go?" Chapter 46, Surrender or Die. Make a choice. In this environment, although everyone was very tired, they did not dare to fall asleep completely, because they had not eaten for a long time. They were generally tired and hungry. Their stomachs kept rumbling, and it was difficult to sleep even if they wanted to. So when Wu Junqi spoke, almost everyone woke up. And Mo Xiao was no exception. She squinted and looked at Wu Junqi's face. The high temperature faded, and there was no abnormality. It was almost certain that he had also become a half-infected person. And Mo Xiao approached in the dark and silently helped him untie the rope. Only halfway through, she noticed that Wu Junqi's nose moved slightly, and he was getting closer and closer to her neck, as if he was going to bite it. And Mo Xiao quickly stood up and took a big step back. Wu Junqi bit his tongue and rubbed the back of his head, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Then he looked up and laughed heartily. "Ha ha. What are you afraid of? I was just joking." Seeing that everyone was still looking at him with a tense expression, Wu Junqi's smile froze on his face, and he said awkwardly, "Really? It's just a joke. Don't be so serious." As if to prove himself, he stood up and apologized to Mo Xiao formally. But he seemed to have forgotten that his hands were still tied to the heating pipe next to him. When he stood up, he twisted his wrist. Almost only a short snapping sound was heard. Wu Junqi and the people who were secretly watching this place were dumbfounded. I. He touched the back of his head and said in shock, "Fuck. When did I become so strong?" He turned around and banged on the wall a few times. The wall powder fell off and sank into a small pit. Wu Junqi kept saying fuck. He was so excited that he couldn't help but do a few somersaults in the living room and performed a set of military boxing. Some difficult movements that were difficult to do in school training in the past suddenly became extremely easy at this moment because of the support of muscles and bones. Fuck. Not only did I survive the virus, I also awakened my superpowers. Wu Junqi couldn't help but said excitedly. Could it be that I am the protagonist of the plane in the novel? The son of destiny? Lord Mary clasped her hands together in grief and said neurotically, "Is this the believer you chose? If it were me, I would walk the world on behalf of the Lord, sacrifice myself, and selflessly rescue every lost lamb." It was not just Wu Junkie and Mary who reacted violently. Because everyone is not stupid. They suddenly sensed something from Wu Junkie's transformation. After he survived the virus, he suddenly became stronger. Do you feel a little familiar? Indeed. I have seen it a long time ago. That thin girl Emo Xiao. I don't know where she got the strength. Maybe she is also an infected person. Yes. They are exactly like Wu Junkie, someone said angrily, with a hint of resentment of being deceived. However, they are all conscious and don't bite people. Someone analyzed rationally. In this case, they are at most half infected. Right? Maybe they have antibodies in their bodies. It is very likely. Someone also joked. If they have antibodies, can we just drink some of their blood when we are injured? This sentence may really evoke some bad thoughts among a group of illiterate people. Fortunately, although these students from prestigious schools have different personalities, they have one thing in common. That is, they all have high-quality academic accomplishments. There is still some basic common sense. Hey, classmate over there, someone said with a smile. Are you insulting our student nature? Everyone laughed. And it seemed that no one took it seriously. Wu Junkie became a special case. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the appearance of this semi-infected person brought new hope to everyone. It turns out that this virus is not completely irresistible. Although everyone knows that the probability is extremely low, and they may not be the lucky one. But it is better to have hope than no hope. In addition, Emo Xiao was questioned by everyone whether she had been injured and infected like Wu Junkie. She was silent for a while, and nodded to admit it. Emo Xiao's admission greatly increased everyone's hope. 2 people appeared in the team in a row, which shows that this probability is not unique. In the middle of the night, everyone fell asleep again. Wu Junkie was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. He sat down next to Emo Xiao, who he thought was of the same kind, and asked many weird questions. Emo Xiao couldn't bear it anymore, and stood by the French window. He got rid of Wu Junkie on the grounds that he had to keep watch for everyone. Until the deepest night. A dark and twisted shadow suddenly floated in front of Emo Xiao, projected on the glass. It looked very strange under the moonlight. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned around with her head and shoulders expressionlessly. When Emo Xiao saw the owner of the shadow behind him, he was a little amused. Chuing, why are you here so late at night? Chuing stared at Emo Xiao's face carefully, and found that he was not excited at all when he saw him. He was secretly surprised. He then slowly said, I heard someone coming outside. Lots of footsteps. Quite a few people. Emo Xiao had great trust in her hearing. There are always some gifted people in this world. Come up from downstairs? She immediately lowered her voice alertly and walked to the door to listen. Could it be the group of survivors on the 4th floor? Stick to the door. She also heard rustling outside. It doesn't look like a zombie, but someone is picking the lock. The backup lock of the password door in front of me is usually a Type B lock, which is not very anti-theft. Hearing the noise from the other party, it seems that they are used to doing this kind of thing. This group of guys, 9 out of 10, were not good people before the end of the world. Emo Xiao secretly thought it was not good, and hurriedly signaled Chuing to wake up the others to be on guard in advance. He was just about to carry something to block the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he heard the door lock behind him clicked. Open! This is too fast. She didn't have time to walk back, so she simply hid behind the door. The door was pushed open in the next second. A group of tall and strong adult men rushed in. A rough count revealed that there were more than 20 people, all of whom were armed with weapons. Some of them even had guns. Emo Xiao looked through the crack in the door, and found that the short 100-meter distance from this door to the fire escape was surrounded by the other party using a foldable mesh device. A narrow passage was enclosed in the same way as the first floor to isolate the zombies. She realized that the other party probably used this thing to go back and forth between the upper and lower floors of this Tianfu building to collect supplies. Ah! Who are you? Who are you? Why did you break into our place in the middle of the night? Chuing didn't have time to wake everyone up. But after this commotion, everyone woke up, looking at this group of strange faces who obviously came with bad intentions. Some people asked nervously, but more people quietly picked up the vases and chairs around them as a precaution. Although everyone was young, but after several days of torture, they were hungry and thirsty, and most of them had various injuries, and everyone was in a bad state. Compared with the opposite side, it was like the old, weak, sick and disabled on the battlefield against the elite soldiers. The man in the lead on the opposite side did not expect that the student Danzi inside would wake up so quickly. He was surprised at first, then smiled, turned the handle of the pistol and said, "Hey! Surrender or die. Make a choice." Chapter 47 Dongwon Protection Corps. With the Shang. Who the hell are you? You are so arrogant. Did you eat garlic without brushing your teeth? Wu Junki, who suddenly gained superpowers, has not yet calmed down from his previous excitement. Seeing that the visitor was not friendly, he suddenly felt that he was given a great mission by God, and was eager to try. Relying on his tall physique, he took the lead and stood in front of everyone, confronting this group of intruders in the middle of the night. This confident look is completely different from before. Among the intruders on the opposite side, many people pointed at him angrily, and were about to step forward to teach Wu Junki a lesson. But he was blocked by the bearded man in the lead. "Who am I?" He rubbed his right thumb under his chin, slowly stroking his stubble, and smiled. "My name is Gu Deshang, and I'm the leader of our East Bay Protection Corps." He looked at Wu Junki carefully, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. When he was observing from the window before, it was obvious that this big guy did not occupy a commanding position. Suddenly, he had the courage to confront him, and it seemed that none of the students on the opposite side had any objections. It seemed that they all recognized that the other party was better than themselves. Gu Deshang couldn't help but start to wonder. Could it be that during the time they were away, a small coup had occurred among these students? Did this guy with well-developed limbs succeed in taking the position? "I don't care if you are Gu Deshang or Gu Xiuqing. Get out now. We were here first." Wu Junki held up a chair and threatened with angry eyes. Mo Xiao, who was hiding behind the door, was stunned when he heard the East Bay Protection Corps. Most of the other students came from well-off families, so it might be difficult for them to understand what this gimmicky and nice title was. But Mo Xiao had been working in the night market with his parents since he was a child, starting from the most difficult job of setting up a street stall. As he grew up, he had seen many dark sides of this society. Since ancient times, in every dynasty where there are officials, there must be bandits. Even in today's society, it is no exception. Under the rule of law, there are always some guys with bad intentions who form cliques for personal gain and seek to seize ill-gotten wealth. In the past, in Chuyang City, it was very particular about which underworld group each street area belonged to. These people often relied on their connections to collude with the small vendors and charge them high protection fees. If any of them could not pay, they would suffer. Before the large-scale crackdown on gangs in Chuyang City, such corruption was not small. The oppressed vendors suffered terribly. The little hard-earned money they earned every day was plundered by the so-called protection group. In the end, only 1 in 10 of the money they could get was left in their hands. When Mo Xiaojiang was in elementary school, there was also a major flu in Chuyang City, which seriously affected their family's business. As a result, they suffered losses every day, and their income was not enough to cover their expenses, and their life was very difficult. Therefore, they failed to pay the protection fee for that month in time. At that time, a man named Gogu, with a group of brothers, went to their stall to make trouble at night. At that time, the young Mo Xiao was carrying a small stool to do homework under the dim light bulb. She was seen by Gogu and his group, and they grabbed her collar and lifted her up. They threatened her parents with Mo Xiao to pay the money quickly. At that time, Zhang Mei and Mo Yuanping really couldn't come up with so much money. They knew that the other party came to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. They were also worried that their daughter would have an accident in the hands of the other party. She was so desperate that she knelt down and kowtowed, begging the other party to let Mo Xiao go, and repeatedly promised that she would find a way to come up with the money. Although Mo Xiao was poor at that time, she had never suffered any major losses because she had been pampered by her parents since she was a child. So she was still a hot-tempered person at that time. As a young child, her pupils reflected the image of her parents humbly kowtowing and apologizing to a group of villains for her. She was angry and sad, and began to struggle desperately with all her strength. The little girl in his hand suddenly attacked, and he was not careful for a moment, and she bit his back of the hand severely. This bite was very strong, and almost oozing blood. The dog brother was furious, and his subordinates naturally moved when they heard the news. In the end, not only the tables, chairs and tools of the stall were smashed, but all the prepared materials and dishes were trampled. Even Mo Yuanping had 3 fingers chopped off by Gogu as a punishment. He threatened that if there was a next time, it would not be his hands that were chopped off. It happened more than 10 years ago, and the memory seems to be blurred. Obviously, the nature of this group, called the East Bay Protection Group, is similar to the one seen in Chuyang City before. Mo Zhao's eyelashes moved, and he clenched the baseball bat, slightly bent his knees and elbows, and stared coldly at the backs of the group in the shadows with his deep eyes, like a hawk in the night sky. Good. It seems that each of you is quite courageous. Gui Deshang saw that Wu Junqi did not appreciate his courtesy. The group of young people behind him also raised their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Gui Deshang couldn't help laughing at the scene in front of him. These students who haven't stepped into society yet, don't they think that they can fight against him with just these vase chairs? He laughed loudly, raised his hand, and fired a shot. It hit Wu Junqi's thigh. He screamed and fell to the ground in an instant. The students who were eager to fight were stunned. Longwood is a country that prohibits firearms, so ordinary people wanting to get guns will trigger the law. Not to mention these college students who grew up in the sun. And the group of people led by Gui Deshang have been mixed in the underworld since the past. And they are engaged in illegal industries. Most of these guys who hang their heads on their belts will try their best to get themselves a gun or two. Don't move. If you want to live, don't move. I won't let the bullets go. Everyone stopped where they were, not daring to move. Wu Junqi squirmed on the ground for a few times, and his hand touched a pool of blood. He gasped in pain, and felt a burning sensation on the place where he was shot in the thigh. Touching it with his palm, it felt hot and itchy. After the burning sensation, the pain was relieved a lot. Touching it again, it seemed that the bleeding stopped unusually quickly. Wu Junqi tried to stand up in surprise, and he was shocked to find that he succeeded. TSK Gui Deshang obviously also noticed this abnormality, and said in surprise, "Who are you? How can a bullet wound heal so quickly?" In fact, it was not completely healed, but the fact that the single blood had stopped was incredible enough. "Boss, he is exactly like a zombie," Gui Deshang sneered, looking at Wu Junqi with fear on his face, and fired another shot. "Not dead yet?" He laughed. "Tie this guy up and take him back to treat him well." Mo shall watch the people from the East Bay Protection Corps tie up the students one by one, and there was no one behind Gui Deshang, the leader. She moved her toes slightly, and was about to quietly come out from behind the door to catch him off guard. Suddenly, Jiangxi, who had half-crouched in the crowd to show surrender, suddenly raised his head. His eyebrows slightly sank, and shook his head slightly in her direction. Chapter 48. When men get horny, women have nothing to worry about. Mo Shao saw Jiangxi's eyes turn and raised his eyebrows towards the door. She realized that he wanted her to sneak out from behind, while the other party's attention was all on the students in front of her. Because of the isolation belt brought by Gui Deshang and his men outside, they could quickly escape to the fire escape safely from the narrow passage. This is why Gui Deshang was not afraid of the gunshots alarming the zombies. Of course, even if the precautions were done very well, she still found that the other party's hands and feet were moving faster. A person's inner anxiety and worry can be reflected through behavior. No matter how strong and fearless they appear, they are still afraid of the zombies in their hearts. They are afraid that the longer they stay, the more zombies will gather around them, and the isolation belt will not be able to hold up. This makes Mo Shao feel a little relieved. It can be seen that their guns and ammunition are not sufficient. They were almost shocked by Gui Deshang's 2 consecutive shots. If they are really that strong, why do they have to sneak into the door in the middle of the night? They can just tie them up in broad daylight. With this in mind, Mo Shao plans to follow Jiangxi's instructions and escape first to find out the situation before talking about saving people. But, although she hid behind the door, it was late at night, so the other party didn't notice it for a while. But if she came out from behind the door, it might alarm the other party. This made Mo Shao crouch down and wait quietly for the best opportunity. Seeing that the man in the shadow behind the door had not moved for a long time, Jiangxi frowned slightly, and his heart became a little anxious. He deliberately stood up suddenly and kept coughing. This behavior alarmed Gui Deshang's men, and they all pointed their weapons at him. "What are you doing? Squat down. Are you looking for death? Brothers, don't get me wrong." Jiangxi raised his bound hands and smiled. "People have 3 urgent needs. I just want to go to the toilet." The boy's voice was clear, like a jade spring. Even in a dark room, where you can't see his appearance from a distance, you will instinctively think that he must be a good-looking and well-educated person. Go to the toilet? You have a lot of shit and urine. Hold it in. Squat down obediently. Someone kicked him. However, I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the man moved to the side in fear and avoided the kick accurately. The man who kicked him was a short man with short legs, and he was a little embarrassed. He immediately took a few steps forward and came close to the boy, wanting to give him a close-up look. When he got closer, he was slightly stunned. The silvery moonlight outside the window was like a veil, outlining the delicate outline of the boy in front of him. His eyebrows were like feather swords, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to have a lazy smile when he looked at people even when he was shocked. The red lips dotted on the fair skin, and in the silence of the dark night, they seemed to be bewitched without words. The short and thin man's Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Damn it! When men get slutty, women have nothing to do. He couldn't help thinking. I didn't expect this guy to be so handsome. There are two people in the group who have similar hobbies to him. They can't see it. The short and thin man changed his previous angry look, hooked the boy's chin with one hand, and couldn't help rubbing his fingertips on the skin on the side of his cheek. Slippery. It's so fucking slippery. Being young is good? He whispered in an ambiguous tone. If you listen to me obediently, I can guarantee that you will not die. Not to mention going to the toilet. You can do whatever you want. But before he finished speaking, the boy in front of him suddenly screamed, shrank back tremblingly, and said with a trembling expression, as if he was bitten, "What are you doing?" While retreating, he struggled to circle and hide. The scene was in a mess. The scream was just like a little boy who accidentally fell. The noise alarmed Gui Deshang. He walked over and took a glance, and saw the short and thin man, and instantly understood what happened. He frowned and said sternly, "Lu Lao Lu, consider the situation. If you have any needs, go back and tell me." Gui Deshang was indulgent to his subordinates, and he never criticized those who had special fetishes like Lu Lao Lu. After all, people should be unrestrained. If they don't enjoy themselves while they are alive, will they wait until they die to enjoy themselves? But we have to see the situation. Is this the time to do that? They have to move down before the zombies on the lower floors come up. Lu Lao Lu, who was stunned, reacted only after being scolded by Gui Deshang. His face flushed, as if he had held back a shit. He glared at the boy in the distance and mouthed silently, "Just wait for me." Jiang Shi shrugged indifferently, and found a place to stand against the wall. He lowered his head slightly, but his eyes were relaxed. He had long observed that the short guy was not clean when he tied someone up just now, and he was that kind of person at first glance. Jiang Shi pouted, thinking that he had sacrificed so much this time for that guy to escape. It would not be too much to let Mo Xiao write 3 pages of long live Jiang Shi next time. At this moment, in the fire escape, Mo Xiao had taken advantage of the commotion just now and ran out. She stood at the stairs with a strange look on her face, hesitating which floor to go to. When she came in from the first floor, she glanced at the shopping guide sign. At this moment, Mo Xiao was slowly recalling. To be admitted to Donghu University, the most basic memory is not too bad. The 4th and 7th floors of this Tianfu building are definitely not accessible for the time being. If I remember correctly, the first floor is basically jewelry, fashion, and some small shops. The second floor is some daily necessities and electrical appliances. The third floor is more mixed, selling fashion, groceries, bedding, and boutique snacks. The 5th floor is the children's paradise, with some amusement facilities and a small number of snack and electrical appliance stores. The 6th floor is similar to the 5th floor, mainly amusement facilities and a small number of restaurants. Mo Xiao thought about it and decided to go to the 3rd floor. There is no enclosed safe space in a place like Children's Paradise, and there are not many food stores on the 5th and 6th floors. After so long, most of the stocks may have spoiled. The 3rd floor sells more miscellaneous things, with more small doors and small faces, which is more suitable for her to find a temporary place to stay. And the 3rd floor is closer to the 4th floor, which is convenient for her to secretly spy on the movements of Gui Deshang and his group, since the decision has been made. Act quickly. Mo Xiao just went down to the door of the fire escape on the 3rd floor, and suddenly thought of a problem, thinking it was not good. Except for the 4th floor, there are a lot of debris piled up at the door of these fire escapes. This means that if she enters from here, She must move the debris away first. After she went in, she couldn't come back to restore the sundries. Therefore, the East Bay Protection Corps would know that someone had moved here as soon as they saw it. Then her escape would be exposed instantly. Mo Xiao had no choice but to continue going up. She went up to the 7th floor and sat on the stairs leading to the rooftop. This place is usually locked and can't be reached. She could only wait quietly for the group to come out of the fire door on the 7th floor with their alumni and teachers. Then she walked down slowly. As Mo Xiao expected, the group did not lock the 7th floor for the time being, because they had to come back to collect these isolation boards. Now they should just temporarily take Jiangxi and the others down and lock them up. They will come up later. Mo Xiao took advantage of their brief absence and returned to Jiangxi's lounge along the same route. He waited until the other party completely removed the isolation board. Mo Xiao came out quietly, looked through the cat's eye for a while, and widened his eyes. Fuck. Chapter 49 Helicopter Chasing Light. In the cat's eye, a scarlet eyeball was stuck there. When Mo Xiao looked at it, the eyeball turned slightly. The small black spot on it also turned nervously. In the dark night, a person's room. Even though Mo Xiao was always bold, she couldn't help but swear. As if sensing the movement on her side, the eyeball on the other side of the cat's eye turned quickly. At the same time, it kept hitting and scratching the security door. The sticky blood smeared on the glass, dyeing the originally transparent vision scarlet. Mo Xiao covered his mouth and stood quietly in the dark for a while. The movement outside the door gradually subsided. Lost the target of the sound source. The zombie that was scratching against the door began to wander aimlessly again. Mo Xiao moved closer to the peephole again. Because of the blood, the already dim indoor scene seemed to be stained with a layer of red film. But with the moonlight from the huge skylight in the middle, it was vaguely visible that the zombies, like ghosts, were wandering densely on the 7th floor of Tianfu Building. Because of Gui Desheng's previous 2 shots, at least the zombies on the lower floors wandered here. When their isolation board was removed, Mo Xiao could really see clearly that there were at least hundreds of zombies outside. When they all gathered on the same floor, there were not many places left for the living. It was almost impossible for her to walk out of the door intact. Mo Xiao took a deep breath. Give up the idea of going out now. For now, the only thing to do is to wait patiently and see if the situation outside will get better as time goes by. Gurgle. She just turned around and took 2 steps. And her stomach suddenly started to growl. Mo Xiao rubbed her belly, looked at the space that was swept clean by Gui Desheng and his group, and sighed. When the other party pried the door late at night, she had been hiding and didn't have time to pack her backpack. You know, most of the water, food and some tools she carried were in her backpack. The supplies carried by this group of students were obviously confiscated by Gui Desheng and his group. Now Mo Xiao only has this baseball bat and a chocolate bar in her pocket. Late at night, she sat alone in front of the huge French window and carefully broke the chocolate bar in half. She ate only half of it in small bites. She folded and sealed the remaining half with plastic wrap and stuffed it back into her pocket. At the moment, she didn't know how long she would be trapped in this room, so she saved as much as she could. But in fact, the most fatal thing was not food, but lack of water. Mo Xiao licked her dry lips and smelled the fishy and unpleasant smell coming from her body. It was not just the smell of sweat, but more of the smell of rotten blood. Her clothes were splashed with a lot of blood when she left school, and she fought all the way here. It was red and black, and had long been mottled. Tired, hungry and thirsty, Mo Xiao simply looked around through the French window to divert his attention. The street below was dark, and occasionally he could see black shadows passing by, which must be zombies. The building across the street was a business district, and the window glass was glowing blue during the day, so it was hard to see clearly, let alone at night. In short, no matter where it was, there were no lights or candles. It had been so many days since the apocalypse, and if there were still people alive, they would definitely not make this mistake again. Looking at the sky again, because it was close to summer, there were quite a few stars, twinkling and bright. Mo Xiao smiled slightly, and then the smile froze at the corner of his lips. She rubbed her eyes, stood up quickly, leaned on the glass and looked up at the sky. One of the stars was moving too fast, and its luster was different from those stars. Mo Xiao opened a window, stretched his neck and observed carefully for a while. That's not a star. It's the light of the helicopter? She murmured in a low voice. Then she looked up in surprise, and her eyes burst into excitement. The government must have sent a helicopter at this time. It must be the military. It turns out that Donghu City has not been abandoned. It turns out that there are still rescuers in Donghu City, although the helicopter is far away from her side now. It seems that this area has not been checked yet. But as long as there is rescue, they will be able to rescue their East Bay area sooner or later. Until then, we must hold on. The light of the helicopter in the distance gradually moved away, until it could no longer be seen and completely disappeared into the night. But Imo Xiao was not depressed at all, but full of fighting spirit. She began to carefully look at Jiangxi's small lounge room by room. Before, most people were in the spacious living room. After checking the empty kitchen, Imo Xiao came to the bathroom. Passing by the toilet, she suddenly stopped. After a slight hesitation, Imo Xiao bent down and opened the lid of the toilet's reserve water tank. Water? The East Bay Protection Corps really missed the toilet tank and did not check it. It is difficult for ordinary people to think of this. Imo Xiao was overjoyed, and quickly ran outside to get a cup, scooped a cup, and gulped down a full belly. She exhaled, stood up, and instantly felt a sense of comfort as if a long drought had finally come. By the way, even the toilet looked particularly cute. Imo Xiao continued to check, and found a piece of missing rock climbing equipment in Jiangxi's storage room. Jiangxi had the financial resources and talent, so he had learned many specialties. Of course, he had more than one piece of this kind of equipment, but bought a lot of various patterns and brands. Rich people play hobbies. That is, a card collecting game. Gui Deshang's group naturally took all of them away like robbers. But maybe it was because there were too many and time was tight. There were always one or two parts that fell off. Imo Xiao picked them up one by one and found that she could barely piece them together. She looked at the window and suddenly had an idea. Since she couldn't get out of the door on the 7th floor, what if she went out through the window? The building was high here, and Imo Xiao only glanced down and breathed a long sigh of relief. She ran back to the door and looked again, and found that the number of zombies had not decreased at all. At this rate, I'm afraid it will take 10 days or half a month to wait for them to move automatically. Whether it was food and water, or the safety of the students who fell into the hands of Gui Deshang's group, she couldn't delay any longer. Imo Xiao gave up completely, tied up the equipment, patted his cheeks with both hands, and muttered, "It doesn't matter. Jiangxi, that wicked guy, can play well. So can I." After that, he tightened the tied rope, opened the window, and slowly descended along the outer wall. It's best to do this before dawn. If you wait until dawn, you will inevitably attract the attention of street zombies. At first, Imo Xiao was a little scared, but in actual operation, she found it quite easy. Because of the symbiosis of the virus, her core ability, grip, arm and leg strength are all quite good, so it's not really hard to operate. Imo Xiao easily descended to the window near the 4th floor. She did not fall out of the window rashly, but wrapped her legs around the rope and hung upside down outside the window. She carefully observed the scene inside the 4th floor window. After all, this store called Red Star Sports should be the base of Gui Deshang's gang. Chapter 50, Landing from the Window. Boss, what should we do with these students? Inside the room, a group of big men gathered together. In one corner, teachers and students of East Lake University were crowded together. Their hands and feet were all tied up. There were several people holding weapons to guard them. In another corner, there were backpacks. All the backpacks were opened. Food was put in a pile, and water was put in a pile. After all, this group of students was large, so the East Bay Protection Corps had a lot of gains in this operation. It only took 2 bullets, without any effort. It was much safer and more convenient than them taking risks to search for supplies layer by layer. The sweetness of killing and robbing is still very good. Gui Deshang lay on the sofa chair with satisfaction, turning the handle of the pistol, and asked Lu Laolu, who asked the question, "How do you want to deal with it?" Lu Laolu smiled shyly, and said flatteringly with a sly look, "I will listen to the boss. If the boss tells me to go east, I, Lu Laolu, will never dare to go west. If the boss tells me to go to the ground, how dare I, Lu Laolu, go to the sky?" Gui Deshang sneered. He probably didn't believe the words, but he still enjoyed the flattery. Gui Deshang waved his hand and said, "Handle it yourself. Don't play to death. These students are still useful. You can let them go out to hunt in the wild and lure zombies in the future. Hey! Lu Lao responded excitedly, rubbing his hands and turning to walk to the corner. Gui Deshang looked at the group of people in the corner, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He said, "Wait! What's wrong? Boss?" Lu Lao immediately ran back and asked, "Is there anything you like? You choose first. I'll wash it and bring it to you." Gui Deshang hit Lu Lao on the head with the butt of the gun, and laughed and scolded, "You are just this little bit." He looked around the crowd and pointed at Wu Junkie and said, "Bring him here. Let me see what he is." This is not only Gui Deshang's curiosity, but also the rest of the East Bay Protection Corps, including Lu Lao himself. After all, compared to solving the little sesame problem in the crotch, the ability to accelerate the body's healing is obviously more beneficial for them to survive in this dangerous environment. Lu Lao didn't dare to joke anymore. He took the order and came back quickly, dragging Wu Junkie through the crowd. "Boss, we brought the person." Wu Junkie was shot twice in both legs, but he had never received any treatment, not even bandaged. Such a long time had passed. According to common sense, he should have died long ago. But at this moment, although the bullets had not been taken out, the bleeding had completely stopped automatically in the parts of his legs that were shot. Even the wounds had shrunk by half. The flesh around the wounds seemed to be made up of thousands of tiny insects. They kept wriggling, recovering, and healing. The people of the East Bay Protection Corps drew the curtains to block the light, lit candles, and gathered together to watch as if they had discovered a wild monkey, marveling. What kind of monster is this thing? The zombies outside are the same. As long as they are not killed with one blow, the wounds will heal soon. Is this guy also a zombie? But the way he talked to the boss before, he was a little stupid. But he was obviously a living person. Right? Gui Deshang listened to his men's speculations. He pointed a gun at the head of a girl in the student group and asked, "Hey, has this guy been caught by zombies before?" Seeing the black muzzle of the gun, the girl trembled all over and nodded with sobs. "But he didn't become a zombie?" Gui Deshang narrowed his eyes. The girl nodded again. "This is interesting." Gui Deshang lit a cigarette, took a puff, picked up a knife, and walked to Wu Junkie in 2 or 3 steps. He didn't know whether he fainted or fell asleep just now, and he didn't wake up. Gui Deshang slowly stabbed Wu Junkie's leg with the tip of the knife and picked out one of the bullets. Along with it, there was a piece of bloody meat. Wu Junkie was awakened by the severe pain and couldn't help but scream. Mo Xiao outside the window was startled, but then recognized that it was Wu Junkie's voice, because the windows here were covered with curtains by Gui Deshang and his team, and even some anti-light transmission things were pasted. The protection measures were well done, so Mo Xiao couldn't see anything on the outer wall. Of course, she couldn't be seen from inside. The screams inside continued, because they were too horrible. The zombies downstairs were agitated. Gui Deshang seemed to have given another order, and then 2 girls' struggling cries for help came from inside. Mo Xiao didn't stay outside the window any longer. It was almost dawn. It was too dangerous for her to hang here, and she had to find a safe place to stay on the 3rd floor before dawn. Mo Xiao landed from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor window. Although it was the same layout, the store on the 3rd floor was more fragmented. The same large space was divided into 3 stores. On the left is fashion, in the middle is groceries, and on the right is bedding. Among them, fashion and bedding occupy a slightly larger area. Of course, their storefronts are large and their doors are also large, and they are not closed. If Mo Xiao goes in, I am afraid how to drive away the zombies and successfully close the door is a big problem. And this side is the kind of large window that is one piece, and Mo Xiao has no way to enter from the outside without breaking the glass. Only the small grocery store in the middle is more suitable. The storefront is quite small. However, the length of the arms is also very narrow. Only one person can pass through. The grocery store originally sold trivial daily necessities and some snacks. But at this moment, the place where food is placed on the counter is empty. Obviously it has been swept. However, there were a few bags scattered on the ground. There was a broken ventilation window on the grocery store side, and because the store was narrow, it was clear inside, and there was no zombie wandering around. Mo Xiao used force on the outer wall and swung over. Her feet hooked the window accurately, and she jumped lightly and landed in the grocery store. She squatted down first, then slowly locked the sliding glass door of the grocery store. And then she breathed a sigh of relief. There were 2 bags of potato chips on the ground. Because they were fluffy and took up a lot of space. It was estimated that the raiders didn't pick them up in a hurry. Mo Zhao's closed pockets couldn't fit them. She simply ate 1 bag on the spot and planned to hide the other bag under the counter. With this touch, she pulled out a lighter from the gap. Mo Zhao, who was lying on the ground, raised her eyebrows, put it in her pocket, and was about to get up. Suddenly, while lying on the ground, she saw a pair of feet passing by from the narrow gap on the ground. Mo Zhao frowned, lying on the ground motionless, not in a hurry to get up. What is it? The walking posture just now was silent. If it was a zombie, it would never be so silent if it lost its mind. Chapter 51 New Hope Farm. Thinking of other possibilities, Mo Zhao crawled on the ground and dared not move, even holding his breath. After an unknown amount of time, a soft questioning voice suddenly sounded outside. Why are there so few zombies here today? Are they living people? They are quite brave to wander in this dark place. Mo Zhao narrowed his eyes and thought. I heard someone outside say in a hoarse voice. I heard gunshots before I came here. I guess the guys entrenched here used the gunshots to attract some zombies away. The man who spoke first sneered. It's easy today. There are almost no zombies left in the corridor. That's all. He suddenly spoke fiercely, as if he was exerting force. Then, he heard the sound of a knife and an axe hitting the bone, and blood splashed everywhere. Mo Zhao looked through the crack in the ground and saw a zombie with a bloody face falling to the ground, looking at him from a distance. It was just that its expression was distorted but wooden, and it was obviously deader than dead. The man who spoke killed a zombie with just 1 blow. It was obvious that he was not only skilled, but also had strength far beyond that of ordinary people. It is very likely that he exercises regularly, or that he has been doing physical work for many years. Of course, it is also possible that he is. Mo Zhao lowered his eyes and thought, and heard the man continue with his previous sneer. There are only a few zombies stuck in these stores. What's the use? Another person sneered. Big Head supplies have been locked up by the protection group. Don't be so anxious, the boss said that when they run out of bullets, we will drive the truck over to transport the supplies. The man's voice was frivolous, and he seemed to not take Gui Desheng and his group of dozens of people seriously. He was only slightly afraid of their guns and ammunition. How long do we have to wait? The man who spoke behind also neatly killed a zombie. Obviously, he was also a powerful talent. Ha ha ha. Just wait slowly. Anyway, we have a farm behind us, so we don't have to worry about food and drink for the time being? As the conversation became farther and farther away, it could no longer be heard at the end. Mo Zhao rubbed her stiff elbows and got up from the ground. She first carefully peeked out from above the glass counter and glanced at the oval circular corridor outside. After she found that the 2 people who had stayed there before were no longer visible, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground with her back against the glass counter. Although the 2 people just now didn't say a few words, but she got some very useful information. First of all, this group of people is not the same group as the East Bay Protection Corps. In fact, because the people of the East Bay Protection Corps were too domineering and occupied the supplies first, they became hostile to each other. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mo Zhao stroked his chin and thought to himself, maybe he could use this. Also, the man just said that they were backed by a farm and that they would drive a truck. Obviously, they were in a relatively safe environment. The farm should not be too far from here, but it should not be too close. If it was too close, Gui Desheng and others would have discovered them long ago. And the 2 men were still sneaking around this time, obviously not wanting to alert the enemy. Mo Zhao opened the zipper of her inner pocket and took out the mobile phone that had been wrapped in it. Since the last solar storm, it has been turned off and has not been turned on. She blocked the light with her hand and tried to turn it on. The animation flashed by, and it was successful, but the battery was only 36% left. Mo Zhao switched to energy-saving mode and opened the map that she had downloaded to her computer. She lay on the ground with her eyes wide open and searched carefully. They were now in Dongguan District, Donghu City, with Tianfu Building as the center. Mo Zhao first searched within a radius of 1 kilometer, but did not find any farms. Slowly expanded the range to a radius of 1.5 kilometers. 2 kilometers? 2.5 kilometers. She found a farm sign somewhere in the west 2.47 kilometers away from here. Click on the name. and the data information summary that had been downloaded before will automatically pop up below. The name is New Hope Farm. It seems that it was a new ecological urban vegetable garden that was started before, which provides vegetable plot adoption services for residents in big cities. Then, they grow vegetables for them, harvest and deliver fresh vegetables. The model is quite novel. Of course, this farm has many business projects. In addition to growing vegetables in the soil, there are also the latest advanced farming technologies, such as fish and vegetable symbiosis. In simple terms, it is to use the water of hydroponic vegetables to raise fish, make full use of resources to create ecological circular agriculture. Moreover, because it also provides animal husbandry adoption. In addition to raising chickens, ducks and pigs, it also raises animals such as dairy cows. So there seems to be a green pasture inside. Mo Zhao's eyes lit up. Most importantly, this is a closed farm, which means it is surrounded by fences or electric fences. It is simply an excellent natural shelter after the apocalypse. She was very excited, but then she frowned again, memorized the route, and turned off her phone again. Everyone wants to occupy this feng shui treasure land. Anyone who lives in the nearby area, if they have nowhere to go after the apocalypse, will probably think of this place first. The boss of the New Hope Farm is not necessarily a good person to survive such a competition. It is not clear whether the other party is good or bad. In order to avoid attracting tigers and driving away wolves, Mo Zhao decided to try to save people by himself first. The sky was already pale outside the window. The sun was rising gradually. The vision of zombies would be much better than at night, and their reactions would be much more sensitive. Mo Zhao squatted in this small grocery store, and no one went out rashly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she found last night that the vision of these zombies seemed to have recovered a little at night. Mo Zhao thought about it from the perspective of blind people and people with high myopia among humans, and felt that it was probably not her illusion, even if the degree is the same. People who often wear glasses and those who don't wear glasses at all have completely different perceptions of the surrounding things. People who often wear glasses will feel that nothing is clear as soon as they take off their glasses, and they will have difficulty doing many things. Those who have long been accustomed to not wearing glasses can walk accurately without bumping into chairs, and reconstruct visual perception and cognition with blurred vision. Mo Zhao felt that if the zombies were gradually accustomed to it, as time goes by, sooner or later the zombies will become very sensitive at night. A day passed. Night fell again. She ate the last bag of potato chips and half a chocolate bar, stretched her body, and started to move, climbing along the rope outside the window. Mo Zhao came to the window of the Red Star Sports Store on the 4th floor again. The windows inside have been treated, and only a few places are transparent. Mo Zhao couldn't see the situation inside clearly, so he had to listen with his ears close to his ears. Indoors, Gui Desheng looked at the compartment built with planks, blew a smoke ring, and smiled. What? Don't you want to eat? Chapter 52. Our boss has been watching you for a long time. In the cubicle, 3 people were tied up. In the middle was a tall and strong boy, who was tied to the iron pole with a thick metal chain like a dog. This person was Wu Junqi. He knelt on the ground with his back hunched, trembling all over, as if he was enduring something, and was in great pain. On the walls on his left and right, 2 girls were tied up respectively. One of them had long straight black hair and a timid look, but she didn't move or say a word, and it was obvious that her heart was much calmer than it looked on the surface. This person was Gao Yu, the freshman from the art academy, who had escaped with Mo Zhao before. The other person huddled in the corner, tears in her eyes, but with a stubborn look, staring at Wu Junqi, who was hunched on the ground, with hatred and fear. Judging from her appearance, it was Zhang Jie, Mo Zhao's classmate. Both of them had their hands and feet cut by sharp blades, and blood was flowing out. The bloody smell was very strong in this small compartment. You are hungry too. Don't you like to eat these? Gui Desheng squatted down and smiled. Just pick one you like. As he said that, he put a basin of blood on the ground and pushed it closer to Wu Junqi. Ah! Wu Junqi raised his head suddenly, and there seemed to be blood in the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Blood oozed from the corners of his lips, and squeezed out a roar from his throat. Get the hell out of here. As he continued to struggle, the iron chain rattled. But he hadn't eaten for a long time, and he was hungry and thirsty, so his strength was obviously not as strong as before. He was unable to break free from the restraints. It was obvious that Wu Junki was in a very irritable state at the moment. Although he struggled constantly, and even yelled and cursed at Gu Desheng, his eyes were staring at the basin of blood on the ground uncontrollably. Even his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. Then, Wu Junki shook his head violently, hunched over again, and banged his forehead hard on the ground. The loud bangs were heard clearly even by Mo Xiao outside the window. This movement must have broken his forehead. Mo Xiao hissed silently. Although Wu Junki looked silly, he was actually a ruthless person. Gu Desheng smiled coldly at his stubborn look. In order to test what this big fool is, he has been testing him for a day. Heard that he was scratched by a zombie. But he didn't get infected and turned into a zombie. Gu Desheng didn't quite believe it. So he deliberately locked him up with 2 living girls to see when he would turn into a zombie. Unexpectedly, this guy has good self-control. After so long, he didn't bite them to death. However, it's not all in vain. At least from the current situation, it can be proved that he still has a desire for blood. Gu Desheng doesn't understand so many profound principles. He just wants to test through Wu Junki to find out what he can do to become like him. Even if he was shot, he could heal quickly. In some ways, it was a new evolution of humans. Just like what the mysterious religious woman in the group said, Gu Desheng also believed that the end of the world was a punishment from heaven. The gods were furious and were preparing for a great purge. Only the strong could survive. For Gu Desheng, now there was no law at all. It was simply a doomsday carnival. Drinking the strongest liquor. Sleeping with the most beautiful women. Killing whenever you want. Isn't it better than being restrained before the end of the world? As for the price of becoming like Wu Junki, it was just drinking some human blood or something. He had no psychological burden at all. This silly boy. He really didn't know how to use the treasure. Gu Desheng was furious, and kicked Wu Junki's face into the bowl full of blood. Wu Junki's body trembled violently, and he swallowed involuntarily. But then he cried and struggled to vomit. But he didn't vomit for long, as he couldn't hold back any longer. As if he had just tasted the blood. He crawled over with his hands and feet, licking the blood on the ground. I don't know which nerve in my body was touched, and I felt a trembling pleasure. Mo Xiao listened for a while, and guessed what happened inside. She frowned. She put on a hat, and tied a cloth on her face to cover her face. At the same time, she held the baseball bat tightly, and slowly pulled the rope to swing outside the glass window. Gradually increased the force. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang. As he approached, the bat smashed hard on the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window. Because most of the glass window was pasted into a whole piece. It fell together in one piece when it shattered. Crash. The loud noise startled countless zombies wandering in the darkness. And they all roared hoarsely and approached downstairs. Even the zombies that had already reached the 7th floor turned their heads and rushed to fall directly from the high skylight. Or they ran down the escalator, chasing the source of the sound. Ah! In the corner, the imprisoned student screamed first, not knowing what happened. The people of the East Bay Protection Corps were panicked and angry. Who is it? Draw your weapons. Let me see who dares to pick a fight. Without the cover of the floor-to-ceiling glass, the howling early summer evening breeze poured in. Not only that, the room was brightly lit by candlelight before. Because of Mo Zhao's house demolition action, they'd lost the light shielding barrier, so that this room was particularly bright and eye-catching in the dark night. Gu Desheng, who was about to see the experimental effect of Wu Junki after drinking blood, cursed and walked out of the compartment. What the hell happened to you? You 2 pieces of trash? Boss! Someone smashed our floor-to-ceiling windows from the outside. Lu Lao immediately stepped forward to report. From outside? Gu Desheng laughed angrily and slapped Lu Lao on the back of his head. What floor do you think we are on? What do you think this is made of glass? Lu Lao pursed his lips in grievance. Boss, you will know after you take a look. Gu Desheng, who had just walked out of the compartment, looked up and squinted. Suddenly, a slightly low voice came from outside, from the East Bay Protection Corps. Our boss has been paying attention to you for a long time. You have occupied all the supplies in Tianfu building. Isn't it a bit unfair? This sentence reveals a lot of information. Obviously, the other party has a large number of people, and they are quite large and organized. With such a rampant tone, he should have a certain strength. Gu Desheng raised his eyebrows and silently asked his subordinates, who were inspecting over there. The subordinates shook their heads, indicating that they only saw a rope, not a person. Guadishang sneered and shouted loudly on the spot. Who is your boss? How dare you set your sights on me? Humph. The man outside seemed to sneer as well, and his voice became dangerous. If it weren't for our New Hope farm wanting to recruit a group of laborers, the boss wouldn't have kept you guys until today. The man outside laughed softly. Guadishang, I'll show you a way to survive. Bring the supplies to show your loyalty to our boss as soon as possible, and you'll get more. The other party spoke in a condescending tone, as if he didn't take his people seriously at all. How could Guadishang, who was used to being a leader, tolerate such humiliation? He cursed a few times on the surface, but secretly instructed some of his men to go out with guns to search. After cursing for a while, there was no sound from outside the window, as if the people had gone far away. Guadishang instructed Lu Lao, you take people to guard here. If anyone comes in through the window, shoot immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to go out. He heard the men who had just gone out hurriedly running back at the door. Boss, it's just as you expected. Those guys must be trying to steal our supplies by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. We found a new rope on the opposite side. Chapter 53 Chewing. Can you hear me? On the outer wall of the back door of Tianfu building, two figures were hanging on the ropes and were descending. What happened just now? Why did the people from the East Bay Protection Corps suddenly come around here? We were almost exposed. The man on top was shocked and angry. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the huge noise just now. The man hanging below was calmer. Something must have happened tonight. Retreat first, and come back tomorrow night to try whether the new key can open his warehouse. As soon as the voice fell, the two people stopped moving at the same time. They all looked up, because the follow-up light of a flashlight from the glass window above directly hit the faces of the two people along the rope. The two were startled at the same time. The man who looked down from above was the leader of the East Bay Protection Corps, Guadishang. After he followed his men here, he found these two survivors he had never seen before. Guadishang smiled coldly. Where are you going? Why don't you have a cup of tea before leaving my territory? I am also interested in your New Hope farm. How about taking me to visit it? When they heard him mention the New Hope farm, their faces changed slightly. He knew it long ago. Guadishang knew about the existence of their New Hope farm. Could it be that this guy has been playing dumb? They thought that Guadishang's movements were under their control. But in fact, Guadishang was also paying attention to them quietly. The two men didn't say a word. They were hanging in the air and couldn't make any other moves. They had to climb down quickly. Don't move. Guadishang raised a pistol and pointed the black muzzle at the two heads below. He smiled and said, as if he was recruiting soldiers and generals, bullets don't have eyes. The two men below looked at each other, suddenly let go at the same time, and slid down. The next moment, they relied on their strong hand strength to firmly grasp the rope. Bang! The gun shot. Clang dang dang. The window glass on the lower floor shattered. The two men rolled down to the third floor below. Guadishang looked down with an ugly face. I didn't expect that the two men were so brave, and their skills were really amazing. The shot he fired just now should have only hit the leg. Boss! The zombies are coming. Are we still chasing them? The men around held the fence high. It formed a closed circle, protecting Guadishang in the middle. They relied on this thing to safely sweep away the useful goods related to drinking water in Tianfu building bit by bit, and stored them in the warehouse. However, there is a limit to the number of zombies that can be blocked in this way. Every floor inside Tianfu building is still usable, but it will definitely not be so useful outside. Therefore, Guadishang has lived here for so long, occupying the land as the king, and he is still not ready to go outside to take a look. When I came here before, there weren't many zombies on the fourth floor, but now that they were the living targets, they were gathering together. Guadishang glanced at the window below and said coldly, Chase! Everyone follow me to the fire escape and go down to the third floor. After that, he took out a knife and cut the rope hanging outside. This time, I'll see how you can run. Guadishang grinned cruelly and licked his lips. New Hope Farm. I almost forgot about this nice place. Third floor. The two people who fell into the window just knocked down two zombies that gathered. One of them was obviously injured in the leg, and the one who was dragging his leg cursed, Fuck! Guadishang. That bastard. The next time I see him, I can't relieve my hatred without opening 10 bloodletting grooves on his legs. Another person led the way. Fortunately, this floor had just been visited last night, so there were not many zombies to begin with. And they had cleared some of them. Compared with other floors, there were even fewer. Wuzhou, what are you still doing? Contact the boss, the person who led the way said in a low voice. Wuzhou, who fell behind him, snorted in dissatisfaction, while taking out a walkie-talkie from his arms. He muttered, since that time, Lu Chen, you have changed quickly. You used to be a sissy, but now you dare to yell at me. Not bad. You are a bit more masculine. The two knew that they should not stay here for long, so they came to the bedding store and grabbed 2 sheets and tied them together. Planned to continue down the escalator along the patio. The car they drove when they came was parked there, on the 4th floor, on the outer wall of the Red Star sports store. Mo Xiao shook off the pure black sheets covering her body, and slowly moved from the blind spot to the floor-to-ceiling window that had just been smashed. In the already dark night, the protective color can hide the body very well. And most people use inertial thinking, and they think that she must have escaped after she stopped making any sound. After the first search was fruitless, most of the attention will be focused on the rope below. Mo Xiao hooked her 10 fingers, stepped on the cracks in the bricks, and stuck to the outer wall tightly. This is a very dangerous action, and she is currently in a state without any protection. If you are not careful, you may fall from a high altitude. Obviously, this requires a strong psychological quality. Mo Xiao slowed down his breathing and waited quietly for the opportunity. At the same time, he whispered, chewing, "Can you hear me? If you can, cough." As soon as she finished speaking, an untimely and crisp cough came from the corner of the room. Lu Laolu, who was staring at the big hole in the French window, was startled and immediately pointed his pistol at the group of tied students. Cursed, what are you coughing for? Shut up. Mo Xiao heard it clearly, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He continued to ask in a low voice, "Do you know Morse code? How many people are left inside? In which direction? And how many guns are there?" Morse code is a secret code-like communication method that is well known around the world. So Mo Xiao asked this question. She herself was also interested in this when she read mystery novels in junior high school, and she learned a little bit. Although it was a long time ago, the brain that was able to be admitted to Donghu University with academic performance must have a good long-term memory. Mo Xiao felt that with Chu Ying's ghostly and silly style, she might have learned this thing before. This time, there was silence inside for a while. A thin girl coughed as if she had tuberculosis, just because of Lu Laoyu's previous warning. This time she didn't even dare to cough too loudly, and forced herself to suppress it. However, it is better to open up than to block. The more he suppressed it, the more the coughing became. Lu Laoyu was furious, although the noise was not loud this time. It was like a mosquito, which was very annoying. He walked to the corner cursing, intending to pull out the tuberculosis woman and make her shut up completely. At this moment, a young man stood up next to the tuberculosis woman. Chapter 54 Boss. Wuzhou didn't lie to us, did he? He is very tall, and even in the shadows, you can see that he has a very good figure. Lu Laoyu has been thinking about this guy all day, and he immediately shifted his focus and couldn't help but move his eyes to the young man. He saw him leaning lazily against the wall, his eyebrows slightly raised, and smiled at Lu Laoyu. Lu Laoyu's nose was hot, and he was about to take 2 more steps forward. Suddenly, he heard a click behind him. It was the position of the floor-to-ceiling window glass over there. Not good. Lu Laoyu hurriedly turned around and raised his gun. Before the bullet was fired, and before he could even see the person clearly, he felt the wind behind him move, and someone pounced on him like a cheetah. He knocked him to the ground. The gun rolled out. At the same time, another boy in the crowd had untied the rope that bound him. He jumped up and smashed the skull of a man with a gun standing in front of him. Mo Xiao narrowed her eyes and couldn't help sighing, although she only contacted Chewing. Jiang Shi and Xia Bumian's reactions were extremely quick, and their ability to seize opportunities was perfect. Of the 4 gunmen, including the one she had dealt with, 3 had been killed. There was only 1 left, next to a compartment, far away from her. The man had already pulled the trigger halfway. Suddenly, his body tilted and the gun went off. It turned out that a man jumped out of the compartment and bit his neck, gurgling and drinking blood. The man's bite force was very strong. The man's neck was twisted off almost instantly. The gun in his hand fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Mo Xiao recognized that this man was Wu Junqi from the broken chains on his body. He was obviously just a half-infected person. How could he? Mo Xiao's face turned pale. Is this what a half-infected person looks like when he loses control? Is he still rational now? There were screams in the room. Some because of the gunshots. And some because of the bloody scene on Wu Junqi's side. Mo Xiao looked at everyone with a frown. Quiet. She has been gaining power recently. With a shout, everyone subconsciously quieted down. Because Guo Desheng was concerned about his warehouse supplies. He brought most of the manpower. Apart from the 4 people with guns, there were only 3 people left without guns to guard. And they were quickly dealt with by Mo Xiao. Jiangxi and Xia Bumian. Mo Xiao confiscated 2 guns, grabbed his backpack, and then grabbed a few bags of water from the ground and put them on his back. At the same time, he untied the teachers and students and asked everyone to pack up quickly. She went to check the cubicle. Surprisingly, Zhang Jia and Gao Yu, who were in the same room with Wu Junqi, were intact. It seems that he was still rational at the moment before he rushed out. Mo Xiao untied the 2 girls, turned to Wu Junqi's side. He lowered his head and sat alone with his knees hugged. Having just drunk a lot, he seemed full now, and his rationality gradually returned. Thinking that he had just drunk human blood, Wu Junqi rationally felt that he should express his nausea, vomiting and other feelings. But strangely, not only did he not feel that way, he felt a little unsatisfied. Moreover, compared to never tasting blood, having tasted human blood, his resistance to human blood has inexplicably decreased a lot. That feeling is like taking DP. Hey, are you still awake? Mo Xiao stood beside him and kicked his leg with his toes. Wu Junqi raised his head with a sad face, and the area around his lips, including half of his face, was covered with blood, which was particularly scary in the dim night. He nodded. Mo Xiao threw him a piece of cloth. Wipe it off when you are awake. We have to escape. Wu Junqi was stunned, including me. Mo Xiao frowned. You can stay here if you want. He ignored him and went to the door to listen to the noise outside. Wu Junqi was stunned again, and hurriedly wiped the blood and ran to the crowd to pick up his bag and supplies. The classmates saw him coming, and he looked sober, and they all looked a little uncomfortable. Although Mo Xiao was there, no one said anything. But every time Wu Junqi accidentally approached them, many people would intentionally or unintentionally stay away from him. Guo Desheng, who went down to the 3rd floor to pursue the enemy of the New Hope farm, just saw the 2 guys trying to escape using a rope made of bed sheets. Just as he was about to lead people to chase after him in anger and cut the bed sheet rope. At this moment, he heard a gunshot from upstairs. The people from the East Bay Conservation Corps and the New Hope farm were all stunned. The former knew that something was wrong and that something must have happened upstairs. The latter was aware of the crisis after hearing the gunshot and saw Guo Desheng chasing them with a gun. So he cursed. He simply abandoned the bed sheet rope, smashed the fire door lock on the other side, and prepared to go down the stairs to the underground parking lot. The zombies in the fire ladder corridor here have not been cleared. They are just locked. Going down from here is not a small risk, but it leads directly to the underground parking lot. It's not that the 2 of them want to give up the easy way, but because Guo Desheng's group all have guns in their hands. If he gets off the rope again, he will be a sitting duck. Boss, they ran away again. Are you still chasing them? Guo Desheng stood there, his face terribly gloomy. Although he didn't know what was going on up there. Since there were gunshots, there must be movement. Fortunately, there were only a group of useless students and a small amount of confiscated supplies up there. His main supplies were stored in a warehouse on the 1st floor below ground. That was a very secure place. Once the door lock was opened violently, a huge alarm would be sounded immediately. This was also the reason why Guo Desheng was relieved. The up there could be abandoned, but the down there could never be abandoned. In the future, Guo Desheng would make great achievements and become the king in the end times. And these supplies would be indispensable to win over people's hearts and gather strength. If he hadn't been holding the ambition to expand his power, Guo Desheng wouldn't have captured those highly educated college students. And he wouldn't have killed any of them. Guo Desheng hesitated for a second, and quickly made a choice, leading everyone to continue down. Meanwhile, not far from Tianfu Building, several heavy trucks were speeding on the streets at night. Although they attracted the surrounding zombies to chase and intercept them. But because of the high chassis and momentum of the heavy trucks, The running speed and physique of the group of zombies could not compete with them. They were either knocked away or thrown away. Boss, Wuzhou didn't lie to us. Right? Did the East Bay Protection Group really know about our existence a long time ago? In a certain carriage, there were rows of strong men sitting. They were all wearing green military uniforms, with swords hanging from their waists, which made them look energetic and stylish. One of the men with a square face asked a middle-aged man with a refined temperament in the first seat, wondering. They had received a message from Wuzhou not long ago, saying that they were in danger today. Gui Deshang's group had long known about the movements of their New Hope farm. Now the two of them were being hunted by the other side, who had a lot of guns and ammunition, and asked the boss to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Originally, their New Hope farm was very envious of the internal supplies of the nearby Tianfu building. Unfortunately, after sending people to explore several times, Chapter 55, Hack Them, it was discovered that this place was occupied by a gang of gangsters who called themselves the East Bay Protection Corps. And not only that, the other party was so greedy that they used a clever method to embezzle all the special supplies such as drinking water without much casualties. They hid in the warehouse on the first underground floor. The warehouse itself was very solid. Later, Gui Deshang, the wicked fellow, installed an alarm bell. You know, among the 3 underground floors. The first underground floor is a warehouse, which is connected to the second and third underground floors by a driveway. And the 2 floors below are all underground parking lots. This underground parking lot leads directly to the street outside. In this world full of zombies, who dares to trigger the alarm? Isn't that courting death? New Hope Farm sent people to investigate several times, just to see if there is any chance. As a result, not only did they not find any chance, but they also found that the other party actually had a lot of banned guns and ammunition. Originally, the scale of New Hope Farm was not small, and it was not a problem to feed its own people. But the farm owner Wang Minhui was charitable and tolerant, so the farm gradually took in many homeless people. It was almost running as a small base. In this way, the desire for supplies became a bit urgent. If Gui Deshang's group was reasonable, they would not mind doing business with them. But this Dongwon Protection Corps is the kind of guy who did all the bad things before the end of the world. What moral integrity can you expect from them after the end of the world? For such people, it would be considered a great kindness if they didn't cheat others back. And the bases of both sides are so close. If the other side continues to expand its power, New Hope Farm will also be in danger. So, they have actually been looking for an opportunity to kill the Dongwon Protection Corps. Originally, they wanted to wait until the other side's guns and ammunition were exhausted. After all, they were still using cold weapons, so they had no advantage against them. But they didn't expect that Gui Deshang was more insidious than expected. He had been lurking and suddenly attacked today. If they had not had the walkie-talkie that could maintain communication within 5 kilometers, Wuzhou and Lu Chen would have died here. The leading farmer, Wang Minhui, had long thin eyebrows, a pair of drooping compassionate eyes, and a natural smiling lip, which made him look particularly kind. You don't believe Wuzhou, but you don't believe Lu Chen? Wang Minhui laughed and gently comforted. The square-faced man touched the back of his head and smiled. Wang Minhui's expression gradually became solemn, and he said softly, "The other side has a gun. This time, everyone must be very careful. Our primary goal is to save people. Boss, don't worry." The square-faced man was named Zhou De, and he used to work on a construction site. He had renovated the farm for Wang Minhui before the end of the world. He is a very honest person. Wang Minhui had always asked everyone to call him the farm owner. It was Zhou De who insisted on calling him boss, and everyone in the farm called him that. Wang Minhui had no choice but to accept it. With so many brothers, are we still afraid of those gangsters? Zhou De patted his chest, showing his strong arms and strong chest and abdominal muscles. If you dare to bully our brothers, when we rush in, I, old Zhou, will be the first to deal with Gui Deshang. Zhou De smiled and said loudly to the other 2 rows of men, "This time, we will not only wipe out these bastards, but also move all the materials in the warehouse back home. What do you think?" "Yes. Old Zhou is so awesome. Ha ha. Fuck him." The carriage was filled with laughter and jokes. Wang Minhui shook his head helplessly and said nothing. Inside the Red Star Sports building on the 4th floor, Mo Xiao was counting the number of people and backpack supplies. Suddenly, She saw several classmates in front of her with wide eyes, pointing at her back with trembling hands. Mo Xiao was immediately alert and was about to turn around and hit her. Then she heard a muffled sound. Jiangxi, who appeared out of nowhere, had put away the baseball bat and patted her on the back of her head. Mo Xiao, you owe me another meal. Mo Xiao glanced at him. Again, Jiangxi glared, covered his chest with his hands, and said with tears in his eyes, I sacrificed so much to cover your escape before. I, a little white flower, almost lost my chastity. Isn't this worth a meal? Actually, what he originally wanted to say was that she should write 3 pages of Long Live Jiangxi, the great god. But thinking of the beatings he received in kindergarten, he didn't dare to say it. Okay then. Mo Xiao couldn't bear to look at Jiangxi's eye-catching seductive eyes, and nodded quickly and agreed. After a while, when he passed Lu Lao lying on the ground, he couldn't help but add, I think you are enjoying it. Jiangxi's face froze, and Lu Da and others who were listening to gossip with their ears erect had burst out laughing. Class monitor? It sounded like a chill squeezed out of his teeth. Lu Da shook his arms and called, Brother Shi, let's talk it out. Brother Shi was almost defiled. It was all the brother's fault. Ah, Brother Shi, I know I was wrong. Brother Shi will tell you a secret. In fact, Zhao Peng said that you have the potential to be a top star. Fuck you, Lu Da. You bastard. You just slapped your butt and swore not to tell anyone. Brother Shi. I didn't say that he didn't say that. Mo Xiao walked past them, came to the zombie, and half squatted down. This man was just bitten to death by Wu Junqi. Mo Xiao checked it, and except for the damage caused by Wu Junqi, there were no other wounds on his body that looked like zombie scratches. In other words, the reason why this man turned into a zombie could only be because of Wu Junqi. Mo Xiao, who came to this conclusion, looked obviously unhappy, although she vaguely felt that she and Wu Junqi were both semi-infected. There should be some differences between the two, but when he thought that the bite of a semi-infected person could also turn a person into a zombie, he felt a chill in his heart. The only good news Mo Xiao got from this was that the amount of virus infected by a zombie and a semi-infected person should be very different. This can be roughly seen from the speed of zombie transformation. Wu Junqi came to her side at some point, looked at the corpse on the ground, glanced at Mo Xiao guiltily, and murmured, I'm sorry. He stopped talking here, because he always felt that he should say something, but he didn't know what to say. Wu Junqi was afraid that this group of companions would abandon him. He really wanted to go to the shelter with everyone, and go home. In fact, when he first realized that he was not only not turned into a zombie, but also gained some incredible powers, Wu Junqi was a little arrogant. He felt a little proud of being able to roam freely in the end times. But soon, reality brought him back to his original form. Although his abilities have improved, he is still not completely out of the scope of ordinary people. He will be hungry and thirsty, and hunger and thirst will also make him physically exhausted. It's okay to fight zombies alone, but if he is surrounded by a group of zombies, even if he is as strong as an ox, he can't deal with it. More importantly, after meeting with Desheng, he found that the other party could easily kill him with just a gun. Wu Junqi's psychology was mixed with ups and downs. Chapter 56, I realized that my mouth was full of blood when I woke up. Mo Xiao waved his hand. He carefully examined his expression. What were you thinking when you bit him? Wu Junqi was stunned and said bitterly, I don't know. I realized that my mouth was full of blood when I woke up. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes solemnly. According to Wu Junqi, if controlled by the virus, even if it is a half-infected person, it will completely lose its mind. At that time, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a zombie. However, the half-infected person is a strong one in the game with the virus after all. So after drinking enough, there is still a wave of rationality. Mo Xiao turned the neck of the dead with his fingers. It was discovered that Wu Junqi mainly drank blood, and was not very interested in raw meat. Perhaps there was something in the blood that the virus required. Once it was missing, it would cause hunger and thirst. Once it was fully ingested, it would enter a state similar to laziness. Its ability to fight would also be reduced accordingly. At this time, the half-infected would have the upper hand in reason, and would wake up again. The ordinary infected were at a disadvantage in the confrontation from the beginning. And even in normal conditions, they were in a state of dementia. Wu Junqi gritted his teeth and watched Mo Xiao squatting on the ground, turning over the bloody and horrible corpse without changing his expression. I couldn't help but say, "Are you a medical student?" Mo Xiao was stunned, clapped his hands and stood up, shaking his head. "No. You haven't gotten used to it yet?" Wu Junqi was stunned. Although the end of the world has passed for so many days, he has been surviving most of the time. It was only in the past few days, when he rushed out of school on the school bus, that he experienced so many thrilling things. How could he get used to it so quickly? The two of them were chatting here. The students over there were also talking to their acquaintances. Zhang Yuming was holding a box of band-aids in his hand and wanted to give it to Zhang Jie. But she drove him away with disgust. "Are you blind? What's the use of band-aids on such a big wound of mine?" Seeing Zhang Yuming's dull expression, Zhang Jie was furious. She whispered, "How cowardly." Jiang, she stood up for someone like Chu Ying, and was able to subdue Lu Lao even when he was tied up. Zhang Yuming opened his mouth and whispered, "Ajay, I'm your boyfriend. Shut up." Zhang Jie covered his mouth and threatened in a low voice, "I never formally agreed." Zhang Yuming was stunned. "You obviously agreed. You just said you didn't want to make it public for the sake of your studies." Zhang Jie sneered and looked at Zhang Yuming from head to toe. He looked ordinary, not tall, and had an average family background. He was timid and cowered all day long. Not to mention the handsome Jiang, she not far away. Even compared with other male classmates in the class, she seemed particularly mediocre. If this guy hadn't packed her lunch every day before, she would have saved a lot of food expenses every month. She wouldn't have kept hanging on to this guy. Good guy. Now he's become a plaster that can't be shaken off. Right? Zhang Jie sneered. "Oh? Really? Then where were you when your girlfriend was taken to the cubicle by that old guy and her life was in danger? Why didn't you stand up? Now you come out and pretend?" After saying that, she deliberately exposed the cut wound and shook it under Zhang Yuming's eyes. Zhang Yuming turned his head with a guilty look. "You? Calm down first. I'll come to see you later." On the other side, Zhao Peng was intentionally or unintentionally hanging around Tanya and Li Pingping. "Sister Ye, what else do you need? I'll help you find it. My eyesight is amazing. If you don't believe me, ask the squad leader. Everyone calls me the little prince of sniping." "Sniping?" Li Pingping asked curiously while packing her things. "Can you shoot a gun?" Tanya raised the corner of her lips, lowered her head to pack her things, and didn't say anything. On the contrary, Zhao Peng looked at Li Pingping's serious expression and smiled awkwardly. No, it's just in the game, the exciting battlefield, etc. I am always a finalist, comparable to professional esports." "Finalist? So amazing?" Li Pingping exclaimed. Although she didn't understand games, being able to talk about games in this depressing atmosphere made her feel like she had returned to her normal student life before the apocalypse. Although time hadn't passed for too long, it felt like a lifetime ago. This kind of life that seemed very ordinary before is now rare. Li Pingping sniffed, poked Tanya's arm with her finger, and forced a silly smile. "Sister Ye, Zhao Peng said that he always ranks first in shooting games, better than professional esports players. Have you played it?" "I haven't played it before, but now I suddenly want to play games." Zhao Peng, who was not far away, heard this retelling and his smile froze on his face. "What? Sister, you are not kind. Did I say that? How come you scored more than 130 in the Chinese language test for reading comprehension in the college entrance examination?" Tanya glanced at Zhao Peng's stiff face, knowing what was going on, and raised her hand to touch Li Pingping's head. Listen to his bragging. After saying this, Zhao Peng's face became even more bitter. Well, today is another wave of negative points. He hurriedly winked at his best friend Luda. "Squad leader, my brother is in trouble. Come quickly." Luda is indeed a good friend in the world. He rushed over quickly, hugged Zhao Peng's shoulders and laughed. "How can you say it's bragging?" Zhao Peng looked at Tanya cautiously and agreed. "Yes. That's not what I meant. Luda, our Peng Peng is a genuine professional runner-up in the finals. I'm not bragging." Zhao Peng, "Yes. A genuine professional runner-up in the finals. Are you a big head ghost?" Luda, "Stop right there. If you dare, don't run. Let's have a fight." Luda panted and circled and shouted, "Put down the knife and I will fight with you. If you fight with me, I will put down the knife. If you put down the knife, I will fight with you." Watching the two people fighting and playing, Tanya paused while pulling the zipper of her backpack, and unconsciously raised the corners of her lips, chuckled and shook her head. Li Pingping saw her laughing, and laughed foolishly. Sister Ya. They are so stupid. Ha ha ha. In a corner of the room, Guichuchu fumbled among a pile of objects in a panic, as if she was looking for something. But she couldn't find it. Her eyes were red, as if she was about to cry. Senior, are you looking for this? A soft voice sounded just above her head. Guichuchu looked up and saw Gao Yu leaning forward slightly. In her palm was a mobile phone with a pink heart bubble shell. That was the phone she had been looking for. Guichuchu grabbed it, turned it back and forth to see if it was damaged, looked at Gao Yu with tears in her eyes, and said excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you for helping me find it." Then she started to turn on the phone. A faint light came on. She always brought many electronic products to class, so a mobile power bank was essential. Although it ran out of power later, the battery of the mobile phone remained close to full. This time, when she turned it on, she saw the remaining power, 94%. But Guichuchu's eyes were obviously not on the power. She stared at the screensaver without blinking, biting her lips tightly, and looked sad. Gao Yu curiously changed her angle and pretended to glance at it casually. Chapter 57. He has fallen and accepted the devil's temptation. The screensaver on the phone was actually a screenshot of WeChat. Chatting people. Gao Yu suddenly realized that it was a screenshot of Guichuchu and her mother. It was probably the chat record after the signal was briefly restored that day. Before Gao Yu could see the content of the screenshot clearly, she saw Guichuchu slam the phone into her arms. At the same time, she quickly pressed the screen black. Gao Yu smiled slightly and moved away from her to show that she did not peek. Guichuchu carefully put the phone into the pocket of her clothes and went to pick up food on the ground with her bag. A few people were sitting in a circle at the location of a stone pillar. Xiaojia wiped his belongings silently. Su Tian, who was standing next to him, looked at Mo Xiao, Jiang Shi and their group from afar, and curled his lips. Old Qiu, are we really following them? Are we following their orders? Su Tian, it was Mo Xiao who saved us. Li Beibai glanced at him disapprovingly. Gu Sheng snorted. She is short of food and water. Can she survive alone outside without coming back? Besides, her main purpose is to save her companions. We are just incidental. Do we need to be grateful? Li Beibai couldn't help rolling her eyes at this. But considering that the other party was on the same team as her boyfriend, she didn't say anything bad. Stop arguing, Xiaojia said calmly. Haven't you learned enough from the lesson in the second canteen? It's not our turn to be in the limelight yet. In a corner of the room against the wall, Jiang Qing was carrying a small backpack for Jiang Duo and putting a little food in her pocket and backpack. Jiang Duo obediently let him dress her up, pursing her lips tightly and not saying a word. Although she was very young, she seemed to have quickly learned how to keep silent. Even in the chaotic and bloody scene where gunshots rang out and Wu Junkie bit a gangster to death, many adult brothers and sisters screamed. Jiang Duo gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Uncle Jiang said that we must not make any noise, or the bad guys will notice us. Huang Ying, the compilation teacher, sat aside and looked at the old man and the child with a kind look. She had packed her things long ago. The East Bay Protection Corps still had some food left here, and each of them could get some. Teacher Jiang, who is this child? Huang Ying was a little confused. This time, Jiang Qing was very different from the impression she had given her in school. Before, she had only heard of Jiang Qing's reputation for being cold and ruthless, with countless students failing the exams. Huang Ying thought that this time, given Jiang Qing's previous personality, he had brought so many students, so Jiang Qing should be the leader on the other side. Who would have thought that he would be willing to listen to the orders of a group of children who have not yet entered society, and he would take care of the children like a nanny? Huang Ying looked at the outline of Jiang Qing's profile in the shadow, and felt that the other person's temperament was a little softer than before. If she didn't know something about Jiang Qing's deeds, she would probably think that this was his granddaughter. My daughter. After Jiang Qing tidied up Jiang Duo, he began to tidy up his own. He simply replied with this sentence and stopped talking. Huang Ying opened her mouth and had more questions to ask. But seeing Jiang Duo staring at her with her big eyes, she sighed in her heart and didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Qing is already over 50 years old, but he is actually a real lonely person. It is said that he was born in a poor rural family. He lost his mother in childhood, his father in youth, his wife in middle age, and his daughter in old age. Wang Ying heard these experiences from other teachers in the office gossiping. Since his daughter died in a car accident a few years ago, Jiang Qing has become an emaciated person. From then on, he devoted all his attention to the devilish teaching. Teacher Jiang, what are your plans next? Wang Ying asked. Jiang Qing was startled and said in a calm voice, go to Nutaling emergency shelter. But our car is broken now. There are so many people. And it is so far away. Isn't it too dangerous? Wang Ying pondered and said, just now, classmate Mo Xiao said that he saw the light of the helicopter. I think after we escape from here, it would be great if we can find a safe temporary place to stay and wait for the government helicopter rescue. She was also inspired by the East Bay Conservation Corps' behavior of occupying the land as the king. From the conversations with the other party in the past 2 days, Wang Ying vaguely learned that they seem to have a reserve warehouse. There are so many classmates on her side. If they can also occupy a safe place, use this as a base to gradually expand the search range, strengthen their own armed forces, and manage survival capabilities, it may be safer than just walking on the road today. Jiang Qing looked at the young Jiang Duo in front of her and fell into deep thought. In the middle of the room, there were 3 people sitting in a circle. From time to time, they looked at Mo Xiao and Wu Junqi. The leader was Mary, who was known as the Iron Saint. He has fallen. He betrayed the Lord and accepted the devil's temptation. Mary held the badge on her neck and prayed in a low voice, Lord, please give me the power of divine punishment. I am willing to use my life to save these poor lambs. 2 international students sat around her, hesitant to speak. Mary opened her eyes. Her eyes were sharp. We can't accept to walk with the son of the devil. After saying that, she stood up and slowly walked towards Wu Junqi. Her behavior attracted everyone's attention. Mo Xiao looked at Mary, who was walking over with doubt. The other party behaved dignifiedly and looked sacred, as if she was going to pray on the weekend. Mary took out a knife from her pocket. Wu Junqi was shocked. Mo Xiao's eyes darkened. And seeing that the other party stood far away and did not approach again, she did not move for the time being. She thought Mary came here to loudly denounce Wu Junqi like before. But she did not expect that she would cut her own palm with a knife. And blood flowed. Look! He has long been bewitched by the devil. And now he is just wearing the human skin given by the Lord. Mary let the blood gas spread out. And a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I heard the voice of the Lord. As long as I use the blood of this apostle, I can make the devil show his true form. Mo Xiaobin was still a little puzzled. But when she saw the unnatural faces of the people, she turned back suddenly, and found that Wu Junqi's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Mary's bloody palm without blinking. His neck twitched from time to time. His face was twisted and painful, as if he was fighting fiercely with some devil in his body. This guy's resistance to blood was indeed greatly weakened. Mo Xiao felt a chill in his heart. Unable to resist the temptation, Wu Junqi's balance as a semi-infected person was actually equivalent to a declaration of failure. Looking at Mary again, she was raising her arms and shouting to everyone, "Did you see it? This is the power given to me by the omnipotent and omniscient Lord. I walk on earth on behalf of the Lord, and my eyes can see through the hypocritical skin of all demons." As if to verify that her oracle was correct, she took a few more steps forward fearlessly. The bloody smell came to her face, and Wu Junqi's eyes almost turned red. He was about to rush out and knock her down and bite her. Mo Xiao tripped him before that, and stepped on the back of his head, and said sternly, "Wu Junqi, wake up! Did everyone see it? He just wanted to bite me to death," Mary shouted. At the same time, he pointed at Mo Xiao and asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to protect the devil? We should kill him right now, just like we killed those fallen ones before." Snap! A loud and crisp slap suddenly resounded throughout the room. Mary was stunned for a moment, touching her swollen cheek with one hand, and suddenly raised her head, staring at Mo Xiao and screaming, "You bitch!" Chapter 58. I, Mo Xiao, have always stood on my path. Mo Xiao was about to pull back his hand, but when he heard her words, he slapped her back. Snap! Mary was so excited that she spoke in her native language. "How dare you!" Snap! She covered her red and swollen cheeks. She looked around, trying to seek help. But obviously, if it was someone else, it would be fine. But this time it was Mo Xiao, who had just saved everyone, who hit someone, and no one dared to step forward. Mary's breathing was rapid. Her expression was distorted. And she was mumbling a bunch of incomprehensible words in her mouth. Maybe it was a scripture. Or maybe it was some kind of curse. Who cares? Mo Xiao smiled coldly, grabbed her collar, and whispered in her ear, "Next time you do this to incite people, I will let you be the first to meet your master silently." Mo Xiao didn't have much prejudice against believers of various myths in this world before. And the national policy of Dragon Country is to promote freedom of belief. But there are always some extreme people who believe in some backward doctrines that should have been abandoned long ago, claiming that those who don't believe in me should go to hell. Such people are often difficult to judge with common sense. Although this woman was also extreme before the end of the world, she was not too outrageous under the constraints of a normal rule of law society. Now, perhaps stimulated by the end of the world, she has become more and more crazy. It is not easy for a team to unite, especially in such a difficult and desperate environment. How can she be so deceiving? For the first time since the end of the world, Mo Xiao could not help but want to kill a living person. Mary looked up and stared at Mo Xiao's eyes. "Don't underestimate my faith. You bitch. All of you polluted people should go to hell. Your existence is a blasphemy against the Lord and the sacred." Although she learned her lesson and did not shout loudly this time, she said in a low and firm voice that only the two of them could hear, "You have no fear of the Lord. You have long been a follower of the devil. The power of the devil comes from the abyss, and you will be retaliated by the devil sooner or later." Her light blue eyes were misty. Under the moonlight in the dark night, there was indeed a sense of mystery, which made the viewer shudder. Mo Xiao was startled, pushed her back, and smiled deeply. The black eyes were like a burning spark in the dark night, with a bit of madness that would not stop until it burned out. Whether it is a god or a ghost, I, Mo Xiao, have always stood on my path. I am waiting to see which abyss it can drag me into. After that, she no longer paid attention to the crazy Mary. Instead, she turned around and lifted Wu Junqi up from her feet, shook him, and asked, "Are you awake?" Wu Junqi raised his head. His face was pale, and the redness in his eyes had faded. He nodded fragilely, obviously still in fear. Mo Xiao glanced at everyone. "Are you all ready? If you are, let's go!" Mo Xiao knew that Gui Deshang must have regarded the forces of the New Hope Farm as imaginary enemies. If the two forces conflict, they will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. She just hung out the window and saw a few heavy trucks coming from afar. The New Hope Farm has been coveting Gui Deshang's warehouse for so long. This time, such a big move. Most likely the two sides are going to officially go to war. Those heavy trucks should be used to transport supplies. They just need to sneak in. Fish in troubled waters. Just getting a heavy truck is enough for all the remaining 30 or so people to drive away. If everything goes well, they can drive safely to the Nutuling emergency shelter in the southern suburbs and return to the embrace of the government. Even if things don't go well, with a heavy truck, they have a safe place to stay. Mo Xiao briefly explained. As for the New Hope Farm, she didn't talk about it in detail. Hearing that she had planned it, everyone naturally had no objection. Basement level, Gui Deshang first took people to see his warehouse as soon as possible. They used some furniture, boards and other things to nail a path, which was considered a safe passage. Gui Deshang came to the door of the warehouse. He found that the lock was not opened and everything was as it was before. So he was relieved. However, because he was more cautious, he paid more attention this time. As expected, he found a slight scratch on the keyhole. It seems that the other party was right. They have been paying attention to him for a long time. They might even try to make a key to steal his warehouse more than once. Gui Deshang's face was gloomy. New Hope Farm. Boss. Actually, one of his subordinates hesitated when he read the name. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. I have dealt with the owner of this farm before. The subordinate said hurriedly. If there is no change now. The owner's name is Wang Minghuai, who is kind and generous, and is quite charitable and kind. Seeing Gui Deshang thinking, he continued to add, when dealing with such a good guy, maybe we can use a soft strategy. Gui Deshang glanced at his subordinate. He narrowed his eyes and smiled with a white face and delicate skin. His expression was indescribably cunning. This man's name is Lu Hengsheng. He has thin arms and legs, but his mind is always very flexible. He has given Gui Deshang many good ideas before. Obviously, this soft strategy is not that simple. Lu Hengxing whispered a few words in Gui Deshang's ear, and Gui Deshang smiled. He patted Lu Hengxing on the shoulder and said, "Okay. Lao Lu. The negotiation is left to you. When we occupy the farm, you will be my right-hand man. I won't treat you unfairly." Lu Hengxing smiled and said, Of course. Of course. I have survived these days. Isn't it all thanks to you, boss?" Several heavy trucks blocked the street entrance. Only one slowly drove into the underground parking lot. Because of the terrain of Tianfu Building, they actually went directly to the second floor below ground from the exit of this street. If they continued to drive along the spiral road, they would go down to the third floor below ground and up to the first floor below ground. "Boss, something is wrong." The heavy truck driver did not turn on the headlights and made the driving noise very light. But he was wearing night vision goggles, so he could see it quite clearly. He found that the side of the road into the garage that was not close to the wall was blocked by artificial baffles. The driver had never been here before, so he didn't know if it was originally there. After driving a little further, he found that the road ahead was also blocked, and it was a dead end. He braked suddenly. "What's wrong?" Wang Minhui opened the small window where the front of the car and the car met and asked. At the same time, he also put on night vision goggles and observed the situation ahead through this small window. Now there is no water and electricity everywhere, and there are not many useful stocks on their farm. Therefore, everyone is more jealous of the supplies in Tianfu Building. "Boss, we are stopped." Wang Minhui squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, but he didn't say anything. But Zhou De, who was irritable next to him, stood up with a knife and cursed, "It must be Gui Deshang's gang of bastards. They are waiting to set a trap for us. We will hit them now. Who is afraid of who? Boss, look." The driver's face turned black, pointing to a place not far outside the windshield, and said in a deep voice, Chapter 59 Lu Hengxing's Plot. A group of ferocious guys with various weapons stood in front. In the gap between them, two people were vaguely seen with black bags covering their heads, tied up like piglets, and thrown on the ground. "Boss, Wuzhou and Lu Chen seem to have been caught by them," the driver said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, a person who seemed to be the leader came out from the group opposite, followed by a thin man. "Wang Minhui, since you are here, why not get off and have a cup of tea?" Gui Deshang smiled as he looked at the heavy truck that was blocked in front. He was not afraid of the other party rushing over, because there were 2 rows of tire breaker on the ground. They just took this stuff out of the warehouse. Even the partition fence next to it was drawn from the warehouse. This underground warehouse is already rich in supplies. Even if Gui Deshang doesn't put anything in it later, it's enough to make people jealous. On the heavy truck, the kind-looking middle-aged man heard Gui Deshang's words. He looked at the 2 captives they threw on the ground, and was silent for a moment, ready to get off the car. "Boss!" Zhou De held him and shook his head. "These gangsters are insidious and cunning, and they have guns, so they are not good to get off." Wang Minhui took out a black walkie-talkie from his arms. Wuzhou also had this thing in his hand, and he used it to contact them before. However, they were unable to contact each other on their way here. Wang Minhui stared at the black intercom and glanced at the 2 captives over there. After a slight hesitation, he pressed a button and said something. Gui Deshang raised his eyebrows, took out a black intercom from his pocket, and heard the voice coming from inside. He laughed and said to the intercom, "What? Boss Wang wants to communicate with me in this way." There was no lack of contempt, disdain and ridicule for the other party's cautiousness in his words. The people of the East Bay Protection Corps followed suit and laughed. In the heavy truck compartment, someone looked grim. "It's Wuzhou." It really fell into his hands. "Notify the follow-up personnel to be ready to respond at any time. Pick up the shield, and go down first to see what tricks they are playing." Wang Minhui gave the order with a slightly gloomy face. Everyone picked up the shields at their feet and cleared the way in front. Among these shields, there were bulletproof shields, but the number was small, and there were more explosion-proof shields. They were all said to collect them in batches nearby after hearing that Gui Deshang and his group had guns and bullets. Although the names are only 1 letter different, the textures are very different. The former is made of bulletproof materials such as bulletproof fiber polymer plates, while the latter is basically engineering plastics. Even the former can only block low-speed bullets, and rifle bullets are difficult to defend against, let alone the latter. Fortunately, the firearms obtained by Gui Deshang and his group were not high-end, Everyone formed a shield mountain formation and supported Wang Minhui to get out of the car. Gui Desheng looked at the enemy's posture, whistled, grinned and said to Lu Hengxing beside him, "Old Lu, you are right. This guy is very cunning." Lu Hengxing said in a flattering smile, "Isn't it because he is afraid of you, boss?" Gui Desheng smiled with satisfaction. "The people in the dark have arranged it. As soon as the two escaped guys come out." He raised his eyebrows. Lu Hengxing smiled knowingly. "Don't worry. They will definitely come out by themselves later." The two guys from New Hope Farm dropped the walkie-talkie in a hurry while escaping. Their people picked it up later. And Lu Hengxing came up with this plan, using two hostages to lure the other party down. The two hostages that have not been captured yet must be hiding in the dark at this moment, afraid that Wang Minhui and others will be deceived. And they are extremely anxious. When the pretend negotiation starts later, they will definitely not be able to sit still and show up to join Wang Minhui and his group. But they don't know that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. They have already kept a backup plan in the dark, waiting for the two of them to show up, so that they can shoot their legs with guns. These two can't be killed yet. Based on Lu Hengxing's understanding of Wang Minhui, he is definitely not the kind of person who easily abandons his companions. In this way, the other party will definitely be in chaos, and some people will go to rescue the two injured guys. Another part of the people may directly rush over to deal with their Dongwon Protection Corps. At this time, the people who stayed in the dark would untie and push down the partition that blocked the zombies. It takes a lot of skill to connect that kind of partition. Although it is tied very tightly, it uses a kind of slipknot. After finding the right position and method, it will fall apart with a pull. The sound of the partition hitting the ground will instantly attract a large number of zombies. The seemingly safe passage will become unsafe in an instant. The people in the New Hope Farm are busy with their own affairs, so they can rely on their own small circle partitions to quickly retreat to the upper level. As long as they hide in the warehouse, they can wait for the zombies to catch them outside. Lu Hengxing even considered that the other party might think of using a heavy truck to escape. At this moment, they still have several people in the dark who should be waiting for the commotion below to burst the tires of the other party's car with guns. When the time comes, they will scatter a few flashing and sounding toys that can rotate on the ground by themselves and are confiscated from the children's paradise upstairs. It is estimated that few of those guys can survive the zombies. Gui Desheng looked at Lu Hengxing beside him and smiled happily. So what if the other party has more people? As long as they are defeated here, the New Hope Farm, which is said to be quite fertile, will not be in their pockets? In the fire escape on the side that has been cleared, a group of people walk down nervously and carefully. The two girls in the lead, one with short natural curly hair, and the other with long black straight hair, are Mo Xiao and Chuing. When they were close to the first floor, Chuing suddenly stopped, pulled Mo Xiao's sleeve, and said faintly, "I heard the sound of something hitting the ground underground." Mo Xiao was stunned and asked, "Which floor? -1? -2? Chuing said uncertainly. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and thought, maybe they bumped into each other and started fighting. The two of them stopped, and the people behind them naturally stopped. Most people just followed Mo Xiao and others, and didn't have so many opinions in their hearts. Now listening to them talking, they couldn't get a word in. Jiangxi next to them raised his eyebrows and asked, according to Mo Xiao, the New Hope Farm came by car, and Gui Desheng has a warehouse underground as a retreat. If I were from the East Bay Protection Corps, I would definitely blow up his tires first, and cut off his escape route if I fought him. Mo Xiao's expression tightened. We can't go through from below. According to the night blindness of zombies, it would actually be better for them to go through the garage. But now the situation has obviously changed and time is urgent. Xia Bushian, who had been silent behind, came forward and said, "I'll go outside to get a car and drive back to the first floor door to pick you up." Mo Xiao glanced at him in surprise. Xia Bushian's expression was still indifferent, and even if he said enthusiastic words, he did not show goodwill. Chapter 60 Zhongbiao. What's wrong with you? Mo Xiao had always suspected that the person who bid Jiao Na was him. So when it comes to Xia Bamian, she always keeps a sense of caution. She didn't expect that while he was capable, he didn't forget the group of teachers and classmates following him. And at this critical moment, he took the initiative to stand up and volunteered to take the risk to get the car. The classmates behind him were quite moved. Before Mo Xiao opened his mouth to agree, Xia Bamian had already gone out spontaneously. He was very fast. No one moved the school bus that was previously blocked at the gate on the first floor. However, Gui Deshang sent people to seal the rear window and other loopholes again. If people want to go out, they can only get on this car first, and then go out through the small door specially left at the back. It is quieter and safer than the previous opening and closing. Mo Xiao squinted at his back as he left, and slowly moved his wrist holding the baseball bat. He turned to Jiangxi and whispered, "I will go out to help him. You stay here and be ready to help at any time." Jiangxi originally wanted to hold her close and say that they would go together, but she was so fast that his fingertips swept away. Jiangxi's eyebrows sank slightly, and he turned the baseball bat to hold it tightly in his forehand and was about to follow. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder and pushed him back. Wu Junqi looked very pale and smiled fragilely at him. "I will go. I am half infected," he whispered in Jiangxi's ear. "That foreign woman is not easy to deal with. It's better for you to watch here." It was dark outside at night, but because of the dim light of the stars and the moon, it was still brighter than the underground garage, and the road could be seen clearly without night vision goggles. When Mo Xiao came out, she found that she had lost him. There was no trace of Xia Bamian in her field of vision. She had to walk alone in the direction leading to the garage entrance. When she arrived at the garage street entrance, she half crouched behind the door of a car and found 4 heavy trucks parked there. Mo Xiao frowned. Her eyesight has always been very good. When she looked from a high place before, although the field of vision was dim, she could roughly identify that there were about 5 cars. There were only 4 cars here, which meant one had already gone in. But soon, he found that the 4 cars started to move as if they had received some orders. The first car even stopped worrying about whether it would make a bigger noise to attract zombies, and immediately started and rushed into the garage. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot. The tires rubbed against the ground and made a sharp sound. When the driver tried to remedy the situation, he quickly turned the steering wheel, but the heavy truck still deviated from the original road and crashed sideways. The zombies on the street rioted and began to surround the heavy truck. Mo Xiao huddled in the gap between the car and the corner of the wall, and suddenly raised his head and looked towards the gunshot. It was a window on the 2nd floor. Someone was holding a gun and was about to blow up the tire of the 2nd heavy truck. The 3rd and 4th trucks behind were a little further away, so he might not be able to reach them. The man was a little annoyed that he had fired too early and cursed softly. Mo Xiao stared at him coldly in the shadow below, took out the gun he had confiscated before, and compared it again and again. Finally, she curled her lips and put it down again. She had never touched this thing before, so she really didn't have the confidence to shoot accurately. Bang! At this moment, the 2nd gunshot rang out. Surprisingly, it missed the target, and the bullet flew out by the edge of the 2nd heavy truck. Mo Xiao turned around and found that the man from the East Bay Protection Corps upstairs seemed to be restrained by someone and dragged away. Mo Xiao was stunned. From the hand and sleeve, it looked a bit like Xia Bamian. When did he go there? While she was coming back to her senses. The 2nd heavy truck had already rushed in successfully. Then the 3rd one. When it came to the 4th one, it was blocked and couldn't move. It seemed that the car in front didn't go far. It must be blocked inside and couldn't get in. Mo Xiao looked at the zombies that had attracted most of their attention by the 1st heavy truck with a flat tire. Quietly deterred, slowly went around the wall on the other side. The target was directly at the cab of the 4th heavy truck. "You? Who are you? What are you doing?" The phone in this car belonged to a middle-aged man with a pale face and a little fat, with ordinary features and wearing a blue work suit. He looked like an ordinary worker. The black muzzle of the gun pointed directly at his forehead through the glass, and the driver trembled with fear and stuttered. These heavy trucks have a small glass window at the connection between the front and the compartment. When Mo Xiao just came around the front of the truck, he saw through the glass that the compartment was empty. It should be left blank to prepare for loading supplies. Are you from the East Bay Protection Corps?" Seeing the gun, the driver Zhang Biao immediately reacted and his face turned pale, hearing that he only needed to be responsible for driving this trip. He, an old driver, volunteered to come out, and he was at the end of the line, so he didn't need to take the lead. Although Zhang Biao's name sounds fierce, he is not a brave man. After being taken in by the New Hope farm, he did not make any great contributions all day. But the boss Wang Minhuai still treated his family very well. Zhang Biao felt bad and always wanted to help. Seeing that he was a good driver, The boss agreed to let him go. Zhang Biao never imagined that there would be a day when someone would point a gun at his head. The girl outside the window was holding the rearview mirror with one hand. It seemed that her hand was very strong and her core strength was excellent. She stepped firmly outside the door, a few meters above the ground. Her hair was so greasy that it was about to clot. Her face was half bloody and half dirty. Her face was blurred, and her body was covered with large patches of black and red. With a cold face and dark pupils like ebony, she looked at people with a chill in her feet. She really didn't look like a good person. Open the window. The girl opened her mouth and uttered 2 words silently. Zhang Biao quickly guessed it by looking at her lips. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and his whole body trembled slightly. When he saw the other party repeat it again, his fingertips gently pressed inward on the trigger. He was so scared that he quickly unlocked the door and opened the window. The girl flipped in and took the driving seat immediately. Mo Xiao held the steering wheel with one hand and found that the distance between the driving seats was too far, and it was not convenient to step on the clutch and accelerator foot brake. He originally wanted to adjust the seat position forward, but who would have thought that when he turned his head, he found a familiar figure at the other end of the street outside the window. It was Wu Junqi. Although he ran very fast, he was still chased and blocked by a group of zombies, and he was about to fall into a desperate situation. Mo Xiao frowned. This unlucky guy. It is estimated that he was in the same position as the first heavy truck after it skidded, so he was discovered by the rioting zombies. Mo Xiao withdrew from the driver's seat, opened the passenger window, and let Zhang Biao continue to sit in the main driver's seat. Reverse. Detour from the street behind. Mo Xiao pointed to the front and said, "Go back there. I want to save someone." With the gun pointed at his temple, Zhang Biao dared not disobey, even though he couldn't recognize the gun. The safety lock was not even on. Mo Xiao sat in the passenger seat and found that there were some things that he didn't have to do himself. For example, at this moment, this uncle's driving skills are really amazing. He drifted when passing the intersection just now. When he returned to the other end of the original street again, it took much less time than expected. The heavy truck collided and ran over several zombies. Mo Xiao leaned out through the window, grabbed Wu Junqi with one hand, and slid him into the car. Who, thank you. Thank you, classmate Mo Xiao. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would really have to confess. Wu Junqi was still frightened and panting. The seat of the truck was very wide, and Mo Xiao was thin, so it was no problem to squeeze 2 people. She frowned slightly, and did not respond to Wu Junqi. Just now, I heard a gunshot again. Neither the plan of New Hope Farm nor the plan of the East Bay Conservation Corps was fully successful. At this moment, the battle in the underground garage was probably in a white-hot stage. If we don't run now, when will we run? She asked Zhang Biao to park the car sideways at the main entrance of the first floor of Tianfu Building, and the entrance of the rear compartment was connected to the original school bus exit. The teachers and students who had been waiting for a long time entered the rear compartment one after another, and even the elusive Xia Buxian came back quietly without knowing when. Mo Xiao glanced at him carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. The gunshots underground had stopped, and it was estimated that the outcome would soon be decided. She withdrew her gaze and said to Zhang Biao, "Drive. Get on the East Bay Bridge." When the vehicle started and was about to cross the garage street, the car that was originally in front of Zhang Biao's heavy truck suddenly reversed and blocked the middle of the road horizontally. "Zhang Biao, what's wrong with you?" A stern questioning voice came from the drawer in front of the driver's seat. Chapter 61 Betrayal. Good man Wang Minhuai. Half an hour later, in a huge warehouse, a group of people looked at each other and fell into a speechless silence. Yes, this warehouse is the one of the East Bay Protection Corps. But at this moment, the winner sitting here is not Guo Desheng, but Wang Minhuai from New Hope Farm. Mo Xiao and his classmates and teachers from school sat in a circle against the wall. They have been deadlocked for a long time. Across from them were Guo Desheng and his remaining dozen men, all tied up with ropes by the people from New Hope Farm. On the other side, there were about 100 people, all of whom should be people from New Hope Farm. The leader was a kind-faced man with some wounded beside him. The group of people in green uniforms were treating the wounded. Unfortunately, some of them were bitten by zombies and had turned into zombies. They had to tie them up. There were also several people with gunshot wounds and other scratches, knife wounds, stick wounds, etc. Of course, All the guns of Gui Deshang's group had been confiscated by the people of New Hope Farm. However, Wang Minhui left the guns in the hands of Imo Zhao's group of students alone. He seemed to be very kind to them, and even chatted with teachers Huang Ying and Jiang Qing. Gui Deshang looked angrily at a white-faced man who was nodding and bowing beside Wang Minhui, and said angrily, "Lu Hingshan, you son of a bitch. How dare you betray me?" The thin white-faced man looked at him and smiled. "Boss Gui, a good bird chooses a tree to roost in. I still thank you for taking me in a few days ago. Submitting to Boss Wang is also a good choice for you." This man is Lu Hingshan, who said that he had dealt with Wang Minhui of New Hope Farm and instigated Gui Deshang to use the soft strategy. He knew that his physical fitness was not good, so he relied on Gui Deshang to survive. When he heard that the power of New Hope Farm was coming, he almost made up his mind to switch to Wang Minhui in an instant. As for the reason, Lu Hingshan smiled and didn't intend to waste any more time with Gui Deshang. A prisoner, he had planned to turn against Gui Deshang long ago. On the surface, he was helping Gui Deshang, but in fact, he was setting a trap for them. He made some tricks while everyone was checking their guns and other equipment, and then failed to perform when the battle really started. At the same time, he secretly found Wu Zhou and Lu Chen first. The two people wearing hoods were actually them. Otherwise, Gui Deshang's men would not have chased and intercepted them to such an extent. And they still couldn't find where the two guys were hiding. How could they disappear right under their noses? In this way, Wang Minhui fell into the enemy's encirclement without knowing it. In the chaos, he was captured first. It made the victory of the people of New Hope Farm easier. Lu Hingshan also used this as a token of his loyalty to the East Bay Protection Corps, so that he did not end up like the people of the East Bay Protection Corps. However, although Wang Minhui accepted him, some people in Xingsuang Farm still disliked this kind of traitor, such as Zhou De. He was used to being careless, and he felt uncomfortable looking at Lu Hingshan's delicate and treacherous face. This kind of guy can even betray his savior. What kind of immoral things can he not do in the future? But the boss is kind-hearted. It is said that the two had dealt with each other before the end of the world and knew each other. And it was indeed because of his reverse calculation that the casualties of their Xingsuang Farm were not large this time. So Zhou De had nothing to say. Gui Deshang was even more angry when he listened to Lu Hingshan's defense. His eyes were wide open, as if he was going to choose someone to bite. He has been cursing for a long time. Everyone present was a little tired of hearing. Imo Zhao sat against the wall, his eyes sweeping over the people present from time to time, and then passing them and sweeping deeper. This warehouse is really too big. The entire floor is several meters high, and perhaps because there is no light, the depth is endless. The huge metal shelves are neatly arranged, and there are boxes of complete reserve materials inside. As for the outer open space near the door, it is also several hundred square meters. However, most of the space is filled with materials collected by Gui Deshang's Donghuan Protection Group later, which looks rather messy. Students from Donghu University. Where are you going? Wang Minhui stood up and walked slowly to the front of the group. He was dressed in plain clothes, with slightly long eyebrows. When he smiled, the tail of his eyebrows drooped down, which made him look non-aggressive and particularly friendly. He had experienced the treatment of the vicious gangsters such as Gui Deshang. Suddenly meeting such a kind person, everyone was a little overwhelmed for a while. Everyone didn't say anything, but they couldn't help but secretly cast their eyes on the short-haired girl in the middle. Wang Minhui's eyes were experienced, and he noticed the difference at the first time. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't show it with great cultivation. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, looked at the young girl in the middle, and asked politely, "Who is this classmate?" "My name is Imo Zhao." The girl stood up and nodded at him. "I saw an empty heavy truck on the street before, but I didn't expect it to be your car. I'm really sorry." This lie made all the teachers and students look strange. Wang Minhui seemed to be unaware of it, and shook his head and smiled generously. "It's a misunderstanding." "All misunderstandings. Boss Wang is broad-minded and doesn't care about us." Imo Zhao smiled. "We shouldn't bother you too much. We will leave immediately when the zombies outside return to calm. We will never cause trouble for you." "Oh, no hurry." Wang Minhui looked at everyone and introduced. "I run a New Hope Farm nearby, with mountains, water and fields. Recently, I have taken in many poor people who have nowhere to go. If you don't mind, you can take our car and go back to the farm to have a look. It's not too late to make a decision. Some students in the group had their eyes flickering. What Wang Minhui said was indeed very tempting. They didn't speak out before. Firstly, because Mo Zhao's prestige was indeed high. Secondly, after leaving the campus, they met Gui Deshang and his gang, and were scared of being cheated by them. Now seeing that the farmer Wang Minhui was kind, many people became active again. They felt that the place was indeed a good place to go. Wang Minhui saw the changes in people's hearts. He smiled, and did not press step by step. Instead, he gave in and said, "Of course. I just think the road outside is dangerous. So I just made a suggestion. You can make your own decision. If you don't want to go back to the farm with me, we can dispatch a car to take you on the road after we finish transporting the supplies." When it came to this, even Zhou De was shocked. He hurriedly stopped him and said, "Boss." Wang Minhui smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say more, as if he had made up his mind. Zhou De sighed, feeling that the boss was really a good person. How many good people in this world can do this? Chapter 62 Parting Ways? Mo Zhao's eyelids twitched for some reason. He glanced down at Jiangxi and saw that he was leaning lazily against the wall with his head slightly lowered. His eyes were hidden under his falling hair, and he looked like he was asleep. Mo Zhao frowned slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Wang. But don't think about it. We plan to continue to the Nutaling emergency shelter." Wang Minhui smiled helplessly, but he didn't force it and nodded in agreement. He was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, someone in the student group behind him whispered, "Such a good place. Why can't we go and take a look first?" There was such a voice. The others agreed. "I think Boss Wang also has good intentions. We can go to the farm first. If it can't accommodate so many of us, it won't be too late to go to the Nutaling shelter. It's called an official shelter, but there's not even a shadow of it. I think it's good to stay at the farm. Zombies can't get in. At most, we can return to the countryside." Mo Zhao. What do you think? I think what they said makes sense. Wang Minhui turned around and looked at Mo Zhao with a slight smile. He didn't urge her, but waited patiently for her reply. Zhou De beside him didn't have such a good temper and patience. He scratched his ear and whispered, "Damn it. I really don't know what these bookish kids are thinking. They take a woman as the boss and make it look like we will eat them. What's wrong with our farm? Why do you have to think about it for so long? If the boss is not kind, I will." He didn't finish the rest of the sentence because he was hit on the head by Wang Minhui. He pouted and looked around and pretended to whistle to ease the embarrassment. "Sorry." Mo Zhao nodded, still refusing firmly. Wang Minhui nodded to show his understanding. "Xiao Mo. What do you mean?" Zhang Jie couldn't help but whispered. "So many people want to go to the farm. Can't you listen to everyone's opinions? Do you want to have a one-man show?" Mo Zhao turned around, squinted at her and said lightly, "Besides you, who else wants to go to the farm?" Zhang Jie was stunned, bit her lip and glanced at the classmate who had just spoken, and everyone lowered their heads to avoid her gaze. Zhang Jie gritted her teeth, grabbed her roommate Gui Chuchu's hand, and said, "Chuchu wants to go too." Gui Chuchu widened her eyes in shock and looked at her friend Zhang Jie, who kept winking at her. Gui Chuchu reached into her pocket with her right hand, touched the cold and hard phone, pursed her lips, shook her head and said weakly, I support Xiao Mo." Zhang Jie used force to grab Gui Chuchu's slender wrist, which turned red. She wrinkled her cheeks in pain and whispered, "Ajai. It hurts. Let go. Chuchu. Why did you stand with her? Going to the farm is a reasonable suggestion. Boss Wang is such a nice person." Zhang Jie looked a little ugly. She comes from an ordinary family and has always been competitive since she was a child. She has risen from the crowd of ordinary people. Gui Chuchu comes from a wealthy family and has a spoiled little princess personality, the kind that can be coaxed with a little praise. Zhang Jie knows her personality very well, so she caters to her preferences. So the two have always had a good relationship since they became roommates. Zhang Jie thought she had already figured out Gui Chuchu's personality, especially because she saw clearly that she had a crush on Jiangxi. So in the past, the conflict between Gui Chuchu and Mo Zhao was inevitably fueled by her behind the scenes. Zhang Jie knew that she, Mo Zhao, and Chuing were the poorest in the class. Chuing, who was already giving up, was not mentioned. But there was Mo Zhao, who competed with her for resources everywhere, from small things like poor students scholarships and various work-study part-time subsidies, to big things like guaranteed admission to graduate school, and even tutor resources that might cause friction in the future. Because she knew that Mo Zhao's life plan was exactly the same as hers, which was to make money, and make more money. Zhang Jia always regarded Mo Zhao as her #1 enemy. Of course, in addition to the negative emotions this time, she also sincerely thought that going to the farm was a good option. Unexpectedly, Guichuchu, who always listened to her, chose to support Mo Zhao. Zhang Jia's face was gloomy, and she shook off Guichuchu's hand and looked at the other classmates in the class. Zhang Yuming was swept by her eyes, sighed helplessly, and said softly, "I think what Zhang Jia said makes sense." Tian Xuxi was still wiping the dust off his iPad in his backpack, which had completely turned into a brick. Seeing Zhang Jia looking at him, he sneered and joked, "What are you looking at? I won't do the dirty work of picking up manure and planting vegetables." Galyu sat over and first patted Guichuchu, who was pulling her friend Zhang Jia's sleeve with a sad face. Then he looked up at Zhang Jia and smiled softly. "Senior, let's listen to Senior Mo Zhao. After all, she is our leader." Zhang Jia's cheeks hardened, and she sat down with a gloomy face. Suddenly, a skinny woman with blonde hair and blue eyes stood up in the crowd, ran to Wang Minghuai's side and shouted, I'll go to the farm with you." The woman held a chain badge in both hands and murmured, "The farm is the grace given to us by the Lord, so that we can escape from the world. Our Lord in heaven, may the Lord's name be sanctified, and may the Lord's kingdom come." Her misty light blue eyes stared straight at Wang Minghuai. "Can I go, Boss Wang? I am the Lord's apostle walking on earth. People cursed by the devil need the Lord's blessing to comfort them." Wang Minghuai frowned slightly, squinting his eyes, and looked at her. Then he smiled gently. "No matter who comes, they are welcome." Mo Zhao also smiled softly, looking at everyone and said, "Those who want to go can go by themselves. I won't force you." After saying that, he also learned from Jiangxi, leaning lazily against the wall and closing his eyes to rest. Everyone stayed in this warehouse for 2 days and 2 nights. Fortunately, there were sufficient supplies inside, so it was a rare rest. In the dark, Chewing opened his eyes, listened to the warehouse door for a while, came to Mo Zhao and gently pushed her. "It's almost done." Mo Zhao woke up when she touched him. She nodded and was about to call everyone to get ready to go. Wang Minghuai and others also woke up, lit candles, and smiled. "Let's go out together. We have a car." He looked at Mo Zhao and said, "The heavy truck from before is given to you. You can drive it on the road by yourself." The warm light from the candles made Wang Minghuai's profile look kind and gentle. Mo Zhao was stunned, and for a moment she wondered if she was too suspicious. Jiangxi, however, rested his elbow on her shoulder, smiled and put 2 fingers together to make a flying gesture to Wang Minghuai and others. "Thank you, Lao Wang." 2 hours later, heavy trucks drove away from Tianfu Building. Some of Mo Zhao's classmates chose to go to the farm, so they did not take their car. This time, Jiangxi took the main driver's seat. They and Wang Minghuai and others' convoy will part ways at the bridgehead of Dongwon Bridge. At that time, they will cross the bridge to the south, while Wang Minghuai and others will not cross the bridge to the west. "What is that? A helicopter?" Just as the bridge was in sight, Jiangxi, who was driving, suddenly asked. Chapter 63 Chain Explosions in the Industrial Park. Helicopter? Mo Zhao, who had been looking sideways to observe the surrounding dynamics, suddenly looked up. Through the front windshield, he could vaguely see a helicopter hovering in the sky above a certain area on the other side of the bridge. Perhaps because the distance was too high and too far from where they were, the helicopter looked like a small dragonfly in the sky. It must be the government searching for rescue. Mo Zhao was slightly excited and couldn't help but stand up. Just then, there was a bang sound, as if something exploded, and the whole earth trembled as if the earth cow turned over. The sonic boom was like a steel knife scraping across the eardrum. Mo Zhao subconsciously tilted his head to cover his ears, and at the same time stretched out his other hand to help Jiangxi, who was driving, cover his ears. All the heavy trucks stopped at the same time, and the scraping sound of the tires against the ground was completely drowned out by the rumbling noise. The East Bay Bridge in the distance broke. Further away, it seemed to be at the center of the explosion, and the helicopter fell like a mosquito. High-rise buildings continued to collapse, and a thick fog of gray, yellow, red, and black rose in that area. And at the same time, there was a fierce and bright fire rising into the sky. The storm drove the smoke and radiated in all directions, and the spiderweb-like car window was blurred. The explosion in the distance seemed to have a chain reaction and was still happening. Tinnitus, the reality of the whole world, and the perception of the body seemed to be separated at this moment. I don't know how long it took. Mo Xiao shook his head, and his ears seemed to be covered with a layer of water film, and he still couldn't hear clearly. The classmates in the truck compartment behind were patting the small glass window with a terrified expression, and their lips kept moving, as if they were saying something. Mo Xiao looked at Jiangxi in the main driver's seat. Compared with his own situation, he was not much better, and was still in the process of recovering and adapting. The outside was covered by thick yellow and black smoke, and the visibility was no more than 2 meters. Mo Xiao's nose moved slightly, and he vaguely smelled a pungent smell of chemicals. Fortunately, although their car glass was bad, it had not broken yet, so this pungent smell and that thick smoke did not penetrate much. What happened? After staring out the window for a long while, all his senses finally came back. Hearing Mo Xiao's question, Jiangxi first made a soothing gesture to the people in the car through the small window glass. Then he rummaged through the boxes and took out 2 rags from the drawer, one of which he handed to Mo Xiao. "It's better than nothing. Cover your mouth and nose." Mo Xiao took it and still asked, "The bridge was broken just now. Am I right?" Donghu City has many water systems. In addition to large and small lakes, there are also many main tributaries. From the Dongguan district, it is necessary to go to Nituling in the southern suburbs of Donghu City, or to the Chuyang City in the south. This Dongguan bridge is a must-go place. Now that the bridge has collapsed, it is a big blow to Mo Xiao, who is eager to go home as soon as possible to confirm whether his parents are safe. Jiangxi knows her feelings for her parents. After a short silence, he said, "Is it the chemical plant explosion over there just now?" Mo Xiao covered his forehead with one hand and said a little disappointedly, "Yes. When I was alone on the 3rd floor of Tianfu building, I focused on memorizing the map of this area nearby. That's an industrial park over there. Industrial parks are generally not located in the city center. So like the new campus area D of East Lake University, they are all located in the newly developed land in the north." Mo Xiao has always been very good at self-regulation. She transitioned quickly from depression to recovery. As soon as she cheered up, she began to observe the environment outside carefully by the window. It should be a chain reaction just now. That area has been burning. It is estimated that the fire will continue for a long time, and it will not be over in a short time. And the worst thing now is that it will take a few days for the chemical pollution smoke to recover. Fortunately, the wind is strong in this season. It's also good that we are not too close. Mo Xiao sighed. There is still a long distance between being able to see and actually reaching. The zombies outside instinctively rushed towards the glowing and hot front, and the toxic smoke did not seem to have much effect on them. Mo Xiao had seen the ability of a virus to recover after being completely eroded by the virus. "Hello. Hello." In the cabinet, the intercom that Zhang Biao had left behind suddenly made a sound. It was from Wang Minhui. Mo Xiao and Jiangxi looked at each other. "Please answer it." Jiangxi raised his eyebrows. Before escaping from school, he had originally planned to play the villain and let Mo Xiao play the villain. In the end, this guy took the lead, and the effect was not bad. Mo Xiao was a good leader, and Jiangxi was happy to be free. Jiangxi seemed to be sunny, cheerful and knowledgeable, and a future elite winner in life. But in fact, compared with his peers who were ambitious, he was a person without dreams, living in a suffocating family atmosphere and under his father's high-pressure education. He seems to have lost his desire for money, power and many things. He has access to many things that his peers dream of, and he can get in touch with things that others have not tried and seen at a young age. Over time, Jiangxi has become careless and lazy, and his personality has become more and more lazy, and he treats people and things perfunctorily. In this car, most of these young students probably want to go home and reunite with their parents and relatives. But Jiangxi doesn't think so. He doesn't even care whether he is the only blood relative left in the world. Everyone's end is death. Life is like duckweed. He is not afraid of his possible death. Seeing his attitude, Mo Xiao sighed in her heart, thinking that she was a life of worry. Look at this young master. How comfortable and free he is. She picked up the intercom. And Wang Minhuai's voice came from the other side. Student Mo Xiao. The bridge ahead is broken. And the toxic smoke is so heavy now. You should go to the farm with me for 2 days. And make plans after the smoke dissipates. Mo Xiao covered her mouth and nose with a rag with one hand, looking at the thick smoke that slowly seeped in from the spiderweb like glass gaps. Then she looked at Jiangxi, asking with her eyes if it was possible to return to Tianfu building now. Jiangxi looked out the window at the pitifully low visibility and spread his hands. His skills in driving a heavy truck were not as good as those of the old drivers. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Mo Xiao picked up the intercom and said sweetly, we are all dragon people. It's our duty to help each other. Wang Minhuai smiled and said only so much. The headlights in front of him were slightly lit, as if leading the way. Jiangxi's lips curled slightly, started the car, shrugged and said jokingly, it's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. If it's a human or a ghost, you'll know it when you go and take a look. We have 5 guns here. Mo Xiao suddenly spoke. 5? Jiangxi raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he only killed 4 at the Red Star sports store before. Xia Bumian should have 2. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, if I'm not mistaken, the gun of the man with a flat tire upstairs should have fallen into Xia Bumian's hands when they went to rob the car. She said this just to let Jiangxi know so that he wouldn't get into trouble accidentally in the future. For some reason, Mo Xiao always felt uneasy about Xia Bumian, even though he had never done anything weird. Chapter 64 Paradise. The vehicle moved forward in the thick smoke. Perhaps because of the attraction of the bigger fire over there. There were fewer zombies chasing along the way. Because there was a car in front leading the way. Jiangxi could drive this big car smoothly. The distance to the New Hope farm that Mo Xiao saw on the map before was actually a straight line distance. And the actual driving lane was farther. Driving in this way, he chose to take a detour because of poor vision or road section problems. It took about half an hour longer than expected. Fortunately, when he arrived at the gate of the New Hope farm, the smoke had become very thin due to the distance problem. This is a farm surrounded by iron mesh or other similar plates. It occupies a large area. When Mo Xiao and his team entered from the main entrance outside, they could not see everything at a glance. Perhaps because it was the end of the world. It was obvious that someone had built a simple watchtower with wood and stone at the door. The guards on the top saw the returning vehicles from afar with a telescope, and had already excitedly waved and shouted to the people below, they are back. They are back. The boss and his team are back. With this call, many people ran out of several 2- or 3-story concrete buildings inside. At the construction site, some people stopped what they were doing and ran to the door to watch anxiously. At the orchard, there was also a woman with her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, who seemed to have just finished washing clothes and ran out with her child. Mo Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the New Hope farm actually seemed to be living a serious life, with such a complex population. Not to mention the healthy young men and women. Even the frail old people and children lived normally and steadily here. The truck stopped at the wide cement ground in the front yard of the main building. The first few cars opened the compartments first, and the men who got off smiled and recognized the women, old people, and children who gathered around. There were also a few people who didn't wait for their relatives and began to cry bitterly. Many people around them came forward to comfort them. An extremely loving and harmonious group. And Wang Minhuai, who was able to gather so much power and people's hearts in a short period of time, really cannot be underestimated. Mo Xiao admired in his heart. They also got off the car, and after a brief self-introduction and greeting, Wang Min led them to visit the farm. Of course, the captured Guo Desheng and his group had been taken away long ago. Since the last experience in Tianfu building, Mo Xiao has learned to keep his bag with him. Even if he goes to the bathroom for a short time, he will not leave his backpack behind, for fear of encountering an unexpected situation at any time like last time. It seems a bit like a frightened bird. Zhou De, who was leading everyone to visit the garden, saw this and teased, you students, why are you so worried? He saw that Mo Xiao just smiled and did not refute. He pouted again, feeling bored, and continued to introduce. The slope above is for grazing. This side is a vegetable field, and that side is an orchard. Oh, by the way, there is a small lake in our New Hope farm. Zhou De led everyone into the depths of the dense forest, and suddenly a bright light appeared. The air inside was much better than outside. In the middle, a pool of crystal clear water was shimmering from the two slender tributaries running through the orchard. It can be seen that this is not a dead lake. This group of teachers and students from Donghue University were all dirty and had not taken a bath for a long time. Now seeing so many clean water sources, many people were so excited that they couldn't help but rush to the water before Joda. Seeing this, Joda was not angry but happy. He stroked his stubble and laughed. Don't worry. Don't worry. In the future, everyone will live in our farm. As you have just seen, those who are strong will contribute their strength, and those who are skilled will contribute their skills. As long as the farm is still there, and the boss is still there, aren't good days ahead? Mo Xiao asked curiously, with so many people. Have there been no conflicts in resource allocation? Shoda was stunned, then bulged his arm muscles and said, with our farm self-defense force, what problems can't be solved? As he said this, he told Mo Xiao and the others about Wang Minhuai's character, and he particularly praised him in his words. Their New Hope farm had already implemented the farm law more than a week ago. Wang Minhuai knew how to appoint people to positions, and he treated everyone equally, and was very kind. But once someone violated or tried to violate the farm law, the punishment was very severe. The most serious incident was when they took in a group of white-collar workers who had fled here. As a result, the group of people were still greedy and wanted to get more resources. They relied on their large numbers and made a big fuss. In the conflict, they almost beat a mother and daughter to death. Afterwards, Wu Zhou and Lu Qin, who were members of their farm self-defense team, led the team to detain all the people. From the second day, the residents of the farm never saw the group of guys again. Conflicts and disputes will arise when there are too many people. Mo Xiao saw that Zhou De was cheerful and looked innocent, so he couldn't help asking a few more questions. Wouldn't it be good if you just maintain the current population? If you recruit people everywhere, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control them in the future? Zhou De sighed, squatted by the lake and pulled the grass, looking at the sky and said, the boss said that we are all dragon people. We are all compatriots. How can we let our compatriots die without caring? If you can do something, just do it. As he spoke, his eyes were slightly red. The boss is really a good person. Before the doomsday, when he was sleeping on the street because of the debt owed by the old debtor and had nowhere to go, it was Wang Minhuai, who was driving by at the time, who saved him. For Zhou De, Wang Minhuai is his lifelong benefactor, like a second parent. Okay, I have to go home. You guys just walk around. There are not so many houses here yet. The one on the leftmost floor of the building you just came in is reserved for you. You wash up and sleep on the floor. When you settle down, go to the mountain to get some wood to rebuild a wooden house. Shoda patted his trouser legs and stood up. Before leaving, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to remind. By the way, don't walk out of the protective net. And try not to go close to the edge of the farm. Someone was scratched by the net before, and some places were damaged, and 1 or 2 zombies squeezed in. But now they are all repaired, and there are people patrolling regularly. Seeing Joda walking away, Mo Xiao also walked to the lakeside and squatted, scooping up a handful of water. It was very clear, and it was not polluted for the time being. But with the explosion in the industrial park today, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Mo Xiao looked a little solemn. At this moment, someone suddenly covered her face with a cloth. Mo Xiao uncovered it and looked up, and saw Jiang. She had already taken an empty mineral water bottle and ran upstream to fill a bottle of water and handed it to her. Seeing him so caring, Mo Xiao was a little moved. And then she heard Jiang Shi frowning and teasing, your face can be used to squeeze oil. Why don't you wash it quickly? Ghosts look more amiable than you. Her expression froze, and she silently looked at the lake. It was indeed black and red, and it was almost impossible to see her face. Mo Xiao scooped up the lake water, and while washing, she couldn't help asking a question. Jiangxi, do you remember how many nuclear power plants our country has so far? Chapter 65. Those I love. Those who love me. Jiangxi paused while washing his hands. Are you worried about nuclear leakage? Why did the industrial park explode today? Mo Xiao was silent for a moment, then continued to ask. I'm sure everyone has the answer to this question. In some dangerous places, even if there are people supervising them, accidents can easily happen if the operation is not careful. Not to mention now, everyone is hiding. Where is the time and energy to take care of these things? If this is the case with chemical plants, what about nuclear power plants? In today's world, many countries and regions around the world have begun to popularize nuclear power generation. The usual maintenance of these places requires a lot of manpower, effort and money. If this is really a global disaster, if these nuclear reactors are not maintained or supervised, or for some other reason, and cause nuclear leakage, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiangxi thought for a while and replied, I can't remember exactly. It seems to be more than a dozen? Maybe there are 300 or 400 in the world. At this point, his eyebrows darkened slightly. In my impression, the nuclear power units of some small countries with frequent earthquakes are even several times that of their dragon country. Nuclear power leakage is not quite the same as the pollution caused by nuclear bomb explosions. The pollution caused by nuclear weapons explosions is mostly the high-energy rays brought by the explosion itself, which is very large in a short period of time. But the decay rate will not be too slow, and it will gradually drop to a safe level in a few decades. The nuclear leak mainly comes from cooling water, which does not cause much damage in the short term, but the pollution will be more serious in the long run. This is based on the fact that the nuclear fuel is quickly sealed in the nuclear reactor. If it explodes, it will be another level. As college students, although they are not majoring in related majors, they still know a little about these common sense. Mo Zhao's fingertips slowly swept across the water, and the ripples were like his mood. I saw the helicopter before. If such a zombie disaster occurs in the country, if there is sufficient rescue force, it will generally choose to rescue the survivors first. But they have been wandering around the industrial park. It is hard not to wonder if they have received some task to eliminate the risk of these pollutant outbreak areas first. Mo Xiao raised his head and stared at Jiangxi. Do you think that there might be a nuclear leak somewhere we don't know about? So the government is so busy that it has given top priority to controlling and reducing pollutants? When she said this, her fingertips were trembling slightly, because she remembered that there was a nuclear power plant a certain distance west of her hometown, Chuyang City. Jiangxi saw that her face was pale, and knew that she was thinking the worst again. He couldn't help but raise his hand and knock her head. It's useless to think too much. The most important thing right now is how to cross the East Bay Bridge to the other side. In fact, the more a person knows, the more he will think deeply in the face of a disaster, even if he knows that there are some things that he can't do anything about. Mo Xiao rubbed his forehead, sighed, and said no more. After washing his face, he also took out various water containers and began to collect water. Classmates and teachers were scattered around the lake, gathering in groups of 3 or 2, and laughter was endless. Facing the lush green, the pressure and fear accumulated in recent days seemed to have become a dream of yesterday. This lake is called Mingmo Lake, and its overall shape is like a beautiful woman's eye. The area is not too large. In fact, there are many similar lakes of different sizes in Donghu City. If you pass by from the air by plane and look down, it will be more obvious. They are inlaid on the map of Donghu City, like God casually sprinkled a handful of jewels. However, in fact, the origin of these lakes is quite profound. They are not the work of nature, but man-made bomb craters. In the last World War, the territory of Longwa was one of the largest battlefields. Donghu City was bombed with many missiles, so that many years later, the giant bomb craters still exist, forming this group of lakes. Donghu City's subsequent construction was based on this, creating a unique urban water system as a city business card, which is quite famous worldwide. Mo Xiao saw that many people took off their clothes and started to bathe and swim. After thinking about it, she also took out a set of clean underwear from her backpack. Big ones take up space, and the seamless underwear popular on the market is thin and small. She brought several sets. Even a pack of sanitary products was prepared. It was the end of the world, but because of their body structure, women had much more trouble than men. Jiangxi coughed and left. The girls and boys consciously took half of the space to wash. Maybe it was because of the severe lack of water before, so everyone didn't want to leave even after washing. In summer, clothes dry quickly, so they just sat lazily on the grass and waited, and dipped their bare feet into the lake. This lazy and beautiful picture moved Guichuchu for some reason. I don't know who she thought of, and she couldn't help but sing softly, "The lake is your eyes, and dreams are full of stars. Spring is a journey, and the possession of vicissitudes of life." The voice was gentle and melodious, like the wind blowing slowly through the leaves. and feathers gently scratching the heart. Some people couldn't help but sing along, those people I love. Those departing winds. Those eternal vows over and over again. This moment may be the most harmonious and quiet moment for this team that has experienced hardships and disputes since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Everyone has lost a lot. Maybe it's the parents' avatars that will never flash again in the chat software. Maybe it's the brothers and sisters who used to brag and fart all day in the same dormitory. Maybe it's the funny daily life of rushing to the classroom in a hurry early in the morning. Maybe it's the sweat shed at the school sports meeting and the hysterical cheers in the stands. Maybe it's every vivid memory that may never go back. The quiet lakeside. From solo to choking chorus. Those I love. Those who love me. All settle into song one by one. Teachers and students from East Lake University settled down in New Hope Farm. Perhaps because of the southeast monsoon. Although New Hope Farm is not facing the northwest. It has also suffered some twists and turns. It took a little longer than expected for the smoke to dissipate. After the smoke completely dissipated, Mo Xiao has been actively looking for ways to cross the Dongwan Bridge. He even went out to explore it himself. But unfortunately, the two sides of the cross-section of the bridge are trapezoidal with the river surface. Unless they cross the water directly, they can't cross the river at all. Mo Xiao finally planned to build a boat to get there. But she was a computer student and had no idea about shipbuilding. And after several observations from a distance, she found that the waters near the East Bay Bridge were seriously polluted. The river surface and the riverbank near the industrial park where the explosion occurred were black, blocked by fallen steel plates, cement blocks and other things, forming small pools. The water seemed to be frozen and motionless, and you could vaguely see colorful colors, which was extremely disgusting. Chapter 66 Where's Your Gun? This means that regardless of whether the respiratory system can withstand it, if it accidentally touches the skin, it is likely to be poisoned. It is obviously not advisable to go ashore from that place. If you drive a boat, you may have to go a long way to the east or west before you can go ashore. There are some students who can make a boat, but they are not sure whether the boat they made with the lack of materials can go such a long distance. Going east, the tributaries will merge one by one, and the river will gradually become wider, then enter the sea. It is difficult for novices to control the boat on a wide and deep river. Going west is considered upstream, and the water is turbulent, which is not easy in recent days, because the life in New Hope Farm is stable and peaceful. Gradually, many students have decided to stay. Students who can make and row boats are also among them. Only a few still insist on going to the official Nutaling shelter. So Mo Xiao and his friends are busy cutting wood and making boats. After the boats are built, they also have to learn to row. This way, they have spent a lot of time in New Hope Farm. Mo Xiao is gone from being vigilant at the beginning to being a little confused now. Wang Mihuai's farm does look like a paradise where people can live well. In recent days, some surviving victims have been reaccepted. Fortunately, these have nothing to do with her. Although she was a little anxious because she was more worried about her parents the longer she delayed. But she also knew rationally that some things could not be rushed. That day, after finishing her work, Mo Xiao ran to the upper reaches of Mingma Lake to fetch water. Although the water system of their farm was a little above the industrial park, the water quality was much worse than it was at the beginning. Perhaps due to air pollution or other reasons. The distance Mo Xiao had to run to fetch water was higher each time. This time, she walked directly to a position close to the protective net. The bushes and weeds were overgrown, covering a ditch-like stream below. She stepped on both sides of her legs, lay under the bushes, reached out, and put the mouth of the water bottle in the stream and waited. In the past few days, she pulled Mo Xiao to let her learn a lot of practical and force techniques from him. Therefore, in such a plank-like movement, Mo Xiao did not feel tired even if she lay still for a long time. Seeing that the water was full, she was about to get up, and suddenly heard a rustling sound of stepping on grass and a low roar of thirst. Mo Xiao's expression tensed up instantly. She kept her body motionless, slowly raised her eyes, and was about to look at the source of the sound. Suddenly, another voice was heard. Ajay, why did you bring me here? It was Guichuchu's voice, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Haven't you noticed that the water has become more and more difficult to drink recently? The water quality of the upstream water is much better. Come here. It's just above. Not far away. But, Uncle Joe reminded us not to get close to the edge of the farm. It might be dangerous. What are you afraid of? Everyone is getting water up there. So we are not a big deal. Well, it's getting dark. I'm a little scared. Let's go back. Are you stupid? It's better when it's dark. Even if we encounter zombies, we can hide from them. What are you afraid of? A bunch of blind people? But I heard from people who went out recently that the vision and mobility of zombies at night are much stronger than before. I'm afraid they have gradually adapted to it. And it has become very dangerous even at night. Hee hee. It's just to scare people. If they are so powerful, they still go out every time. Choo-choo. I'm not saying anything bad about you. You are also a college student from a prestigious university. You don't understand this. It's called foolish intimidation. It's just to better manage so many people on the farm. You don't understand the governance ideas of the superiors at first glance. No. Ajay. Ajay. Did you hear any sound? What could it be? Ah. Run. Hey. Choo-choo. Zhang. What's wrong with you? Amid the panicked screams of the two girls, there was also a boy's voice coming from farther away. Then, there was the sound of fighting. Mo Xiao suddenly looked up, opened the zipper of his backpack, pulled out a baseball bat with his backhand, and ran towards the sound. Although this is not a high mountain, the road is definitely not flat. There are many trees, grass and green plants, all of which are narrow yellow mud roads, like capillaries. Mo Xiao did not rush over at the first time, but found a tree and climbed up. She has been good at climbing trees and flagpoles since she was a child. Like a monkey, she is extremely flexible and quickly reaches the top. With a good view, she looks down from a high place. Between the leaves, you can vaguely see two girls and one boy in the dense forest on the slope below. About a few dozen meters away, fighting the threat of 3 zombies while running away. The two girls are Guichuchu and Zhang Jie. And the boy is? Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes without surprise. It is Wu Junqi, who is also half infected. Last time at the lakeside chorus, Wu Junqi was moved to tears. Since then, he has been particularly concerned about Guichuchu. He has been very attentive to her and volunteered to help with a lot of things that he should and shouldn't help. However, Guichuchu, who was worried, seemed to have been accustomed to this kind of scene and did not express much. Today, Wu Junqi was probably following Guichuchu on purpose, saying that he was fetching water, but he did not expect to encounter such danger. It was already dark, and Wu Junqi did not carry a baseball bat with him, but broke a branch for defense. Fortunately, he was half infected and had great strength. Even if the branch could not kill the zombies, it could resist 1 or 2. Although they were protecting the 2 girls and resisting all the way, the 3 had not suffered any casualties so far. Mo Xiao looked around and did not find any other dangers before jumping down from the tree. 3 zombies can fight. Wu Junqi accidentally inserted the branch in his hand into the zombie's mouth, and it was broken by the opponent's great bite force. When he let go in a hurry, a splash of blood suddenly splashed on his face. Something heavy came from the side and hit the zombie's ear hard. It knocked the whole person to the ground. What are you still standing there for? Hit it! Someone seemed to shout in a deep voice not far away. Wu Junqi's eyes widened, and he immediately picked up the baseball bat that fell to the ground and smashed it hard. After a few heavy hits, when Mo Xiao arrived, the zombie that collapsed on the ground stopped moving. She glanced at Wu Junqi, took the baseball bat back from his hand, and continued to rush down. Wu Junqi was thinking about Guichuchu, so he didn't bother to thank her. He immediately broke off another branch and ran down. Where's your gun? Mo Xiao remembered that the gun of the man who was bitten to death by Wu Junqi in Tianfu building was given to him. Wu Junqi froze all over, and he closed his mouth tightly without saying anything. Mo Xiao glanced at him with a knife-like gaze, and saw that his face was ashen, as if he was deliberately avoiding his questioning. Chapter 67. Mom will always wait for you. The two of them had not yet reached a conclusion on the question and answer. Zhang Jie, who was running too eagerly, was tripped by the vines and fell, spraining her foot. She was a tough person, and her ankle was obviously red and swollen. It must have hurt so much that she gritted her teeth and dragged one leg forward, rolling and falling. Ajay, seeing that her best friend was about to be caught up by the zombies, Guichuchu's hands trembled constantly, biting her lips and stomping her feet on the spot, took out her mobile phone from her pocket, turned around and ran back, smashing it hard on the zombie's head. Zhang Jie, who was already somewhat desperate on the ground, was stunned. She did not expect that Guichuchu, who had always been timid and loved to act like a spoiled child, did not run away alone, but turned back to help her. Unfortunately, Guichuchu has always been a spoiled child. After arriving at New Hope Farm, according to the farm law, everyone needs to work. But Wujunki always helps her in every way to please her. So after such a long time, Guichuchu still hasn't gained much strength. This hit was just relying on the hardness of the phone shell to slightly stop the zombie's momentum of biting down. But soon, the zombie's body, which was leaning back due to inertia, stabilized and lowered its head to bite again. Zhang Jie, who was lying on the ground, looked at Guichuchu in a hurry with a complicated expression and a flash of shame on her face. Then she gritted her teeth, pulled Guichuchu to herself with one hand, and pulled her down. In this way, if the zombies bite, they will bite Guichuchu first. Guichuchu never expected such a shocking change to happen. She opened her eyes wide, and tears filled her eyes. Because she held the phone too hard. She pressed the side button, and the screensaver light came on. The screensaver was still the screenshot of the chat record that Gao Yu saw at Tianfu Building. But at this moment, Guichuchu could see it more clearly from her perspective. The note name is, "The Best Mother in the World." And then, there are the chat records that are constantly sent from the other side. Chuchu, your father suddenly became very strange. Mom called an ambulance and found that many people outside started biting people. How are you? Is the school okay? Chuchu, are you still in class? Did I disturb you? Please reply to me after class. Okay. Chuchu. Chuchu. Find a place to hide. Don't let those biting creatures touch you. Chuchu. Please stay safe. Please reply to me. Okay. Chuchu. I just opened your childhood photo album. That was the first time you wore a princess dress. You smiled so happily, and said you wanted to live happily in the castle with mom and dad forever. Fairy tales always have such endings. And my baby daughter will definitely have the same ending. In my heart, you will always be the kindest, cutest and most beautiful little princess in the world. Chuchu's mother will always wait for you. Guichuchu, who was already completely desperate, saw this last one and didn't know where she got the strength from. Looking at the scary zombies close at hand, she cried and ran into them. Not to mention that this run was somewhat useful. The zombie's chest and abdomen were stressed, and it staggered again due to inertia. Chuchu. Wujunki was so anxious that he didn't even move, and jumped directly from top to bottom. He wrapped his legs around the zombie's neck and held its chin with one hand to block its biting action. Thanks to Wujunki being a half-infected person, he dared to do such a move and had the strength to fight against its terrifying bite force. Mo Xiao took out his gun and fired 3 shots at the zombie that was fixed by Wujunki. One of the bullets even grazed Wujunki's leg, and the zombie died completely. This is why she has always tried to avoid using guns. First, there are only a few bullets left. Second, for ordinary people who have never been exposed to guns, shooting is not as magical as in movies and TV dramas, where you can shoot wherever you point. Moreover, zombies not only have the ability to heal themselves, but they have no perception of pain. Bullets will hurt the semi-infected, but it is highly unlikely that zombies will be hindered unless you hit the brain of the opponent with one shot. This is different from a simple headshot. They have done tests, and the brain is also divided into regions. If the wound is not in place, it will not hinder the movement of the zombie. At such a long distance and at high speed, it is still difficult for Mo Xiao to hit accurately. Not only will she not kill the zombie, but she will also waste the time she should have spent on aiming. Now that Wujunki has fixed the zombie's head, she has approached this distance again, and it took her 3 shots to accurately hit its brain stem. It's not that she didn't think about practicing her shooting skills, but unfortunately, she didn't have so many bullets to practice. So recently, she has settled for the second best and started practicing archery. New Hope Farm has taken in many talents from all walks of life, and some of them can actually make their own bows and arrows. Any student who wants to learn can exchange food and help for it, but they have to make an appointment in advance. After all, it takes materials and time to make it. Mo Xiao hasn't received the bow and arrow that he reserved yet, and he has been practicing with Jiang Shi's bow and arrow. The nearest zombie fell to the ground, and Zhang Jie, Guichuchu and Wujunki, who were safe, all breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Xiao took back the gun, There was only one bullet left. There was only one zombie left. And a baseball bat was enough. She had long felt that this thing was the most handy to deal with zombies. And the gun was more effective in threatening living people than zombies. Plop! The last zombie fell to the ground quickly, and Guichuchu had already run to help Wujunki stand up. Zhongjia was still sitting on the ground, looking at Guichuchu with a guilty look on her face. Chuchu. I didn't mean it just now. But this time, Guichuchu never looked at her again, but kept thanking Mo Xiao and Wujunki with tears in her eyes. Wujunki waved his hand and smiled. It's okay. We agreed to go back together. In fact, there was no agreement. This was just his wishful thinking. As early as the last time the communication was briefly restored, Wujunki called his parents and his parents turned into zombies. The screams from the other end of the phone made him realize that he had lost his relatives. But his obsession made him dare not believe it. And he always wanted to go home to witness it with his own eyes. Seeing Guichuchu's mobile phone screensaver by chance, and thinking of his family, Wujunki's eyes were red. And he was more determined to go back and take a look. There must be someone waiting for me. This feeling of having a direction to move forward is the courage that supports many people to continue to move forward. Guichuchu wiped away her tears, choked up and smiled. Well, let's go back together. Wujunki's ears turned red, raised his arm to touch the back of his head, and smiled shyly. At this moment, his eyes froze and fixed on a certain place. Mo Xiao, who had been observing several people from a distance, followed his line of sight sharply. It turned out that somewhere on Wujunki's raised arm, a piece of cloth was torn by the cloth. Although it was only a short thread, Mo Xiao was far away from this position, and could not see clearly whether it was torn. But from Wujunki's instantly pale face, the answer could be seen. Chapter 68 Little. Be careful. He instantly put his arms behind his back, and pushed Guichuchu away. Wu. Guichuchu looked at his pale face, and instantly realized something, shaking her head and crying, No, I won't. But before he finished speaking, Wujunki's neck was already twitching. Mo Xiao frowned slightly, not understanding whether he was in the rampage period as a semi-infected person again, or whether he was in the process of becoming a zombie due to being infected with the virus again. If it was the former, Wujunki had never been sick since he entered the New Hope farm, and she thought he had recovered. After all, the balance between Mo Xiao's virus and the body's immune cycle has always been very stable, and he has never had the symptom of wanting to be bloodthirsty. She judged others by herself, and did not think it was strange that Wujunki, who was also half-infected, was not bloodthirsty. If it was the latter, then the speed was too fast. It was less than 2 minutes, and it was just a scratch from the nail. But it broke out like this? Was the virus stronger, or was his resistance weaker? Mo Xiao picked up the baseball bat, which was still wet and dripping with blood, and walked closer to Wujunki step by step. Guichuchu looked at her with tears in her eyes, and shook her head silently. Zhongjia had already crawled back a few meters. Get out of the way. Mo Xiao pointed the tip of the stick at Guichuchu, and the threat was very obvious. Guichuchu bit her lip and blocked Wujunki, but did not move. It's up to you. Mo Xiao pressed down the corners of his lips. In this environment, killing one zombie or two makes no difference to me. Besides, the gunshots were so loud just now. I guess many people are on their way. I won't kill, but there are people who will kill. Tears kept falling. Guichuchu knew that what Mo Xiao said was right, but she felt that it was a bit ruthless emotionally. After spending this period of time together, she thought that everyone had experienced life and death together, and they had a deep relationship with each other. After all, Wujunki had just saved them, and she really couldn't leave him alone at this time. In fact, Guichuchu has been reflecting on the last time she voted for expulsion. I had been thinking about finding an opportunity to apologize, but I didn't expect that before I could apologize, Mo Xiao had become like this. Choo-choo. Go! Go! Wujunki looked up. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He pushed hard, and Guichuchu almost fell down the slope. Wujunki looked at Mo Xiao, and a vague voice similar to the growl of a zombie squeezed out of his throat. Little King Exile. Only 3 words. The expression on his face was completely distorted. He grinned and rushed towards the nearest Mo Xiao. Bang! Mo Xiao, who had been prepared, knocked him down, stepped on Wujunki's back, and hit him on the back of the head with a stick. Blood mixed with milky white brain matter was gushing everywhere. Mo Xiao was like a robot, unaware of the heat splashing on his body and face, until his twitching fingertips were completely silent. She stood up straight, looked down from a high position, and looked down expressionlessly. There were already many people around, including Zhang Jie, who was being supported by others, and Gui Chu, who was kneeling on the ground and crying loudly. The dim light of the lantern reflected her face full of blood but calm. Many people were startled, instinctively felt a little chill, and stepped back. Most of these people were vulnerable groups, who had been living steadily on the farm since they were rescued. Such a bloody scene was rare. In the past, everyone lived in harmony with their neighbors in this paradise, just like before the end of the world, and almost forgot what kind of cannibalistic world outside was. I just felt that this beautiful girl, who was obviously very approachable on weekdays, was extremely unfamiliar. Mo Xiao took in everyone's gaze, picked up his backpack with his backhand, and walked back without saying a word. Everyone made way one by one. Some people wanted to say something but stopped, and instinctively wanted to say a few words to comfort her. But looking at her appearance, it seemed that it was not necessary. The armed forces of the farm self-defense team also arrived. First, they asked everyone to disperse, collect the bodies, investigate the defects of the farm's protective net, and at the same time, they asked people to question Zhang Jie and others. Mo Xiao only answered a few simple sentences and went back with his bag. Their cabin has been expanded these days, and each person has barely been allocated a small room. Mo Xiao went back to the house and washed and changed clothes, and then heard someone knocking on the door. As soon as he opened the door, the man rushed in. Mo Xiao looked at Jiangxi, who was still wearing a thick black hooded spring coat, and closed the door. Her eyes swept along the side of his shoe soles, and asked with narrowed eyes, "Where did you go?" Hearing such a loud noise of gunfire, Jiangxi did not go into the mountains to see, and must have gone somewhere else while there were few people in the village. The edge of the shoe was so clean that Mo Xiao noticed it at a glance. "Are you okay?" Jiangxi did not answer her, but looked up and down first, and then sat down and drank a sip of water with peace of mind. Mo Xiao muttered with amusement, "If there is something, I would have to carry my coffin up the mountain by the time you ask me now. After all, it has been so long." And sometimes she really doesn't understand Jiangxi's brain circuit. Why does he always like to ask such stupid questions that are obvious at a glance? He is obviously not such a stupid person. Jiangxi didn't care about Mo Xiao's ridicule at all. Anyway, they have been arguing with each other for so many years. He has long been used to it. Jiangxi put down his backpack, took out a box from it, shook it in front of Mo Xiao, and said with a smile, "I heard the noise on the mountain and knew it must be you who fired the gun. While everyone was rushing over, I went to the warehouse that I had scouted before. Guess what I brought back?" Mo Xiao heard the clanging sound inside, and his eyes lit up. "Bullets?" The 92 type pistols in their hands can hold a total of 14 bullets. Unfortunately, the spare bullets were hidden by the New Hope farm and were not open to residents. Even the farm self-defense force needs to meet certain conditions to be allocated pistols and bullets. After all, hot weapons are rare goods, and everyone understands. Long before the end of the world, Longwa was a country that banned guns. They didn't know that in addition to the New Hope farm officials, there were several college students like Mo Xiao who carried pistols. Smart, because he was afraid of being found out during the count. Jiangxi didn't take many, only more than 100, and he didn't take the whole box, but one bullet here and one bullet there. He was quite cautious. At least it would be hard to find in the short term. "I only heard 3 gunshots, and I knew you were fine, so I left with peace of mind. After all, this kind of opportunity to take advantage of a loophole is rare." Jiangxi ruffled Mo Xiao's curly hair that he had just combed, and laughed in a very annoying way. "If you are really in a desperate situation, with your stubborn temper that won't cry until you see the coffin, you will definitely use up all the remaining 4 bullets in the magazine before you die." Mo Xiao freed his hair from the other party's claws, and sneered, "How do you know that I will cry when I see a coffin? Otherwise, you die and show me?" Jiangxi was stunned and snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm afraid of dying? I'm afraid you'll faint from crying." "Really? I've never experienced what it means to faint from crying in my life. How about you be merciful and let me experience it?" Next door, Chewing opened her eyes from her sleep, turned over inside. They're arguing again, and they're not letting people sleep. But soon, She opened her eyes again, tilted her head as if thinking about something, put on a coat, and knocked on the door next door. Something's going on. The first sentence Chewing said after entering the room made Imo Xiao look serious. The two people you asked me to keep an eye on seem to be moving. Chapter 69 just met halfway. Because of Chu Ying's words, Imo Xiao and Jiang, she went out quietly again in the middle of the night. She chose the location of the house nearby so that Chu Ying could help monitor the movements of the farm self-defense forces. Among them, Imo Xiao asked Chu Ying to pay special attention to two people from the beginning. They were Wu Zhou and Lu Qin, who she first met in Tianfu Building. Although Imo Xiao did not meet these two people directly, the decisive methods they used to deal with the zombies at that time still impressed her. Imo Xiao had a hunch that they might also be half-infected. During the time she lived in this New Hope farm, no one in the farm had heard of the matter of more than half-infected people. It seems that no one from top to bottom has discovered this special immune situation. After Mary, an alumnus from the same school, moved in, she preached tirelessly every day, using words such as devil and devil to refer to it, and also used the theory of karma to spread it. She always said that her eyes could see through the devil's transformation. After coming to the farm, and no longer under Imo Xiao's control, she initially targeted Wu Junqi again. Some elderly people and children actually believed it. During that time, Wu Junqi's life was really not easy. He was looked down upon by many people just because of the nonsense of a preacher. However, this statement was banned by the farm owner Wang Minhui not long after. This calmed things down. Now that Wu Junqi is in trouble, Imo Xiao can guess that Mary's prestige in the farm is going to rise. Some people who used to be skeptical about her will probably start to trust her words. Humans live on faith, especially in this cruel world. How can you best control everyone? Make them willing to live and die for you? Imo Xiao narrowed his eyes, and suddenly realized why Wang Minhui was so indulgent about Mary's wanton preaching in his territory. Imo Xiao and Jiang Shi followed the direction Chu Ying said quietly. As expected, they found that Wu Zhou and Lu Qin sneaked into the depths behind the orchard. What do you think they are going to do? Imo Xiao asked in a low voice. Jiang Shi smiled. Since you have asked people to keep an eye on them, you must have the answer in your mind. Hearing his teasing, Imo Xiao was silent for a while, and then said, have you ever thought about how half-infected people usually suppress their bloodthirsty impulses? She glanced at Jiang Shi. Wu Junqi seems to have never been sick since he came to New Hope Farm. Jiang Shi curled his lips slightly, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and handed it to Imo Xiao. What is this? Imo Xiao took it and glanced at it quickly. The dates and lists of casualties on missions in recent days. Jiang Shi shrugged. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I just counted it casually. Perhaps it was because of the good learning and memory habits that he had developed since childhood. Imo Xiao only took a quick look and was able to sort out the common points of the owners behind the names. They are all people with unstable personalities. Imo Xiao sighed and put the paper away. She understood why Jiang Shi made this statistical table. He also wondered if the farm had planned to deal with these people intentionally. Maybe it was not a simple mission accident. Looking at the two people walking more and more remote in front, Imo Xiao now wondered if this kind-hearted farmer Wang Minhui was also a semi-infected person. And this so-called New Hope Farm, is it the reserve granary that Wang Minhui built for himself? Imo Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If there's no place for you at the table, then you're probably on the menu. Jiang Shi narrowed his eyes, turned around suddenly, reached back with both hands, seemed to grab something, pressed it hard to the ground with his knees and elbows, and the muzzle of the gun was already against his temple. It turned out to be a person. Imo Xiao was not idle either. Without turning his head, the baseball bat was pulled out instantly, and he turned around and hit it hard. Wait, it's me! The man behind him reacted quickly, leaned back quickly, and his waist was almost bent into an arch bridge, which shows that his flexibility is not ordinary. God Chu. Thank you, Busian? Xiao Mo. Jiang Shi? Jiang Shi looked at Chu Wenzai, who was pinned down by him, raised his eyebrows, but did not let go. Why are you here? Imo Xiao looked at Xiaobu Mian warily, and slowly drew his gun with his other hand. Chu Wenzai's glasses were pressed against the soil, and he could not see the scene clearly. But he also knew that he could not delay at this time. So he spoke quickly. I think this farm is not right, and I want to go to the protective net where the accident happened today. So I came out. I happened to see you two following someone, so I followed you. Siebu Mian looked at the two guns and said lightly, I just happened to meet him halfway. Seeing that the two had not let go of their guns, he was silent for a moment, and then continued, before the room was divided. Wu Junkie lived in the same room with me. He would go out quietly when he had bloodthirstiness occasionally, and he was completely healed when he came back. I suspect someone is supporting him, and has been secretly investigating him. Even the alumni didn't know that Xie Bumian was also half-infected. He had been mixing with the crowd and hiding well. Although others paid more attention to him because of Imo Zhao's previous actions, he himself never revealed the truth. Imo Zhao naturally did not publicize this matter. The four people happened to meet because of the same target. After confirming that it was just a misunderstanding, Jiangxi released Chu Wenzai's restraint. Several people continued to follow the direction in their memory. When they came to a slope with dense vegetation, they lost their target. Wu Zhou and Lu Chen disappeared completely. Chu Wenza pushed his glasses, lay on the ground and observed carefully for a long time, and finally came to a bush. It breaks here. Imo Zhao wondered how he knew. Xie Bumian had already stepped forward quickly. Brother Chu knows some traceology knowledge. He was the one who led the way with you two before. It was not so easy to follow Imo Zhao and Jiangxi. They were too alert. If you follow too close, you will be easily discovered. And if you are far away, you will easily lose it. If it weren't for Chu Wenza, they would have lost their target long ago. Xie Bumian groped in the bushes for a long time, looking at the stone wall covered with green vines. He said, there may be a cave inside. After saying that, he stood still and looked at Imo Zhao and the other two. It seemed that he would never take the lead in exploring the way. Jiangxi raised the corners of his lips, put his hands in his pockets, and walked forward leisurely. This fearless look made everyone think that he was going to take the lead in exploring the way. Siebu Mian raised a sarcastic smile, slightly turned sideways, and prepared to make way for him. Unexpectedly, just as Jiangxi came close, he suddenly stretched out his long legs, raised his foot, and kicked him directly in. There was no screaming, nor the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Chapter 70. Take the head and report to your parents that you are safe. With Xie Bumian's dull personality, it is unlikely that he would scream. Moreover, Imo Zhao and Jiangxi both knew that he was half-infected, and Chu Wenza also vaguely guessed it. Hearing the sound of no movement, with his skills, he should have landed safely. Imo Zhao and Chu Wenza glanced at Jiangxi, and he spread his hands, with a scoundrel look on his face. Chu Wenza pushed aside the vines, and it was a stone cave going down. If it was a half-infected person or a person with strong physical fitness, it would not take much effort to hold on to the vines and go up and down. Ordinary people simply could not have the leisure and energy to explore the cave. Of course, this place is so hidden that it is difficult to find from the outside. At this time, Xie Bumian was holding the tail of a vine with one hand, looking up and staring coldly. Among the four people, except Chu Wenza who struggled a little, the other three went down easily. Below is a stone corridor. You can see that it is vaguely natural from the outside. But the further you go, the more traces of man-made things you can find. Occasionally, dried blood can be seen on both sides of the stone wall. At the end of this corridor, two forks suddenly appeared. Chu Wenza squatted down and observed for a while, then slowly said, it seems that the two of them went to the right. Imo Zhao hesitated and said, you and Jiangxi go to the left to have a look, and Xie Bumian and I will go to the right. 2 minutes later, in the passage to the right, Imo Zhao looked sideways at Xie Bumian, whose face was always sickly pale, and asked, have you had any bloodthirsty impulses these days? Xie Bumian stopped. His eyes flashed, and he stared at her and slowly said, what about you? This look clearly shows that he has made up his mind. If Imo Zhao doesn't say it, he won't say it, and he may not tell the truth. Wu Junkie died. Although he was a semi-infected person, he still turned into a zombie. What do you think is the principle? Imo Zhao changed the question. The virus dose increased. His own antibodies were insufficient. Or he was a semi-infected person with a false positive before, and he was not in an absolutely stable state. It was related to himself and also to academics. So Xie Bumian was not perfunctory in this regard. He gave several inferences in a row. Imo Zhao lowered his eyes. So, we may also become zombies at any time? Who knows? Xie Bumian pulled the corner of his mouth, showing a more emotional look for the first time. It was originally a life saved. In their guess, even if it is a half-infected person. The immune balance in the body is a dynamic balance. Maybe it can last for a while. Or maybe tomorrow this balance will be broken, and the person will be completely devoured by the virus. This feeling of having a knife on the neck at any time is really not very good. Neither of them spoke again. Not far from this path, screams could be heard from inside. Mo Xiao and Xia Bumian stopped at the same time. They smelled a strong smell of blood at the same time. Xia Bumian took out a thick homemade mask from somewhere, and put it on his face tightly. Mo Xiao's eyes flashed, and she followed suit. Took a piece of cloth and covered her face. She could vaguely see the redness in the corners of Xia Bumian's eyes, which was a precursor to the bloodthirsty impulse. But it was obvious that the other party had a strong willpower, and could still restrain himself from this level of temptation. Although Mo Xiao also learned to block it. In fact, only her stomach and intestines slowly moved to show her desire. And her brain nerves had no such impulse at all. She lowered her eyes, half crouched against the stone wall, and looked towards the source of the sound. This is a corner. At the corner, several man-made cages can be vaguely seen. There are many familiar faces inside, all on the casualty list that Jiang Shi provided to Mo Xiao. This group of people are clearly still being held alive here. 2 of them have been pulled out by Wu Zhou and Lu Chen, and bitten on a red and black table. The screams came from their mouths. Seeing this scene, the people in the cages cried and screamed, and some kept hitting the railings and cursing. Unfortunately, these sounds could not be transmitted at all. After Wu Zhou and Lu Chen had eaten and drunk their fill, they opened 2 empty cages, and tied up the bitten people and put them in. Then, Wu Zhou patted his belly, and began to wipe his mouth happily. Lu Chen sat silently on the chair, lowered his head, and looked a little sad. Damn it. It's been so long. And you haven't gotten used to it yet? Wu Zhou bared his teeth, and began to rinse his mouth. The boss said that we do this to select compatriots, and establish a great new human alliance. Wu Zhou looked at the 2 people imprisoned separately in the cage and sneered, if they are our kind. Stay. It's useless. Sooner or later, they will be our enemies. Do you think that except for our New Hope farm, in this doomsday, there is any base that can accommodate aliens like us? Lu Chen opened the portable mirror and looked at his bloody face. Without saying anything, he started to wash up. Wu Zhou hated to see his lifeless look after every job, and said angrily, "Tell me honestly, weren't you one of them in the beginning? After becoming our compatriot, did the boss treat you badly? During the previous mission, you became a half-infected person in order to save people. Not only did others not appreciate you, but they were also afraid that you would expel you." Wu Zhou poked his forehead and said, "If the boss hadn't taken down all those people, do you think you would still have a foothold in our farm? Would those ordinary uncles and aunts below still happily call you Xiaoch every day? I'm afraid they would want to chop you with a hoe." After Lu Chen finished washing up, he said coldly, "Okay. Go and fix the guardrail of the zombie pit on the left. Don't let anything go wrong again." Mo Xiao and Xia Bumian had already retreated when they heard this. When they reached the fork in the road, they happened to meet Jiang Shi and Chu Wenzai, who were returning. When they met and didn't say anything, Mo Xiao waved his hand to signal them to go up and talk. It was not until the middle of the night that the 4 of them returned to the room. "There is a zombie pit on the left." Chu Wenzai spoke first. "I also saw Guo Desheng in it." Jiang Shi supported his cheek with one hand and thought, they only need to push the zombies down to push them into the zombie pit, saving time and effort. If I'm not mistaken, then the bottom should be connected to the outside of the farm's protective net. After all, the zombie pit is very crowded and can't hold so many zombies for a long time. It can only be transported out continuously. So, the 2 zombies we met today may also have come out of the zombie pit? Mo Xiao said, touching his chin. Too many zombies staying near a certain area for a short time may cause damage to the protective net. Mo Xiao and his friends also briefly told what they saw and heard. When everyone left, Mo Xiao stopped Jiang Shi. "If something happens to me, tell my parents. I'm still on the way." Jiang Shi's eyes were slightly cold. "Do you think you will become like Wu Junqi? The probability is not low." Mo Xiao looked at her hands. The situation of the virus is ever-changing. Today, she personally sent off the classmate she had been with for such a long time. It is impossible to say that there is no fluctuation in her heart. Someday, someone else may send her off personally. Seeing her gloomy face, which was exactly the same as Xia Bumian's, Jiang Shi sneered and said maliciously, "If you have any accidents, I will carry your head to report to your parents. After that, he slammed the door. This fall woke up a large circle of people in the next door, and the opposite side. Mo Xiao kicked the door twice in anger, and a raging fighting spirit suddenly ignited in her chest. She felt that she must live after Jiang, she no matter what. Chapter 71. No need for an uncontrolled godmother. The next morning, Mo Xiao was called by Wang Minhuai to comfort him. The place where Wang Minhuai lived was very spacious, and the front was separated to make a meeting room. Generally, when the subordinates had important matters to report or discuss, they would gather here. When Mo Xiao arrived, he found that Mary was also here. She was wearing a retro robe. The color was holy moon white. Her expression was solemn, and she was dressed rigorously and sacredly. At this moment, she seemed to be leading a group of believers to discuss something with Wang Minhuai. Mo Xiao had met her before when he came here, and it seemed that they were discussing building a church on the farm. Pray for the dead and the living. Wang Minhuai agreed. Now the church is still under construction. She rushed over again, listening to the conversation. It seems to be related to what happened last night. Dear Lord Wang, the incident about the son of the devil last night has once again verified my statement. This is the punishment from the Lord. When Mary spoke, the 4 women who followed closely behind her in the same outfit lowered their heads and did not even dare to raise their eyes. They were very polite. This kind of politeness was not because of intimidation and fear, but from the piety of the heart. Wang Minhuai smiled and said nothing. Mary continued, I think it's time. We need to conduct a search in the farm. I will do my best to use my ability and listen to the Lord's response to identify who is the real devil's family for you. When she said this, she made a gesture in front of her and sighed, for those poor lost lambs. Mo Xiao only heard this, and was led to another room by Joda, who was guarding the farm self-defense team nearby. Sorry, classmate Mo. The boss has to deal with that crazy woman again today. I was afraid that you would wait outside for a long time, so I took you here to rest. Joda kept looking at the girl's face beside him, and saw that her face was normal, and there was no sadness or grief. Sighed, don't be too sad. Cry if you want to. It's so uncomfortable to hold it in. Brother Junkie is a good person, but it's a pity that he is not very lucky. Alas, to be honest, these days, living one more day is earning one more day. Hearing his good intentions, Mo Xiao smiled gratefully. Then the topic changed. Brother Zhou, where is your gun? Oh, the guns of our farm self-defense team are uniformly distributed. They are issued before each mission and collected after the mission. Joda said nonchalantly. In fact, that thing doesn't seem to be very useful against zombies. It's a 9mm bullet, and the penetration is not very good. The key is that I can't shoot accurately. It needs to be maintained at ordinary times. How can a rough man like us do that? It's still our boss who thinks carefully and distributes it uniformly. In our farm, it is also necessary to carry a gun around. What if someone with bad intentions scares ordinary residents? When Joda said this, he seemed to remember the gunshots last night. Thinking that Mo Xiao also carried a gun with him, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly and laughed. I'm not talking about you. Haha, don't mind it. The meeting room not far away. Wang Minhuai looked at Mary and her group, who had just been sent away. He sat back on the main seat with a smile on his lips. He picked up the cup and drank a sip of tea slowly. Someone had already walked out behind him. If Mo Xiao was here, she would definitely recognize them at a glance. They were Wu Zhou and Lu Qin, whom she followed last night. Wu Zhou looked at the door and spat disdainfully. Stinky woman. You are asking for more and more, and you are getting ahead of yourself. Wang Minhuai smiled and asked Lu Qin, have you written down all the scriptures and quotations you have learned in these days? Lu Qin nodded. Everything has been sorted out and can be printed at any time. Well, let her die accidentally. The tone was light, as if he didn't want her to die alone, but just send her home to sleep. After the church is repaired, replace one of our people. Wang Minhuai's eyes turned cold. New Hope Farm doesn't need an uncontrollable godmother. The two responded at the same time. Lu Qin reminded, the female college student from Donghu University is still waiting in the next room. Wang Minhuai thought of the stubborn young girl and narrowed his eyes. She said before that she wanted to take a boat. Is the boat repaired? Soon. It will probably be a matter of a few days. Wang Minhuai smiled faintly. I don't need to tell you what to do. Right? Lu Qin was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but say, anyway, they don't know anything. They are just a group of students. Why not let them go? These students are not simple. Wang Minhui waved his hand, his eyes full of love and pity. They could have been happy under my wings. But they insisted on going out to venture. Wang Minhui sighed. Disobedient children. Elders must teach them a lesson in time. Outside the door, there were faint sounds of children playing. Active labor sounds. Women's cheerful conversations. Small bridges and flowing water. Wind blowing leaves. A harmonious scene. Wang Minhui was fascinated by what he heard. His eyes were slightly red and moist. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and said excitedly with a trembling voice, "My New Hope farm is the last Eden in the world." After that, he staggered to his feet, and quickly came to the dark room at the back. He grabbed a woman whose hands and feet were tied tightly, and gently stroked her face inch by inch with his hands. When the woman's expression changed from distorted, horrified eyes to puzzled expression, he lowered his head suddenly, and bit off her neck. Listening to the desperate struggle in the dark room, Wu Zhou's face was full of excitement, and Lu Chen's face was slightly pale. Mo Xiao waited for a long time alone with Zhou De, talking incoherently. Only then did Wang Minhui come late with an apologetic smile. "Little Mo, I'm so sorry. I talked to Miss Mary for a while, and kept you waiting." Mo Xiao stood up to greet him. Seeing him in a brand new white suit, he had a friendly smile, was gentle and elegant, and his eyes flickered slightly. You can't judge a person by his appearance. It's really hard to associate such a person with some unforgivable villain. During the days that Mo Xiao lived on this farm, he even saw him climbing trees to help the children pick fruits, helping the laborers work in the dirty ditches, and helping women wash and wring water at the lakeside. As the boss in everyone's mouth, he is very down to earth, often in a mess. In all these cases, Wang Minhui always shows a smile and happiness from the heart, which does not seem to be fake at all. Everyone likes him very much, respects him, and worships him from the bottom of their hearts. This can be seen from Zhou De. Yesterday's incident frightened you. It was my fault as a farmer. I promise. Before Wang Minhui finished speaking, Mo Xiao stood up and bowed slightly to him. This solemn etiquette to express respect and gratitude is actually not often used in modern society. But after the end of the world, it was picked up again by everyone, intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to distinguish a few class differences. Chapter 72. Stay as long as you want. I came here to tell you that although our boat has been built, after the sacrifice of our classmates yesterday, I feel that I am weak, so I may need to stay for a while longer. Wang Minhui was stunned. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at her, then smiled. Are you being polite? I told you before that as long as you want. You can stay as long as you want. The door of New Hope Farm is always open to you. This is your home. Mo Xiao smiled gratefully again. When he raised his head, the tip of his nose was slightly red, as if he was still grieving for the tragic death of his classmates last night. I had been holding back before, but now I was moved by Wang Minhui's 2 words, and finally couldn't hold it back. The two talked for a few more words. Wang Minhui asked Lu Chen to take her back and see if there was anything she needed help with, and to provide assistance with any supplies needed for repairing the ship. Mo Xiao stopped halfway, said to Lu Chen, "Thank you, Brother Chen. It's enough to stop here. I can do it myself." Lu Chen looked at the girl's eyes with tears, and didn't know how to respond. Mo Xiao was about to leave alone, and suddenly saw a figure sneaking around not far away. Her eyes moved. The thin man like a bamboo pole, if I remember correctly, was called Lu Hingsheng. He was originally a subordinate of Guo Desheng. Later he switched to Wang Minhui. Listening to Guo Desheng's curse that day, this man was also a scheming guy. He seemed to be an old acquaintance of Wang Minhui. He probably thought that after switching sides with his brain, he would definitely become a person who was second to none under Wang Minhui. Unexpectedly, since he came to the farm, although he worked very hard, he was always not as valued as Wuzhou, Lu Chen, and others. Mo Xiao's eyes rolled, and he swayed as if he was dizzy and could not stand steadily. Lu Chen was startled and subconsciously stepped forward to support him. From behind, it seemed that the girl's whole body fell softly on his chest, with a charming and intimate look. Until the two separated, the girl seemed to have something given by the man in her arms, looking around with a nervous and excited look, and walking too fast. Accidentally, she bumped into Lu Hingsheng, who suddenly appeared. Something was scattered all over the floor. The girl hurriedly covered it with her hands, and picked it up hastily with her back to the man. She looked like a thief. She simply said hello to Lu Hingxing, and left like she was escaping. Lu Hingxing looked at the girl's back, then looked in the direction where Lu Chen had just left, and touched his chin thoughtfully. There was one bullet left on the floor that he hadn't picked up. Looking closely in the sunlight, it turned out to be a bullet. Lu Hingxing picked it up, rubbed it in his hand, squinted his eyes, and sneered, "Lu Chen, let's see if the boss still believes you this time." That night, when Lu Chen was called to Wang Minghuai's room, Lu Hingxing was also there. Wu Zhou was bored and felt dry in his mouth. Some things are addictive like opium. Even if he didn't feel hungry, he would still think about it. In the past, Lu Chen was by his side, always supervising him. Now that he had a chance, Wu Zhou felt more and more itchy and decided to go up the mountain and get some food in the cave. At night, Zhou De couldn't sleep because of the accident last night. Although the boss would definitely send someone to repair the protective net, it was not his turn for the time being. But when he thought of the tragic death of the cheerful and sunny young man, Zhou De felt very uncomfortable. He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and glanced at his wife and children, who were still sleeping peacefully. He sighed and quietly got up. With a strong sense of responsibility, he decided to patrol once every night, especially around the protective net on the mountain. Strive to prevent such human tragedies from happening again on their farm in the future. For all ordinary residents who yearn for a happy and beautiful life, and to repay the boss who brought them all this. Not long after Zhou De came out, he saw Wu Zhou sneaking up the mountain alone. "Wu Zhou, you are so rebellious. What do you want to do by not sleeping at night?" Zhou De couldn't help but mutter. Since the establishment of the farm self-defense force, although Wu Zhou has made great contributions, he has also made many mistakes. Every time, he relied on the boss's tolerance and forbearance to get away with it. Zhou De didn't know how many times he advised him to be calm. He just didn't listen and insisted on doing it. Zhou De often worried that this kid would cause trouble for the boss again. He picked up a stick and followed quietly. Mo Zhao's room. She looked at a group of familiar teachers and classmates and said, "That's it. In this group, in addition to her, Jiang Shi, Xu Wenze, and Xia Buxian, there are also reliable partners such as Chu Ying." Everyone had previously unanimously decided to take a boat to the Newtling shelter. This time, Mo Zhao briefly told everyone about the conspiracy of the New Hope farm, so that they could be mentally prepared. "I told Wang Minghuai today that we won't leave for now. We need to stabilize him first to prevent him from attacking us secretly." Lu De rubbed his thinner cheeks. His eyes widened. "Hack you. You city is too deep. Wang Minghuai is such a person. Who the hell could have thought?" He held his belly, which was still stacked with 3 layers, and said indignantly, "This is all the stock my mother gave me. He won't see my delicate body and target me first. Right?" Mo Zhao's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head away, unable to bear to look directly. Zhao Peng patted Lu Da's belly and made a gurgling sound. Laughing, "Squad leader. Maybe he is picky about food and doesn't want to drink the blood of people with 3 highs?" Tong Ya's face darkened slightly and said, "Xiao Mo did the right thing today. It's best to stabilize him first and find an opportunity to escape in secret." Li Pingping hesitated and said, "Then, if we leave, what will happen to the others in the farm?" Gao Yu hugged her backpack tightly and sat next to the distraught Guichu. "We can't protect ourselves. Although it's helpless, there is really no way to take everyone away. The population of New Hope Farm has been increasing recently. As the self-defense force continues to expand to rescue people, there are at least thousands of residents." Gao Yu sighed. "Let them fend for themselves." Li Pingping buried her face in Tong Ya's shoulder. Guichu lowered her head and twisted her fingers without saying a word. Zhang Jiwei, the senior with a ramen-haired head, who once belonged to Qiu Jia's camp, looked at Mo Zhao firmly and said, "I'll listen to you." Jiang Qing gently patted the back of Jiang Duo, who fell asleep in her arms, and thought of teacher Huang Ying, who had decided to stay at New Hope Farm, and sighed deeply in her heart. Everyone was still in a meeting. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It seemed that someone was running and shouting all the way. Many houses lit candles at the same time. The dark farm residential area was instantly bright. "What's wrong?" Someone held a candle, put on clothes, opened the door, and asked while searching for the source of the sound. "What happened?" It seemed that someone was shouting just now. One after another, people pushed the door open, and everyone was puzzled. because the sound was very far away. But the person who came seemed to run very fast, and the sound quickly came from far away. When everyone heard the content clearly, their faces turned pale, and their expressions were ugly. Chapter 73. The Lord sent someone to murder me. Mary went to bed early that night. Seeing that her followers were increasing, she was more and more proud. At first, she was a little timid in front of Wang Minhui, but now she is much more courageous. The last time she mentioned building a church, it was immediately agreed. She believed that after the public outrage, Wang Minhui, a weak and kind-hearted farmer, would eventually agree to the new matter mentioned today. After yesterday's bad news, the number of believers who took the initiative to join her church to seek the Lord's protection suddenly increased again. Mary had a smile on her lips before she fell asleep. If things continue like this, the entire New Hope farm will become her preaching place, and she will be the supreme and unique godmother of God. Because she went to bed very early, she was not very sleepy at night. Just as she was staring at the ceiling and trying to fall asleep again, she suddenly heard some subtle movement in the dark night. Mary quickly got up and hid under the bed, because she heard someone opening the door and walking towards her. And there was more than one person. The person came quietly, as if he didn't want to disturb her, and didn't turn on the lights. No one. Did that crazy woman run away? Fuck. Why don't you look for her quickly? The boss said that she must die accidentally. Accident. Understand? She must not make any noise. Because of Mary's high social status, many villagers voluntarily left their big houses for her to live in. So the newcomers didn't notice her at first. Mary, lying on the bottom of the bed, covered her mouth with her pupils trembling. She ran out when she got the chance, shouting, "Help! Someone is killing me! The Lord sent someone to murder me!" Unfortunately, she was picky about where she lived before, and she had to live in a high place away from the crowd to show her uniqueness and sacredness. So she ran for a long time without reaching the residential area. The two people who came to carry out Wang Minhuai's mission had livid faces, and one of them even pulled out a gun, but was stopped by the other. "What are you doing?" The boss said that he would die accidentally. "If you shoot, everyone will hear it. If that woman doesn't die now, with her nonsense, it will bring big trouble to the boss. It's better to shoot her now, and say she has turned into a zombie later." Mary screamed all the way while fleeing. She didn't realize that someone had locked her target with a gun behind her. Fortunately, she always liked to talk loudly, and her voice was very loud. Many people were woken up by her and turned on the lights to investigate. Even some believers who were close to her rushed to her without even bothering to put on their shoes after finding out it was her. But after a while, many believers gathered around her. There were men, women, young and old. Some were old people who had lost their children and went to Mary's seat to pray for blessings every day. Some were women who had lost their husbands and children, and they were devoted to the Lord and only hoped that their loved ones could have a good reincarnation. Their loyalty to Mary was unimaginable to ordinary people. Even if Mary said that there was holy light under her feet, and they needed them to kneel down and receive the holy light, I am afraid these guys would do it without hesitation and with gratitude. In the dark night, the two guys aiming from a high place were once again in a dilemma, because there were too many people around Mary, and because Mary shouted that someone wanted to kill her. The group of crazy believers all protected her at all costs. The person who had been aiming saw that there were too many obstacles, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. In a fit of excitement, he fired a shot. Ah! An old woman behind Mary was shot and fell to the ground. The strong smell of blood spread instantly, and the crowd below suddenly became chaotic. Mary was terrified and shouted, "The farmer has been possessed by the devil. They want to kill the Lord's only spokesperson in this world. Come! Come and protect me. If I die, there will be no power to stop the development of the devil. The world will become a paradise for them to hunt." After saying that, she grabbed a woman and held her in front of her. Walked backwards. Her voice was very loud and powerfully transmitted to the ears of all the people who were awakened at night. Some were full of doubts. Some were full of disgust. And some looked at the old woman lying on the ground in a pool of blood, and they were in doubt. Words can often be a powerful weapon to stir people up. Mary knows the essence of this. Fuck. Go all out. We can't let her live any longer. The man who fired the first shot fired another shot. The woman standing in front of Mary was shot again. Before she died, the woman tried to stretch out her hand, staring at Mary, As if expecting something, Mary said in a deep voice, "You died for the Lord. And the Lord is ready to take you back to heaven. Your family and children will receive the glory of the Lord because of you. Go with peace of mind." The dying woman smiled happily, as if she had really seen heaven before she died. "What are you still standing there for? Shoot!" The man who had already fired cursed the people around him. "The boss gave us guns so that if something goes wrong in this mission, we can shut up that crazy woman at the critical moment. If you had cooperated with me earlier, would she have had any problems?" On the mountain, in a cave, Shoda leaned against the wall, his heart in his throat. He grabbed his clothes on his chest with one hand, and his breathing became heavier. It was really hard to imagine that the horrific scene of cannibalism that he had just seen came from his brother Wuzhou, who had been with him day and night. There were so many people imprisoned here. There is also a huge zombie pit. He just took a quick glance and found many familiar faces. It turned out that those guys didn't die because of the mission, but were imprisoned by Wuzhou and others. Shoda had tears in his eyes, and his hands were shaking. He didn't dare to believe it at all, and didn't dare to think deeply whether this matter was related to the boss he trusted and respected the most. Listening to the sound of Wuzhou dragging the zombies to the zombie pit on the left, Shoda gritted his teeth and walked to the right. There are so many people in prison there. He has to save them. Just when he opened the prison where everyone was imprisoned, he suddenly heard a gunshot. That direction was obviously from the residential area. Wuzhou had just delivered a zombie, and while wiping his mouth, he was about to go back to the right to deliver the next one. Suddenly, he heard gunshots from the residential area. Having just eaten and drunk enough, he was instantly alert, and immediately went out of the cave and rushed down the mountain. Seeing that Wuzhou had left in a hurry, Shoda asked everyone to hold onto the vines and climb up one by one. At the back, a thin boy knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the direction of the zombie pit without moving. Shoda sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiaoyu, please accept my condolences. This child is only a teenager, and his parents have turned into zombies here. How could he bear such a miserable situation? Now it seems that the whole person is lost and seems to be possessed by a demon." Chapter 74 Guichuchu. Let them go down. I don't want to go back. The boy looked up woodenly. His hollow eyes stared at Shoda. I don't want to go back to that place that eats people. Uncle Zhou. You go. How could Shoda, a manly man, allow a teenage boy to mess around? He brought him to the ground forcefully, but the boy clung to the tree and refused to leave. Shoda was concerned about the gunshots just now, so he had to let him stay in this safe place for the time being, and led the rest of the people who still had families living in the residential area to rush down. The boy sat alone on the ground in silence and loneliness for a long time. When he looked up again, his face was already in tears, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Looking at the farm protection net not far away, his eyes were full of hatred. Go to hell. You rubbish. Devil. You all deserve to go to hell. It would be best if the whole world is over. In Wang Minghuai's room, Lu Hingxing was holding a bullet as evidence and confronting Lu Qin. Lu Qin looked at him coldly, and only explained to Wang Minghuai, and was too lazy to talk anymore. I didn't collude with her, and the bullet was not given by me. After seeing the so-called ironclad evidence in Lu Hingxing's hand, Wang Minghuai was also skeptical, so he called Lu Qin over directly. Unexpectedly, Lu Qin only explained this sentence, and he seemed to believe it. This made Lu Hingxing feel very unbalanced. Unfortunately, no matter how eloquent he was, Wang Minghuai still just smiled and comforted him, although he said he would investigate. But Lu Hingxing, who was very good at observing people's words and expressions, knew that the other party was perfunctory, and Wang Minghuai had no intention of taking any substantial punishment on Lu Qin. Anger of being despised surged in his chest. Lu Hingxing was planning to retreat today and make plans later. Suddenly, he heard the crazy woman Mary yelling and talking nonsense. Lu Qin and Wang Minghuai's eyes sank, and they stood up at the same time. Then, there was another round of gunfire. Wang Minghuai pressed a portable alarm, which didn't last long. A group of more than a dozen people, dressed in black and completely different from the ordinary farm self-defense team outside, gathered. Each of them held a gun in his hand, fully equipped, and looked fierce. Everyone hurried out. Lu Hingxing was left standing there for a while, confused, with a gloomy face. He looked at the residential area gradually falling into chaos at the door. He picked up an iron rod and walked towards the material warehouse alone. Mo Xiao's room. Everyone was still gathering for a meeting to discuss the next countermeasures. Suddenly, Chu Ying turned his head abruptly, pulled Mo Xiao's sleeve, and whispered something in her ear. The conversation of everyone stopped instantly. After so many days of getting along, because Mo Xiao has always been with them, they know more about Chu Ying than they did in the past 2 years of college. For this lonely female classmate who has always been alone and like a ghost, everyone is willing to stop and talk to her occasionally. In addition to knowing that she is born with extraordinary hearing, for Chu Ying's expression, they have also learned to recognize it. If the situation is not serious, her general behavior is as smooth as a ghost, and she rarely does anything with a strong turning point. Now she turned her head suddenly. There must be some important incident. Although they haven't heard the movement yet, Chu Ying has sensed it first. After hearing this, Mo Xiao immediately stood up and said decisively, "Everyone go back to your room now. Put on your backpacks and gather in 1 minute. Go to the parking lot." Seeing her serious expression, the others did not ask any more questions and left one after another. Mo Xiao had already counted the number of teachers and students who wanted to continue to the Nutaling emergency shelter, and told them to keep their backpacks in an emergency state so that they could always pick up the bags and go, in order to deal with any emergencies. Now, it is obviously such a state, so everyone did not have any objection to gathering within 1 minute. In fact, even gathering within 30 seconds can be done. When everyone gathered quickly and gathered towards the parking lot, Mary's cry for help also reached everyone's ears. Until the first gunshot, they had all boarded the truck that Wang Minhuai had said he would give them. "Don't you want the boat?" Tongya asked when she saw that there were only some basic supplies in the car, and the boat that was still resting had obviously not been lifted up in time. Mo Xiao used the skills taught by Jiang Shi to climb onto the top of the truck in a few steps, and looked out from afar. He found that the entire residential area was brightly lit, and the gunshots did not stop, and it seemed that someone had died. The screams and exclamations continued to ferment like a boiling oil pan, as if a drop of water would explode at any time. Their boat was still at the repair shop on the farm. If they went there now, they would have to go straight through all the chaotic crowd. Besides, the ship was so huge that it was impossible to hide it. Mo Xiao squinted her eyes and looked in the direction of Wang Minhuai's house, and found that something seemed to be gathering. She shook her head decisively. "It's going to be a mess here soon. Abandon the ship. Escape first." With Wang Minhuai's mentality, he has been expanding the scope of search and rescue of people from all walks of life. Mo Xiao believed that he had more than just Wuzhou and Lu Chen, two semi-infected people. Regardless of how strong these people are physically, they are also armed with guns and other sophisticated weapons. Even if their number is not large, ordinary people can hardly be their opponents. Once Wang Minhuai's actions are exposed, he may implement a high-pressure policy of those who obey me will prosper, and those who disobey me will perish on everyone in the farm. By then, it will be difficult to leave. Tongya nodded, and helped count the number of people and supplies at the door of the truck with Li Pingping. It is basically impossible for students from the School of Computer Science of Donghu University to be bad at math. And this process is also very fast. Li Pingping's eyes were wet. During this period of time, they had been living with many neighbors and elders day and night, and the relationship was pretty good. At this moment, Li Pingping felt that she was suffering physically and mentally to leave them behind and sneak away. But she was no longer the person who would sympathize with others at the beginning. So she kept biting her lips and didn't say anything. Just as everyone was about to close the door of the car and start, suddenly, a hand grabbed the door of the car. "Where are you going? Take me away, please." Zhang Jie followed quietly without knowing when. Mo Xiao was still standing on the roof of the car observing the movement. Jiang Shi was sitting in the main driving seat at the front of the car. Neither of them could reach Zhang Jie for a while. Seeing her struggling to climb onto the car, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to react. After all, they were all classmates, and Jiang Qing was a teacher, so no one could do anything to drive her off at this moment. Not to mention, there was Zhang Yuing next to her, who always looked honest. Zhang Yuing lived next to Zhao Peng in his room. Judging from his well-equipped appearance, he should have been secretly paying attention to Mo Xiao and his movements, and then informed Zhang Jie. Mo Zhao's eyes were sharp, and while paying attention to the movement on the square, he knocked on the roof of the car under him and said coldly, "Guichu-chu. Let them get off. Close the door." Chapter 75 The Night of Turmoil. Guichuchu, who had been huddled in the carriage, was surprised to hear Mo Xiao shouting at her. She looked up at a loss. She looked at the door. Tanya was holding her roommate and best friend at the door of the carriage. Zhang Jia's tears fell one by one. And she looked at Guichuchu with an infinitely pleading look. Chuchu. Don't. Please. Guichuchu looked at her with a complicated look. And after listening to Mo Xiao's urging at the top of the carriage, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and walked towards her. Zhang Jia was really scared when she heard the gunshots from the square. And she almost burst into tears. You used to have a stomachache in the dormitory. And I always made you brown sugar water. Right? Do you still remember that you were sick in the middle of the night? And I took you to the hospital and stayed with you all night without you daring to sleep. Chuchu. I really didn't mean it last time. We were obviously very close before. Chuchu. Please give me another chance. Chuchu. Didn't we agree to go on a graduation trip together? We argued about it. I said we would go to the beach and you would go to the grassland. This time I will listen to you. Let's go to the grassland. Let's go to the grassland together. Okay. Zhang Jia sobbed and tried to climb up. But the rear compartment of this heavy truck was very high from the ground. And it was difficult for her to climb up quickly. Not to mention that there were people blocking her at the door. Tanya stared at Zhang Jia coldly. Although Mo Xiao didn't say it clearly, she knew the intention of Mo Xiao asking Guichuchu to do this. The journey from school was full of dangers, which was far beyond the life experience of these young college students. If Guichuchu is still the same confused character as before, it will be very dangerous for their subsequent escape journey. So if Guichuchu makes the wrong choice at this moment, not only will Zhang Jia and Zhang Yuming not be able to get on the car, but she will also be kicked off by Tanya. There is no doubt that someone needs to stand up and be the villain. However, humans are creatures that easily feel sad for the things happening around them. As the core of the team, Mo Xiao needs a bright image of fairness and justice to maintain cohesion. So she is destined not to be a person who is too vicious and selfish. People often don't want to be the unlucky good guy, but they are more willing to trust the character of good people. Therefore, Tanya didn't mind being the bad guy. Therefore, when Guichuchu came over, she insisted on standing at the door of the carriage without giving in, and her eyes carefully moved back and forth between the two girls. Zhang Yuming, who was beside Zhang Jia, stood silently outside the door of the carriage, just looking at Zhang Jia with complicated eyes, without any movement to force her way into the car. Guichuchu came to the door. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. Every time Zhang Jia sobbed and cried, her lips trembled a little. Guichuchu squatted down and stretched out her hands to Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia's pupils trembled, and her eyes turned from great astonishment to emotion when she looked at Guichuchu, and she covered her hands with hers with a smile. Chuchu, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You are the best person in this damn world to me. But before he could finish his words, his fingertips just touched Guichuchu's palm. She grabbed it and pushed it back hard. Bang! She saw the door of the carriage slam shut in front of her eyes. Zhang Jia sat down on the ground with her hands on both sides, still a little dazed. What? What happened? Chuchu. Actually really? Abandoned her? Zhang Yuming felt a little distressed when he saw her lost soul. Squatted down and comforted her softly. Ajay. It's okay. I'm here. I'm with you. Zhang Jia turned her head and stared at her, biting her lips tightly, not noticing the blood flowing out. She was crying in front of Guichuchu just now, but now she pinched her fingertips into her palms. Tears just rolled in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to let any drop fall. Zhang Yuming is usually a very gentle person. In fact, for many girls, he is an ideal boyfriend option. But Zhang Jia didn't know why. Every time she saw his submissive look, she got angry. Get out. Do you think I don't know? Don't you just want to take advantage of my relationship with Chuchu and get on the car together? You wanted to stay on the farm before, but now you are excluded by them. Right? Pretending. She stood up suddenly and looked at the door of the carriage angrily. Pa slapped on the closed car door, ignoring Zhang Yuming's pulling, slapping and cursing. Mo Xiao didn't want to pay attention to her at this moment, because she found that Wang Minhuai's assembled team was almost there, and it was estimated that the riot would be suppressed soon. However, at this moment, Mo Xiao's eyes that swept through the jumble paused slightly. She frowned, raised the telescope, and observed carefully for a while. She always felt that some black shadows were shaking inside. Soon, her eyes widened. Among those black shadows, the first one was Wuzhou, who came quickly. And at a certain distance behind him, many people ran down. Gradually, as those people ran out of the jungle and came to the residential area, their shouts were heard by everyone. This farm is a cannibal base. Everyone, run away. The farm owner is the biggest cannibal leader. The shouts of the group shocked all the residents who came out to watch the excitement. Most of them didn't take it seriously at first. After all, how could the farm owner Wang Minhui be such a person? But soon, these people recognized that those disheveled savages were their acquaintances who they thought had died on a mission. The authenticity of these shouts could not help but be carefully considered by everyone. The residential area, which was already in a mess, became even more turbulent. Wang Minhui looked at Wuzhou, who had just arrived beside him, his face gloomy, and grabbed his hair and pulled his head. What are you doing? Boss? No. It's not me. Wuzhou shook his head like a rattle. He was just in a hurry to get down the mountain, and he didn't expect that there was such a large group of people following him. He clearly remembered that he locked the door of the cell when he came out. Wang Minhui still had some understanding of his men. He glanced at Zhou De in the group and almost instantly figured out what happened. Listening to the shouting of the group and the residents, who gradually looked at him with different eyes, he sighed with pity and helplessness. There is no way. Just suppress them all first. At first, I didn't expect the riot to be so big. The ammunition these people carried with them might not be enough. Fortunately, Wang Minhui had just had the foresight to send people to the material warehouse to move all the ammunition and cold weapons to his dark room, because they need to be distributed to the farm self-defense force regularly to make a show. So they are placed in the material warehouse. Otherwise, these lethal weapons should have been moved and sealed by him. But the bad news here came one after another. Boss, it's bad. I don't know who opened the locks on the door of the material warehouse. Now it's all messed up. I don't know who shouted. And now all the residents nearby are scrambling for weapons and supplies. Boss? Somewhere on the mountain, the protective net is broken, and a large group of zombies are coming. It must be the sound and light on our side that attracted them all. There are dozens. No. Hundreds. No. A lot. Damn. They all came. Boss, what should I do? Chapter 76. I'm looking forward to graduation. Wang Minhui's face was as gloomy as water. If it was just an internal riot, he could still solve it by force. But a large group of zombies came, which was another critical situation. After all, even if a half-infected person was bitten by a zombie, he would still face great risks. Even if the amount of virus in the body of a half-infected person increased and the balance was broken, the speed of zombie transformation might be faster than that of an ordinary person. Boss, let's go to the parking lot, Lu Chen suggested calmly. Wang Minhui stood still. Escape? How could the paradise he had built with great difficulty be destroyed so easily tonight? Wang Minhui looked at the lights in the hands of the residents in the dark night in the distance, and the stars were like the lights of thousands of homes in a dream. He suddenly thought of his life. He was a homeless child who was kidnapped and sold several times. Later, he was rescued by the government and sent to an orphanage, where he finally had a large family. Unfortunately, the warm days did not last long. The orphanage caught fire, and he was the only one who escaped death and became alone again. Why did he run away? Isn't it good to live happily together? The same is true for the group of residents under his protection. Why did they resist? Why didn't they just refuse to obey? What's wrong with his Eden with mountains, waters, unity and friendship? No. Wang Minhui's lips curled up a cruel and gentle smile. Just kill them all and build a new one. After that, he rushed into the crowd with a gun and went straight to the blonde woman surrounded by the crowd. The rest of the people looked at each other. A few people quietly dispersed, and no one knew where they went. In this desperate moment, no one is a fool. Why do you go to defend when you know you can't defend it? Lu Chen and Wu Zhou looked at each other. One went straight to the parking lot to get the car, and the other picked up a weapon and followed Wang Minhui. Mo Xiao got into the passenger seat through the front window of the car. Let's go, she said very quickly. Everywhere is in chaos, and some people are coming to the parking lot. It is estimated that a large group of people will come here later. It's a good time to go now. Jiang, she had already started the car the moment she got in. They had been keeping their troops inactive before because the riots were not so chaotic that they could ignore the noise of a heavy truck. Now they had the support of the group of people coming down the mountain, and a few zombies that could be vaguely seen. The screams and cries in the crowd were deafening. If they drove at this time, they could avoid Wang Minhuai's main target. The heavy truck slowly drove away from the parking lot and drove towards the farm gate. Mo Xiao finally looked through the window at the sky-high flames behind him. Apparently, someone had accidentally overturned candles and oil lamps in the riots. The wooden house caught fire at the touch of a button. In the center of the great light in the dark night, Mary could vaguely be seen being bitten off the neck by someone in the crowd. The man raised his head, with gentle long eyebrows and eyes, and a very kind smile on his bloody face. This scene made her feel a little creepy, and she was about to avoid it. But then her eyebrows twisted. Why did it feel like there were more and more dark shadows on the distant mountain? Could it be that the farm protection net was broken? As soon as this question came to her mind, she suddenly stepped on the brake. Mo Xiao almost hit the front due to inertia, and quickly grabbed the handrail and whispered, "What's wrong?" Someone put a tire breaker at the door. She narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes searched nearby like a hawk. Mo Xiao half stood up and looked. The farm gate was in front, but there were several tire breaker on the ground. This thing is usually placed at the gate by the farm self-defense team as a precaution. But when Mo Xiao asked them to gather in 1 minute and gather in front of the truck in the parking lot, he told Xie Buxian to remove the tire breaker at the gate in advance. Xie Buxian had just said on the way to the front that all the tire breaker had been removed and got on the car. He was sitting next to Mo Xiao at the moment. Seeing this, he frowned and whispered, "I just took it away and put it aside. Someone must have put it back after I left." Fortunately, the person who placed the tire breaker obviously didn't mean to keep everyone waiting for a long time. He took the initiative to walk out of the shadows and shook the key to open the door in his hand with a smile. At his feet, there were still a few large bags, bulging with stuff, which should be his supplies. "Lu Hingsheng? What do you mean? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong." Seeing the other party pull out a gun, Lu Hingsheng raised his hands above his head and said quickly, "I just hope you can take me with you." He patted the supplies at his feet, rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, These I can donate to our collective." After saying that, a person jumped down from the front of the heavy truck. It was Xie Buxian. He glanced at Lu Hingsheng coldly, bent down and grabbed, and easily lifted several tire breaker by himself, and threw them far away with force. Seeing this strength, Lu Hingsheng swallowed his saliva, and the smile on his face became more timid. "Open the door." Xie Buxian put a gun to his head, until the heavy truck drove out of the farm, and Lu Hingsheng hurriedly closed the door again to prevent the zombies outside from coming in. He couldn't help but spit on the ground. What a shitty student. How much effort would it take for you to bring someone? A bunch of black-hearted little beasts. Not only that, half of his supplies were taken away by the other party. Looking at the heavy objects at his feet, Lu Hingsheng gritted his teeth. If he didn't know how to drive, he would have rushed to the parking lot as soon as possible, just when he was struggling to decide whether to get another car and drive out randomly, or to find a cave in the mountain to hide away from the wind. There was a sudden sound of tire friction from behind. Someone vaguely exclaimed, "Fuck. Brother Jie, there seems to be someone in front? Is he here to stop us?" Lu Hingsheng's eyes lit up. The civilian settlement area of New Hope Farm was now in chaos. A large group of zombies appeared out of nowhere, and there was a trend of increasing numbers, and they could not be killed. The original disputes between the living people disappeared at this moment, and everyone was running for their lives in panic. Zhang Jie was dragged by Zhang Yuming to run around, but because the scene was too chaotic, Zhang Jie's foot, which had been sprained not long ago, had not healed yet, and she accidentally fell again. Several zombies rushed over one after another. Zhang Yuming paused in place, gritted his teeth, and pried open Zhang Jie's fingers one by one. "I'm sorry, Ajay." Zhang Jie stretched out her hand to hook his back, but was pressed to the ground by several zombies, and could not move. Feeling the pain of being bitten, she laughed instead of crying. Cursing, "You will be punished." Laughing, Zhang Jie vaguely heard the voices of her parents in her hometown. "Xiao Jie, why do you read so many books as a girl? Why don't you go out to work earlier? You can also help your brother. You disobedient money loser. The factory has already contacted. And you actually secretly applied for high school? Okay. Study. I want to see what you can learn." I vaguely saw the girl with a simple ponytail who was stubborn and silent, biting her lip and fighting at the desk late at night. Ah! Our Xiaojia is really promising. She was admitted to Donghu University. It's a famous university. How much money will she make after graduation? Xiaojia. Mom and Dad are short of money. Your brother had a fight at school some time ago and needs to pay for medical expenses. Didn't you have money from your part-time job before? Can you give Mom and Dad some more? Waste. You are a student at a famous university. But you don't even have this little money? You used to get scholarships in high school? How come you didn't even get a scholarship this time? Did you hide it and deliberately not give it to me? I have raised you for so many years in vain. You little ungrateful wolf. The past scenes flashed before my eyes like a movie. A short life. Like a joke. Zhang Jia fell to the ground and laughed. And her tears finally fell with her laughter. At the end of the laughter, a spoiled little princess-like girl patted her head lovingly and asked with a longing smile, Ajay, where are we going on our graduation trip? I want to see the sea. The sea? It's salty and hot. Why? I heard that there are the freest people in the world on the sea. Pfft. What are you dreaming about? The two of them argued about the place they wanted to go most. Just like all the most ordinary girls in the world. In the end, the little princess-like girl gave in and said helplessly, Okay. I'll listen to you. It's settled. I'm looking forward to graduation. Zhang Jia buried her face in the mud, with a smile on her lips, until her eyes turned completely scarlet. Chapter 77. Everyone has their own choice. Zhou De numbly swung the baseball bat and killed a zombie that came to him. He didn't know how many he had killed tonight. From the moment he saw the bodies of his wife and children, he seemed like a zombie. Swinging the bat mechanically, more and more zombies gathered. The whole farm was ruined. Zhou De looked at Wang Minhuai, who was being dragged away by Wu Zhou and Lu Qin in the distance, and still refused to leave. For the first time, he felt that he was so unfamiliar. The blood on the other's face meant that something had just happened. Even if Zhou De didn't see it with his own eyes. He wanted to find Wang Minhuai to verify it. But suddenly, he was discouraged and felt that everything was fake. With all his relatives and friends gone, he felt that there was no point in living. While walking aimlessly, he looked at the direction where the zombies came from. And suddenly, he was startled. As if he thought of something. Xiao Yuer? The child was still left alone up there. Zhou De's eagerness to save people inspired him to have some courage to survive. And he entered the dense forest and walked towards the direction he had come down from before. He stumbled to the outside of the cave before, but did not see the 11-year-old child. Zhou De fell to his knees, facing the darkness of the forest, crying silently. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound around him. He looked up and followed the sound, only to see a half-grown boy sitting on the tree trunk above his head, seemingly looking down at the farm settlement below. Xiao Yuer? Are you okay? Zhou De stood up excitedly. The boy on the tree glanced at him lightly, climbed down from it, and began to walk towards the square of the farm. Xiao Yuer, you can't go there. Because of the flames and crying, most of the zombies were attracted there. The paradise now is almost a cemetery. The boy looked wooden and unmoved. He seemed to be fearless at a young age, and even looked at the fire below with a crazy smile in his eyes. Zhou De failed to persuade him, so he simply used brute force. He grabbed the boy's wrist and dragged him away from the farm, trying to find a safe place for the child to hide. What are you doing? Let me go! The boy began to struggle. Zhou De, don't meddle in other people's business. Don't you know? I broke the protective net and let all these zombies in. Ha ha ha. They're all dead? Ha ha ha. The boy opened his eyes wide and laughed wildly while looking at Zhou De's rapidly changing expression. Hate me. Oh. Could it be that your wife and children were also bitten to death by zombies? TSK. That's such a pity. Want to kill me? Come on. Kill me and avenge your wife and children. Come on. Kill me. The boy roared louder and louder, and even took the initiative to hit Zhou De's weapon. He looked like he was just begging for death. Zhou De's face was livid. He looked at the hysterical half-grown child with arms shaking with anger. He raised and lowered the stick several times, until he was really going to beat him to death with a stick to put an end to it. He saw the boy's face full of tears while laughing, and yelled at him, Kill me! Zhou De suddenly lost his temper. He made a decision, looking at the zombies that were constantly attracted by the roars. He dragged the boy to the previous cell in the cave. He pushed the boy in. What are you doing? Zhou? The zombies that had already discovered the target were chasing at a high speed. Almost at the moment when Zhou locked the boy in, the zombies behind him had already opened their mouths and pounced on him. Zhou was bitten on the shoulder immediately. He gritted his teeth, looked at the young boy in the cell and shouted, Yo you! I have never been to school and don't understand any great principles. Sweat dripped down from the pain. He shook off the zombies beside him and continued to shout. But I know at least one thing. I must correct my mistakes. Your parents are gone. And as the only elder present, it's time to teach you the last and only principle I understand. He finally glanced at the boy who was protected in the cage and shouted, Live! Be an upright person. After that, he turned around like a warrior in the ancient Roman Colosseum, squeezed out a hysterical roar from the bottom of his throat, and yelled at the zombies, attracting all attention to him, leading this group of zombies straight to the zombie pit on the far left. He fell with them. In the quiet cell on the right, Yo-Yu sat on the ground alone. Suddenly, he punched the ground with both fists. One punch after another. His knuckles were bloody. His back was hunched, like an old shrimp. Crying hoarsely, the farm has been completely destroyed. Most of the living people have fled. Lu Chen and his team drove a car, but they couldn't get Wang Minhui into the car. Wang Minhui held the collapsed plaque of the farm in his arms, like holding a newborn baby, with a gentle expression. Trapped in the fire, sitting still, Lu Chen sighed softly, Let's go! As the vehicle drove away, he took a last look at the elder who had saved him and found that the man had been completely engulfed by the flames, leaving only the 3 words New Hope on the plaque, still faintly visible in the light. After Mo Xiao and his team drove away from the farm. As for where to go, everyone was in a dilemma. The original plan was to cross the river by boat, but now the boat was probably burned. Mo Xiao opened the window connecting the front and rear carriages and got in. Originally, the window of this kind of carriage was very small and could not be penetrated, since Wang Minhui gave them this car last time. They slightly enlarged this window, except for people of Lu Da's size, who had to work a little harder. It was not difficult for others to get in and out. This way, you can avoid having to get off the train and open the rear door every time you need to change people. That is not only inconvenient, but also makes a lot of noise, which can easily attract zombies. Mo Xiao took out a paper book wrapped in a plastic bag from her backpack, in order to prevent the plastic bag from rubbing against the backpack and making unnecessary noises when running. She also wrapped a layer of cloth on the outside. Seeing her actions, the others also took out the same book from their backpacks. When they opened it, they found a series of hand-drawn maps. Because it is summer now, and the days are long, the sun rises very early. There are windows, and the brightness inside the car is good, so it is very clear. Although there was a generator when we were at the farm before. But Mo Xiao thought that he and others were leaving, and the future was uncertain, and they might face power shortage sooner or later. It was not reliable to always rely on mobile phones to check maps. So he gathered the students who were leaving together, and each of them was responsible for a part, so that everyone worked together to draw as many useful maps as possible on the mobile phone. Then he used the farm's printer to make a copy for each person. As of yesterday, the paper maps in their hands were already very thick. Chapter 78 more expensive than a Rolls-Royce Phantom. In fact, I had thought about going to newsstands and bookstores to see if there were any ready-made ones, but I couldn't find any in the safer area nearby. So Mo Xiao had to resort to this last resort. Fortunately, there is strength in numbers, and everyone has a strong learning ability. Although there were some bumps and bruises at first, it didn't take long for everyone's efficiency to improve a lot. When Mo Xiao first proposed this suggestion, everyone thought she was crazy. How could she draw so many maps? Who would have thought that with everyone's joint efforts, the work that seemed impossible to complete at first actually went smoothly? If it were you, I would drive around here, expand the scope and carefully search for fishing tackle stores and the like, and look for new boats. Sleep in the car at night. We won't get off. The zombies can't do anything to us. Right? Xiaoping said with a smile. Not getting off? Shit. Eat and sleep together? Tanya glanced at him lightly. Xiaoping's smile froze. He touched his head awkwardly and punched Lu Da's shoulder. See? I told you that this idea is unreliable. Lu Da, who was beaten for no reason, widened his eyes and pointed at himself. Me? You? Jiangxi, who was at the front of the car, supported the steering wheel with one hand, yawned and said lazily, that won't work. In fact, we probably have to change a car. This little oil can't stand the consumption. Originally, Wang Minhuai said he would give them a spare oil barrel. But he had always locked the thing in the material warehouse and had no intention of giving it to them. The farm probably exploded after the fire. When Jiangxi talked about the fuel consumption, everyone realized that they almost forgot this critical point. Jiangxi quickly flipped through the map in her hand and asked, how much fuel is left? 46 liters. Jiangxi frowned. Our car seems to have a 100-liter fuel tank. Their car was a 6.8-meter truck, which might have been used by Wang Minhuai to run short-distance cold chain in the city before, and it was not modified to expand the fuel tank. This kind of car, even if it is empty, will consume more fuel per 100 kilometers at the best economic speed than ordinary cars. Wang Minhuai has never driven a truck before, and analyzed it from the perspective of a pure theorist, estimating that its fuel consumption per 100 kilometers should be around 20. In other words, their car can only last for 2 or 3 hours at most, if the route and destination are not planned in advance, and they happen to break down in a street full of zombies. Then there is really no one to help. Everyone put away their playful mentality, looked solemn, and discussed one after another while flipping through the map. The nearest gas station here also needs to cross the bridge. We can't go south now. Maybe we can try to remove the fuel tank of the roadside vehicle. That's a good idea. But it's a bit risky. Alas, the fuel consumption of our car is the biggest part. How can we use the remaining seams of the roadside vehicle's fuel tank to patch it up? At this moment, Guachuchu, who had been huddled in the corner with her head down and motionless since she drove from the farm, suddenly raised her head. After pursing her lips and hesitating for a while, she said weakly, well, how about going west? West? Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked after a little thought. You mean, go to the neighboring Dayuan province to take the National Highway 3009, and then go back to the Nutaling shelter in the south in an arc? Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. Although Dayuan province is adjacent to Donghu city, but because of its vast land and sparse population, Gobi, yellow sand, grassland and snow-capped mountains can be seen in the territory at the same time, and the transportation is not developed. National Highway 3009 is a very famous self-driving road in Longhua, running through the original wilderness of Dayuan province, like a line connecting many cities. Of course, because the area of Dayuan province is too large and the population is too sparse. So even if the two adjacent cities connected by this road are very far apart, this also means that most of the time when driving on this road, you are in the wilderness with no one around. The driver is alone, and there is a certain risk of not being able to get rescued in time when encountering a crisis. People who want to travel by car on this route often consider this disadvantage. However, the zombie apocalypse that is being experienced at this time has caused these disadvantages to become favorable factors. Moreover, because the two cities are too far apart, therefore, on National Highway 3009, even in the wilderness, there are many gas stations along the way. But in this case, because the car has to go along the highway, they will inevitably have to go around in Dayuan province. The longer the journey, the more accidents may happen. But it must be said that Guachuchu's proposal is feasible. Everyone looked at each other for a while, a little undecided. Guachuchu. Tian Xiaoxiu suddenly opened his mouth and stared at her and said, if I remember correctly, your home is in Qingtian Mansion in the west. Right? Once the Dongwon Bridge was broken, the entire Dongwon area almost became a flat island because of the water system. If you want to land again, you can go from the west. But if you pass the Qingtian Bridge in the west, you will go directly to National Highway 3009. The villa area of Qingtian Mansion is right next to Qingtian Bridge. Tian Xiuxiu is also a local, so he only barely looks up to Jiangxi and Guachuchu in the class, so he knows where she lives. Guachuchu was a little anxious, afraid of being misunderstood, and waved her hands to explain, yes. No. I don't mean that. No. Actually. She spoke incoherently and finally sighed in frustration. Tell me slowly. Mo Xiao was still looking at the map. Hearing this, he looked up and stared at her seriously, and asked patiently, what do you think? Tell me one by one. Guachuchu. who was a little nervous because of Tian Shishu's questioning eyes, relaxed a little. She knew that she had not behaved well before, so she was more careful now. She took a deep breath and said, "My home is in Sunny Mansion in the west. I hope everyone will go west. I really want to take the opportunity to go back and see if my parents are there. In fact, Sunny Mansion is just one of her properties, and she is not sure where her parents were playing at the time of the incident. After all, after going to college, she does not contact her family every day. But there is another reason." Guichuchu bit her lip and said, "Weren't you worried about the car problem just now? In fact, I remember that there seems to be an Amadiro Conqueror parked in the garage of my Sunny Mansion." Tian Shishu's eyes widened involuntarily. The books in the hands of Lu De and Zhao Peng fell to the ground with a click, and their mouths opened into an O shape for a long time. Even Jiangxi, who was driving boredly in the driver's seat, had his eyes brightened and couldn't help but whistled. Amadiro? Lu De was so excited that he choked and stammered. Is it the legendary Conqueror that is more expensive than a Rolls-Royce Phantom when it lands?" Chapter 79. Another group of poor guys who came to the villa to steal things? Compared to the excitement of several boys, more girls, including teacher Jiang Qing, were a little confused. They didn't know what kind of car this Conqueror was. Seeing that the monitor Lu De and Zhao Peng were so excited that they were about to jump up and down, Guichuchu smiled shyly. "My father is actually a somewhat naive survivalist. The car was bought a few years ago and is not used much. In fact, Guichuchu's family is far less wealthy than Tian Xiaoshu and Jiangxi. The reason why his father was willing to buy this not very practical big toy was not for the boy's dream since childhood. But for what?" After Guichuchu's detailed explanation, everyone understood. This so-called Amadiro Conqueror is actually an 8x8 off-road RV. The price of this car when it was purchased alone was nearly 13 million. And the driver who wants to drive it must have an A1 driver's license. The total height is nearly 4 meters, and the length is about 11 meters. It consumes more fuel than their current truck, but it is different from the car under the seat. The main and auxiliary fuel tanks of this off-road vehicle add up to 800 liters. It can run more than 2,000 kilometers with a full tank of fuel at one time, which is really a full range, although it may not be so convenient to travel in the city because of the height limit pole. But if you go on a wilderness road like National Highway 3009, it is not an exaggeration to say that the sea is wide for fish to jump and the sky is high for birds to fly. As a top-of-the-line off-road RV worth tens of millions, it has excellent adaptability to complex terrain. Even crossing a normal desert is probably no problem. Well, at least faster than a camel. Not only that, the RV has better performance than a truck. It is equipped with solar panels on the top, and is divided into a 950-liter clean water tank, a 120-liter gray water tank, an 80-liter black water tank, a liquid level sensor, and an electric drain valve, and a 605 ampere-hour, 14.5 kilowatt-hours, 24-volt lithium iron phosphate battery pack. Of course, the following specific hardware data was supplemented by Jiangxi, who was sitting in the driver's seat. It seems that he had some understanding of this car when it was first released a few years ago. Guichuchu was not very clear about these specific details. After all, she was not that interested in off-road RVs. I almost forgot that this kind of off-road RV has always been ridiculed as a doomsday fortress vehicle, and it is the favorite of many survivalists. Jiangxi smiled as if he finally got interested. His sword eyebrows slightly raised, and his amber eyes were refracted by the rising sun and sparkled. Lu De and Zhao Peng pinched each other's arms to show that they were not dreaming. Go. 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 Go to Chuchu's house. Let's go. Anyway, we only have this little gas left. Going to Sunny Mansion is just getting more and more remote. The road is wide, and there are fewer people. It's much safer than wandering around in this complex commercial area. The two responded positively, and then they kept canvassing for votes, with their eyelids twitching. Mo Xiao saw this, laughed and coughed lightly, and said, "Okay, let's vote." 10 seconds later, the vote was passed unanimously. The truck came to the intersection near Tianfu Building again. The broken Dongwon Bridge in the distance was still in a mess, and there were no pedestrians on the street. This time, the truck did not take the old road again. It turned around and headed west. Dongwon District was not originally part of the prosperous stage of the city center of Donghu City, and the westernmost part of Dongwon District is a villa area like Qingtian Mansion. so it can be imagined that this road will be smoother. Although sometimes you have to take a detour carefully because of traffic accidents and congestion on the road. Most of the road sections are intact. So after driving for just over an hour, their truck stopped at the gate of Sunny Mansion. The road at the gate of the community is very wide, because it is in the suburbs. Even zombies are rare. It's just that the lifting rod to enter the community is stuck there, and their car can't drive in. And there is no electricity. Everyone had to send a few people to manually move it away and let the truck drive in. In a duplex villa near the gate, someone was lying on the window with a telescope to see the scene. TSK. Truck? The man sneered. Another group of poor ghosts who come to the villa area to steal things? What poor ghost? Dad? Let me see. A crisp and tender girl's voice came from behind the man. The man smiled dotingly, carried the person behind him to the windowsill, and handed her the telescope. Wow. There are so many people. Their car is so big, the girl said in a childish voice. After hearing what the girl said, the man raised a contemptuous arc at the corner of his lips. It just looks big. How much can it be worth? Only at this time can we not take care of these poor guys. In the past, they couldn't even get through the door. Suddenly, a woman's anxious voice came from behind the man and the girl. What should we do? There are so many of them. They won't come to our house. Right? After that, the woman clasped her hands and turned around in the living room for a few times. No. We have to contact other owners in the community to discuss it. After entering the community, they walked along the road and followed Guichuchu's instructions. Soon they arrived in front of a single-family house. Imo Xiao sat in the co-pilot seat, and her expression had been solemn since she entered the villa area. Jiangxi glanced at her and said, "Since you are here, you should make the best of it. Don't worry." Imo Xiao nodded, but her palm clenched the baseball bat. Since entering the community, she has been observing the situation of the nearby houses. She found that except for some houses that were on high alert and even had their windows sealed with carpentry, most villas had been invaded. As we all know, in modern society, no matter what style of villas, there is basically no villa without floor-to-ceiling windows. Bright lighting is the primary concern when choosing a mansion. Even the windows will be made as large as possible. This used to be a selling point, but now it seems to have become a huge unsafe factor, because the houses that have been invaded basically have broken windows. Through this open view, you can see that the interior has been rummaged through, and it is a mess. Nearly 2 months have passed since the end of the world, and it is almost impossible to see the remaining food that has not been moved away. If other people's empty houses are like this, then Guichuchu's house is likely to be in trouble. Just now I saw a few houses with a lot of protective measures at the gates, and even most of the windows were sealed. Imo Xiao whispered, "It should be a survivor in this community." Jiangxi smiled and said, "There are not many people here, and the food reserves in his villa are rich. It's not surprising that he can survive until now." "Really?" Imo Xiao frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Seeing that she was still worried, Jiangxi tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips and said casually, "Imo Xiao, we have guns. We are hunters." Imo Xiao was stunned, touched the handle of the gun he carried with him, pulled open the corner of his mouth and smiled. His eyebrows and eyes were slightly depressed, full of murderous aura. "You are right." Guichuchu climbed from the back of the car to Imo Xiao's side, and plucked up the courage to say, "I'll go down first." She pointed to the single-family house in front of her and asked, "Who of you brought a replacement battery?" "I didn't bring the key, so I have to open the password lock." Chapter 80 Survivalist's Basement. "Wouldn't it be okay to go through the window?" Imo Xiao pointed to the broken glass in the garden on the first floor in confusion. In fact, after seeing this scene, she had no hope. It was probably robbed a long time ago. What good things could be left inside? Guichuchu smiled slightly. "Didn't I say before that my dad is a survivalist? And my basement is relatively secretive?" Imo Xiao tilted his head and glanced at her, realizing that she was talking about the password lock in the basement. So he reached into his backpack, touched it, and asked, "Number 5 battery?" Guichuchu was stunned. She couldn't tell the difference between various types of batteries, and said awkwardly, Should it be?" Imo Xiao laughed and patted her shoulder. "Okay. Let's go down." A few people went down first. After all, the house was too big, and more people were needed to search and check for risks together, which would be more efficient. After a few people went down, Jiang Qing, who could drive, sat in the driver's seat. In case there was no one in the driver's seat when an emergency situation required escape, and the driver could not drive urgently. The garden of Guichuchu's house was very large and semi-open, which matched the romantic French decoration style of the villa. Perhaps a lot of flowers had been carefully cared for in the past. It was just a pity that since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the weather conditions had become increasingly strange and bad. In the past 2 months, not a drop of rain had fallen. All the flowers have withered, leaving only the empty arched flower door frame standing, showing a bit of the graceful figure before the end of the world. However, because there are no flowers and vines to cover it, the front and back gardens are almost in full view. And you can see that there are no zombies or strangers hiding in them. Everyone entered cautiously through the smashed glass window. There was thick dust on the floor. There were messy footprints. Mo Xiao half knelt down and took a careful look, and found that some footprints were light, while some were very deep. It can be seen that the visitors came at different times. Some were almost covered by dust, and some were relatively new. She frowned and pulled Jiangxi's sleeve. Look. From these footprints, we can see that some people have come to Guichuchu's house more than once. Some of them have even been sneaking in tirelessly recently. This is not something that a simple thief can explain. There must be something in her house that these people know about, and they have been thinking about it. So they are so persistent. Jiangxi raised his eyebrows, stood up, and glanced out the window. The curtains of a house in the opposite area swayed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at Mo Xiao. They should be thinking about the Doomsday Fortress car. Right? It seems that the thing is still there. Everyone checked all the rooms on the upper and lower floors of the villa. It was found that anything practical had been swept away. Luda and Zhao Peng were so anxious that their mouths were about to bubble. But Jiangxi and Mo Xiao were not anxious at all. Even Guichuchu looked very calm. Chuchu, if you have any unspeakable secrets, just tell me. Don't force yourself. Luda covered his chest and said with grief. Who the hell knew that our family bought this car? Let's rush to their door and get the car back. Guichuchu covered her lips and smiled. A car with such a large tonnage. Everyone who can see it has seen it since the day it was brought back. In other words, it is estimated that many people in the community know about this. Luda and Zhao Peng were dumbfounded. Seeing this, Guichuchu couldn't joke with them anymore. Don't worry. The car must be still there. She waved her hand and asked them to follow. When she checked upstairs and downstairs, she was actually panicking because she was afraid of seeing the bodies of her parents. Judging from the message sent by her mother, her father must have been in trouble a long time ago. Guichuchu had been preparing for this for a long time. She came here only to be afraid of seeing her mother become someone she didn't recognize. Fortunately, there was no trace of her upstairs or downstairs. If her mother had fled to the basement, she would probably have been safe. If she was not in this apartment, at least Guichuchu would have a thought in her heart. Her mother said that she would always wait for her, no matter which one it was. She felt relieved. That's why she was in the mood to tease Luda just now. Everyone followed Guichuchu to a pried open floor. Chuchu, is this the basement you mentioned? Didn't we see it before? It's been pried open. It was empty inside, and the supplies and other things were probably taken away long ago. Guichuchu didn't answer, but walked down the stairs and touched behind the empty wine cabinet. She didn't know what she touched. She pulled it out with all her strength. Mo Xiao saw that Guichuchu had used all her strength, but it still didn't work. So he knew that this mechanism was probably more hidden and difficult to deal with. He stepped forward to help her pull it out. Guichuchu was holding a piece of wood that she had finally pulled out, and she almost fell down. Luda looked at it with wide eyes. And there was no secret door behind the wine cabinet as in a legendary TV series. It looked like a piece of wooden cabinet that was pulled down by force. At this moment, Xiaopeng suddenly jumped up and said, Fuck. The ground seems to move. Come here. Guichuchu led everyone to stand on a brick on the side, and the ground slowly moved, revealing a door leading to the bottom. Who would have thought that there was another basement under this basement? Guichuchu tried it, and found that there was still residual power. Without replacing the battery, he directly entered the fingerprint and opened the door. Everyone climbed down the escalator on the wall. They found that the bottom floor was very spacious. It was estimated that even the inner and outer gardens combined were not as big as this one. It was like a giant warehouse. Fuck. 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 Luda and Zhao Peng were attracted by the gray-blue giant parked in the middle at first sight. The two danced happily and slapped to the outer wall of the carriage in the shape of a big character, rubbing constantly, with a happy feeling on their faces. Jiang, she couldn't help but walk slowly around this conqueror. Almost all the boys' eyes were attracted by the car at the first time. And Mo Xiao noticed another thing instead. On one side of the basement, there were boxes of supplies stacked. She flipped through it casually. In addition to barrels of diesel and boxes of necessary water, there were also compressed biscuits, individual food, and other survivalist must-have foods. Some ropes, sharp knives, and special metal heavy baseball bats. There were even some Doomsday Family survival manuals. Guichuchu followed Mo Xiao and saw the shock in her eyes. She said with a sour nose, "My dad likes to tinker with these in his spare time. In the past, we often joked that even if the end of the world really came, with his perfect preparation, our family would be safe and worry-free." At that time, the mother and daughter laughed at his childishness every day. Who would have thought? Guichuchu choked up. And Mo Xiao didn't know how to comfort her. In the past, Guichuchu would cry for a long time, and she would not wipe away her tears until someone coaxed her gently and satisfied her. But this time, her eyes were just slightly red, and she tried to force a smile, pointing to the weapon area and said, "You will definitely like this." It was a special metal wolf 2 stick. Mo Xiao weighed it and found that it was much heavier than the one in his hand, and the hardness was not of the same order of magnitude. Most people would definitely not have the strength to swing it. But it was just right for Mo Xiao. "Give it to me?" she asked in surprise. "Take it." Guichuchu smiled. "My dad only likes to collect, but he has never been too lazy to exercise. He is so fat that he can't swing it at all." The two were still talking while watching. Not far away, Lu De, who was still clinging to the outer wall of the carriage and was reluctant to leave, suddenly screamed, "Fuck! What is it?"